Chapter 475 Follow Qiao Laosher's path and leave him with nowhere to go. Losing money to become the richest man starts with the game. April 6, Wednesday. After 2 days of hard work, Pei Qian finally wrote out the general plot outline of Struggle. The plot of the game can be roughly divided into several major stages: birth, school, exams, work, love, marriage, house purchase, childbirth, midlife crisis, etc. This is the overall process. Although the poor and the rich are in the same stage, the things they experience are completely different. For example, from birth to school, the children of the rich have nannies to take care of them carefully. When they grow up, they can play happily in a mansion. The toys they buy are very expensive, and they can have very high-end tutors come to their homes to get a good preschool education. Children from poor families do not have these convenient conditions at all. They can only watch TV and picture books at home. After their parents go to work, they can only play alone for their own entertainment. The other major stages are also similar. In short, you can imagine what the plot will be like by thinking about it. The poor have bad luck, while the rich have no obstacles in order to let players feel the gap between the two more clearly. Pei Qian also considered adding some quantifiable data to the game, such as the player's current knowledge, emotional intelligence, mental health, specific material wealth, etc. These data will affect the player's game options on the surface. For example, the rich's financial awareness can accelerate his accumulation of material wealth. Emotional intelligence can give him more opportunities to make friends with noble people, and mental health can make it easier for him to adjust his mood at work and not have problems due to excessive pressure. But this is just superficial. In fact, they will only affect some insignificant side quests and will not affect the final outcome at all. The reason why Pei Qian did this is very simple. If the gameplay can affect the final outcome, how can it disgust the players? If the poor can counterattack and the rich can avoid being killed, wouldn't it be a fun game? Absolutely not. Moreover, the setting of on the surface you can choose, but in fact you can't choose is also a failed setting in the game industry. Most games that do this will be criticized. The progress in the game only reaches the prime of life, which is about 50 years old. The Analects of Confucius said that at 30, one is established, at 40, one is not confused, and at 50, one knows the will of heaven. For Pei Qian, if he had to choose a time to kill the rich players, 50 would be the most suitable. Too early, the game content would not be enough; too late, it would not disgust people. The rich at the age of 50 are in the prime of their careers. They have already obtained a very favorable living environment, and most of them have a good marriage and children with unlimited prospects. Death at this time should be the most unacceptable time for players. As for the poor, their lives are basically set at the age of 50. The characteristics of their children similar to their parents have also appeared, and this cycle of poverty has also begun to emerge. In short, it is just right to end the game at this age. Of course, in addition to these fixed life processes, some unexpected events will be added during the game. For example, car accidents, illness, children's school bullying, being cheated when buying a house, natural disasters, etc. These unexpected events will also slightly change the process of the game, and at the same time, they will clearly show the gap in risk resistance between the poor and the rich when facing these unexpected events. Having learned the lesson from game producer, Pei Qian does not plan to do any narration this time. All the content in the game does not contain any emotional color. All dialogues and behaviors are as objective as possible, and will never induce players to have a rebellious mentality. In addition, in order to prevent people with ulterior motives from forcibly deepening the depth of thought, Pei Qian set the rich and the poor as two individuals who have no intersection at all. In the end, the rich man was killed by a homeless man, who had nothing to do with the poor. Even this homeless man himself is not the simple and kind poor man that most people imagine. He has hands and feet but is idle and lazy. He kills the rich man because he sees money, not for any noble reason, to resist oppression. The rich people that the poor man can contact, such as his superiors and bosses, have nothing to do with the protagonist in the rich version, and he has never had any idea of resisting. Try not to let people have the easily misunderstood ideas such as the rich oppress the poor and the poor resist the rich. In addition, there is another most important issue, which is how to prevent the confidant Xiao Laosher from overinterpreting this game. For this point, Pei Qian thought hard and finally came up with a solution. The official forced the fans to death. I interpreted it in advance, so no one would listen to your interpretation? If no one listens, how can you backstab me? Pei Qian could roughly guess from which angles Mr. Qiao might interpret the story. It was nothing more than the gap between the rich and the poor, the Matthew effect, the irrational distribution of social wealth, and the solidification of classes. If his brain circuit was a little more peculiar, he might be able to analyze that the poor had no financial awareness and were short-sighted, and that the rich didn't want to eat meat and couldn't understand the vicious cycle of life after falling to the bottom. In short, the topic of the gap between the rich and the poor has been discussed to death worldwide. If you think more divergently, there are still many topics to talk about. Pei Qian decided to expose these problems in advance as soon as the game was released. Follow Mr. Qiao's path and leave him with no way to go. Of course, Pei Qian was not stupid enough to stab himself in the back. Although he wanted to officially expose these problems, he certainly would not do it like Mr. Qiao. The same principle, the key is how to say it. Like Mr. Qiao, citing a wide range of references and classics, forcing value and depth, it will definitely appear particularly bluffing and easy to resonate. And Pei Qian intends to use plain language and a simple way to say all these points, as dry as possible. It can even induce players to have some wrong views in the game, for example, using two fixed endings to induce them to have misunderstandings such as the producer has a wrong idea of class can never be crossed and fatalism. This principle is like telling a joke. Mr. Qiao tells jokes, dancing and vividly, first creating enough suspense, and then when the punchline is revealed, the whole audience explodes, producing an excellent effect. But Pei Qian does not lay any groundwork at all, just comes up and throws the punchline to the ground. In this way, the audience already knows what the punchline is. No matter how much Mr. Qiao creates atmosphere, suspense, or how much he talks, the punchline will never work. Pei Qian felt that his behavior was like directly marking this person is the murderer on the first page of a comic book. It would definitely prevent Mr. Qiao from making a new episode of the Feng Shenxiwu series of videos. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. He felt that he was a genius. After everything was completed, Pei Qian sent the plot outline of the game to Hu Xianben and asked him to expand it. At the same time, different characters in the game would use different motion capture actors, all of whom had to be foreigners and had to be selected in advance. Pei Qian was too lazy to care about these things, and handed them all to Hu Xianben. Anyway, it would be better if things went wrong at that time. It didn't matter if it was done beautifully. As long as the game plot was firmly grasped and didn't go astray, it would be fine. April 7th, Thursday. Pei Qian came to the office on time after lunch. Yesterday afternoon, he had sent the plot outline of Struggle to Hu Xianben, and sent a message to Lin Wan to tell her about the IOI National Service and asked her to contact He Dishing. Pei Qian didn't have any good ideas about how to do the IOI National Service. The possibility of making changes to the game was almost non-existent, and it was difficult to lower the prices of heroes and skins. After all, Yuan Venture Capital only held 20% of the shares of Zhito Company and did not have that much say. Judging from the game's charging model alone, IOI is indeed less friendly than GOG. After all GOG heroes are free, and the price of skins is several times lower than that of IOI. However, Pei Qian felt that this should not be a big deal. There are many people playing IOI in China now, and there is already a certain player base. The biggest problem for them is not the price, but the network problem. Using an accelerator to connect to the international server of IOI is too slow, and it is impossible to communicate with foreign teammates in the game. As long as the national server is released, these people will definitely switch to the national server as soon as possible, so there is no need to worry about the start of the national server version of IOI. With the ability of the people in Shenyang Games, it can take off with a little operation. After temporarily handling the two game departments, Pei Qian felt that the pressure on him was greatly reduced. However, even so, he could not take it lightly, because there were still many things waiting for him to deal with. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door outside the office. It was Assistant Qian. Mr. Pei, this is the survey report on the fitness industry in Jingzhou City that you asked for. If you don't want to see these data, you can directly turn to the last page. There is a conclusion. Pei Qian nodded and took the survey report from Assistant Qian. He flipped through 2 pages casually. There was indeed a lot of data and professional terms in the front, which was really incomprehensible. Pei Qian calmly turned to the last page and asked while reading the survey conclusions, so, overall, are gyms in Jingzhou making money or not? Assistant Qian thought for a moment, both. The key is how they are run. Pei Qian, Tell me in detail. Assistant Qian obviously already had some understanding of the current situation of the fitness industry. In the past few days, he received the task from President Pei and conducted an in-depth investigation of the fitness industry in Jingzhou. He was completely familiar with these contents. In short, due to the current level of economic development in our country, most people do not have the habit of going to the gym regularly. Even if they have the habit of fitness, they often cannot afford the expenses of those high-end gyms. Super first-tier cities have a large number of white-collar workers, so the situation will be better. Jingzhou, as a second-tier city, this problem is particularly obvious. Considering the expenses of renting a gym, equipment, labor, water, electricity, heating and cooling, fire protection, etc., many gyms have adopted a low-price membership strategy to attract more customers, which is difficult to support daily operations, let alone create enough profits. From this point of view, gyms do not make money. Many closed gyms are closed because they cannot make ends meet. The greater the investment, the greater the marketing pressure. However, the gyms that really make money also make a lot of money. The main way is to find those high-asset customers to sell private lessons. The more they sell, the more they make. The primary task of private trainers in most gyms is not to teach students well, but to sell more classes. The internal groups of private trainers are similar to marketing groups. Whoever sells more classes will be sought after. In short, the current profitable gym model is to issue more membership cards, especially to trick new members into signing up for annual membership cards. New members have no fitness habits at all, and it is difficult for them to stick to it. If they sign up for membership cards, but don't come, the gym will just make money. At the same time, low-priced fitness cards attract as many customers as possible, and then private trainers start to show their skills, find high-asset customers, and trick them into signing up for private classes, earning the bulk of the profits from this side. There are also some other tricks, such as doing a free test the first time you go, and modern people have many. There are some health problems, and private trainers will deliberately exaggerate these health problems to take the opportunity to sell classes. In short, I don't deny that there are more conscientious gyms in this industry, but generally speaking, there are many chaos and it is not very standardized. Many consumers who go to the gym are also very disgusted with these chaos, but the reasons for this situation are more complicated and cannot be changed in a short time. Mr. Pei, you want to enter this industry, which is of course a good thing for the industry itself, but these objective problems must be considered more. Even for you, it is not so easy to create a high-end and conscientious gym brand from scratch. Chapter 476, Managed Fitness. After listening to Assistant Qian's explanation, Pei Qian was even happier. Sure enough, I knew that entering the fitness industry was a very promising decision. With the successful experiences of so many failed gyms, all combined, why worry about not being able to achieve great things? Pei Qian nodded. Well, I'll think about it carefully. By the way, are there any newly opened gyms nearby? Or are there any ready-made venues and equipment that can be put into use directly? Go and find them, just add some money to get them, and save time on decoration. Pei Qian is considering opening the first gym as soon as possible, to see how it goes. If everything goes well, then hurry up and open a few more, so that you can lose more money during this period. If you make money by accident, you can also stop the loss in time and think of other ways. Assistant Qian thought for a moment. I know a few high-end gyms nearby, but they may not be willing to transfer. I'll ask someone to ask. After Assistant Qian left, Pei Qian began to consider the specific plan for his own gym. According to the contents of this survey report, integrate the gym failure experiences summarized by Assistant Qian, digest and absorb as much as possible, and combine the characteristics of all failed gyms into one. Pei Qian knew very well that the scale of Tenda Group was getting bigger and bigger, with abundant funds, and his goal was to make money, so no matter which industry he entered, he would definitely invest a lot. Although the large initial investment increased the revenue pressure, it was also easier to attract customers, especially some high-asset, high-quality customers. The difficulty of losing money is getting higher and higher. Therefore, if you want to lose money, you must have a correct attitude and not just muddle through. You can't think others can lose money by doing this, so I can lose money too. If you really think so, you will probably make a dogmatic mistake. According to the analysis of the report, the fundamental reason why many gyms are not profitable is that the gyms themselves have a large investment, whether it is venues, equipment, labor, or other expenses. It is not a small amount. If it is in some developed countries, people generally have fitness habits, then just selling membership cards can also get good benefits, which has entered a virtuous circle. However, in China, due to the level of economic development and people's concepts, most people do not have fitness habits, and are reluctant to spend more money. It is difficult to make money just by selling memberships, so private lessons must be sold. This idea is the same as the Krypton Gold online games in China. First, use low prices to attract as many people as possible to the gym, and then pick the fattest ones. To put it bluntly, there are 3 types of people in the gym. The newbies who got a gym membership on a whim and stopped coming after the 3-minute enthusiasm, people who are not short of money, want a good body, and are afraid that they will be short-lived, so they take private lessons and let private teachers supervise them. Big guys who can persevere on their own. Gyms like the first 2 types of people, but the 3rd type of people are the ones who can really avoid being ripped off by gyms. It's just that there are too few of the 3rd type of people. Gyms mainly make money from the membership cards of the first type of people and the private lessons of the 2nd type of people, and the rich and the poor get it together. So Pei Qian thought about it and decided to do the opposite. It's still the same idea as before, to increase daily expenses as much as possible on the one hand, and to reduce their target user groups as much as possible on the other hand, to make less money. First of all, they don't make any more money from the newbies. Other gyms sell half-year and annual memberships, and the longer the membership, the more discounts they get. They take advantage of the fact that newbies are hot-headed and use discounts to encourage them to apply for long-term memberships. And these newbies often can't stick to it. The longer they apply, the more they lose. Pei Qian decided to directly set the price to the sky. Other gyms sell memberships for half a year or a year, and they count whether you come or not, but the gym that Pei Qian is going to open will deduct the fee if you come today, and not if you don't come. It is impossible to cancel the membership at other gyms, and you can only find a buyer to transfer the membership, which is also very troublesome, but the gym that Pei Qian is going to open can refund the balance on the account at any time. In this way, even if Xiaobai was impulsive, he couldn't give more money to the gym. Secondly, the rich won't make any more money. Other gyms are crazy about selling private lessons, providing better services to high-asset users, and making greater profits. But Pei Qian decided not to sell any private lessons at all. All coaches have the same benefits and salary, and do not earn commissions. Like network administrators, coaches are on call at any time. If customers have questions, they will go up to answer them. If they see that customers are doing something wrong, they will remind them. They will never say anything, let alone promote any courses. Want to find a dedicated private trainer? Want to pay for private lessons? Sorry, we don't have that kind of one-on-one service. Pei Qian was more and more satisfied as he thought about it. This plan shut out most customers' money. The newbies were first discouraged by the high price. Even if they applied for a card on a whim, the balance could be refunded at will. For those who are rich and want to find a private trainer for one-on-one coaching, this service is not provided. For those who really know fitness, as long as there are equipment, they will definitely choose those cheaper gyms. There is no need to pay a lot of extra money to come here. The only people who are interested in this model are those who are slightly richer, want to exercise, but don't want to be cheated by private trainers. However, since my country's current economic development level has not yet reached this level, and Jingzhou is a less developed second-tier city, the number of this group of people is very small, and it is unlikely that the gym will make a profit. In this way, the gym is in a state of pure loss, and the more it opens, the more it loses. Of course, the system is not so easy to fool. The system requires that the industry must have theoretical profit potential. If it can earn a lot of reputation, the profit requirement can be lowered to a certain extent. Pei Qian provides a better fitness environment, so naturally he has to set a higher price. After consideration, Pei Qian decided to set the price much higher than the minimum price allowed by the system. Because pricing according to the minimum price allowed by the system is likely to leave a conscientious impression on the players, resulting in a result of small profits but quick turnover. And continuing to increase the price to a level that most ordinary people can't afford can directly discourage the target group from the price. At present, the annual membership card of Jingzhou's gym is about 2,000 yuan, and Tenda employees are all using it. And this is a relatively high-end gym, and the cheaper ones are even less than 1,000 yuan. According to the mid to high-end standard of 2,000 yuan for an annual membership, it is about more than 5 yuan a day. But it is obviously impossible to go to the gym every day. Most people are lucky to go twice a week. According to this frequency, the actual price per day is about 20 yuan per day. The more you go, the more you earn. Since Pei Qian decided to use better equipment, create a better environment, and hire better coaches, and use price to further dissuade consumers, the daily price was set at 40 yuan. Considering that private training guidance that other gyms have to pay for can also be enjoyed for free here, you have to pay extra. Of course, private training courses in other places are one-on-one tutoring, while private training in this gym is one-to-many, and they teach whoever they see who doesn't understand, so the price is definitely not that high. Pei Qian thought about it, so he raised the price per session to 50 yuan. This price should be able to dissuade most people, right? In this way, if you go to the gym twice a week, it will cost 400 yuan a month, and 4,800 yuan a year. If it is more extreme, going to the gym 4 times a week, the price will double, and it will cost 9,600 yuan a year. For the local consumption level in Jingzhou in 2011, this is already very outrageous. Compared with the prices of other gyms, this should be a very unbearable number. It still seems a little insufficient. Is this the only way I can do it in order to lose money? Think about it again. Pei Qian felt that with the current setting alone, it was indeed the opposite of those profitable gyms, and there was a certain chance of failure, but it was still unstable. What if some people think that this gym is conscientious and apply for a membership card for the purpose of experience? Or what if a fitness tycoon comes to Qingshan temporarily and does not want to apply for a long-term fitness card, but comes to apply for a short-term card? If there are enough people who come occasionally, and the daily flow of people is guaranteed, it seems that they will still make money. Therefore, we have to find a way to persuade these people who experience it by the time as much as possible to quit. It is definitely not possible to force long-term cards, because it is contrary to the previous rules, and we have to think of other ways. Pei Qian thought about it and decided to implement the punch card system to achieve this persuasion effect in a special way. When registering as a member, different training plans are formulated according to each person's physical fitness, work and life status. For example, it is required to come to exercise 3 or more times a week, and must follow the prescribed content to eat, and can only eat the healthy meals launched by Moyu Takeout, and it is enforced. In this way, consumers not only have to pay for the use of the gym, but also for the healthy meals, and it is mandatory. There are even fewer people willing to spend so much money. If you fail to complete the check-in target, there will be a penalty, first a warning, then a refund, and then you will not be able to sign up again for a period of time. In this way, those experiencers who want to practice occasionally will also be eliminated, which will reduce a large part of the income. Well, perfect. After several considerations, Pei Qian finally finalized the specific rules of the gym. After becoming a member, you can recharge as much as you want, and there is no discount. Physical examinations are conducted as soon as possible and training plans are formulated, including how many times a week you come to the gym, what to train, and what to eat. All the content is formulated after consultation with the customer. Once formulated, it becomes mandatory and must be followed. In summary, the cost of each visit to the gym is 50 yuan. The healthy meals from Moyu Takeaway are mandatory, and the price is calculated separately. The takeaway order system and the gym's app data are interoperable. Of course, Moyu Takeaway will still lose money, and the healthy meals will only be priced at cost, but this kind of forced purchase is very discouraging for consumers. It not only loses money, but also adds a threshold for customers, which is the best of both worlds. If you don't eat healthy meals or don't come to the gym enough times a week, you will be interviewed. The first 2 times you will be warned, and the 3rd time you will be refunded directly, and you will not be accepted within a month. Of course, if you correct it immediately after the first warning, you can eliminate this warning after 2 weeks. Pei Qian thought about it and decided to name this gym Hosted Fitness. The superficial meaning is that you just need to entrust your body here. But the actual meaning is that after entrusting, the stupid AI will beat out 4 twos with 2 kings. For a gym like this, only the rich would be willing to come, right? But there aren't many rich people in Qingshan, and the real rich go to the gym to find a private trainer. Managed fitness doesn't seem to have much competitiveness. When the time comes, many stores will be opened but no one will come. All the money can be used to pay employees. It's really wonderful. Of course, Pei Qian also thought of some other ways, such as giving discounts for successful weight loss, but after careful consideration, he rejected them all. Although these operations seem to lose more money on the surface, they also seem to make users full of motivation and spontaneous publicity, which can easily backfire. Therefore, after careful consideration, Pei Qian decided to give up these seemingly beautiful operations and be more cautious. After all, losing money is also about long-term development. Then, Pei Qian briefly considered the equipment in the gym. All fitness equipment must be of the highest quality. Each aerobic exercise equipment, including treadmills, elliptical machines, etc., is equipped with a small TV in front, and you can adjust what you want to watch. The showers, changing rooms, lounges, etc., are all built to the highest standards. You can spend as much money as you want, and all kinds of high-end shampoos, shower gels, hair dryers, etc., are available. Moreover, the gym needs to have a wristband. Wear it when entering the gym, take it off after leaving, and upload the exercise data. The clock-in is completed only when the amount of exercise reaches the standard. After everything was finalized, Pei Qian looked at the plan and nodded with satisfaction. Strive to make this gym exclusive to Tenda employees, so that others will have no interest in it. The gym loses money on a daily basis, and it also loses money when giving benefits to employees, double happiness. At that time, make a fitness plan for all Tenda employees, so that they are tired of exercise and have no intention of work, and at the same time, President Pei loses money happily, the best of both worlds. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 477, Don't you want to hear about the salary first? April 8, Friday. Pei Qian followed Assistant Qian to a high-end gym near the company. It's not far away, it only takes 5 minutes to walk from the company to here. Of course, it's not far from Handong University. The gym is located in a street-side shop, and the gym's brand is on the front door, Platinum Sand Fitness, Handong University Store. These big characters are all in artistic fonts, giving people a dynamic and fashionable impression. In addition to the smooth floor-to-ceiling windows on the front of the gym, there are also some dynamic and abstract art paintings on both sides of the front door. They are all some figures in motion, some jumping up and dunking, swinging rackets to play badminton, and fighting with boxing gloves. These art paintings are divided by lines. This irregularity gives people a sense of comics, and at the same time further highlights the dynamic and youthful characteristics. Pei Qian frowned slightly. He was quite satisfied with the decoration of this store. After taking over, it can be opened directly in a short time without wasting time, but he was a little dissatisfied with this fancy front door. It's too eye-catching. Tengda's industries must be kept as low-key as possible, but this is easy to deal with. After taking over, we can find a construction team to paint the entire facade in a low-key color that will not attract other people's attention as much as possible. These are all minor issues. Before entering, Assistant Qian briefly introduced the current situation. Boss Pei, I sent someone to ask several nearby gyms. 3 of them are willing to transfer. This gym has the best decoration and best meet your requirements. Platinum Fitness is a national chain fitness brand with several branches in Qingshan. It has expanded rapidly in recent years. But it is precisely because of the blind expansion that some problems have arisen. Platinum Fitness Handong University Store originally hoped to build a high-end gym near Handong University, specifically for Handong University students and white-collar workers in nearby office buildings, but some problems occurred during the operation. Because there are too many gyms near Handong University, many small gyms are fighting price wars and annual cards are very cheap, which is about to divide up the fitness crowd nearby. Platinum Fitness even has another branch a little more than a kilometer away, which seriously disperses the flow of customers. And the manager of this store has been targeting high-net-worth people from the beginning, and the gym card fee is higher than other gyms. It was okay at the beginning. The good environment of this gym also attracted some high-asset people. However, as more and more cards were sold, potential users were exhausted. The revenue from new memberships and private training could not cover the operating costs. In the end, it became unsustainable and fell into a loss-making state. If you like this place, there are 2 options. The first is to accept it in full, including the members and coaching team of this gym. Of course, the store manager will definitely want us to do this, but we can also use this as an excuse to bargain and get a more favorable price, even far below expectations. But the downside is that we didn't actually get this. The second is to take over the store, not the members and coaches, and even not the equipment, and let the original owner clear the store and we will replan. There is another branch of Platinum Sand Fitness 1 kilometer away. Let the original owner arrange for all these members to transfer their cards to another Platinum Sand Fitness chain store. Although this seems to reduce the burden, there are only so many members with fitness habits in an area, which may lead to the situation that we cannot attract members when we just open. Can't attract members? That's great. Pei Qian said calmly, okay, I understand. I will handle the next thing, you just need to handle the formalities. Assistant Qian nodded, okay, Mr. Pei. The two stepped into the Platinum Sand Fitness Handong University store. As soon as he entered, a man in a suit and tie, who looked to be in his 30s, came up to greet him. Boss, Pei. Hello, I am the manager of this store, my last name is Wei. Apparently, Assistant Qian had already revealed Pei Qian's identity to the manager in advance, so he took it so seriously. Although they were all looking for a buyer, there were different levels of buyers. A buyer who was extremely rich was no longer a buyer, but a sponsor. When Manager Wei heard that it was Tenda Group that had taken a fancy to this store, he was immediately overjoyed. This store had been losing money all the time, and Manager Wei had already thought about transferring all the members to the chain store next door, and then closing the store to stop the bleeding in time. Now that Tenda Group was willing to take over, although he was still losing money, he was happy to lose less. Boss, Pei, let me take you around first. Under the guidance of Manager Wei, Pei Qian took a complete look at the entire gym. The area is large, the decoration is good, and the environment is relatively good among all the gyms in Jingzhou. However, there is no swimming pool, sauna, massage or other fancy things. Pei Qian knew very well that this was a disadvantage for a high-end gym. The facilities of traditional gyms can be said to be as complete as possible. Gyms with fancy facilities, such as swimming pools and saunas, are often easier to attract members than other gyms. The reason is simple. For many newbies, their mentality when choosing a gym is, I can do without it, but you can't. Although I can't swim now, what if I want to learn to swim on a whim one day? Therefore, a gym with complete facilities will have many people paying for the membership card even if it is a little expensive. This is a disadvantage for others, but it is very good for Pei Qian. It further reduces the attractiveness of the gym. Manager Wei obviously wouldn't tell Pei Qian this, but just exaggeratedly introduced that the entire gym has a huge investment and a good prospect. Pei Qian didn't listen seriously, and it went in one ear and out the other. Anyway, he just closed the door and let Assistant Qian in when bargaining. After visiting the gym, Manager Wei called all the fitness coaches in the gym over and stood in 2 rows in front of Pei Qian. These fitness coaches held their chests and stomachs high, full of energy. These days, it's not easy for fitness coaches to find jobs. If this store closes, these fitness trainers can only apply for jobs in other gyms, and they may not be successful. Now that someone is willing to take over, it would be best for them to perform well in front of the new boss and try to get the boss to take over the store and the trainers together. Manager Wei's meaning was also very clear. He certainly couldn't place all these fitness coaches. If President Pei could take a fancy to some of them and let them continue to stay in this gym, it would obviously be the best. President Pei, let me introduce you to several popular gold medal coaches in our store. Pei Qian raised his hand and interrupted Manager Wei's words. Compared with Manager Wei's recommendation, he believed in his own eyes more. He quickly scanned these fitness coaches and then passed them one by one. Those with bad figures must not be hired. Such people can work in the gym because they are particularly good at selling classes, particularly good at fooling people, and have a flexible mind. If such a marketing genius is brought in, I'm afraid he will make a lot of money. Those with expectations in their eyes and good mental state are also not hired. Such people are hardworking and have a positive work attitude. I don't know how many gyms have brainwashed them, and they don't meet his expectations. Finally, Pei Qian passed the bulging muscles of several coaches in the front row and locked on a coach who was always lowering his head at the edge of the back row. He was not tall, wore glasses, and looked older. Hiding behind the coaches, it was hard to tell what his figure was like. "You, the guy with glasses, come out." Pei Qian hooked his finger. The coaches all looked at the guy with glasses. He looked up in disbelief and pointed at himself in confusion. Pei Qian nodded, "Yes, it's you, come out." The man, with a confused look on his face, separated the coaches in the front row and came to Pei Qian. Pei Qian saw this mountain-like figure, and a scene from Kung Fu appeared in his mind. Who would have thought that this coach, who was not tall and hid behind other coaches without showing any signs of being exposed, had such well-developed muscles? "What's your name?" Pei Qian asked. The personal trainer said in a muffled voice, "Guo Liqing." Pei Qian was stunned. "I asked for the real name, not the nickname." Manager Wei hurriedly explained, "Boss Pei, this coach is called Guo Liqing, his surname is Guo, and Liqing is a rhetorical Liqing. Pei Qian. "Sorry, I'm uneducated. But your name doesn't sound very conducive to weight loss." Manager Wei hurriedly pulled Boss Pei aside. "Ahem, Boss Pei, there is something I must make clear to you in advance. It's not that Coach Guo is not good, it's just that he is not very smart, he doesn't know much about management, his interpersonal skills are not very strong, and his sales ability is at the bottom of the whole team. Of course, if you just rely on him to be a personal trainer, there will be absolutely no problem, he is very professional. But if you let him manage a gym, I'm afraid there will be a little problem. Besides, Coach Guo has already decided not to work in the fitness industry. I can recommend another one to you. He is definitely not worse than Coach Guo. He is also smart and clever. You will be satisfied." Pei Qian shook his head. "No. I don't want anyone else except him." Okay." Manager Wei wanted to persuade him again, but then he thought that the fate of these coaches had nothing to do with him, so he didn't need to meddle in other people's business. Manager Wei dismissed all the other coaches, leaving only Coach Guo Liqing to wait for President Pei's instructions. Pei Qian also said a few words to Assistant Qian. "Take away all the fitness equipment and sell them second-hand to other gyms. We will replace them with new ones. Let the members transfer to other chain stores. We won't accept them. Leave only Coach Guo. I will talk to him. Just find some faults and bargain. Of course, don't bargain too much. Don't let this store manager treat us as a fool." Assistant Qian nodded and went to discuss the contract with Manager Wei. Pei Qian found Coach Guo Liqing. Before he could speak, Guo Liqing said, "Boss Pei. I'm so sorry, I have something to explain to you. Actually, I've decided to leave the fitness industry, so I'm sorry, you should find another coach." Pei Qian was silent for a moment. "Are you sure you don't want to hear the specific salary first?" Chapter 478, Let me change this industry. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Such a strange question stumped Guo Liqing at the time. Pei Qian continued, "How much is your current base salary?" Guo Liqing answered truthfully, 1,500. Pei Qian asked again, "How is the commission calculated?" Guo Liqing, "The commission for coaches of different levels is different, averaging about 30%, 200 per private lesson." The price of private lessons is the same as Pei Qian remembered, and the private lessons he gave to his employees are also at this price. Of course, from the perspective of 10 years later, it is indeed quite cheap, and it can even be said to be a bargain. Pei Qian quickly calculated, if you take 3 private lessons a day on average and do not rest for a month, the commission is 5,400 yuan, plus the base salary of 1,500, a total of 6,900 yuan. This is a good income in Jingzhou at present. Guo Liqing hesitated for a moment and said, "Not so much actually. Because many of the private lessons I teach are transferred to me by other coaches, and I have to share part of the commission with them." The actual money I get every month is about 5,000 to 6,000. Pei Qian nodded, thinking that this big brother is indeed, as his name suggests, very honest, and says everything. For private trainers, selling classes is the core competitiveness. The more classes they sell, the higher the commission. Many private trainers in big cities can earn 30,000 or 40,000 yuan a month just by selling classes, but such marketing geniuses are rare. Coaches like Guoliqing, who are relatively dull, don't like to talk, and only speak the truth, naturally can't fool so many students to buy private lessons. And those coaches who can fool have fooled too many students to buy private lessons, but they can't teach them themselves, so they will transfer to coaches like Guoliqing who have more time. But unless the two people have a very good relationship, it will definitely not be a waste of money. Pei Qian nodded. I will give you a basic salary of 8,000, no commission, but there will be benefits such as meal allowance, housing allowance, regular physical examinations, etc. Guoliqing was stunned for a moment. Mr. Pei, I'm not talking about the issue of salary. I want to leave this industry mainly because. Pei Qian, then it's a basic salary of 10,000, plus various benefits, no commission. Guoliqing. I was moved. A basic salary of 10,000, even if I leave the fitness industry, where can I get a basic salary of 10,000? Moreover, Guoliqing really likes the fitness industry, and he wants to leave only because he is disappointed with the current situation of this industry. Now, the base salary of 10,000 yuan is already ridiculously high, and the words "no commission" surprised him even more. This sincerity touched him. But it also made Guoliqing worried about Mr. Pei. He didn't want Mr. Pei, who was so sincere, to become a sucker and lose all his money after taking over the gym. Guoliqing hesitated for a moment and asked, Mr. Pei, you haven't had a deep understanding of the fitness industry before, right? Pei Qian told the truth, no. Guoliqing showed an expression of as expected. To be honest, you think too simply. Although this condition is very attractive to me, no commission is also a good thing. But it is very bad for the gym. With commissions, coaches will work hard to sell cards and classes, and the gym can have enough profit to continue. If there is no commission, coaches will not actively promote. Who will buy classes? Pei Qian smiled. No need to buy classes. In the future, there will be no private lessons in our gym. Guoliqing, ah? Looking at Guoliqing's blank expression, Pei Qian felt very interesting and briefly explained the various rules of hosted fitness. Guoliqing's expression changed from confusion, to shock, to hesitation, to confusion, and finally to compassion. After Pei Qian finished speaking briefly, Guoliqing sighed softly. Boss Pei, I am now sure that you really don't understand the fitness industry. To be honest, in this industry, conscientious gyms don't last long. If you open it this way, you will be in a dilemma. I'm afraid you will neither gain reputation nor make money. Oh, Pei Qian was delighted. It seemed that his plan had been recognized by senior gym insiders. This was a good sign. However, he still buried this joy in his heart and asked, what do you mean? Guoliqing coughed twice, glanced at Manager Wei who was negotiating a contract with Assistant Qian, and then lowered his voice and said, to be honest, President Pei, the current fitness industry is actually a gamble. People who work out bet that they will go every day after getting a membership, while gyms bet that they won't. The result is often that the gym wins. But even so, domestic gyms are still closing down and running away in batches. Some people didn't go to the gym for several months after getting a membership, and found that the gym was empty. This phenomenon is not uncommon. So, this is an industry where bad money drives out good money, which is similar to some other industries that are keen on getting memberships and running away. Only those with a black heart can make money. Those who survive by conscience and long-term goals are rare. Guoliqing became more and more serious as he spoke, but Pei Qian became happier as he listened. If what you said is true, the situation is more optimistic than I thought. Pei Qian said silently, I love to hear this. Tell me more in detail. Pei Qian remained calm. It seems that Guoliqing also has a strong desire to complain about this, and lowered his voice and said, Mr. Pei, to be honest, the 50 yuan a day you said is a lose-lose situation. Most consumers calculate that if they come 4 times a week, they will spend nearly 10,000 yuan a year, which is 5 times more expensive than the average gym annual card. They must think it is very expensive. But in fact, these gyms that sell annual cards for 2,000 are relying on a large number of waste cards and private lessons to support their profits. In other words, your pricing method makes consumers feel expensive, and you may not make any money. In my opinion, this is simply conscience, and especially for those unmotivated little it's more conscientious for novices, but the novices themselves don't think so. They all think that they can exercise every day by buying an annual membership, and they must think that it's not cost-effective for you. This is why I say that bad money drives out good money, because there are too many such novices. It's not easy to make conscientious money, but it's too easy to make bad money. The annual membership is 2,000 yuan, and the 2-year membership is 3,000 yuan. From this point of view, the 2-year membership is definitely cost-effective. The gym is betting that you won't come often, so the longer the membership is, the cheaper it is. On the surface, it seems that the gym is losing money, but for the gym, they just need to patronize it now. Let's talk about the 2-year matter later, and make the 3,000 yuan first. As a result, once a gym did this, other gyms had no choice but to follow suit. Otherwise all their customers would be snatched away by it. These gyms sell annual and 3-year memberships as much as possible, make money in advance, and then distribute flyers, attract people, and sell private lessons, completely ignoring the actual carrying capacity of the gym, but they have indeed overwhelmed other gyms in terms of momentum, overdrawing the customer base nearby, making it difficult for other gyms to continue. If you open a conscientious gym and don't make this quick money, you won't be able to hold on for long before the publicity offensive of these gyms is squeezed out, and how can you have a future? These gyms that make quick money disrupt the market and overdraw the future. The consumption potential of the future, when the situation is not good, they quickly patted their butts and ran away, leaving a mess behind. Another key point is that fitness is a relatively painful thing for beginners. Consumers in our country generally do not have the correct fitness concept, the fitness threshold is too high, the consumption experience is too poor, and there are too many novices, so the current gyms have become this model. If you want to make money conscientiously, you must at least be prepared to lose money for several years in a row. The resources and manpower to be invested are far beyond imagination. Not only do you have to make good products, but you also have to cultivate the market and change people's living habits. This is too difficult. So, if you want to make a quick buck and run away, then just ignore what I said. But I know that Tenda is a conscientious enterprise, so I hope you will think carefully and don't get involved in this muddy water because of a momentary impulse. After hearing what Guoliqing said, Pei Qian fell silent. I was so happy. Listen, my plan has been recognized by professionals. And it is highly recognized. If you say so, it will be easier for me to lose money, right? Seeing that Mr. Pei fell silent, Guoliqing hurriedly said, Mr. Pei, it seems that the contract has not been signed yet. It's not too late to regret now. Pei Qian laughed, regret? No, I have thought about it carefully. Since you said that this industry is an industry where bad money drives out good money, if you want to make conscientious money, you must be prepared to lose many years. Then let me change this industry. From now on, you are the manager of the Handong University store of hosted fitness. You have 3 tasks in the next few days. First, recruit a team of coaches, with a basic salary of 7,000, benefits, but no commission. All coaches must follow your template. Only those who are autistic and talkative are not welcome. Coaches take turns to rest, 2 days off a week, and rotate in 2 shifts in the morning and evening. Normally, ensure that there are enough coaches in the venue to guide the students. You can figure out how many coaches to hire. Try to hire as many as possible. I think about 20 people is enough. If someone gets sick and needs to take a leave, they can be transferred to another shift in time. Unreasonable overtime is not allowed under any circumstances. Second, find a construction team to redecorate and paint the store entrance to keep a low profile. Third, purchase fitness equipment according to the highest standards. Don't be afraid of the high price. Do you understand? Huolicheng felt a little confused. Did he say so much just now? But Mr. Pei Qian patted his thick shoulders. No buts, go and prepare. On the other side, Assistant Qian had finished talking with Manager Wei. Boss Pei, we have already negotiated. The gym area is 1,800 square meters. The original investment in this store was about 1.7 million. The main expenses are, the equipment here is low-end and medium-end, and some are second-hand, with a total price of 500,000, other supplies are about 50,000 to 80,000 yuan, including various equipment and instruments for private training, computers, desks, and chairs, etc. The decoration cost is about 900,000 yuan, in addition to employee salaries and advertising and marketing expenses, etc. If we take over the whole thing, the transfer fee will be around 500,000 or 600,000 yuan, but we only want the venue decoration, not the fitness equipment, so the final transfer fee is 300,000 yuan. Manager Wei will move all the equipment away, we will repurchase all the fitness equipment, recruit coaches, and pay the rent for the venue, considering that the fitness equipment we prepared must be of high standards and the staff salaries are higher than the industry average. The initial investment in equipment, transfer fees, and some miscellaneous aspects is about 1.5 million. The annual expenses, including rent, water, electricity, staff salaries, etc., are nearly 3 million. On average, it is about 250,000 per month. Pei Qian nodded, thinking that this investment did not seem to be a lot. The initial investment was 1.5 million. And the monthly expenses were only about 250,000. Even if there were no customers, it seemed that the loss would not be much. But on second thought, this is just one store after all. If you open 10 stores, wouldn't you lose tens of millions a year comfortably? First open a store and see how it goes. If no one is interested, open a few more. Anyway, as long as you open more stores, you will definitely lose more and more. Chapter 479, is this some kind of daily practice? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. April 9th, Saturday. Mayu Internet Cafe Handong University Branch. After finishing the preliminary preparations for the 2 game departments and the gym, Pei Qian planned to enjoy this rare leisurely weekend. He found a window seat in Mayu Internet Cafe, leisurely drank coffee, looked at the street view outside, and thought about what else to do next. The box office share of the movie seems to be coming soon, and it will be a large sum of money at that time. Pei Qian has already thought about how to spend this money, to build an apartment project. Just like hosting fitness, you can lose money and use it as employee benefits, double happiness, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, this money is a little bit too much, so you have to plan it before spending it. Pei Qian thought that he could sell a building appropriately, convert it into an apartment, and try it out. If everything goes well, he will use the remaining money to rent a house for renovation. The system prohibits house speculation, that is, the purchased house must be used for production and business activities, it cannot be idle, nor can it be hoarded and the price raised. Whether it is opening a restaurant or a hotel, it can be regarded as a production and business activity. But after Pei Qian bought the villa of Mingyun Private Kitchen, he never thought about buying a building again, mainly because the initial system funds in the previous cycles were too low. Fixed assets must be converted into system funds at 10% of their value, which will affect settlement. Assuming that it costs 30 or 40 million to buy a building, it is equivalent to 30 or 40 million after conversion. The initial system funds in the previous cycle were only 10 million, which accounted for 30 or 40% at once. In this way, the difficulty of losing money is too high, and it is easy to get out of control. In this cycle, the initial system funds have reached 20 million, and spending 30 or 40 million to buy a building will not have such a big impact on settlement. Of course, there are risks in doing so. House prices may rise. After considering this factor, Pei Qian decided to continue buying houses, mainly for 3 reasons. First, this world has changed a lot from what he remembered, and house prices may not rise so fast. Second, even if they rise rapidly, it will definitely not be in the past 2 years. Third, even if house prices rise, the increase will definitely not be as fast as the growth rate of the initial system funds. According to the current situation, the initial system funds will increase by at least 10 million every 6 months, which means that Pei Qian spends about 30 to 50 million to buy fixed assets every cycle, which is very cost-effective. This can be regarded as a fixed expense in each cycle. In addition, Pei Qian has to check on the situation of Yuanming Venture Capital and Zhang Yuan. After arranging work for Lao Ma last time, he still seems to have not found a new investment project. Pei Qian is very satisfied with this and does not intend to urge him. But in order to prevent Ma Yang and he Dishing from working behind closed doors for a long time and accidentally causing any big trouble, Pei Qian still has to be vigilant at all times. Although Zhang Yuan said that he wanted to set up an esports club, it seems that he himself is not very concerned about this matter and is still in the preparation stage. Pei Qian also plans to take time to take a look and give him guidance. In addition, there are some other trivial matters. Pei Qian feels that the main problem of his repeated failures is that he is not well informed. He plans to think of a way to monitor the movements of various departments at any time. The task of investing in yourself given by the system has not yet been completed. Other industries that do not seem to pose any threat at present also need to be paid attention to at all times. Who knows which industry will suddenly pop up and stab him in the back? The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more melancholy he felt. Life is as lonely as snow. Just as he was feeling melancholy, Pei Qian saw a familiar figure pushing the door and entering the Moyu Internet Cafe. Huh? Mr. Pei? What a rare guest. Wang Guangjian was surprised to see Pei Qian sitting in the corner drinking coffee. Pei Qian, ? Wait a minute, what does rare guest mean? I've been busy with work recently, and it's true that I haven't been to this Moyu Internet Cafe for a while. But if I remember correctly, this Moyu Internet Cafe is my property, right? Wang Guangjian also realized that there was something wrong with this statement, and smiled a little embarrassedly. Sorry, Mr. Pei, I was thinking about something, and my brain was a little distorted. This Internet Cafe was originally opened by you, ha 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 ha. I have to say, the coffee is very good. At present, Wang Guangjian is the #1 person in Mr. Pei's little notebook. Originally, Mr. Qiao was also a strong competitor, but Pei Qian had made Mr. Qiao suffer a setback after all, so he has been much more tolerant of Mr. Qiao. As for the people in the other little notebooks, as long as they come with a set of roller coasters, pendulums, bungee jumping, and haunted houses, they will basically be obedient. Only Wang Guangjian is a complete outlier. Playing roller coasters and pendulums, the more he played, the more excited he became. He kept saying that he was afraid of ghosts, and when he got to the haunted house, he screamed louder than anyone else, but when he came out, he was full of energy and rosy. This is simply an ultimate meat shield with full physical and magic resistance. All of Pei's attack methods are not worth mentioning in front of him. If he wants to take revenge, he can only use true damage. But Pei Qian currently does not have such means. So he can only let Wang Guangjin jump around on his face and show off his power. Pei Qian drank his coffee and smiled. How are you doing after moving to Jingzhou? Are you not used to it? If not, I think Shanghai is better. Before Pei Qian finished speaking, Wang Guangjin said, Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I'm used to it, too much. People in our studio even regret that we moved too late. We should have moved to Jingzhou when the studio was just established. Pei Qian's hand holding the coffee stopped in midair, ? I wanted to be sarcastic, but Wang Guangjin seemed to hear it as care and greeting. A waiter came over with 2 large paper bags in his hands, which seemed to contain 7 or 8 cups of coffee. Brother Wan, your coffee is ready. Wang Guangjin reached out and took it. Okay, thank you. It seems that Wang Guangjin should come here often, and the waiter is already familiar with him. These coffees should have been ordered in advance by phone, and they just need to come and pick them up. Pei Qian was a little surprised. The studio owner came to get coffee for the employees personally? Wang Guangjin smiled. I just wanted to come out to relax. Usually, everyone takes turns to get coffee. Do you have time, Mr. Pei? Why don't you come to our studio? Pei Qian instinctively wanted to refuse. Why should I go to see the arsenal that develops backstab weapons when I have nothing to do? But then he thought again, knowing yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Now that the enemy has advanced deep into the heart of Jingzhou, the danger is around us, so it is better to find out the enemy's situation and prepare in advance. Thinking of this, Pei Qian stood up. Okay, let's go around. Wang Guangjin carried a cup of coffee and crossed the street with Pei Qian to enter the Halo studio. This was Pei Qian's first time to come to the Halo studio. This was originally a 2-story bookstore, but it could not be opened and was forced to transfer. Wang Guangjin saw that this store was just across the street from Moyu Internet Cafe and close to Shenhua Haojing, so he happily rented it. After entering the studio, Pei Qian's first feeling was that it was full of spring and artistic atmosphere. The temperature in the room was suitable, and the warm sunlight shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, giving people a warm feeling. There were all kinds of green plants at the door, on the table, and in the corner, as well as many decorative artworks, including sculptures, portraits, etc. The tables and chairs and the overall layout of the workstations were also quite casual, but they did not appear messy, and it was obviously carefully planned. The whole environment gives people a relaxed and leisurely feeling, an environment that can fully stimulate imagination and creativity. Some people have noticed Pei Qian, who came in with Wang Guangjin, and greeted him. Huh? Mr. Pei. Hello, Mr. Pei. Welcome to come often, Mr. Pei. Each one was very enthusiastic. After all, in everyone's mind, Mr. Pei is Wang Guangjin's confidant, an important partner of Aura Studio, and a golden thigh that everyone can hold on to in Jingzhou. In Pei Qian's view, if Wang Guangjin is the assassin who finally stabbed the knife into his back, then these people are the ones who pushed him from behind and allowed the knife to penetrate deeper. If you say one thing, you have to write it down in a small notebook. But Mr. Pei is a person of quality after all. Facing everyone's warm welcome, he also smiled and waved in response. Wang Guangjin handed the coffee to a buddy next to him. Old Huang, you come and divide it, I will take Mr. Pei around. Pei Qian followed Wang Guangjin upstairs and toured the entire studio. Wang Guangjin sighed while introducing the details of the studio. It was a very correct decision to come to Jingzhou. The prices in Jingzhou are much lower than those in Shanghai. Whether it is renting a house or daily expenses, you can save a lot of money. The studio is bigger, the working environment has improved, everyone's work efficiency has been significantly improved, and their mental and physical states have also improved. Moreover, life is very convenient. Now we order Moyu takeout for all our work meals, which are nutritious, healthy, delicious, and not expensive. Moyu Internet Cafe and Nifeng Logistics have also greatly improved our sense of happiness in life. The most important thing is that as long as Tenda Group is here, life in Jingzhou will become more and more convenient, and the overall economic development will get better and better. Such prospects are not available in general second-tier cities. Listening to Wang Guangjian's introduction, Pei Qian had only one feeling. He was heartbroken. Look, this is completely happy and unwilling to leave. After coming to Jingzhou, he immediately abandoned the magic city completely. Scumbag. But Pei Qian could indeed see from Wang Guangjian's excited expression that he loved Jingzhou. Alas, it seems that it is unlikely to drive the Halo studio away. Melancholy. Wang Guangjian took Pei Qian for a walk and returned to his workstation. There is no separate office, on the one hand, because artists need to learn from each other, make progress together, and find inspiration in communication. On the other hand, it is because Wang Guangjian is responsible for the acceptance of all projects to ensure the consistency of the painting style. Pei Qian noticed that there was an extremely detailed portrait on Wang Guangjian's computer screen. About a quarter of the area in the lower left corner of the screen was a photo of a real person. He was a white man who looked to be in his 40s, with a handsome face and a kind expression. Apart from that, there wasn't much else that impressed him. What surprised Pei Qian even more was that the portrait was not drawn exactly according to the photo. It not only added many details that were not originally there, but also modified the image of the person in some aspects. For example, the model's face has a few more wrinkles, but it does not give people a feeling of aging or vicissitudes, but enhances his charm. The beard and hairstyle are carefully trimmed, especially the beard, which is obviously a very rich and leisurely person who has the leisure to take care of it. The expression has also changed. He was originally very kind, but now he looks ambitious, and his eyes reveal a strong self-confidence. The slightly bald hairline has been completely made up, and the lush hair seems to show his strong vitality. If the photo is a middle-aged white man in good condition, then the portrait is an elite white man who has reached the peak in all aspects. Comparing the photo and the portrait, Pei Qian deeply understood what artistic exaggeration and reprocessing means. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. It's a great painting. If this person's original appearance was 70 points, this portrait would have reached 95 points. Not only does it retain the original features, but it also further highlights the characteristics of the appearance and comprehensively improves the temperament. Is this some kind of daily practice for you artists? Just find a photo, and then draw a vivid character based on this photo? The road of art really never stops. Pei Qian looked at the portrait with interest and praised it. Wang Guangjian looked a little strange. Mr. Pei. We have a tight schedule, and generally speaking, we don't have that much time to do such detailed painting exercises. This is our recent work content. Can't you see? This is the latest art requirement from Tenda Games. The rich protagonist in struggle. Pei Qian. Accidents always come so unexpectedly. Chapter 480 Tai Chi Master Wang Guangjian. If Pei Qian had known that this was a picture of his own project, he would have definitely given some advice. For example, he would have made some unreasonable requests from various aspects such as the painting style, details, and the expressions of the characters. However, Pei Qian had just praised this painting. He couldn't immediately make various comments after hearing that it was his own project, right? That would be too obvious and unreasonable. There was no way. Pei Qian could only force a smile. Well, it's good. Wang Guangjian clicked on the tablet with a pressure-sensitive pen and opened a folder. There are other line drawings here, too. Mr. Pei, take a look and see if there are any problems. You can modify them as soon as possible. The folder was full of thumbnails of various line drawings, but each thumbnail came with a photo. Obviously, after Hu Xianbin finalized the characters in these games, he went to find some suitable motion capture actors. The appearance of the motion capture actor does not need to be exactly the same as the character model in the movie, but it must be roughly the same, because the data generated by two people with completely different face shapes during motion capture will also be different, and forcing it to fit will definitely lead to failure. In order for the motion capture system to achieve the best effect, the motion capture actors must be carefully selected, and the characters in the game must be highly consistent with the real people. Obviously, when Pei Qian was busy arranging the hosting fitness and other tasks, Hu Xianben had already made great progress in the preparations for struggle. Isn't he a newcomer? This efficiency is crazy, right? Could it be that I am so unlucky that any chief planner I promote is so capable? Huh? Pei Qian thought about it and suddenly felt something was wrong. Even if Hu Xianben is very efficient, there is no reason to find so many foreign actors in such a short time, right? Finding people is not something that can be solved by improving efficiency. Look at these photos carefully again. The more you look at them, the more familiar they look. Pei Qian pondered for 2 minutes and suddenly remembered where he had seen them. Aren't these all foreigners who were found to play extras in A Better Tomorrow? When filming A Beautiful Tomorrow, the 3 main actors who appeared the most were all Chinese, but there were also a large number of extras who served as background boards. There were people of all skin colors and nationalities. They were all foreign friends that Huang Sibo and his team had worked hard to find around Jingzhou. However, these people appeared too few times, and after such a long time, Pei Qian's memory of the plot in the movie was a little vague, so he didn't recognize them at the first time. Now, Pei Qian confirmed that it was not Hu Xianben's high work efficiency, but he cheated. He must have asked Huang Sibo for these people's contact information, and then copied the homework directly. No wonder these photos look so familiar. Pei Qian was speechless. Hu Xianben, you look honest with thick eyebrows and big eyes. How come you are so skilled in copying homework? Pei Qian looked through these photos and line drawings one by one. The difference between actors from poor families and actors from rich families can be clearly seen in all ethnic groups and skin colors. This is also normal. After all, there are poor and rich classes in reality, and this temperament accumulated over a long period of time is difficult to change. Pei Qian tried very hard to find a tricky angle to give Wang Guangjian reverse guidance. However, he couldn't find an angle. Because all this is too reasonable. Hu Xianben's casting was obviously based on the real economic conditions and family backgrounds of these extras, which fits the characters in the game very well. When Wang Guangjian created art based on these photos, he also paid great attention to the sense of proportion. He simply magnified their characteristics and did not let the virtual image deviate too far from the actual image. Pei Qian was so anxious that he couldn't find an angle to start. President Pei fell into deep thought. Well, for a game, the graphics are only one aspect, and the core competitiveness of this game in discouraging players lies in its content and gameplay. It seems that it is not impossible to relax the style a little. Wait, I can't have such a wrong idea. I thought so when I was working on Turning Back. Pei Qian originally wanted to let it go, but considering the previous experience of Turning Back, he suddenly realized. The same mistake must not be made a second time. Since I have seen Wang Guangjian backstab his weapon, I must find a way to make the weapon malfunction. The water I put now is the blood that will flow from the backstab in the future. Think about how to mislead him. Well, this painting pays attention to the sense of proportion. Got it. Pei Qian found that when Wang Guangjian was shaping these images, he was worried that too much artistic processing would make these characters deviate from their original real images, so he restrained himself. This also reminded Pei Qian of Lu Jiao's acting skills at the time. Lu Jiao's biggest problem should be that he was too strong. And Pei Qian gave some reverse guidance at the time, making Lu Jiao's acting skills more restrained, which was well received. This is a very serious mistake. Wang Guangjian's attainments in painting are obviously much higher than Lu Jiao's. He knows very well that too much is as bad as too little, so he is very restrained when creating. So, this is a breakthrough. Isn't it enough to let Wang Guangjian's painting overdo it? Pei Qian coughed twice. The drawing is very good, but I have a little suggestion. Wang Guangjian immediately attached great importance to it. Oh? Mr. Pei, tell me in detail, I will change it immediately. After all, Mr. Pei is the chief designer of the game, and of course he has the highest decision-making power on the art requirements of this game. Pei Qian said seriously, these images are not too far away from the real image of the motion capture actors. You seem to be very restrained when creating, right? Wang Guangjian nodded, yes, because too much artistic exaggeration will make these images lose their authenticity. Pei Qian clapped his hands, that's right. This is what I want. Wang Guangjian, ah? Ahem. Pei Qian realized that he was a little too proud and quickly restrained himself. What I want is to lose authenticity. I want a more extreme and more artistic way of expression. Words like real and implicit have nothing to do with this game. In short, the more bizarre these images are arranged for me, the better, and try to achieve the effect of overdoing it. Wang Guangjian frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. When Hu Xianbin from Tenda's gaming department contacted him, he did not raise similar requirements. Hu Xianbin did not even raise detailed art requirements. Of course, this does not mean that Hu Xianbin has a problem with his work attitude. This is the tradition of Tenda's gaming department. All the former heads of Tenda's game department knew about Ghost General and knew that President Pei completely delegated power and let Wang Guangjian play freely, which is why there were those classic original paintings of Ghost General. Therefore, for these later games, including Game Producer and Turning Back to the Shore, Wang Guangjian also had absolute control over the art style. This time, Hu Xianbin proposed the art requirements of Struggle, and naturally continued this tradition, allowing Wang Guangjian to decide the specific style of painting. However, now that President Pei personally requested it, this must be taken into consideration. Wang Guangjian frowned and fell into deep thought. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart, very good. This seems to be the expression of a designer when he encounters a brainless client. Pei Qian can especially understand this feeling. These characters have already been outlined in line drawings, and the general image shaping has been completed, except for the refinement, but the client suddenly came over and said that he wanted to make a big change. Which designer would not be angry? But this is exactly what President Pei wants. He was already prepared. When Wang Guangjian argued with reason, he would give full play to the unreasonable characteristics of Party A, transform himself into a domineering president who was proficient in Mingxue, and reject all of Wang Guangjian's reasonable suggestions. Pei Qian seemed to see the dawn of revenge. Wang Guangjian thought for 5 minutes, still frowning. Obviously he still had reservations about Pei Qian's words, but what surprised Pei Qian was that Wang Guangjian held his breath for 5 minutes without raising any protests, and even had no intention of negotiating with him. After a long time, Wang Guangjian seemed to have finally made up his mind. He took a deep breath and looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian was ready instantly. Here it comes. Finally, you want to battle with me. Come on, I have prepared the most unreasonable quotes from Party A. Don't tell me what you think, I want me to think. If you think it doesn't work, I think it works. Change it all. No matter what your reasons are, all these original drawings must be changed. These words were already stuck in Pei Qian's throat, waiting to turn into bullets shot at the number one person in this little notebook. However, Wang Guangjian gritted his teeth and said, okay. No problem. Mr. Pei, although I haven't thought of a good solution yet, don't worry, since it is your request, I will try my best to meet it. Pei Qian? Fainted. What do you mean, shouldn't the script be written like this? shouldn't you argue with reason and battle with me? Then, aren't all the lines I prepared in vain? Could it be that Wang Guangjin, who was living under someone else's roof, didn't dare to offend him, so even though he disagreed with it in his heart, he had to do everything he could to fulfill the requirements of the brainless party, eh? This is too miserable. Pei Qian felt as if he had become a villain, and couldn't help feeling a little guilty in his heart. He hurriedly said, Don't force it. Wang Guangjin nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I won't force it, I understand what you mean. Pei Qian, ? Wang Guangjin continued, in artistic creation, you must find a suitable balance between the needs of the client and your own desire to express yourself. Only by finding this balance can you make the most perfect work. I believe that since you, Mr. Pei, have put forward this demand, there must be deep considerations. Although I haven't thought of a very good solution, after thinking about it just now, I also think that this demand seems to be able to be met in other ways. It's not a bad idea to try a different way of thinking. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. In short, Mr. Pei, don't worry, I will definitely strictly require myself, with quality as the first goal. No matter what style it is, I will definitely satisfy you. Pei Qian. I don't know why, facing Wang Guangjin, I always feel like I'm fighting against a Tai Chi master. No matter what moves I make, they are completely ineffective. Instead, they are used to counter the opponent's strength. Pei Qian suddenly had a bad feeling and wanted to say Party A's famous saying, let's just use the first version. But after thinking about it, if I really said it, people might mistakenly think that I have intermittent mental illness. The words have been spoken, and there is no way to change them. Pei Qian could only nod very reluctantly. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. I hope the final product is consistent with my expectations. Chapter 481 President Pei's Vision and Gu-raising Tactics. April 11th, Monday. Shenyang Games. Lin Wan was in her office, worrying about her recent work tasks. She found that the tasks assigned by President Pei were becoming more and more challenging. Previously, she was developing a rare online horror game on the market and was responsible for the development of a mobile phone at the same time. Now, she is operating the domestic service of IOI, a successful foreign game project. Directly competing with GOG of Tenda Games in the domestic market. In theory, the difficulty of developing a new game and being responsible for a mobile phone is much higher than being an agent for a game. Because the agent of a game does not need to do research and development by itself, it only needs to think about the operation and promotion strategy, which seems to be easier. But Lin Wan's pressure at this time is even greater than before. Because she thinks this is a very difficult task. Much more difficult than the previous tasks. As soon as she received this task, she called Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin to hold a meeting to discuss the plan for this task. Some conventional plans were quickly finalized, such as opening a national official website, national translation and dubbing, renting cloud servers, outsourcing customer service teams, opening and operating promotion activities for national servers, etc. These are the most basic. Even if Lin Wan doesn't care, Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin can complete them. But the problem is, how can we compete with GOG with just these? Lin Wan recalled that when President Pei gave the task before, he seemed to have great expectations for IOI's national service. But Lin Wan himself didn't think that IOI could compete with GOG in the national service. Because the quality of GOG's games is not inferior to IOI, and the most critical problem is that GOG has seized the market through the interoperability of terminal games and mobile games, and has attracted a large number of players through cash rewards settled in 4 seasons every year. At present, whether it is the original Shenqi and IOI players, or players who have never been exposed to similar games before, they all have a natural liking for GOG. It's already so far behind at the beginning, it's not easy to turn the situation around. What made Lin Wan speechless was that it was he who gave Liada the advice and asked her to launch the mobile version first. Of course, this idea was proposed by President Pei, but Lin Wan interpreted President Pei's intention. Lin Wan now has a little understanding of how other companies feel when competing with Tenda. It's totally impossible to say anything. Tenda Games can be said to be full of hidden talents, and it can also get guidance from President Pei, making it an absolutely difficult enemy. Just as he was worrying, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Lin Wan looked up and saw Yi Zhizhou. "How is the preparation for the opening of the national server going?" Lin Wan asked, casually. Yi Zhizhou sat down opposite the desk, with a document in his hand. "Everything is going well. Our department has always had experience in operating hot blood war song. Although the difficulty of operating IOI is much higher, it is not so chaotic." Lin Wan was a little melancholy. "I don't know what President Pei is thinking this time. I don't want to compete with Tenda's game department at all. But looking at President Pei's attitude, it seems to encourage us to spend money on marketing and promotion, so that the national version of IOI can seize the market of GOG. It always feels weird to fight against myself, especially since I am so familiar with the people in Tenda's game department. It seems even weirder. And I really don't think there is any chance of winning." Obviously, for Lin Wan, these two games are different. GOG is a game developed by Tenda itself, and it also has a hero based on President Pei, and although IOI is also good, it is not that friendly after all. Moreover, Tenda only has the right to operate IOI, but cannot interfere with its development, which makes Lin Wan feel very uncomfortable. Yi Zhizhou was silent for a moment, and said, "I think that Mr. Pei may be using the tactics of raising poison. GOG has developed too smoothly, and it is easy to fall into slackness and be overtaken by latecomers. For similar game types, most players will only play one at the same time, and the winner takes all." Lin Wan thought for a while. "I have thought so, but where is the evidence?" Yi Zhizhou said, "The evidence is time. The first investment after the establishment of Yuanming Venture Capital was to invest 20 million in Jito Company and obtain the National Service Agency rights of IOI. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Pei began to let the Tenda game department immediately start to develop GOG. Is this just a coincidence? Obviously, Mr. Pei has foreseen the huge potential of this type of game in the future. For most games, you can choose either agency or self-development, but Mr. Pei obviously attaches great importance to this game mode, so he will do both, agency and self-development at the same time." Lin Wan nodded, thinking it made sense. All along, Mr. Pei has given people the impression of being a mastermind and calculating. When making games, once a certain type of game is successful, we will never make a second game of the same type. But GOG and IOI are obviously the same type of games, but they are being deployed at the same time. Whether it is betting on both sides or letting the two projects spur each other, it shows that President Pei attaches great importance to this. Lin Wan thought for a while. "Then, our primary goal now is to complete President Pei's task and seriously grab GOG's users, right?" Yi Zhizhou nodded. "I agree. Although we can't guess President Pei's thoughts 100%, it should be certain that President Pei asked us to grab GOG's users." "But..." Lin Wan frowned slightly. "Maybe it's because I have a strong subjective color when looking at GOG. I really don't think there is any way that IOI can win GOG." Yi Zhizhou handed the document in his hand to Lin Wan. "I think this may be one of our trump cards." Lin Wan reached out to take it, quickly flipped through it, and found that it was a development plan for new heroes of IOI. This year, IOI plans to update 24 new heroes, an average of 2 new heroes per month. So fast? Lin Wan was stunned. Because she roughly knows the complex process required to create a new hero, including hero creativity, appearance design, original painting, modeling, action, special effects, numerical balance. These tasks are very tedious. Such an update speed is simply a model of hard work. As the saying goes, the best martial arts in the world can only be defeated by speed, and the same is true for games. Even if a game manufacturer's game is not so perfect, as long as it continues to update, improve, and provide new content, it can maintain sufficient player stickiness. On the contrary, even if a company's game is very good, but the update is too slow and cannot meet the players' demand for new content in time, the popularity of this game will decline rapidly. Finger Company's IOI itself is a well-made game. If it can be matched with this super-fast update speed, it is definitely very competitive. Lin Wan thought about it. GOG. It seems impossible to maintain this update speed. It's very good to make a new hero in more than a month. Yi Zhizhou nodded. Yes, we all know the situation of Tenda Games. Now the Tenda game department is divided into two groups. Hu Xianben himself leads a group of people to be responsible for the development of Struggle, while Min Jingqiao and Zhang Nan lead another group of people to be responsible for GOG's version updates, new hero design and skin design. Obviously, the number of people is much worse than that of Finger Company, and the speed of developing new heroes will naturally be very different. If IOI's hero update speed is much faster than GOG, it means that IOI can provide players with more game content, which is a huge advantage, enough to make up for the difference in early popularity. Lin Wan thought for a long time and said, okay, then we will start from this point. Since President Pei wants our two projects to spur each other on and make progress together, there is no reason to talk about personal relationships. Let's all do it on our own. At the same time, Pei Qian was in the office, checking the data of Moyu Takeout. Rui Yuchen, the person in charge of Moyu Takeout, stood aside with a very nervous expression. Since its inception, Moyu Takeout has been a subsidiary industry of Moyu Internet Cafe. The person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe changed from Ma Yang to Zhang Yuan, and then from Zhang Yuan to Xiao Peng, who has always been Rui Yuchen's direct superior. When Moyu Takeout was first established, Lin Sanrong was in charge, but because Lin Sanrong's outstanding loss performance during his time in charge of Moyu Takeout, Pei Qian transferred him to Mingyun Private Kitchen. So Rui Yuchen took over this vacancy and has been in charge of Moyu Takeout ever since. Pei Qian had never met Rui Yuchen before, because the business of Moyu Takeout belonged to Moyu Internet Cafe. If there were any needs, he could just ask the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe directly. The reason why Pei Qian called Rui Yuchen here today was, of course, to promote him. However, Rui Yuchen was still unaware of Pei's true intentions and was worried that Pei would come to question him, so he was very nervous and worried. So far, Moyu Internet Cafe has been losing money and has not made any profit, while other related businesses, Moyu Internet Cafe, ROF Installation, Mingyun Private Kitchen, have all turned losses into profits, and even opened branches in Lincheng. The only business that can compete with Moyu Takeaway, which continues to lose money, is Nifeng Logistics. But the person in charge of Nifeng Logistics is a die-hard supporter of President Pei. Lu Mingliang made great contributions to President Pei in the game department. How can he compare? Rui Yuchen felt that if President Pei wanted to find a loss-making department to cut, Moyu Takeaway seemed to be the most reasonable choice. Thinking of this, he became more nervous. Pei Qian was very satisfied after reading the various data of Moyu Takeaway. It is not difficult for a business to lose money for a while, but it is difficult to keep losing money, and no matter how other businesses turn losses into profits, no matter whether the person in charge is changed or not, it will still lose money. Lin Sanrong made Mingyun Private Kitchen popular, which is enough to prove his ability. But even Lin Sanrong could not turn Moyu Takeaway into a profit. This is enough to prove that Moyu Takeaway is a good department that can withstand the test. Thinking of this, Pei Qian gently tapped the table. What do you think? Moyu Takeaway is still not profitable. What is the main reason? Rui Yuchen's heart stomped and thought to himself that it was not good. Boss, Pei is really going to blame. Rui Yuchen has the answer in his mind. He thinks that Moyu Takeaway cannot make a profit, mainly because of the problem of this operating model. But he can't say it out loud. The operating model was decided by President Pei. If you say there is a problem with this model, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of President Pei? Rui Yuchen pretended to think hard, and finally shook his head. I don't know. Although this answer would make him look incompetent, it is at least much better than slapping President Pei in the face. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, a little surprised at the straightforwardness of this young man. But he soon smiled, because he was very satisfied with this answer. It seems that he is a malleable talent. In this case, he can take more responsibilities. Chapter 482 What is shock therapy? Pei Qian smiled slightly, took the teapot next to him and poured a cup of tea by himself, pushing it to Rui Yuchen's hand. Your answer is not bad. Rui Yuchen hurriedly took the teacup with both hands, and began to murmur in his heart. A good answer? What does it mean? I said, I don't know. President Pei doesn't often praise people. Do you think I speak the truth and am more honest? No way. Although the quality of honesty is very valuable, President Pei will not praise people just for this. Or, President Pei saw that I was playing dumb? He thought that my answer took care of his face, so he was more satisfied with my answer? No, it's impossible. President Pei is not that kind of superficial person. Or, my answer accidentally catered to the deep meaning of President Pei's question? After eliminating 2 wrong answers, Rui Yuchen's brain began to spin rapidly. He realized that behind President Pei's simple compliment, there must be a lot of very important information hidden. Could it be that Mr. Pei's decision to set a seemingly wrong operating model for Moyu Takeaway actually had a deeper meaning? And the reason he asked this was to test me to see if I could see the deeper meaning behind it. If I honestly answer, this model is not profitable, then President Pei will know, I only saw the first layer, but was completely unaware of the existence of the second layer. And now I answer, I don't know, which proves that I not only saw the first layer, but also realized the existence of the second layer. Although I didn't get the correct answer. At least the solution is correct. Not full marks, but at least 60 points for the steps. And President Pei's praise for me is probably because of this. A series of thoughts flashed through Rui Yuchen's mind in an instant. Seeing Rui Yuchen's solemn face, Pei Qian thought he was nervous and couldn't help but smile slightly. Don't be nervous, it's not that important whether Moyu Takeaway makes money or not, do you understand? Rui Yuchen's heart was shocked. Sure enough, for President Pei, the second goal of Moyu Takeaway is to make a profit, and the first goal is other things. What is it? Is it to provide benefits for employees? Is it to link with other industries so that Tenda's tentacles can penetrate into all aspects of life? Is it to provide consumers with healthier dishes and change their eating habits? Guide everyone to live a healthy life? Although I'm not sure which one it is, it's definitely one of the 3. Rui Yuchen was somewhat relieved that he just answered, I don't know, and it really happened to be the correct answer. Although there was a big deviation in the process of solving the problem, the result was right. He quickly cheered up and continued to listen carefully. Pei Qian continued, I called you here today to give you several tasks. First, starting today, the business of Moyu Takeaway will be separated from Moyu Internet Cafe. You will no longer report to Xiaopeng, but directly to me. The independent Moyu Takeaway will build its own stores and expand spontaneously, and will no longer be dependent on Moyu Internet Cafe. I know you want to ask where the money comes from. The money comes directly from me. Second, hire some nutritionists and experts at a high price to set up a food laboratory to develop various healthy meals suitable for Moyu Takeaway, including the selection and purchase of tableware and various ingredients, which will also be the responsibility of the food laboratory, and strive to improve the taste of Moyu Takeaway. Third, develop a set of fitness meals as rations for the gym, Pei Qian has been thinking about the arrangement of Moyu Takeaway for a long time. It has been more than a year since the establishment of the Moyu Takeaway business. It has not only solved the problem of employees' meals, but has also been working hard to make losses. Although it is a drop in the bucket compared to other profitable projects, this effort is also seen by President Pei. However, at present, Moyu Takeaway is dependent on internet cafes. If you want to lose more money with takeaways, you have to open more internet cafes. The money earned by internet cafes is already much more than the money lost by Moyu Takeaway. This is a dead end. Therefore, Pei Qian thought it was time to make the takeaway business independent. Letting Moyu Takeaway open some stores would allow them to spend more on rent, and after being separated from Moyu Internet Cafe, they could expand more freely. At the same time, Pei Qian thought it was a good idea to spend money on research and development for Moyu Takeaway. Of course, it was definitely not to develop fast food, which would be too profitable. Pei Qian didn't want to suddenly create a fast food brand like KFC or Silver Arches one day, which would be a big problem. Pei Qian thought of making some not-so-delicious healthy meals, fitness meals, fat-reducing meals, and other foods, and at the same time use relatively high prices to discourage mainstream diners. Speaking of takeaway, there is a joke. Why are many takeaways such as healthy vegetable salads not selling well? Netizens answered, I already eat takeaways, why do I still care about whether it is healthy or not? Of course, this certainly does not represent everyone's thoughts, but it does make sense. Most people order takeaways just for the oily and salty taste. Eating green vegetable leaves is really not delicious, and most people can't stick to it. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that preparing this so-called healthy meal should be the lowest risk option. Even if some urban white-collar workers ordered this meal to lose weight, the number of people would not be large. The characteristics of Moyu Takeaway, tableware recycling, determine that it is impossible to make a profit before the scale reaches a certain level. This set of fitness meals can be bundled with gym memberships for sale, and at the same time, it can dissuade gym customers and Moyu Takeaway customers from buying food, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. Pei Qian was a little impressed by his own wit. After listening to what President Pei said, Rui Yuchen fell silent, not knowing what to say for a while. He has been losing money, but he was not criticized, but was promoted. Now Moyu Takeaway and Moyu Internet Cafe are equal departments. Not only that, but he can also report directly to President Pei. Anyone who has watched palace dramas knows that being able to speak in front of the emperor is a great power in itself. This means that Moyu Takeaway no longer has to be inferior to Moyu Internet Cafe, and can only cooperate and help Moyu Internet Cafe, but can jump out of this framework and develop better. As for the food laboratory and fitness meals, they are even more meaningful. The former means that President Pei attaches great importance to the prospects of Moyu Takeaway, while the latter means that President Pei is willing to use other industries to support Moyu Takeaway. These 3 points exude a strong hint. You can do whatever you want, I will support you unconditionally. Rui Yuchen couldn't help but feel inexplicably moved, and became more certain of his previous thoughts. Mr. Pei's initial question does have a second meaning. The reason why Moyu Takeaway is not profitable is because of the operating model. Healthy meals do not focus on taste, so they are not popular. The damage, cleaning, disinfection, and recycling of tableware increase the cost, and only when a certain scale is reached can the cost be recovered. In Mr. Pei's view, making money is only secondary to Moyu Takeaway. So, what is the first priority? Rui Yuchen was just guessing at first, but now it is completely certain. The first goal of Moyu Takeaway is to guide consumers so that everyone can start with diet and live a healthy lifestyle. At the same time, Tenda Group will also make early arrangements in this process to lay a solid foundation for the development of various related industries in the future. This goal is very likely determined by Mr. Pei from the beginning of the establishment of Moyu Takeaway, but because of funding issues and related industry issues, the conditions were not mature before, and naturally, there was no need to mention it to the person in charge of Moyu Takeaway. But now, the conditions seem to be mature. Now Moyu Takeaway has become quite large and has a certain reputation among consumers. If we continue to expand and everyone has established the concept of healthy eating, then making money will be a piece of cake, right? Sure enough, the losses of Moyu Takeout before were all within Mr. Pei's calculations. Rui Yuchen wanted to say loudly, "Mr. Pei, I understand. I understand why Moyu Internet Cafe has been losing money, and I understand the true meaning of this operating model." But seeing the faint smile on Mr. Pei's lips, Rui Yuchen felt that it was unnecessary to do so. Obviously, Mr. Pei knew that I would guess this a long time ago, it was just a matter of earlier or later. Now shouting about this, it seems that I am very simple-minded. As we all know, Mr. Pei probably doesn't like subordinates who often talk about their achievements. Instead, he prefers those subordinates who only talk about problems, not achievements, and work hard. Rui Yuchen thought about it, and finally said a sentence. "Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I will complete the task beautifully and will never let you down." Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Well, the child is teachable. At the same time, Huang Sibo was lying on the sofa in his residence. He had just finished watching a foreign movie and suddenly felt a little bored. Looking at the date, it has been more than a week since Fei Huang's studio officially went into shutdown. The overseas release of A Beautiful Tomorrow is still being arranged, and the domestic box office revenue should be coming soon. President Pei arranged a full 4 months of shutdown time for Fei Huang's studio. Only a week has passed, and Huang Sibo is already a little overwhelmed. "I'm too idle at home, although paid vacation sounds great, staying at home with nothing to do but watch movies every day can also make people feel bored." Huang Sibo wanted to go to work, but he didn't dare. Boss Pei said that Fei Huang's studio must be shocked, so it must be shocked. If he was caught working secretly by Boss Pei, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. But can he maintain the current state for 4 months? That would be worse than death. Huang Sibo took out his mobile phone and sent a message in the Fei Huang studio group, "Boring." Soon, everyone responded. "Yeah. I watched 4 movies a day and almost vomited. I miss the time when I was filming A Better Tomorrow. I miss it too. Although filming is tiring, it is fun and very fulfilling. Now I have paid vacation, I feel like I am going to be spoiled." Everyone complained. Huang Sibo sighed silently, "It seems that it is not his problem, everyone thinks so." "Zhu Xiaozi, please don't complain. I've been thinking hard these days and suddenly realized a problem." Huang Sibo was stunned and quickly typed, "What's the problem?" "Zhu Xiaozi, what President Pei told us was not paid vacation, but shock. Huang Sibo was a little confused, "Is there any difference? We are actually on paid vacation now." Zhu Xiaozi made a contemplative expression, No, of course there is a difference. Paid vacation means that you are very tired from work and you need some time to rest. A week at most is enough. But President Pei gave us a crazy 4 months. For rest, this is obviously seriously overtime. So, President Pei used the word shock. Huang Sibo was a little confused, "How do you explain shock?" Zhu Xiaozi, shock therapy is an economic concept. It means that when facing a seriously unbalanced economic situation, some harsh measures are used to achieve a balance between social demand and supply. It may even make the social mechanism unable to operate normally in the short term, but if used well, it can quickly restore order after the pain. Preface. And our Fei Huang studio is currently facing such a situation. Huang Sibo was a little confused, "No? We are not seriously unbalanced and we are not facing any serious problems." Zhu Xiaozi, think about it again? Is everyone's mentality really not unbalanced? I am a graduate of the directing department who has just graduated for less than 2 years. Brother Huang, you have just switched from the game industry not long ago. As for others, let alone, although many of them are professionally trained, who has participated in such a successful movie? Our studio has been shooting short dramas. The first movie we made got more than 200 million box office, which was well received. Who dares to say that they are not arrogant? Who dares to say that their mentality is not unbalanced at all? Do you think that a box office of 200 million is not that difficult and can be easily achieved? Everyone fell into silence. Huang Sibo calmed down and asked himself, Director Zhu Xiaozi seemed to be right about this point. Indeed, everyone is a little arrogant. But this is also human nature. The first time a movie was made, the box office was cut by more than 200 million, and it was praised in various ways. It is difficult for normal people not to be arrogant. Huang Sibo thought for a moment and typed, "What does this have to do with shock therapy?" Zhu Xiaozi quickly replied in the group, "Think about it, if we plan to shoot the next movie with the current mentality, what will happen? The success of A Better Tomorrow is firstly because of the good script of Mr. Pei, secondly, it is because the inspiration accumulated by each of us has burst out, and we have completed super performance in the process of film creation. Finally, it is our first time to make a movie, and we are very cautious. But now? I don't doubt that Mr. Pei can come up with a good script, but the inspiration we have accumulated has been exhausted. At the same time, we are inflated and can no longer maintain the previous mentality. Shooting a movie under such circumstances will definitely fail. Obviously, President Pei has long seen the serious imbalance in the mentality of everyone in Fei Huang's studio, so he decided to use shock therapy to let us reflect and readjust our state. A word awakened the dreamer. Huang Sibo suddenly felt that it made sense. He hurriedly asked, "Then what should we do now? Stay at home and do nothing?" Zhu Xiaozi, reflecting on oneself and restoring the mentality is only one aspect, and another very important aspect is to replenish inspiration. In the film industry, it is not enough to only talk about hard work without methods. In the absence of inspiration, you can only make bad movies. Not only do you not make money or gain reputation, but you will also burn money and be scolded. Only when we have enough inspiration can we make better works. So, we have to go for further study. Chapter 483, The Magical Sun Never Sets Apartment. After hearing Zhu's words, everyone became active. Yes, it's such a good opportunity, it's a waste to stay at home and waste time. Director Zhu Su is a professional, and he is the person who contributed the most to the movie Beautiful Ming, besides President Pei. He is not proud and complacent, and he is still urging himself to make progress. We have no reason to indulge ourselves. With Zhu's leading role, other people in Fei Huang's studio also figured out this truth quickly. According to common sense, paid vacations should be used to rest and relax. It is really stupid to think about learning, improvement, and progress during vacation. That's not called paid vacation, but paid learning. But then again, this matter must be analyzed specifically. Don't spare paid vacations, they are all busy at work and their bodies are almost tired, so they need to rest. But everyone in Fei Huang's studio doesn't lack rest time at all. During the filming, post-production and promotion of A Beautiful Day, everyone was really tired, but in the second half of the month after the movie was released, everyone had rested enough. Every day at work, I did nothing but look at the box office on the Goyan app and laughed. In half a month, although I was still working, I played games, watched TV series, and ate snacks at work, and the previous fatigue had long been relieved. At this time everyone hoped to find something to do. And the so-called shock of President Pei just stopped everyone from working, and did not restrict other things. There is a company to pay wages, and use this time to learn some knowledge and improve yourself. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you resign and study, you have to consider the problems of living expenses and savings pressure. It is difficult to devote yourself to learning Zheng. Now? Salaries are paid, no worries. Moreover, Zhusu's words also awakened everyone's sense of crisis. Beautiful Ming is indeed successful, but this success has certain accidental factors, and it is not that this team can deserve the box office of more than 200 million. What if the next movie fails? Most talents have just reached the peak and are unwilling to imagine the scene of falling to the bottom quickly. Therefore, you must improve yourself. In order to be more successful and live up to Mr. Pei's expectations, I must use this time to study and improve myself, so that I can make a box office hit movie without relying on Mr. Pei in the future. The atmosphere in the group became heated. Where are we going to study? I heard that some universities have opened advanced training courses for actors and actresses who have experience in film and television. 1 year of courses compresses 4 years of undergraduate professional courses. The teachers are also excellent teachers. You can really learn a lot. No, this course seems to take a year, and we only have a few months. Well, it's useful for us, but it's useless for Director Zhu, right? After all, in terms of box office, other students of the same level, even professors may not be as good as him. Zhu spoke, don't have this mentality. We have indeed achieved some results, but those professors and teachers are all seniors in the industry. Don't think you are lucky. Zai has shot 2 films, and he is so proud of himself. We must respect our predecessors. Huang Sibo also agreed, yes, there must be a teacher among 3 people. Ordinary people also have their merits, not to mention professors of film and television majors. Zhu, considering the time, I suggest that you choose Handong University's Advanced Postgraduate Director Training class. Classes are held on Saturdays and Sundays, and the school system is 2 years. In this way, even after the shock of Fei Huang's studio is over, we can still attend classes on weekends. Of course, this so-called training class is more watery than everyone imagines, so in addition to attending classes, I will arrange some related learning for you. When there are no classes, everyone must watch and study a movie every week, write a film review, and read a book about film and television every week, write reading notes, and welcome. For the specific arrangements, I will go back to school to ask my teacher, and after finalizing the content, I will assign it to everyone. With Zhu's arrangements, everyone can rest assured. After all, he is a professional, even if there are some unclear points, he can go back to Handong University to ask the tutors and professors of his department. What's more, he has already made a movie like Beautiful Ming, and the school has repeatedly asked him to go back to give lectures to his juniors and juniors. This request is nothing. Huang Sibo also has this demand. After all, he switched from the game industry. During the process of making movies, he always felt that his foundation was weak and he didn't understand many things. Before, he had been busy with various work and coordinated various trivial matters for director Zhu Su, so he had no time to study and further his studies. Now he can finally make up for his shortcomings. Thinking of this, he was actually a little excited. Huang Sibo was excited and received a message. The payment has been received. In the office, Pei Qian yawned and prepared to go home after get-off work. After arranging the matters of Rui Yuchen and Moyu takeout, Pei Qian felt that the pressure of making money was reduced a little. However, just as he was about to leave the office, he received a message from Huang Sibo on his phone. Boss Pei, the money from the movie has arrived. Pei Qian's heart suddenly snapped. So fast? Although the shock therapy was used to solve the problem of Fei Huang's studio, the box office of the movie was not solved. In an instant, more than 70 million yuan was deposited into the company's account. Pei Qian was melancholy again, and felt that the burden on his shoulders became heavier. This Fei Huang studio only knew how to make trouble for me. Although he had known that such a sum of money would arrive, it was 2 or 3 days earlier than expected, which still made Pei Qian feel very unhappy. He simply put his phone in his pocket and pretended not to see it. Huang Sibo is a jinx. Every time he comes to me, it must be bad news. Ignore him. Humph, fortunately, I have prepared a destination for this money. Otherwise, I would really be hit. Pei Qian decided to go out tomorrow and solve this money at the speed of light, out of sight, out of mind. After half an hour, Huang Sibo glanced at his phone. Boss Pei still didn't reply. Hey, Mr. Pei seems to be busy again. Huang Sibo was a little melancholy. He originally wanted to wait for Mr. Pei to reply and briefly report his study arrangements during this period. But Mr. Pei did not reply for a long time, so Huang Sibo kept all his words in his heart. After calming down for a while and thinking carefully, Huang Sibo changed his mind again. He felt that it seemed that it was not right and unnecessary to report these things. If it was an ordinary boss, knowing that his employees were quietly learning and improving their business level, there would only be two reactions. First, he was not fully employed and had free time to do other things. Second, he wanted to change jobs. It would only result in more cruel exploitation. Of course, Huang Sibo knew very well that President Pei was definitely not such a boss. President Pei was a good boss who attached great importance to employees' rest time and private space, and no employee of Tenda wanted to change jobs. In this case, every employee improved himself in his spare time, not only to better complete the tasks assigned by President Pei, but also to realize his own value. But there was still no need to report. Because Huang Sibo felt that such things should be taken for granted in Tenda, so why should he report to President Pei? It would only make him look like he was seeking credit. President Pei did not like employees who sought credit. Thinking of this, Huang Sibo decisively gave up this idea and began to discuss the next training plan with others in the Fei Huang Studio Group. Tuesday, April 12. Pei Qian sat in the car, and the map on his phone showed the place he was going to this time, Jingzhou Xingjing City Dawn. This is a mid to high-end real estate project in Jingzhou. Pei Qian chose it for two main reasons. First, it is close to the company, and it can be reached in 20 minutes on foot. Second, it has a building that is particularly in line with Pei Qian's wishes. Of course, whether it is really in line with the requirements can only be confirmed when we arrive at the site. Pei Qian has already thought about where to spend the money earned from beautiful Ming. Buy a building. Of course, Mr. Pei's purchase of a building is definitely not a general purchase of a building. The system does not allow real estate speculation, but it does not prohibit Pei Qian from using system funds and buying buildings in the name of the company. The difference lies in whether the purchased building has been invested in production and operation activities. Just like the commercial and residential villa of Mingyun Private Kitchen, if it is left alone after purchase, it will not work, but it can be used to open a restaurant after purchase. This time, Pei Qian plans to buy a building and create a rental brand. The name has been thought of, Paddle Sloth Apartment. There are three benefits to building this new industry. Buying a building can quickly consume a large amount of system funds. Pei Qian's initial system funds are currently 20 million, and the fixed asset conversion rate is 10%, which means Pei Qian spent 60 to 70 million to buy a building, which is also within an acceptable range. This apartment can be used as employee welfare, and Pei Qian himself can also move in and use system funds to reimburse. Decoration, purchase of furniture, daily cleaning, maintenance, water and electricity, etc., can also further create more losses. Of course, there are definitely risks. The risk is that if this brand becomes popular, everyone will scramble to rent it, and then they will make money again. Pei Qian had of course considered this problem early on, and thought of ways to prevent profit. The first is the house type, and the second is the price. From the floor plan on the phone, it can be seen that Jingzhou Xingjing City Dawn is a very rare, high-end house type. 360-degree lighting without dead ends, a sun never sets house type that is fully transparent from east to west and north to south. Collecting sunlight in the daytime and moonlight at night, the whole building is a cylinder. Gathering the essence of the earth, shining with the sun and the moon, it can be called a fighter among all bright houses. When Pei Qian saw this floor plan, he wanted to complain. This house type is very suitable for growing sunflowers. Every room can be rotated in circles to bask in the sun, and will never miss a minute of sunlight. But the more such house types are, the more they meet Mr. Pei's requirements. Chapter 484 I Want This Building. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Arriving at the main entrance of the city's Shuguang community, Manager Yang of the sales office was already waiting outside in advance. Mr. Pei, welcome. I didn't expect that our community would also catch your eye. I am really flattered. Facing the enthusiastic Manager Yang, Pei Qian was too embarrassed to tell the truth. He came here just for the strange layout of this house. Pei Qian discovered this house by chance. After seeing the floor plan, he immediately liked it. Then he asked Assistant Qian to contact this place and confirmed to come and see the house today. With Tingda's current reputation in Jingzhou, the sales office naturally attached great importance to it and arranged Manager Yang to come to receive it. Mr. Pei, should we go for tea first, or go directly to see the house? Manager Yang asked. As soon as Pei Qian got out of the car, he kept his eyes on the strange cylindrical building. Let's look at the house first. Manager Yang nodded. Okay, follow me. Pei Qian followed Manager Yang into the community, and at the same time, his eyes swept over the surrounding residential buildings. There are many residential buildings in the Shuguang community in the entire city, and most of them are square and normal in layout, no different from other normal communities. Only this building, this lonely cylindrical residential building, is so unique. It is located in the center of the entire community, and there are 4 big characters City Dawn on the roof, which shows its lofty status in this community. If someone who has no idea comes here for the first time, he may be fooled. But Pei Qian has done a full investigation. This building has 1 apartment per floor, with an area of 248 square meters, 5 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, 4 bathrooms, and a total of 12 floors. The floor height is higher than that of ordinary residential buildings, reaching 3.6 meters. If you look at the floor plan, it looks like the circular mosaic pattern when the TV station has no programs to broadcast. Pei Qian checked the posts online before and saw many strange apartment types, such as runway apartment types, sewer apartment types, toilet apartment types, worship apartment types, etc. It was eye-opening and amazing. Pei Qian was itching to buy it, but unfortunately, the names of the communities where these apartment types are located were not marked in the post, so he could not find them. Moreover, most of them are not in Jingzhou. As a second-tier city, Jingzhou's housing prices are not high compared to the rest of the country, and developers are not short of land, so the probability of building such strange housing types is not high. Generally speaking, it is only in the super first-tier cities where every inch of land is valuable and the space utilization is squeezed to the extreme when building a building that various strange house types may appear. However, hard work pays off. After repeated searches, I finally found this sun never sets house type with 360-degree lighting near the company. This house type does not seem to be an isolated case. Many other cities, such as the capital and the Magic City, also have it. The area ranges from more than 200 square meters to more than 400 square meters, and the circle is getting bigger and bigger. As for why? Who knows? Maybe the big boss of the developer thinks that the local tycoons will like this house type. The characteristic of this house type is that it looks beautiful, but it is not practical at all. It is indeed good in terms of landscape, but imagine if the living room, bedroom, study, etc. of a house are all irregular shapes. How painful is it? This house type means that the space utilization rate will be very poor. It is said to be more than 240 square meters, but in actual use, it may not be much different from the normal 200 square meters. What's more, no matter how good the scenery is, you will get tired of it after 3 days. Most people buy houses for comfort and practicality. The original price of such a house was about 15,000 yuan. Because it is not selling well, it has now dropped to 12,000 yuan, but even so, the price of a house is about 3 million yuan. For ordinary local tyrants, isn't it good to buy a large flat for 3 million yuan? To simply summarize the current situation of this house, the local tycoons don't like it and the young intellectuals can't afford it. Most of the other buildings in the entire community have been sold, but this building is the only one that still has information about being on sale online. If the price is reduced too much, the developer will not be happy. If the price is reduced too little, the buyers will not be happy. So it was awkward. However, it perfectly met Pei Qian's needs. It is also a kind of happiness to have unique needs and not have to compete with others. Manager Yang took Pei Qian to the high-rise model room and began to speak eloquently and boasted about how awesome the view was and how grand the entire apartment was. Of course, Pei Qian didn't hear a word of it, because he knew that 90% of it was a lie. Of course, he didn't need to argue with Manager Yang about this. After all, it was not him who bargained, but Assistant Qian. Pei Qian walked around a little and felt it was not bad. After all, this is a house of more than 240 square meters, with windows all over 360 degrees, and it is finely decorated. No matter what, it is better than the ordinary rental house he lives in now. This house didn't sell well, not because of its poor quality or flaws, but mainly because of the layout, which made the price-performance ratio too low. There are too many better options at the same price. The harder Manager Yang introduced it, the more Pei Qian was sure that this house seemed to be really not easy to sell. In this case, we must buy it. Manager Yang and Pei Qian's needs took a turn and magically matched. Half an hour later, Manager Yang was so thirsty that he stopped to drink some water and observed Pei's expression. He could not see anything. On the one hand, Pei seemed to have completely seen through his words and knew the situation of this house. On the other hand, Pei seemed to be very interested in this house. Two contradictory expressions appeared on Pei's face at the same time, so Manager Yang didn't know what he was thinking. Pei Qian thought for a moment and asked, "So far, how many households have lived in this 12-story house?" Manager Yang's heart suddenly stomped. "It's bad." Pei asked such a sharp question right away. In fact, only 3 units of this house have been sold so far, accounting for a quarter of the entire building. Moreover, these owners have regretted it and want to sell this house second-hand. What is the intention of Pei's question? Could it be that he had seen through the current situation of this house and deliberately asked this question to hint to me that this house was not popular and wanted to take the opportunity to lower the price? Manager Yang was a little confused, but he did not dare to lie, because this kind of thing could not be concealed. "Don't worry, Mr. Pei. We still have enough houses. You can choose which floor you want." Manager Yang decided to beat around the bush. Pei Qian frowned. "I want to ask how many houses have been sold." Manager Yang found that he couldn't fool around, so he had to tell the truth. 3. "Mr. Pei, our house is originally positioned as high-end. It is normal that ordinary people can't afford it. These 3 owners are all successful people in Jingzhou. Of course, they are still far behind you, but..." Pei Qian raised his hand and interrupted Manager Yang. "Please notify these 3 owners that I intend to buy their 3 houses as well. I hope they can move out as soon as possible. I can help them with the moving expenses." Manager Yang, ? He was stunned for a moment. Mr. Pei, our new houses on other floors are all for sale, you don't have to." "Wait, Mr. Pei, you mean?" Manager Yang showed an extremely shocked expression. He had correctly understood the meaning of Mr. Pei's words, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Pei Qian nodded. Yes, I want this whole building. Manager Yang was dumbfounded, tears flashing in his eyes. At this moment, President Pei's figure seemed to radiate glory, making him think of the savior. Afternoon. Pei Qian was drinking tea leisurely in the office when Assistant Qian came back. It seems that after an afternoon of negotiations, the three parties have reached a preliminary consensus. Boss Pei, the three families were originally very dissatisfied with this apartment, so they all agreed. With this money, they can move to a new house, and they are so happy. You said that you hope they can move out as soon as possible, so we arranged a moving company for these people and reimbursed them for their hotel accommodation expenses during their house hunting. As for the price, the average price of the house is 12,248 square meters, 12 floors. Since we paid in full, the purchase price was discounted by 10%, and the final price was 35 million. If you think it's okay, then go with this price. Pei Qian nodded. He always trusted Assistant Qian's bargaining ability, 100%. 35 million to buy such a building. The apartment is indeed a bit worse, but it can't be said to be a loss. Pei Qian didn't spend all the money earned from the movie. The reason is very simple. He first needs to see if his ideas can work and whether Sloth Apartment can lose money smoothly. Only after confirmation can the remaining money be spent. In addition, there is another good way to spend money in Pei Qian's plan, which is the soft furnishing of the house. This building is considered a fixed asset. After a 10% conversion, there is still 3.5 million, which will affect the settlement. Pei Qian expects that the fixed assets in his hands in this cycle will add up to 90 million at most. If it exceeds 100 million, it will not be so convenient to create losses. However, you can spend as much as you want on the soft furnishings in the house. For example, some more expensive furniture, decorations, home appliances, etc., these will not affect the settlement. Of course, Pei Qian did not dare to go too far, such as arranging a full set of top luxury furniture. In that case, this place will be too easy to become famous, and it may attract all the local tyrants in Jingzhou, which is very risky. Mingyun private kitchen is a lesson learned from the past. Therefore, Pei Qian's goal is to spend as much money on soft furnishings as possible without showing off, and at the same time take the opportunity to raise prices to achieve a perfect balance. This balance is simply, the rich don't like it, and the poor can't afford it. It is best to let Sloth Apartment be stuck in this awkward position. Chapter 485 An architect who meets the requirements, for leader no tier. April 13, Wednesday. Liang Qingshan, who set foot on Jingzhou land for the first time, looked at the street scene outside through the car window with some curiosity. The driver who came to pick him up from Tenda had good driving skills and drove very smoothly. He should be able to meet Mr. Pei from Tenda soon. Thinking of this, Liang Qingshan couldn't help but look forward to it. Liang Qingshan currently works at Jialing Architectural Engineering Design Company, Ltd. Jialing Architectural Engineering Design Company, Limited is a first-class design company in China. It is mainly responsible for the design of space processing, style grasp, and skill application. Its business content includes land planning, product positioning, architectural design, landscape design, interior design, soft decoration design, etc. The company's specific design content includes different leisure and entertainment venues such as model rooms, sales offices, clubs, shopping malls, and hotels. It has designed thousands of real estate projects for first-tier real estate companies across the country and enjoys a high reputation in the industry. The company's founder Zhou Nanling has won various architect awards at home and abroad, and has also appeared on some variety shows, with the reputation of magician Da. In a variety show, Zhou Nanling once transformed a very small apartment with only 12 square meters, 5.1 meters at the highest point and 3.1 meters at the lowest point into a two-bedroom, 1 living room and 1 bathroom apartment, making full use of every inch of space to meet the living needs of 4 people. See this chapter. Although he designed decoration for ordinary families on the show, in fact, it is impossible for ordinary families to hire a designer of his level. Zhou Nanling and Jialing Design Company, Limited generally only accept orders worth more than 1 million, such as planning for high-end hotels and shopping malls, or designing model rooms for some large real estate developers. Yesterday afternoon, the company received a call from Tenda Group, a well-known local enterprise in Jingzhou, saying that they wanted to create a brand called Sloth Apartment and hoped to have long-term cooperation and invite an architect to Jingzhou. Zhou Nanling originally wanted to ask a senior architect under his command to make a trip, but the other party asked to find an architect under 30 years old, on the grounds that it was easier to understand the demands of young people. This request is very outrageous. Because the profession of architects requires a lot of experience, and the older you are, the more popular you are. Architects under the age of 40 can be called young architects, and architects under the age of 30 who can become famous are rare. Although this reason is a bit ridiculous, the client's requirements must be met unconditionally. Therefore, Liang Qingfan, 27 years old this year, was able to get this precious opportunity to come to Jingzhou and independently take charge of such an important project. Liang Qingfan had heard of the company Tenda a long time ago, because he had played the game Fortress at Sea. Recently, because of the movie A Better Tomorrow and the automobile phone, he knew that Tenda seemed to not only make games, but also had many other industries. But after asking Baidu and then looking through the TPDB website, he found that Tenda actually had so many industries. Especially after seeing industries such as Moyu Internet Cafe and Mingyun Private Kitchen, Liang Qingfan was even more excited. He couldn't help but imagine that if this cooperation could go smoothly, there might be hope to take over all the design work of these industries and establish in-depth cooperation. If it really comes to that, maybe he can set up his own business in Jingzhou and set up a new design company. Liang Qingfan couldn't help but be full of longing for the future. "Driver, are we going to meet Mr. Pei now?" Liang Qingfan asked. Xiao Sun shook his head. "No, Mr. Pei has made arrangements for you to settle down in the hotel first and have a good rest. Meet Mr. Pei tomorrow to discuss work." Liang Qingfan hurriedly said, "No, it's not even noon yet, it's still early, and I don't have any luggage, just a small suitcase. If Mr. Pei is convenient, I want to meet him directly and talk about the project first, so that I can feel more at ease." Xiao Sun thought for a moment and said, "Okay, wait a moment, I'll call Mr. Pei." Xiao Sun stopped the car temporarily on the side of the road, called Pei Qian, and said a few words. Mr. Pei agreed, "So I'll take you directly to the Shuguang community in the city." Half an hour later, Xiao Sun drove Liang Qingfan to the Shuguang community. At the entrance of the unique building of Sloth Apartment, Pei Qian was already waiting at the entrance. Liang Qingfan hurriedly got out of the car and greeted him. "Mr. Pei." "Mr. Liang." The two hit it off and shook hands cordially. Pei Qian looked Liang Qingfan up and down and was very satisfied with his age. In order to find a designer who meets the needs, Pei Qian also took great pains. Although hiring a famous designer can cost more money, it will also bring popularity. Zhou Nanling is a famous domestic designer. If you want to hire him to do the design, you can indeed spend more money, but it is also equivalent to setting a golden signboard for Sloth Apartment. What if many people want to move in as soon as they hear Zhou Nanling's name? So, we can't hire someone too famous. But, we can't hire someone too lousy either. Mainly because Pei Qian himself is going to live there. If we really hire a lousy designer to make the room look messy, then Pei Qian himself will be upset living there. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Therefore, after considering for a long time, Pei Qian made a request to Jialing Design Company, find a designer under 30 years old. This kind of designer must have much less experience, and the design will not be particularly brilliant, nor will he be famous, and will not attract bees and butterflies. At the same time, the architect who can be recommended by Zhou Nanling should not be too bad, so as not to mess up the house and make Pei Qian feel bad. Taking all factors into consideration, this Liang Qingfan meets Pei Qian's requirements very well. While Liang Qingfan was surprised at Mr. Pei's youth, he also saw sincere welcome and appreciation from his eyes, without any contempt or dissatisfaction. This greatly increased Liang Qingfan's favorability towards Mr. Pei. As a very young designer, Liang Qingfan often sees emotions such as, "Can such a young person do it?" in the eyes of the client. Although he doesn't say it, he still has some grudges in his heart. And Mr. Pei's attitude made him feel like spring breeze. After a few greetings, Pei Qian took Liang Qingfan to the elevator and came to the model room of this building. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the large living room that took up a quarter of the floor plan. It was in the shape of a right-angle fan, with a sofa, coffee table, TV, round dining table, piano, and 2 sets of seats for drinking tea by the window. See this chapter. Overall, it was pretty standard. Obviously, the developer did not find the best designer to design this model room at that time, but judging from the current situation, the designer is not bad, and he has done his best. Liang Qingfan looked up and down, and then asked, "Mr. Pei, are all the units in this building fully decorated?" Pei Qian nodded, yes. Liang Qingfan was a little melancholy. Fully decorated means that there is no way to make drastic changes. You can't just scrape away all the good floors and walls, and knock down all the useless non-load-bearing walls, and then redo everything, right? The fine decoration here is very well done. It is unnecessary to tear it all off, and it will greatly extend the construction period. Liang Qingfan looked at the various furniture in the model room again, then, "Mr. Pei, these furniture." Pei Qian waved his hand, "Replace them all. I invited you here this time in the hope that all the soft furnishings can be customized again. Each floor will be built according to the soft furnishing standard of more than 500,000 yuan. We will pay you a 30% premium for the design fee. In terms of specific style, it is best to have a simple style suitable for young people, and avoid those fancy and luxurious decorations. All smart home appliances that can be matched must be matched, the sofa must be comfortable, and it must be equipped with special gaming equipment, a large TV and a laser projector must be available, as well as a game console, game discs, a sound wall, and a high-end massage chair, etc. In short, the name of the project is Sloth Apartment, which means that after young people move in, they will be like sloths and never want to move again. Pei Qian pointed out Qingshan and repeated his needs. In short, the first goal is to meet his own needs. As for other tenants, it's better if you don't like it. Liang Qingfan felt a little melancholy. The demand is quite clear, but it sounds like this sloth apartment seems a bit unreliable. Jailing Design Company has designed some soft decoration cases, but they are all model rooms designed for large real estate companies, and the overall style is also luxurious and high-end. It is also commonly known as the garden house style. See this chapter. Those who can afford this kind of large apartment are generally local tycoons and rich people, and most rich people don't like simple style and Nordic style. This simple style is relatively suitable for small apartments and young people. But young people generally can't afford this kind of large apartment. President Pei's requirements were even more excessive. Not only did he want a simple style and a high-quality feel, he also forced a soft decoration standard of more than 500,000 yuan, and even wanted to fill the room with various entertainment equipment. Then the target users of this house are too few, right? However, Liang Qingfan thought again. After all, Sloth Apartment is rented out, not sold. If the rent is right, there should be some young people who will come to share the rent. At present, the monthly rent for a 60 square meter 2-bedroom and 1 living room apartment in a slightly better location in Jingzhou is about 2,300 yuan. According to this standard, this house can be shared by at least 3 to 5 young people. As long as the rent is set at around 6,000 yuan, everyone will share the cost, and there should be many people living there. So Liang Qingfan didn't say much, but just silently wrote down Mr. Pei's requirements and began to seriously consider how to carry out soft decoration design to meet Mr. Pei's requirements. And Pei Qian was considering how to raise the monthly rent of this house to more than 8,000 yuan if the system allows, and persuade tenants to leave as much as possible. P.S. In the future, some pictures or characters used for the material will be posted in this chapter, and they will not take up the text. However, Jidian seems to be a little slow in posting pictures, and it may take a few minutes to complete the construction. Please wait patiently. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 486 Additional Services of Sloth Apartment. After seeing the situation on the scene, Pei Qian asked Sun to send Liang Qingfan to the hotel to rest, while he returned to the office of Shenhua Haojing. So far, Pei Qian has confirmed multiple insurances for Sloth Apartment. The apartment type seems fancy, but it is not practical at all. In order to prevent being favored by local tycoons, the decoration is deliberately simple, avoiding the luxurious garden house style. Moreover, the model of buying a building and then renting it out, whether it can be rented out or not, is impossible to recover the cost within a few or even dozens of cycles. A house with soft furnishings goes straight to 3.5 million. If the monthly rent is set at 8,000 or even 9,000, even if someone has been living there, after deducting various expenses such as cleaning, it will take 300 or 400 months to make it back. In Pei Qian's memory, the rental-to-sale ratio of domestic houses has always been not very good. The reason why many people are keen on buying houses is mainly because of the supporting benefits such as household registration and school districts, as well as the future appreciation potential of the house. Of course, the house itself maintains its value or even increases in value, but as long as Pei Qian does not sell it, the value of the house itself will never be realized. For Pei Qian, the house's appreciation potential is a negative factor, but no matter how much the house appreciates, the system will still calculate it at 10% of the fixed assets when settling accounts. As long as you are not greedy and control the total amount of fixed assets not to exceed half of the system's initial funds, there will not be much impact. Therefore, whether the Sloth Apartment project succeeds or not, whether it is popular or not, it is very cost-effective for Pei Qian. Of course, it is better not to be popular, so that at least more than 100,000 yuan in rent can be lost every month. This alone is not enough for Pei Qian. He has to use more methods to dissuade the target users, that is, those young people who like the mood of capital. The method is very simple, that is, to raise the price severely. At present, the rent of such a house, according to the reasonable price of the Jingzhou rental market, is about 6,000, suitable for 4 to 6 people to share, just over 1,000 per person. This price is higher than the rent of other houses on the market, but considering that it is a well-decorated house with complete furniture and appliances, this price is very reasonable. If it is really priced at 6,000 per month, there will definitely be people who will come to rent such a large Jingzhou. The system also limits the price to not exceed the reasonable level too much. If the price is to be raised, it must provide services of similar value regardless of whether the customer needs it or not. Therefore, Pei Qian decided to provide additional services for this house. Cleaning services are mandatory for all houses in Sloth Apartment. You can choose not to use it, but I will charge you. Hire a certain number of cleaning staff, sweep every 3 days and every 7 days, which is completely in line with hotel services. Housekeeper, equip each building with a housekeeper to handle various problems at any time. At the same time, they must master the information of all tenants, refuse entry to unknown persons, and strive to protect the rights and interests of tenants. If there is a problem with the house, the housekeeper can directly use the funds of Sloth Apartment for repairs, and President Pei will be very happy. Regular upgrades. The rooms will be upgraded every once in a while, such as updating the latest smart devices, providing tenants with the latest gaming equipment, purchasing new games and memberships of various video websites, etc. Of course, these things belong to Sloth Apartment, and tenants have no right to take them away. After adding these, Pei Qian tried to ask the system again, and finally set the rent of this house at 9,000 per month. The house has 5 rooms, but the space of one of the bedrooms is relatively unsuitable for living, so Pei Qian plans to arrange it as a study. In this way, this apartment actually has 4 bedrooms. Calculated at 30 per month, the daily rent of each room has reached about 80 yuan. Although it is still cheaper than most mid to high-end hotels in Qingzhou, it has crushed 99% of the rental houses in Qingzhou. In this way, if the house can be rented for a short period of time, it still has a certain cost-effectiveness. Therefore, Pei Qian has one last absolute. No shared rent, no short-term rent. The house must be rented as a whole, and the information of each tenant and visitor must be registered with the housekeeper. The rent can be paid monthly, without a deposit, but the rental contract only has 2 options, half a year and 1 year, and must be lived in. If you want to check out within the deadline, you can also. No money will be deducted, and the remaining rent will be refunded, but the customer cannot live in any house under Sloth Apartment within 1 year. In this way, people who want to live in Sloth Apartment as a hotel should be discouraged. According to the current salary level in Qingzhou, those who can afford to rent Sloth Apartment should be those rich people. But rich people can afford to buy houses themselves, why should they rent? As for ordinary office workers, I am afraid that only Tenda employees can afford to rent. But Tenda employees want to pay for renting houses in Sloth Apartment? No way. Pei Qian was considering refusing to let Tenda employees move in at the beginning of the Sloth Apartment. After Pei Qian verified that Sloth Apartment was indeed not making money, he would build it on a large scale and then arrange for Tenda employees to move in, using employee benefits to offset the rent. In this way, he would get double happiness. Of course, the system requires that only a portion of the houses in the Sloth Apartment can be used as employee dormitories, probably to ensure that the project has the possibility of profitability and the nature does not change. But as long as Pei Qian builds enough Sloth Apartments, he can always accommodate all employees. At that time, some of them will be used as dormitories for employees, and most of them will not be rented out and will remain vacant. Wouldn't this lose money? Finally, Pei Qian has to find a person in charge of the Sloth Apartment. Previously, the person in charge of the new project was transferred from other departments. This time, Pei Qian decided to change his mind a little. Let Qingshan, an architect, take charge of the Sloth Apartment. Does it seem to be a good choice? Of course, he is still an employee of Jailing Design Company, but Pei Qian firmly believes that as long as the hoe is used well, there is no corner that cannot be dug. Let a young architect be responsible for the management of the apartment. This profession should be considered very inappropriate, right? Of course, whether to recruit him or not, we have to carefully investigate it. If the script of Sloth Apartment develops exactly as Pei Qian imagined, and Qingshan does everything Pei Qian asked him to do, and does not show any management or marketing talent, then Pei Qian can consider recruiting him. April 14, Thursday. Managed fitness. The coaches sat or stood in the rest area, looking a little at a loss. There are 20 coaches in total, 14 male coaches and 6 female coaches, all of whom were officially hired after Guo Liqing carefully assessed and screened. The local fitness circle in Qingzhou is not very large, and Guo Liqing also knows some friends. After introducing each other, Guo Liqing announced the salary and benefits of the managed fitness, and the people were immediately recruited. Guo Liqing also strictly selected according to Mr. Pei's instructions, looking for coaches with excellent professional qualities, who are honest people like himself who don't like to talk nonsense. Mr. Guo, do we really not need to hand out flyers or anything? Asked a sweet-looking female coach with a curvy figure. This female coach is called Li Yaling. What we see now is just the appearance. If you take off your coat, you can see the high bulging biceps and 4 clearly visible abdominal muscles, which vividly interprets the saying "you may die if I punch you." See this chapter. The other coaches also stared at Guo Liqing and waited for Guo Liqing to make a decision. Guo Liqing nodded. "The boss told us not to do anything, just wait for customers to come." Li Yaling sighed softly. "Can you trust the boss's words? Which gym in China nowadays doesn't distribute flyers, sell cards, and classes? Everyone has done this, although reluctantly, but it's work, isn't it? I think no matter what the boss says, we still have to take the initiative to find work to do." Guo Liqing hesitated for a moment, but soon he was firm in his belief. "No, Mr. Pei seems different from other bosses." Li Yaling was a little helpless. The bosses just look different. Some are strict, some are easygoing, and some seem to be very nice, but in fact they are all the same. They all hope that employees will take the initiative to work. "We don't need to sell membership cards here, and the salary is so much higher than other gyms. It's not appropriate for us to just sit and wait." Guo Liqing still shook his head. "Even if we use flyers to attract customers, what's the use? Think about the membership system of our gym. You must come a certain number of times a week, and we also sell fitness meals in bundles. Attracted by flyers, how many customers will accept such harsh conditions?" Li Yaling was speechless for a moment. "Then, what should we do then?" Guo Liqing looked around at everyone and said, "If you can't figure out the boss's idea, just do it strictly according to the boss's idea. Boss Pei must have his own ideas. We are not good at marketing anyway, so let's not mess around. In short, don't think too much. If Boss Pei really blames me, I will bear the consequences alone. There are no customers now, let's go warm up, they are all very good equipment, don't waste it. Remember to come and try the fitness meal later." There are no customers in the gym, and the coaches have nothing to do, so they just dispersed to warm up. These fitness equipment were just purchased. They are not the most expensive, but they are all the world's top commercial fitness equipment brands. They are durable, stylish, and combined with modern ergonomics. At present, only a very small number of high-end hotel gyms in Qingshan are equipped with them, and they are generally not available. Guo Liqing also ordered uniforms for all coaches, and the bright yellow color is very conspicuous. At the same time, the nearby Moyu takeaway also has a dedicated person responsible for regularly delivering fitness meals to the gym, but the gym currently has no customers, so it will only deliver fitness meals for coaches. At present, the food laboratory has not been prepared yet. The fitness meal is the first version made by the chef of Moyu takeaway. It is less oil and less salt, but there is still a lot of room for improvement. Guo Liqing plans to let the coaches try it for the next 2 days. If there are any opinions, they can put forward them and gradually improve them. At noon, the delivery brother of Moyu takeaway arrived. Guo Liqing and several other coaches set up the healthy meal in the rest area, waiting for everyone to come and eat together. The original gym rest area was not very large, and it was basically used to sell cards and classes. Now, in order to meet the dining needs of customers, Guo Liqing slightly expanded the rest area during the replanning, and purchased some extra high-end tables and chairs to ensure that customers can take turns to eat here. Guo Liqing was just about to call other coaches who were practicing to eat when he saw a familiar figure pushing the door open. "Boss Pei is here." Guo Liqing hurriedly greeted him. After Pei Qian entered the store, he looked around. Some of the coaches were preparing to eat, while others were working out with their own equipment. There was no customer in the entire store, and the coaches did not run outside to hand out flyers. What a satisfying scene. Chapter 487. A successful start? Guo Liqing felt a little embarrassed. Generally speaking, fitness coaches are not allowed to use fitness equipment during working hours. Because in most gyms, the primary job of fitness coaches is to lead students and sell classes, and maintaining their own body shape is relatively less important. Guoliqing saw that there were no customers today, so he asked the coaches to try the equipment, and they happened to be bumped into by President Pei. President Pei, I asked them to try the equipment to see if it works. I will call them back to prepare for work. Guoliqing turned around and wanted to call all the coaches over. Pei Qian hurriedly stopped him. What are you talking about? Isn't it natural for a coach to do fitness? Guoliqing was stunned. Huh? Pei Qian said seriously, as a fitness coach, you must first manage your body well. If you can't do it well yourself, how can you teach others? Besides, these equipment are idle anyway, so of course they should be used. I emphasize that as long as you complete your job, all coaches can use these equipment at any time during working hours. You are the store manager, you must set an example. Your body must be the best among all the coaches. Guoliqing felt warm in his heart. Okay, Mr. Pei. Then, can I use these equipment during non-working hours? Pei Qian glanced at him. You can use these equipment during non-working hours, but you can't come to the gym because overtime is strictly prohibited. Guoliqing. Although this sounds a bit absurd, Guoliqing still felt warm in his heart. Previously, gyms didn't treat coaches as human beings. Many internal groups were competing with each other for performance. Today you sold a few cards, tomorrow he sold a few classes, and every month you had to sign a military order. Those who failed to meet the performance even had to shave their heads. As for the body management of fitness coaches, the gym doesn't care. Most coaches can only practice for 1 or 2 hours when the gym is closed late at night. With such heavy marketing tasks, how can they have so much energy to exercise? But Mr. Pei is completely different. He doesn't require performance at all. Instead, he attaches great importance to the body management and physical health of fitness coaches. It's a blessing to have such an open-minded boss. Pei Qian was looking at the coaches who were working hard, thinking, would it definitely take up a lot of his energy to get Guoliqing to train to the best level among all the coaches? This way, he would have even less time and energy to manage the gym and attract new customers. The plan worked. Soon, the coaches came over one after another, greeted Pei Qian, and started to eat. Pei Qian looked at today's fitness meal. The fitness meal was delivered in a transparent takeaway box, which contained a small piece of brown rice, 2 cooked purple potatoes, chicken breast, shrimp, salmon, boiled eggs, avocado, cherry tomatoes, lettuce, etc. See this chapter. Less oil and salt, large quantity to fill you up. In addition, some fruits and cooked corn were also provided as snacks. Fitness meals emphasize eating small meals frequently, and eating some snacks in moderation in the morning and afternoon, even if it is just a glass of milk, an apple, or a corn, can increase satiety, increase basal metabolism, and reduce lunch and dinner intake, which is very helpful for fat loss. While eating the fitness meal, Guoliqing reported his evaluation of this fitness meal to President Pei. The ingredients are all fresh, the quantity is good, and they can provide enough nutrition. Pei Qian carefully observed the expressions of Guoliqing and other coaches, and did not find anything unusual, and there was no eyes brighten, BGM sounded situation. This shows that the fitness meal is not delicious. At least compared with other fitness meals, it has no advantage in taste. However, just in case, Pei Qian still asked one more question: how does the fitness meal taste? Guoliqing thought for a moment and said, it's similar to common fitness meals. Fitness meals are definitely not very delicious, as long as the quantity is sufficient. Pei Qian was relieved. As long as the fitness meal has no advantages over the fitness meals outside except for the price and quantity, there is no threat. Because this version of the fitness meal is prepared by the chef of Moyu Takeout, it only meets the requirement of reducing calorie intake while providing necessary nutrition, and has not made any improvement in taste. The coaches have obviously eaten too many similar fitness meals, and the advantages of this set of fitness meals for them are only free and large quantity. If customers are forced to pay for it themselves, most people will definitely not be happy. Soon, lunch was over. The coaches packed up the tableware and waited for the delivery boy to collect it, while Guoliqing took Pei Qian to take a look at the situation in the gym. According to Pei Qian's request, the gym purchased a batch of wristbands with numbers on them. After arriving at the gym, members received a wristband from the front desk and found the corresponding locker according to the wristband number. After swiping the wristband to unlock it, they can use it. When leaving, the front desk staff will take back the bracelet, record the data on the bracelet, and enter it into the computer. In this way, the members' exercise data can be recorded. Of course, at present, the only way to use the clumsy method of manually entering the system is to use it. Guoliqing is considering developing an app to solve this problem in the future. However, there are no members yet, so it seems unnecessary to do this. Pei Qian looked at the supporting facilities such as the dressing room, shower room and toilet, and was quite satisfied. In particular, each shower room cubicle is equipped with high-end shampoo and shower gel like a high-end hotel, which is placed in the soap dispenser, and the price is completely invisible. The cost is increased in such a place that outsiders cannot see, which makes Pei Qian feel very good. After a round, Pei Qian was very satisfied. Very good, keep it up, I'm leaving first. Pei Qian was about to go out, but stopped again. Because he found that a couple looked outside the door for a while and pushed the door in. Guests are coming. Pei Qian looked at Guoliqing, you go to receive them, I'll sit for a while. This place was originally a high-end gym near the school. The location is not very good, but it is definitely not bad. Although the previous gym members have transferred, it is normal for new people to want to join. Pei Qian decided to stay and see what the two people think of the gym's pricing before leaving. Guoliqing was about to go to the reception when he saw Yaling approaching first and winking at him. Guoliqing understood and stepped back. Obviously, if you want to get the couple, you must first get the girl. Boys definitely don't want male coaches to teach their girlfriends, so Yaling, a female coach, has a natural advantage in this regard. In addition, although she has well-developed muscles, she looks sweet and has a certain degree of deception for boys. She is definitely more suitable than Guoliqing, who is even more taciturn. Pei Qian frowned when he saw this scene. What's her name? Guoliqing immediately replied, Li Yaling, a very powerful female coach. In the previous gym, there was no need to actively promote and sell classes, and the die-hard members had already booked it. Because we are quite familiar with each other in private, I also recruited her. Pei Qian, ? There is no need to actively promote and sell classes, and the die-hard members have already booked it? Who told you to bring such an unstable factor? And this Yaling took the initiative to greet new customers, which is absolutely not okay. It would be fine if this customer could not be attracted, but if he was attracted, then I can only find a way to arrange for you to be promoted. Pei Qian remained silent, picked up a banana from the side, and observed silently while eating. Yaling took the couple around the gym, and then found a seat in the rest area to chat. It took about 10 minutes before the couple left. Yaling came to Guoliqing with some helplessness. Didn't it work? Guoliqing asked. Yaling shook her head, it didn't work. Pei Qian was secretly happy, but he asked, calmly, what's wrong? Yaling was a little helpless, Boss Pei, everything is good in front. I introduced them to our gym's equipment, coach qualifications, and supporting facilities, and they were obviously attracted. But when I mentioned the price, the boy's face changed immediately. Obviously, he had bought memberships in other gyms before, and he calculated that ours was too expensive. But the girl thinks the environment here is good, and it is charged by the time, which is more friendly to her as a novice. The boy was originally considering accommodating the girl, but I told him about the special requirements of our gym, and both of them couldn't accept it. Because the cost of fitness itself is expensive for them, plus the compulsory fitness meals, it is completely beyond their budget. So, they left, probably to see other nearby gyms. Pei Qian let out a sigh of relief. What is this called? A near miss, or a victory? Sure enough, the strategy set up before to dissuade customers worked, and even this coach Yaling personally failed to retain these 2 customers. However, although the start was good, Pei Qian still remembered to be steady. He coughed twice. It's okay, just 2 customers. Our gym has a good future, it doesn't matter if there are more or fewer customers. As long as you wait patiently, customers will definitely come. By the way, Coach Gua, remember to order a sign, write down the price and requirements of our gym, and put it directly at the door, so that many people don't come in and ask questions all the time, disturbing your exercise. For those who can't accept these conditions, just use the sign to persuade them to leave. Instead of answering these people's questions, you might as well get in better shape. Your body is the best brand advertisement for managed fitness. Yaling was a little confused. Putting the price and conditions directly outside, are you afraid that there will be too many customers? It's okay not to distribute flyers for promotion, but also to engage in this kind of negative publicity. What is Mr. Pei thinking? Pei Qian stood up. Okay, I'm leaving first. Hurry up and get the sign done. Guoliqing hurriedly said, okay, don't worry, President Pei. From the current point of view, Guoliqing is still very obedient. Although this Li Yaling seems to be a bit threatening, as long as Guoliqing is still the store manager and strictly implements President Pei's requirements, there will be no problem. Pei Qian walked out of the gym in a very good mood. But he also found a problem, that is, he was a little overwhelmed. There are too many industries now, and many department heads are silent when planning, and only come to Mr. Pei to report the good news when they succeed, which is really hard to bear. Pei Qian feels more and more that he must start to place his own spies in various departments and strengthen the control over the entire company. Otherwise, it will be more and more difficult to make losses in the future, and even if he turns into a firefighter and runs his legs off, it will be useless. Tingdao's Jinyui must be arranged as soon as possible. Chapter 488, A Family with Nothing But 4 Walls. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Friday, April 15th. Company reception room. Liang Qingshan handed a tablet to Pei Qian. Boss Pei, here are a few simple decoration plans I came up with. Please see which one you are most satisfied with. After Boss Pei took the tablet, Liang Qingshan took a sip from the teacup, savoring the sweetness of the fragrant tea, with a proud look on his face. He was very satisfied with most of the plans he provided. I don't know why, but after seeing this house model, his inspiration suddenly gushed out. After returning to the hotel, he started working immediately without much rest. He was so busy that he rushed out a few renderings. After meeting with everyone in the studio, he showed them directly to Boss Pei. Liang Qingshan was very attentive to this design work. On the one hand, it was because Boss Pei gave a high design fee, and on the other hand, as a young designer, Liang Qingshan did not have many opportunities to independently take charge of such projects, so he must seize them firmly. Each work will become his business card to introduce himself to the outside world. Liang Qingshan is very confident. He believes that every customer will eventually be impressed by his design. Pei Qian took the tablet, on which were several pictures of the decoration renderings. As he looked, Liang Qingshan introduced. All these designs are minimalist, without the magnificent style of the nouveau riche or the fancy garden house style. From this point of view, Liang Qingshan did listen carefully to Pei Qian's needs. But although they are all minimalist, these renderings still look very different. In the first picture, the overall color is mainly white and brown, creating a warmer feeling. The furniture is all minimalist. The brown cabinets on the TV wall can be seen to have a lot of storage space, but these storage spaces are well hidden and not easy to be found. See this chapter. At a glance, the whole space is clean and tidy, and it is very worthy of the title. Liang Qingfan introduced, this style, while adhering to minimalism, fully takes into account the daily needs of tenants. Considering that our room has 4 bedrooms and is an apartment for rental purposes, a large number of people living in it will inevitably require a lot of storage space. But storage space and minimalist style are inherently contradictory. So I hid all the storage space well through design. Tenants living here can not only experience a high-end, minimalist, and modern lifestyle, but also enjoy the convenience of life. It can be said that it kills 2 birds with 1 stone, and it will definitely be very popular among young people. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Pass. This design is too considerate of tenants. Pei Qian has almost seen the scene of those petty bourgeois tenants who would rather pay more to squeeze in, so of course he has to reject it. This is the most acceptable minimalist style for ordinary people. Add to that so many storage spaces, the consequences are unimaginable. Liang Qingfan. Being rejected as soon as a plan came up made Liang Qingfan feel a little discouraged. However, he quickly adjusted himself. Well, although these storage spaces are well hidden, there is indeed a certain conflict with the concept of minimalism, which can easily create a sense of cheapness. It is understandable that you don't like it, Mr. Pei. Please continue to look down. Pei Qian turned to the next picture. This time it is still a minimalist style, but the color matching is a little bolder. The overall color is gray and green. Although it is simple, it gives people a sense of luxury and quality. See this chapter. In terms of the choice of furniture and decoration, it is also more low-key, calm and heavy, similar to the style of suites in some high-end hotels. See this chapter. Liang Qingfan introduced, this set, the ultimate high-grade gray, highlights a light luxury high-end style. This style of decoration is not for the general petty bourgeoisie, but for some older middle-aged, successful business people. Pei Qian, pass. This style is very popular with middle-aged business people at first glance, and it is more likely to cause trouble. Liang Qingfan. Another one was rejected. Liang Qingfan was a little hit. In his opinion, sloth apartment must be a boutique apartment, and the target group is nothing more than 2 types. One is the white-collar class who pursues quality life, and the other is business people who need to travel to Jingzhou. As a result, both plans were rejected by President Pei. So what style does President Pei like? Liang Qingfan was a little confused, but he didn't ask more. Because he had prepared other styles later, there would always be one that would hit President Pei's preferences. Pei Qian turned to the next picture. This time the style is mainly black and white, with a very sharp contrast. Through the picture, you can feel a strong artistic temperament, which seems to be a style that some high-end designers would like. See this chapter. It is simple and has a Zen feel, which is very helpful in inspiring inspiration. See this chapter. Pei Qian thinks that Wang Guangjian will like this set very much. Before Liang Qingfan could explain, Pei Qian had already wrote over. Pass. This style is less practical than the first one, but it is more attractive to white-collar workers and the petty bourgeoisie. It can be seen as an enhanced version of the first style. Still no. Liang Qingfan opened his mouth, but swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He personally liked this set the most and felt that it was the most high quality. However, President Pei actually swiped it without even asking, which hit him hard. At the same time, he also had deep doubts and confusion. What kind of style does President Pei like? These are all good simple styles. Even if President Pei is not satisfied, he can adjust some details for me to modify. What does it mean to pass it directly? Liang Qingfan was powerless to explain. Most of the plans this time would be rejected by President Pei. After all of them were rejected, he would ask President Pei about his needs in depth. However, after swiping through the pictures again, Pei Qian stopped at the last style. In the extremely wide and empty space, there was only a super-large TV hanging on the wall, a floor-standing TV cabinet with only one drawer high, and a dark sofa. See this chapter. Besides that, there is a small black table and two black chairs next to the French window. The whole place looks like an empty exhibition hall. Except for the two small cabinets in the corner, there is almost no storage space. Pei Qian thought for a moment, pointed at the cabinet, the small table and the pure black chair. This set is good. However, all of these should be removed. The TV cabinet is for game consoles and game discs, and the long sofa is for playing games. Of course, these should be kept. As for the other storage spaces and small seats, none of them are needed. For most people, the more storage space, the better, because most people find it difficult to restrain their desire to buy, and they can't help but want to buy. After buying and buying, there is no room at home. Once there are too many sundries, no matter where they are piled, they will look messy, so use the storage space to store them all, and the house will look tidy. But Pei Qian just wants to persuade these white-collar workers and petty bourgeoisie to leave, telling them, "Don't come to live here." Of course, this is not enough. Pei Qian realized that he had to add a clause to the contract of sloth apartment: no self-purchase of furniture is allowed. In this way, the practicality of this house is completely zero. Even if it looks good, the high price and poor practicality are enough to persuade most tenants to leave. Liang Qingfan didn't know what to say for a moment. This picture was his initial design, but he quickly rejected it. Because he felt that the so-called minimalist style was not about having nothing at home. When he first conceived the minimalist style, he considered it with a purely artistic mindset, and the color matching and layout of this picture were based on this consideration. But the problem brought about by this is that it is too impractical. Even if Liang Qingfan added some simple small cabinets and tables and chairs to this style, it still feels impractical and difficult to live in. As a result, President Pei directly eliminated those small cabinets and tables and chairs. In this way, there is almost no storage space in the entire design, leaving only the wardrobe in the bedroom and the cabinets in the kitchen, which is truly bare walls. Liang Qingfan looked at President Pei with a little uncertainty. President Pei gave him a very determined look in return. Just decorate according to this style, and the budget is still the same as before. It can only be more, not less. Pei Qian handed the tablet back to Liang Qingfan. Looking at Liang Qingfan's confused eyes, Pei Qian was more certain that he had made the right choice. For Pei Qian, he didn't need storage space at all. He could just put his clothes in the closet. He didn't need to bring other messy things to the new house. Although the house was really bare, Pei Qian's gaming needs were met, and that was enough. Others thought it was better if it was not practical. Liang Qingfan looked at the last rendering and thought about the reason quickly in his mind. Could it be that Mr. Pei wanted to decorate the house in this ultimate minimalist style, just for aesthetic considerations? Well, from an artistic point of view, without those lockers and extra objects, the whole space does have a unique aesthetic feeling. After all, it was designed when I was most inspired, so of course it has aesthetic feeling. If Mr. Pei's own house is decorated like this, I would not be surprised at all. On the contrary, I would think that Mr. Pei has good taste. But this house is for rent. If you don't consider practicality at all and only pursue the ultimate aesthetics, will anyone really rent it? Besides, the budget can only be more, not less. With such a minimalist style, there are only a few pieces of furniture in total. It's hard to spend money. I can only look at those big international brands. Many thoughts flashed through Liang Qingfan's mind in a very short time, but looking at Mr. Pei's determined eyes, he still buried all these thoughts in his heart. Okay, Mr. Pei, let's do it in this style. Chapter 489 Encouragement Master Shit Cleaner and Jinui Commander. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. April 16, Saturday. Tang Yishu held a few books, swiped her card to open the door, and entered Tingda's office area. Although most of her salary was transferred to her family to subsidize household expenses, her own financial situation was much more comfortable than before. Probably because of her living habits, Tang Yishu still did not use any cosmetics or skincare products, but after all, youth is the biggest asset. After good nutrition, the whole person glowed with a youthful brilliance. Tang Yishu put the books on her desk, and then began to clean the shit and feed the encouragers. Yin Tang, eat less. You and Mianzai should both lose weight. Hey, Yin Tang, let your sister Fei Huang eat more and eat your own canned food. Tang Yishu helplessly grabbed the black cat by the back of its neck and lifted it up, letting it point its head at another cat food bowl, but Yin Tang ignored it and ate 2 bites before squeezing in with the orange cat next to it. Now, there are 3 encouragement teachers in the office area. Yin Tang, who is all black with 4 white paws, was the first to arrive. His name means Black Yin Tang. The other 2 were also stray cats adopted from a pet hospital, 1 white and 1 orange. The white cat was chubby and very lovable, and many people thought it was a lucky cat. 2. So Pei Qian named it Minzai. On the surface, it was an auspicious meaning, but in fact it should be Minzai Pakai Minzai, hoping that it would not bring wealth, but lose money. As for the orange cat, he gave it the same name as Fei Huang Studio. On the surface, he hoped that it would be as light as a swallow and move quickly, but in fact it also hoped to express the meaning of quickly yellow. 3. The 3 cats quickly ate up the cans. Tang Yishu threw out the garbage, then carefully combed the fur and trimmed the nails of the 3 cats. Finally, she petted them all and made them roll around in the sun. Today's task was considered completed. She came to her workstation, opened her professional textbook and started studying. Although the school library and study room could also be used for studying, they were more or less noisy. She still preferred to study in the company on weekends. It was empty and very quiet, and there was coffee and snacks. Suddenly, the company's door was pushed open. Tang Yishu was stunned for a moment, and instantly remembered that she had a special task, which was to record everyone who came to work overtime and then report to Pei Qian. However, no one came to work overtime recently, so Tang Yishu almost forgot about it, but this time it seemed that someone came to work overtime again. Tang Yishu turned around to see who it was. After working together for a period of time, she has recognized all the people on this floor, and there will be no more situations where she can't say the name. However, when she turned around, she saw that the person who came was Pei Qian. That's fine. Tang Yishu stood up. Senior, why are you here? Pei Qian quickly scanned the entire office area and found that no one came to work overtime secretly, and nodded with satisfaction. Just passing by, come and take a look. Pei Qian said lightly. In fact, Pei Qian deliberately came to make a surprise inspection today. It has been a long time since I got the overtime list from Tang Yishu. Pei Qian was very curious. Did everyone really not work overtime, or did Xiao Tang also learn to lie? Now it seems that everyone really doesn't work overtime. It makes sense to think about it. First, there is a no overtime competition, and then there is a cornerstone award. Pei Qian has been working hard to prevent everyone from working overtime. There must be some results, right? Now, the empty office on weekends is the best harvest of President Pei's hard work. It seems that as long as there is effort, there will be rewards. Come with me to the reception room. Pei Qian said to Tang Yishu. Pei Qian has been thinking about the establishment of Tenda Group for 2 days. The reason for this demand is mainly because Pei Qian found that Tenda has too many industries, and he can't manage them all. The most important thing is that he is not well informed. In fact, many founders of large companies are much busier than Pei Qian, but they appoint many executives to be responsible for various affairs. Executives will ask for instructions on important issues and handle general minor issues by themselves. Under this model, those huge business empires can still operate efficiently and orderly. Pei Qian is currently using this model, but the biggest problem is that Pei Qian's purpose is exactly the opposite of that of other company bosses. The attitude of other company bosses is, executives should develop their own departments well, report major problems that cannot be solved as soon as possible, and commend them if the business develops well. And Mr. Pei's demand is, executives must not let their departments develop, report the signs of good business development as soon as possible, and commend them if major problems that cannot be solved occur. This demand is completely the opposite of other company bosses. Other company bosses need to understand the current problems of the company and can require various departments to report at any time. But Pei Qian needs to understand the current profit potential of the company, which most responsible persons think is completely unnecessary to report. This problem is even more serious, because Pei Qian has long left people with the impression that he does not like employees to take credit for themselves. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that he had to set up an information collection department so that he could better control the information of various departments and find problems as early as possible. The members of this department are called management trainees. The full name of management trainees should be management trainees. It was originally a special project in foreign companies with the main goal of cultivating future leaders of the company. It can be seen as a talent reserve plan for cultivating middle and senior management personnel. Management trainees usually have to intern in different departments of the company to understand the operation process of the entire company, and then arrange work according to their personal expertise. Generally speaking, the selection of management trainees in foreign companies is more strict, and they have stronger abilities. They are usually competent for department or branch managers. Of course, this gameplay has now become a bit overused. All kinds of companies have to recruit a few management trainees, but in the end they become firefighters who move wherever they are needed and have no style at all. Putting these aside, the management trainee system is very suitable for Pei Qian's current needs. Through the management trainee program, it is natural to place all these people in different departments of the company. As long as the management trainees are under control, then if the management trainees know the situation of the department, wouldn't it be equivalent to that President Pei also knows it? Moreover, Pei Qian also likes the title of management trainee. Management trainees, compensation management trainees. If we can manage compensation by recruiting these people, that would be great. However, it was still a little difficult to determine how to select these management trainees and who the department heads would be, which made Pei Qian rack his brains. Assistant Qian was very capable, and she was clean and efficient, and never asked too many questions. She seemed to be a good candidate. But the problem was that she was a little too capable, and all departments were too familiar with her. Pei Qian established this department just to be his own spy, and letting Assistant Qian take charge was simply killing a chicken with a sledgehammer, not to mention that Pei Qian himself had a lot of work for Assistant Qian to do. Moreover, the heads of all departments knew Assistant Qian, and they might subconsciously be on guard, which was not hidden enough. After thinking about it, Pei Qian still felt that Xiao Tang was the most suitable. On the one hand, she was just a shit shoveler on the surface, and looked completely harmless to people and animals. Her gentle and cute temperament was a natural protective color, and no one would be too wary of her. On the other hand, Xiao Tang's brain structure was relatively simple, or she was stubborn, and she would do her best to do what she promised to others. She had been reporting the overtime list to Pei Qian before, and she completed the task very well. The only problem may be that this halo effect that occurs from time to time will make many hidden bugs surface, but everyone seems to have gotten used to it. Who would have thought that the girl who cleans cat poop every day is actually the commander of the Jinui, hidden in the dark? Well, the more I think about it, the more appropriate it is. Of course, having only one Miss Tang is not enough, there must be many management trainees. If it is other companies, management trainees are nothing more than recruiting outstanding fresh graduates from schools, or selecting and training from their own companies. But the management trainees that Pei Qian wants must not be selected from the company. By then, these employees will go back and forth between various departments, and it is unknown how much trouble they will cause. If a few employees who are proficient in the business of multiple departments are really trained, President Pei will probably have more knives stuck in his back. Therefore, after some consideration, Pei Qian decided that these management trainees must not have a background of working in Tenda, and directly skip Tengda's twice-a-year recruitment and be directly selected by Xiaotang. The selected people will only obey Pei Qian's command to ensure that President Pei's orders are above all else. In the reception room, while drinking tea, Pei Qian briefly explained the part of his ideas that could be seen. In short, you go to the university and help me find some freshmen and sophomores who have plenty of time and not many classes to come to the company for internships, and assign them to various departments. You will be in charge of the compensation management project, and report to me at any time if there is any progress. These compensation management students must be strictly screened to ensure that everyone is honest and reliable. After being assigned to each department, you can adjust the internship time according to your course schedule. In daily life, you should focus on learning and basically not participate in department work, but you should grasp the detailed trends of each department. Every once in a while, you have to come to the company for a meeting and report directly to me what you have seen and heard during this period. I will also check some information at any time. I don't want anyone to be unable to answer at that time. In addition, this project is confidential for the time being, and don't deliberately publicize it. But it is not top secret. Is it okay? Tang Yishu was a little confused and pinched her fingers carefully. Senior, I am afraid that I can't take responsibility. I haven't even been a class leader. Pei Qian smiled slightly. It doesn't matter, this is a very simple job. I believe that with your patience and carefulness, you can do it well. Usually, you still feed the cats in the company, but when there is a meeting, come here to preside over the meeting. By the way, you have to keep track of the trends of each compensation student and report to me as soon as possible if there is any problem. That's all, isn't it simple? Tang Yishu pursed her lips. Okay, senior, then I'll try. Chapter 490. Crowdfunding for games, extra update for alliance leader A Shu to Hud Ku Ke and give him a few kisses. April 18, Monday. The Jinui matter has been handed over to Xiaotang, and it is unknown what kind of people she will find. Tenda has many departments now. Even if each department is assigned a compensation manager, more than a dozen people are needed, and it is unlikely to gather them in a hurry. Pei Qian asked Tang Yishu to find everyone before next Saturday. When Saturday comes, when no one in the company is around, secretly hold a small meeting to arrange the work. Thinking about it, it is actually a bit mysterious. Pei Qian slept until he woke up naturally today. After dinner, he came to the company for a walk and expressed his gratitude. However, before he had time to open the Ellie Island website to watch the drama, he heard a knock on the door outside. Huh? Pei Qian couldn't help but frown. What's the matter so urgent? He had just entered the office, for less than 2 minutes, when someone knocked on the door outside. Obviously, they had been waiting for a long time. Come in. Outside the door, Hu Xianbin pushed the door open. What's wrong? Did you encounter any problems with the development of struggle? Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little excited. Hu Xianbin shook his head. No, the development of struggle has been going smoothly so far. It's GOG's business. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. On the one hand, it was because the development of struggle was going smoothly, and on the other hand, Hu Xianbin was still worrying about GOG's business, which was very inconsistent with the spirit of Tenda. Pei Qian coughed twice. Don't rush to talk about GOG's business. There are some problems with your work ideas. People's energy is limited, and they can only do the same thing at the same time. How can they manage the development of struggle and the operation of GOG? Hurry up and let the operation of GOG go. After all, Hu Xianbin was also a developer of GOG in the second half, responsible for the launch of the mobile game version and the terminal game version, and he knew the GOG project very well. Pei Qian asked Hu Xianbin to be responsible for the development of the struggle project so that he would no longer care about GOG, but he actually wanted to do both jobs at the same time, which was really too much. Hu Xianbin was stunned for a moment. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will hand over the work to Min Jingqiao when I get back. But I do have something important to report about the GOG project. Pei Qian nodded. Well, go ahead. Hu Xianbin seemed very eager. Mr. Pei, I hope to make an exception and urgently recruit more people for the Tenda game department. Pei Qian couldn't help but frown. Make an exception? Hire more people? Brother, this is a very dangerous idea. Now all departments and positions of Tenda are recruiting uniformly, only twice a year, in May and November. The main reason for setting this time is to avoid the peak season of recruitment. Because the recruitment process is more complicated, and new employees are given enough time to handle the resignation procedures and hand over their work, the actual time of joining the company will be 1 month later. But Pei Qian looked at the date. Today is already April 18th. What is the urgent matter on the GOG side that can't even wait for more than a month? There must be a problem here. Pei Qian attached great importance to it, but on the surface, he asked calmly, why are you in such a hurry to recruit people? Hu Xianbin said, Mr. Pei, because IOI is going to engage in an arms race with us, the GOG project is in urgent need of manpower expansion. Otherwise, our initial advantages will be gone. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel happy. Although he didn't understand what the arms race specifically meant, one thing was clear, Lin Yuan started to act. During this period, IOI's Chinese server should have been almost ready, and should have also formulated a series of promotional strategies, ready to start competing with GOG's market. I don't know where Hu Xianbin got the news from. However, considering that Tenda Games and Shangyang Games are brother departments, it's not surprising that he got the news from any channel. With the mentality of watching the fun, Pei Qian smiled and said, Really? Tell me in detail. Hu Xianbin hurriedly said, IOI's strategy is to update desperately and win by quantity. According to the current plan, 2 new heroes will be updated every month, which is too fast. Now the number of heroes on GOG is slightly less than that of IOI, but it is still within an acceptable range. Once IOI updates new heroes at the speed of light, and we still update a new hero slowly every 2 months, we will definitely be left behind soon. By then, GOG's first mover advantage will be gone. Pei Qian nodded frequently. Yes, Zhito Company and Lin Yuan are both reliable. Sure enough, the script is still developing as I imagined. I really have a plan. Pei Qian's expression became more calm. So, you want to recruit more people and compete with them in speed? Hu Xianbin nodded. Yes, there is no reason for us to lose to them in speed. Whoever updates faster can better maintain the stickiness of players and the popularity of the game. The advantage in this regard is too great. The current situation is that the brave will win when they meet on a narrow road. GOG must not give in. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. I disagree with your opinion. It is definitely not okay to recruit people in advance. Even if it is recruiting next month, I do not recommend that the game department recruit too many new people. Hu Xianbin was stunned. Why? Pei Qian leaned back in the boss chair and said seriously, it is more about quality than quantity. With more people, the speed will be faster and more ideas will be thought of. This seems to be a good thing. But more people can be treasures or cages. Don't always think of this stupid method of human C tactics when you encounter problems. It will lower your thinking limit and wipe out your inspiration. In short, don't recruit too many people. Hu Xianbin was a little anxious, but President Pei Qian emphasized again, don't recruit too many people. Hu Xianbin had nothing to say. He didn't dare to let President Pei repeat it for the third time. He could only sigh and quietly leave the office. Pei Qian showed a satisfied smile. Lin Wan, I can only help you so far, you must complete the task as soon as possible. Hu Xianbin returned upstairs, dejectedly, and sat down at his workstation. Min Jingqiao saw Hu Xianbin coming back and immediately came over. How is it, did President Pei agree? Hu Xianbin shook his head. No, Mr. Pei refused. Min Jingqiao was stunned. Refused? No way? Mr. Pei has always been generous with the company's expenses, why doesn't he allow the recruitment of a few new designers? This is a bit unscientific. Hu Xianbin sighed. Hey, I don't know what Mr. Pei thinks, but his attitude is indeed very firm. He said that not only can we not make an exception to recruit in advance now, but we can't recruit too many people in the recruitment 1 month later. Min Jingqiao frowned, puzzled. Why would Mr. Pei say such a thing, for no reason? Did he say something else? Generally speaking, Mr. Pei's words will have some hidden clues. Hu Xianbin tried to recall. Let me think. He seemed to say that a large number of people could be a treasure or a cage. But, this sentence doesn't seem to have any deep meaning. How about asking Sister Li and Brother Bao? Min Jingqiao shook his head. I think we shouldn't always throw analysis questions to Brother Bao. At Tenda, reading Mr. Pei's intentions is a necessary skill, and we have to practice more. Hu Xianbin thought for a while. That's right. But, what Mr. Pei said this time doesn't seem to have any deep meaning. I still have no clue. Min Jingqiao frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long time, his brows relaxed a little. In its original meaning, this sentence means that every designer has different ideas. More people can indeed provide different angles, ideas, and concepts, but when so many angles, ideas, and concepts are mixed together, it will become a cage. Other people's angles, ideas, and concepts will in turn limit your thinking, and similarly, your ideas will limit other people's thinking. If everyone does their own thing, they will hold each other back and reduce efficiency. Therefore, making new heroes for GOG is a tiring job and a technical job that requires continuous creative output. The key is not the number of people, but whether the main designer can accurately control the direction of the game. No matter how many designers are recruited, only one person can make the final decision, unify the style, and make overall planning for the balance of the game, otherwise the game will become a patchwork monster. Hu Xianbin is not unfamiliar with this interpretation and immediately understood. Well, it makes sense. But this still doesn't solve the problem. Everyone's ability to produce ideas is limited. There are too few people and there is not enough inspiration. You can do the overall planning, but it still takes manpower to provide inspiration and design different new heroes. Min Jingqiao fell into deep thought again, this time for a longer time. After a long time, he slowly spoke. It seems, not necessarily. It is true that everyone has limited inspiration and limited ideas. However, it is not only designers who can provide inspiration and design new heroes. Boss Pei expressed a dialectical thinking. He did not deny the power of numbers. His original words were it may be a treasure, or it may be a cage. We only analyzed the cage side, but did not delve into the treasure side. No matter how many designers we recruit, how can we compare with the wisdom of the majority of players? Designers are just a small treasure, and players are the big treasure. Boss Pei does not allow us to recruit designers because this move cannot fundamentally solve the problem and is inefficient. In other words, we can let players participate in GOG's hero design. What does it matter if IOI's hero development is fast? If we can really fully mobilize the enthusiasm of players, then inspiration and ideas will be inexhaustible. Hu Xianbin suddenly realized, it makes sense. So that's what Boss Pei meant? Indeed, we can fully mobilize the enthusiasm of players, let them provide ideas and content, and then our designers only need to be responsible for screening, modification, balancing, and other work, which will perfectly solve this problem. Min Jingqiao stood up suddenly. I will go to make an activity plan now. After sending Hu Xianbin away, Pei Qian watched the drama for a while. Looking at the time, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I haven't seen Lao Ma for a long time. Let's go to Yuanming Venture Capital. Pei Qian then remembered that he had always wanted to go to Yuanming Venture Capital to ask Lao Ma about the projects he was optimistic about investing in, but he forgot about it because he was busy. The weather is good today, so I can go out for a walk and take a look at the recent situation of Lao Ma and Yuanming Venture Capital. Pei Qian had agreed with Lao Ma before that he would find a suitable project and notify him as soon as possible. However, after so long, there was no movement from Lao Ma. Pei Qian couldn't help but wonder, what on earth was Ma Yang busy with? He was not worried that Ma Yang would spend money secretly, because since the last investment in the finger company, Pei Qian had required that all investments of Dream Ventures must be approved by him. Now that no one asked for permission, it means that Dream Ventures did not spend a penny. So the question is, since Ma Yang did not spend money, what is he doing? GOG Hero Design, all the big guys mentioned in this chapter, please start your performance. Chapter 491 You missed a hidden condition. Pei Qian came to the office building of Dream Ventures and walked in lightly, making no sound when stepping on the carpet. Although Dream Ventures has been developing for a while, its scale has expanded, and its staff has increased, but the huge office area still looks empty. Shouts still filled the entire space, echoing. You can fight. I have a big move. Kill the squishy first. The hedgehog has used his big move, it's not easy to deal with, retreat first. Hurry up and protect the emperor. Protect President Ma. Pei Qian stopped and looked at Ma Yang, who was passionately typing on the keyboard and mouse in the office area. He inexplicably felt that time was going back. It seemed that this was also the case when he first came to Dream Ventures. At that time, Ma Yang led everyone to fight Shinchi, which moved Pei Qian to tears. As a result, he bought 20% of the shares of Zhito Company and gave it the right to operate the national server, which almost made Pei Qian faint on the spot. But after that, Yuanming Venture Capital started to invest seriously. Although the projects they invested in were not serious, they were all successful in terms of results. For Mr. Pei, this was an incredible failure, but in the eyes of outsiders, it seemed that it was on the right track. It has been a long time since people gathered to play games at Dream Ventures. Seeing Lao Ma, who once vowed to share his worries, but is now fighting fiercely in the battlefield of GOG, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel happy and moved. Lao Ma is indeed sharing his worries, good brother. Now you are using games to hold back the people at Dream Ventures and prevent them from making random investments to make money. Isn't that sharing my worries? Although the two brothers thought differently, the result was right. Pei Qian was happy for less than 5 seconds, and suddenly he felt a sense of crisis again, and the smile on his face quickly withdrew. No, seeing this sweet bait, you must clear the mines first. Last time, it was because of relaxing vigilance that the acquisition of Finger Company's shares happened. Pei Qian immediately became serious, raised his guard, and came behind Ma Yang. Before he could speak, he saw another familiar figure. Zhang Yuan was sitting opposite Ma Yang, also concentrating on playing games. No, what is this person doing here? Pei Qian was a little confused. Zhang Yuan? Aren't you preparing for the club? Why are you here? Zhang Yuan had been concentrating on playing games before, and only then realized that President Pei had arrived. Ah, President Pei. The others also noticed and hurriedly stood up. Pei Qian waved his hand. Everyone sit down, don't let your teammates down. Ma Yang smiled. It's okay, Brother Qian, we opened the custom mode. Pei Qian. Well, it's still Lao Ma's usual style, 9 protecting 1. Oh, no, it should be 8 protecting 2 protecting 1. Looking at the current situation, it should be 8 masters playing with Zhang Yuan and Ma Yang, and Zhang Yuan has to protect Ma Yang in the game. After all, he is his old superior. Brother Qian, you came here specially, do you have any instructions? Ma Yang asked expectantly. Pei Qian. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you take the initiative to report the investment project to me? It seems that Lao Ma has completely forgotten the matter that he said he would share his worries while eating French fries. Of course, Pei Qian didn't intend to remind him, and it seemed good to let Lao Ma continue to be so forgetful. However, He Dishing stood up. Seeing that Mr. Pei had nothing to say, he hurried to smooth things over for Mr. Ma. Mr. Pei, I can vouch for Mr. Ma. In fact, he has been carefully screening investment projects recently. It's just that Mr. Ma remembers your teachings and strictly requires the dream gold content of these projects, so he hasn't found a suitable project to invest in until now. Mr. Ma actually did a lot of work, but he didn't take credit for it. Pei Qian, I didn't want to mention this. Ma Yang understood instantly. Yes, Brother Qian, I actually looked for many projects, but I didn't find a suitable one. You can't blame me for this. Pei Qian patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Lao Ma, I have absolute trust in you. You never lie. If you have looked, then you must have really looked. But Pei Qian also knew that he had seriously looked for projects before, and it didn't conflict with his current happy game playing. Lao Ma had to give up after looking for a while and then put this matter behind him. Pei Qian looked at everyone. Everyone should learn from President Ma. When we invest, we should be based on the mentality of better to have nothing than to have something bad. If there is no particularly suitable project, even if you take a break and play games, it is much better than investing in those seemingly good projects. He Dishing and others nodded. As expected, he is President Pei, too good. Of course, it also made it more certain that President Ma had probably blocked an atomic bomb for President Pei. Ma Yang was praised and was very happy. Brother Qian, come play a game with us. You can definitely carry the whole game by playing the hedgehog. Come on, let's play another game. Pei Qian's face darkened. Old Ma is good at everything except his EQ. But on second thought, this is also in line with his IQ level and personality. Moreover, Lao Ma's low level is not the kind of low level in terms of numbers. His intelligence and emotional intelligence are both normal, but he often loses the connection for a while, which makes him fall through the center of the earth. Pei Qian waved his hand. No, I have something else to do. He looked at He Dishing. Recently, Dream Ventures should not have invested in new projects, right? He Dishing nodded. No, Mr. Pei, don't all the current investment projects have to be approved by you? Pei Qian was very satisfied with this answer. It seemed that there was no problem with Dream Ventures. At the same time, he was more certain about the importance of Jinyui. In the future, these things should be thrown to Guan Peishing. Pei Qian looked at Zhang Yuan again. What about the club? Zhang Yuan sighed softly. I'm sorry, Mr. Pei, there is still no sign of it at the moment. Pei Qian was even happier. It was rare to see Zhang Yuan's efficiency so low. The selection of the best employees was completed in February. Now more than 2 months have passed, and there is still no sign of Zhang Yuan's esports club. How pleasant. As expected, Zhang Yuan's main interests were in internet cafes and ROF installation. Even though he was eliminated first, he still couldn't forget the business there and couldn't let it go. This shows that the first elimination system has achieved unprecedented success. Pei Qian was very happy. Yuanming venture capital and the club didn't cause trouble for him. This was really gratifying, but while being happy, Pei Qian did not forget to steadily check for the last hidden danger. Then why did you come to realize your dream of venture capital today? Zhang Yuan was a little melancholy. It's like this, President Pei. I have been thinking about the issue of esports clubs for some time, but I have never had a good idea. Just deciding on the game has been entangled for more than a month. The current esports field is just in a period of transformation. If you want esports projects, the esports of real-time strategy games and first-person shooter games should be more mature and playable, but the problem is that these games seem to be on the decline, and no new players have joined. Now forming a team to play real-time strategy games, isn't that basically equivalent to being a eunuch for 12 years? Pei Qian's face became a little solemn. It seems that Zhang Yuan's analysis of the current environment is quite reliable. Zhang Yuan continued, so I thought, I should find an emerging project with good development prospects. After looking around, GOG is a good choice. GOG happened to be holding a level-up event, so I contacted those people ahead of me one by one, thinking about how to recruit a few people to the club. As a result, I contacted several people, but they were all rejected. Some of them had already signed with other clubs, and I was a step late. But some of them did not sign with the club, simply because they did not like the conditions I offered. I thought I had offered a high salary. I had arranged 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund and various benefits. I even offered a very high base salary and bonus share. This was already higher than most domestic clubs. Why did the other party still refuse? Finally, someone told me the truth. He has a serious job and works in an investment company. I felt something was wrong at the time. When I asked, it turned out that he was dreaming about venture capital. So, I came here. Then Mr. Ma was very interested in the club's affairs. He talked to me for a long time and took me to play games, so, things turned out like what you see. After listening to Zhang Yuan's story, Pei Qian couldn't help but have a question mark floating over his head. This process was a bit too tortuous and bizarre, and Pei Qian didn't react for a while. He Dishing hurriedly explained, Mr. Pei, Mr. Zhang's is the truth, but we all played it by the way after work. We just accidentally got the bonus of the master segment. It was definitely not intentional. Pei Qian understood. In order to spread money, GOG created a ranking point reward in the game. Players could get money by reaching the master level, which encouraged players to participate crazily. But who can reach the master or king level? It is obvious that it is still the high-scoring passers-by in the original Shinchi. Although these 3 games have certain differences in gameplay, they are games of the same type after all. The high-scoring players of Shinchi have a much better understanding of the game than novices, and their operation is also good. They will definitely rush to the points faster in such a short time. Therefore, when the ranking points of the spring season are settled, almost all the players at the top are old players of Shinchi and IOI. This is an inevitable result. After a few months, the talented players among the pure novices can slowly float up. After all, no matter how talented they are, they still need some time to learn. And the employees of Yuanming Venture Capital that Ma Yang and He Dishing found are just the best and highest-ranked players in Shinchi among those who know a little bit about investment, and they are almost at the threshold of professional players. What's more, these people have directly participated in the research and development of GOG, put forward many suggestions, and their understanding of the game is much deeper than that of ordinary players. For example, after knowing that the GOG game mechanism encourages support, you can adjust your own playing style and win the game more easily. Zhang Yuan, started digging from the front of the leaderboard, and the probability of digging this group of people is too high. As for why these people go to GOG, to score points. Isn't this obvious? Yuan Ming Venture Capital doesn't have much work to do. GOG will pay you if you reach master. Although it's their own wool, it's a waste not to take advantage of it. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Yuan, your thinking is correct, and your judgment of this industry seems to be correct. The overall solution is correct, but you missed a hidden condition. The game operator or the organizer of the event cannot have a vested interest in the participating teams. Zhang Yuan's expression was instantly stagnant. Ah? Chapter 492 DG Esports Club. Pei Qian was so happy to see Zhang Yuan's confused expression. Haha, didn't expect it. You used to make me have question marks, but now I can make you have question marks too. Surprised? Unexpected? In fact, Pei Qian had thought of this before, and set a trap intentionally or unintentionally. But seeing Zhang Yuan step into his trap so foolishly, he still felt secretly happy. What will be the hottest in the esports field in the future? Pei Qian thinks that these MOBA games will definitely be the hottest. Although FPS games are not bad, they are not likely to be popular in China. If we follow the original memory, the esports circle in the next few years should be dominated by IOI and Shinchi, and the popularity of other projects will definitely be much different. But everything in the parallel world may change, so Pei Qian is not sure how the script will develop. For example, although the current IOI looks very similar to LOL, there are many seemingly true and false places, such as the worldview is completely different from LOL, the gameplay and details are also quite different, and the timeline does not match. The butterfly effect is very scary. In many cases, a small mistake can lead to a huge error. Pei Qian thought about it. Shinchi was not as good as Dota, and there was no news of it being made into an independent online game so far. It was estimated that it would not be successful in the short term. He didn't know what went wrong. IOI was also a step behind the LOL in his memory. Whether it was the gameplay or the design concept of the Finger Company, there seemed to be some minor problems. On the contrary, GOG, its own company, was expanding rapidly in the domestic market like chicken blood, which was a headache. Pei Qian felt that if the script continued to develop, Shinchi was the most dangerous, because it was not yet a complete independent online game with a good matching mechanism, and it was naturally lame. Then the esports field would probably be played by IOI and GOG in the end. The interesting thing is that these two are both their own. Needless to say, GOG was completely developed and operated by Tenda Games. And the operation of IOI actually belongs to Tenda, because Yuan Ming Venture Capital and Shangyang Games are wholly owned subsidiaries of Tenda Games. In the esports circle, the organizer of the event cannot form a team to participate in the competition. This is like yellow mud falling into the crotch, you can't explain it clearly. Even if it is a completely independent operation, will the audience believe it? Will other clubs believe it? How can you prove that there is no trickery here? If the club gets the results, it will be criticized, saying that you colluded with the organizers and won the championship. If you don't get the results, you will still be criticized, saying that you colluded with the organizers and couldn't beat other clubs, and you are really useless. So, there are two ways now: either Zhang Yuan's club can become completely independent, completely cut off ties with Tenda, and participate in GOG's competition projects, or Zhang Yuan's club can engage in other game projects. The former is definitely impossible, and the latter, if it cannot participate in GOG and IOI's competitions, the popularity of this club will definitely not be high, and it will be in vain. Moreover, most of the esports clubs in the world are losing money to gain publicity, and they are all used by wealthy big companies for advertising, and they are in a loss all year round. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little proud. No matter how you look at it, I am invincible. Zhang Yuan, what can you use to fight me? At this time, President Pei wanted to laugh wildly for 3 minutes, and finally let his excellent employees experience the feeling of being backstabbed without any psychological preparation. Zhang Yuan was speechless for a long time. He had originally planned to set up a GOG esports team, but was blocked by President Pei's words. The current development of the esports industry is still very imperfect, neither hot nor formal, so Zhang Yuan did not know that the organizer could not set up a team, and made a mistake. Then the question came. What to do? Zhang Yuan subconsciously looked at President Pei. It seemed that only President Pei could solve this dilemma. At this time, President Pei had a faint smile on his face, as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but fall into confusion. What did President Pei's expression mean? It is bad news for the club that we cannot form a team for GOG and IOI. President Pei doesn't seem to be sad at all? Could it be that President Pei knows the solution but just won't tell me? Let me think about it myself. He frowned slightly and asked tentatively, President Pei, which game project do you think the club should form a team for? Pei Qian laughed, GOG. Since you asked sincerely, I will answer you sincerely. First of all, GOG will most likely lose to IOI. If we form a GOG team, GOG will fail, and this team will fail, which is equivalent to working in vain. Second, even if GOG is not failed, this team cannot participate in the competition. No matter how I think about it, I am invincible. Of course, Pei Qian will never tell others these reasons. Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded, and was obviously shocked by President Pei's answer. After a circle, it's still GOG? But I can't participate in the competition. Zhang Yuan felt a little dizzy and found it difficult to understand President Pei's wisdom. Pei Qian was very satisfied with Zhang Yuan's expression, but he didn't intend to continue to dwell on the topic of why choose GOG. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. If you talk too much and cause some inexplicable chemical reactions, it will be very embarrassing. So, does the club have a name? Pei Qian decisively changed the subject. Zhang Yuan seemed to be still immersed in the previous topic. He was stunned for 2 seconds before saying, well, I thought of a more domineering name before, called World Champion, but when I was making the team logo, I suddenly realized that this abbreviation seemed to have some problems, so I gave up. How about you come up with a name, Mr. Pei? Pei Qian laughed, okay. Pei Qian is familiar with the names of various esports teams, such as World Elite, Invictus Gaming, Royal Never Give Up, Fun Plus Phoenix, etc., which are all pretty good names. But Mr. Pei has always been looking for a good start when naming. It's not superstition, but mainly because he can feel more comfortable when calling these names. The names of these teams are all good, but the problem is that their results are too good, which obviously does not meet Mr. Pei's expectations for his own team. After thinking about it, Pei Qian suddenly thought of an invincible team. The name of our team is DGE. Zhang Yuan blinked. What 3 letters are this abbreviation for? Pei Qian explained, the full name is Dark Genius Esports. As for the real meaning of this name, it is the pinyin initials of the 3 characters Dagon Air. If Lao Gon Dai can reversely win the first place, then Dagon Air is not the younger brother of the younger brothers. As for why it wasn't Xiao Goner, it was mainly because they were worried that it would backfire. Zhang Yuan savored the long string of English names. What a good name. It's powerful and catchy, and the full English name is also very particular. Pei Qian felt that it was almost done. The affairs of Dream Ventures and the esports club were all handled well, and the possibility of a reversal was very low. However, considering the relationship between Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan, Pei Qian felt that he had to say a few more words. Obviously, Ma Yang's interest in the esports club far exceeded Zhang Yuan's. Therefore, it is not ruled out that Ma Yang will lend these people from Dream Ventures to Zhang Yuan. These people are all high-scoring passers-by in Shinchi. Now they can easily reach the master level by playing GOG. Although they are all in their 20s, they are already very old, but the professional circle of GOG has not yet started. Maybe these veterans can really stir up some waves. Therefore, Ma Yang must be separated from Zhang Yuan, Dream Ventures, and DG Esports Club. At the same time, since the DG Esports Club is destined to lose money, Zhang Yuan has to be advised to spend money lavishly and not be stingy all the time. Otherwise, he will lose 1 or 2 million in the end, and President Pei cannot afford to lose face. Pei Qian coughed twice. It is a correct idea to recruit people from high-ranking divisions, but I think age must be considered. Young people have fast reaction speed and great potential. Such talents are suitable to be professional players. Also, if an internet cafe administrator says that he is a game god and asks to join the team, you must not believe it and drive him away immediately. Also, don't save money on the club's venue. Just rent a villa. Tell me the address you have chosen, and I will arrange for Mayu to deliver food to you. In short, don't save money where you should spend it. Remember the spirit of Tenda. Zhang Yuan listened carefully and nodded. Okay, President Pei. Pei Qian looked at Ma Yang again. Old Ma, you can also go to the club more often and help Zhang Yuan. As for he Dishing and others, you can have some moderate entertainment when you are tired from work, but don't get involved in the club's affairs. Ma Yang was very excited. Just look at Brother Qian. He Dishing and others also breathed a sigh of relief, and thanked President Pei in their hearts. Pei Qian knew that he Dishing and his group understood GOG much better than ordinary players, so he absolutely could not let them have any contact with the GD club. As for Ma Yang, throwing him to the DG club would be a good way to disrupt the training plan. At the same time, Ma Yang would be happy and reluctant to leave, and Pei Qian would no longer have to worry about investing in the finger company. At the same time, he Dishing and others were worried that President Ma would take everyone to the esports club. After all, playing games is just a hobby for everyone, and they don't really want to become professional players. In this way, everyone is happy. Only Zhang Yuan is more confused. Pei Qian laughed and patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Don't be confused, spend more money, everything will be fine. He also felt a little sorry for Zhang Yuan, but he would give more money to the DG Esports Club as compensation. After sending President Pei away, Zhang Yuan was even more melancholy. He was still entangled in the club's affairs. President Pei said that if the DG club wanted to form a GOG team, it would have to spend more money and invest more. It doesn't make sense? Zhang Yuan pondered. Calm down, use the thinking method you developed in the internet cafe and ROF installation before to interpret Mr. Pei's intention. The organizer cannot run a team by itself, just like it is impossible to be a player and a referee in a sports competition. This is certain and cannot be changed. Two paths: either leave the Tenda Group or give up the GOG project. And Mr. Pei asked me to continue to run the GOG team, which undoubtedly chose the third path. Is there anything strange about this third path? No matter what, the DGE team cannot participate in GOG's official events. Wait, if the team does not participate in official events, it will definitely not be able to continue? Well, it really can't be done. Without the competition, there will be no popularity and exposure, and naturally no sponsors and prize money. What's the point of doing it? Isn't it just a waste of money for self-entertainment? Damn, I can't guess at this time. Zhang Yuan wanted to pull his hair. This time the question seemed to be more difficult than all the questions he had encountered before. After struggling for a long time, he finally decided to give up thinking. Forget it, just do it according to Mr. Pei's requirements honestly. Maybe the boat will straighten itself out when the bridge comes? Many seemingly unreasonable behaviors before, as long as they persisted in accordance with Mr. Pei's requirements, they were reversed in incredible ways in the end. Well, I should believe in Mr. Pei. Zhang Yuan decided that since he couldn't figure it out, he would stop thinking about it. Rent a villa, sign potential players from the ladder, prepare various matters for the club. In short, act according to Mr. Pei's requirements first, and then slowly understand. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 493, Should I Give Advice or Not? Losing money and becoming the richest man starts with playing games. April 19, Tuesday. Uta Technology. In the conference room, Changyu was excitedly telling the key employees of Uta Technology about the fruitful results achieved after the release of the Auto E1 mobile phone. Pei Qian was also present, but his face was not very good. Because he always felt as if he was being whipped. Since the launch of the automobile phone became popular, this brand has become a very strange brand. Strange here is a neutral word. The shortcomings of this mobile phone are obvious. It is too heavy, and basically has no independent technology. It is all supply chain technology and OEM. In terms of various parameters, it can only be said to be relatively balanced and bucket-like, and there is no black technology that makes people shine. Including the system of a mobile phone, it is closer to the original Aizhua ecosystem. For some people, it is clean and refreshing, but for others, it is too simple and inconvenient. However, the highlights of this mobile phone are also outstanding, enough to make people unforgettable after seeing it once. Its brand recognition is very high. The cool logo on the back has appeared in A Better Tomorrow. As long as you take it out, many people will recognize that this is the phone that sells for more than 8,000 yuan. At the same time, Changyu's performance at the press conference has added a lot of color to this phone. Coupled with the various benefits and added value contained in the phone, it seems to have become a unique existence in this gear. For many rich people living in Jingzhou or heavily dependent on other industries of Tenda, this phone is currently a choice that may not be affordable but is absolutely irreplaceable. So far, the sales volume of automobile phones has reached 160,000, which has ended the previous shortage and completed spot supply. Sales are still growing slowly, but there will be no more sales explosions like before. This result is undoubtedly still in the category of others in the domestic market. The sales volume of the new mobile phone of Hongqing Technology, the company where Changyu worked before, is almost the same. The market share in China is less than 0.5%. But the magical thing is that Hongqing Technology's mobile phone sold so little and went bankrupt quickly, but O2 Technology's mobile phone sold these sales and lived a very comfortable life. The profit margin is not high, but the higher the price of the phone itself, the more money you can make. If you can still maintain a 5% profit by selling a 1,000 yuan phone, you can only make 30 or 40 yuan per phone, and you can only make 3 or 4 million yuan by selling 100,000 phones. This amount of money is not enough to fill the gaps in the supply chain. But if you sell it at the 8,000 yuan level, you can still make a 5% profit, and you can make 400 yuan per phone, and you can make 40 million yuan by selling 100,000 phones. Therefore, even if Uta Technology returns all the concessions from other industries and only retains 5% of its own profits, it still makes a lot of money. In this way, a virtuous circle is formed. Pei Qian never expected that this high price would pit him in turn. Of course, if you calm down, this sales volume is not completely unacceptable to Pei Qian. After all, the mobile phone market is now a red ocean, and the market share of those big brand manufacturers will only increase. The manufacturers ranked third and fourth will not have an easy life, let alone manufacturers like Uta Technology that are ranked outside the top 10. It is a miracle that these hundreds of thousands of phones can be sold. The most amazing thing is that, although it is an other's phone, Auto E1 is a popular phone on the internet, and it is well known on the internet, although most people will not pay for it. Changyu said it proudly. After all, as a new brand, Auto Technology has taken the first step towards success, and because the demand is not large, the supply problem has been solved. There will definitely be more people buying it in the future, and it will be able to make long-term profits. Pei Qian felt a little depressed and coughed twice. Is there no problem with the automobile phone now? Chang Yu immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, President Pei, I will tell you right away." Chang Yu was prepared for this. He knew very well that President Pei was a person who didn't like to hear the results and only liked to find problems, so he had already made arrangements when preparing for this meeting. After introducing the results, he would analyze the problems and determine the future development direction. Pei Qian originally thought that his question could pour cold water on Chang Yu, but Chang Yu was actually prepared. This made Pei Qian a little speechless. He felt that his employees seemed to be more and more resistant and more difficult to subdue. After introducing the results, Chang Yu began to talk about the shortcomings of the mobile phone. A big problem for our mobile phones right now is stocking up. Stocking up is a very difficult problem for small manufacturers to solve, and it all comes down to money. To stock up a lot of inventory, you have to give the supply chain enough money and keep a lot of inventory in the warehouse. Keeping up inventory is a very dangerous thing. If you sell a mobile phone for 2,000 yuan and make 100 yuan, it means that you have to sell 20 mobile phones to make a profit for one mobile phone, which is a very scary number. However, the lack of stock will also bring a problem, that is, consumers' impulse to consume cannot be satisfied in the first place. When they calm down because of the lack of stock, they may buy other brands of mobile phones. This is a very thorny problem for a company of our size. In addition, our mobile phones are far from polished enough in details, and as a high-end mobile phone, these details are indispensable. In short, our goal in the next stage should be to proceed steadily, use the reputation and popularity that have been established, better integrate the supply chain, strive to launch the improved E1 mobile phone upgrade in the second half of this year, and strive to ensure the stock supply at the beginning of the sale, and take it to the next level. Pei Qian was silent. He seemed to have discovered a paradox. In many cases, as soon as he gave guidance, things would change inexplicably and make the project profitable in the end. But if he did not give guidance and let it go, the project would still be profitable. Take this time, Chang Yu set a steady route for the automobile phone, so did Pei Qian manage it or not? After Chang Yu finished speaking, he subconsciously observed Mr. Pei's reaction. However, Mr. Pei frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Chang Yu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What is Mr. Pei thinking? Do you think there is a problem with my plan and are considering a better plan? That's not right. Mr. Pei should have thought long-term and had a better plan long ago, so he wouldn't have started thinking about it now. Or, Mr. Pei suddenly thought of something and decided to overturn the plan he had already thought of and go to the next level? Mr. Pei is now thinking about something 2 levels higher than me? What could it be? Forget it, I can't think about it. This is not the level I can reach. I'd better wait patiently for Mr. Pei to think it through. Chang Yu waited patiently. Others also waited patiently. Pei Qian hesitated for 2 minutes and found that the scene was quiet. He raised his head and looked around, only to find that everyone was looking at him with expectant eyes. Pei Qian realized why the scene was so quiet, everyone was waiting for him to speak. This is embarrassing, and he has to say it. You can't let everyone wait for a long time, and then you say, I have no objection? That might trigger everyone's deeper imagination. Mr. Pei thought about it for so long, why did he say no objection? Is there a better plan, but he didn't say it? What kind of plan is it? What was the reason for not saying it out loud? Pei Qian thought about it, and everyone's imagination seemed to be more terrifying. It would be better to point them to a wrong path. Even if the final result is still profitable, it would be okay to earn less. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, don't make any new phones. Just sell the existing stock casually and don't continue marketing. Chang Yu nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei. What's next? Pei Qian. What do you mean, you are not surprised at all now? At least showing a surprised expression makes me sure that my plan is unreliable. However, looking at the other people in the conference room, they all looked serious and waited for Pei Qian's next words. Pei Qian sighed silently in his heart and had to continue. The next goal will be extended to 10 months to a year. Establish a software laboratory, make some useful apps, improve the mobile phone system, optimize the image algorithm and so on. We promised our customers before that we would launch 2 versions of the mobile phone system, supporting one-click switching. Now there is only a simplified version, no feature-rich version. What we promised must be completed. Chang Yu reminded in a low voice, Mr. Pei, the feature-rich version is planned to be developed simultaneously with the new mobile phone. I have talked about it before. Pei Qian was stunned. Have I talked about it? Oh, it seems that I have indeed said that. But Pei Qian still looked serious. R&D resources are limited, and we must concentrate our efforts on major projects. Even if they are all R&D, the results will naturally be very different if the investment is different. Don't think that you can just develop a feature-rich version of Odoo's to fool consumers. If you do it, you must do it to perfection. Do you understand? Chang Yu felt a little ashamed and nodded quickly, yes, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian was considering that after entering this cycle, another project could be delayed until the next cycle. At present, Odoo technology seems to be a good choice. For Pei Qian, delayed projects must have 3 characteristics at the same time. First, the current harm is huge. Second, the project itself must be able to invest a lot of resources, which can play the role of spending money suddenly. Third, it can be completed in time or produce products in the next cycle. And Odoo mobile phones meet all of them. Pei Qian emphasized that a software laboratory must be established, not a hardware laboratory. Although hardware laboratories seem to burn more money, it is also easy to burn for a long time without any results. Because hardware is not easy to fool, the things that are made are good or bad, and there is no ambiguous option. If there is no usable product before settlement, wouldn't it be a mess? Software laboratories can also burn a lot of money, and it is easier to produce results, and the possibility of settlement is not high even if you just optimize a version of the system, launch a good app, or optimize the imaging system algorithm of the mobile phone, it can be considered an achievement. Just find some profit points and you should be able to fool the system. Chang Yu carefully wrote down Mr. Pei's request, without asking any questions. From market positioning to brand marketing, OTTOE1 mobile phone was all handled by Mr. Pei, who has completely convinced Chang Yu. Chang Yu's principle now is to do his best to meet Mr. Pei's requirements when Mr. Pei has requirements, and decide the direction himself when Mr. Pei has no requirements. Chang Yu really thinks that Mr. Pei's goal is a bit too small. In 10 months to a year, you just optimize the mobile phone system, develop a few apps, and then study the imaging algorithm? Killing a chicken with a butcher knife. But since Mr. Pei asked so, he didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, Mr. Pei's requirements have always been perfection. Seeing that everyone was taking notes seriously, Pei Qian suddenly felt that his life was a bit lonely like snow. I don't know how everyone will understand my words. Alas, being misinterpreted is the fate of the expressor. Chapter 494, GOG Creative Community. April 20th, Wednesday. Tenda Game Department. Hu Xianben was at his workstation, drinking tons of coffee while working on the plot of Struggle. The development of Struggle was carried out simultaneously. Wang Guangjian's Halo Studio was still producing the original drawings of the characters. After Hu Xianben confirmed that there was no problem, it would be handed over to the outsourced art team for detailed modeling, and then the actors would go to the motion capture studio for motion capture. Hu Xianben had to finalize the script of the entire game as soon as possible. This didn't seem to be a particularly complicated thing. After all, President Pei had given a clear story outline, but when Hu Xianben actually did it, he found that it was much more difficult than he had imagined. Although the main content was about topics that can be seen everywhere in real life, such as going to school, taking exams, applying for jobs, getting married, and having children, it was precisely because they can be seen everywhere that there must be a problem of thousands of faces for thousands of people. There are billions of people around the world living completely different lives. The poor are miserable in their own ways, and the rich are wealthy in their own ways. So what kind of cases should be chosen to best represent the poor and rich classes? Because the social hierarchy is complex, some poor people live in the mountains, some live in the slums of the city, some are poor and hungry, while others can eat but live in poverty. There are also great differences between the poor and the rich, and even among the poor, it is difficult for them to understand each other. In this game, if you want to use individuals to represent the whole, it will be a special test for the designer's ability. If you go off track, someone will definitely say poor people are not like this at all, and the game will collapse from the root. How to make the case universal and resonate with all walks of life while ensuring authenticity. Hu Xianben felt that he had received an unprecedented and arduous challenge. Now that Liada has not paved the way for him, he can only rely on himself for everything, which is really stressful. While pulling his hair and thinking, Min Jingqiao came to the side and gently knocked on his desk. GOG's event plan has come out. Do you want to take a look? Hu Xianben shook his head. I can't take care of that. You can do it. Anyway. He subconsciously glanced at Liada's position. As long as Sister Li and Brother Bao don't raise any objections, there shouldn't be any big problems. Min Jingqiao nodded. Well, I have already sent the plan to the group, and they didn't say anything. Hu Xianben, then there is no problem. Min Jingqiao also felt more at ease and sat back at his workstation. On the computer screen is a plan, GOG Creative Community. GOG's official website originally had an official forum, which was mainly for players to raise opinions and feedback, and it was also part of the TPDB website. This time, Min Jingqiao planned to open a new section called Creative Community on the forum, which was specifically used to collect players' ideas for new heroes. Of course, when designing this section, Min Jingqiao always kept in mind President Pei's teachings. Most people's ideas may be treasures or cages. On the premise of fully respecting players' creativity, we must also be wary of the possible cage effect to prevent the game from becoming a patchwork monster or a four-legged beast. As a numerical designer, Min Jingqiao has to check the numerical balance of this game, while Zhang Nan has to check the art style of this game. But even so, with such a large number of creative ideas, it is a hassle just to screen and review them. Therefore, the designer's job is to predict these troubles in advance and solve them in terms of mechanism. Min Jingqiao divided the creative community into several simple sections and designed a player initial screening mechanism similar to likes to minimize the workload of designers on some low-level work. In Min Jingqiao's conception, GOG's heroes can be roughly divided into three categories. The first type is the hero that has purchased the IP, which can be directly reshaped according to the original image, and the skills will also be designed according to the story background of the original character. The second type is the hero designed based on the prototype of internal employees or relevant personnel with special contributions, such as modest. The third type is the hero designed by the player. The heroes designed by the player are divided into two categories. One is focused on mechanism and gameplay, and the other is focused on appearance. Every profession has its own specialty. It is difficult for most players to take into account the hero's background, appearance, specific skill mechanism, let alone numerical balance. So, these must be separated. The creative community is divided into four sections: IP Hero Collection Area, Special Contribution Collection Area, Original Mechanism Collection Area, and Original Appearance Collection Area. In the IP Hero Collection Area, the official will regularly post top posts to publicize the latest IP characters, and then players can design skills based on the existing image and story background. In the special contribution collection area, the deeds of some outstanding employees, partners, or outstanding players will be written, and then players will design according to the characteristics of these characters. In the original mechanism collection area, players are only responsible for thinking about hero design solutions that are beneficial to the game mechanism. For example, if there is a lack of a global auxiliary among the current heroes, then players only need to propose a good hero mechanism, and other people or the official will complete the original painting and story background of this hero. The original appearance collection area is just the opposite. Players only need to post their own hero original paintings or written story backgrounds, and other people or the official will design the skills. All of these sections have rich filtering and sorting functions. For example, players can sort and browse the current suggestion posts by different data such as popularity, posting time, and number of likes. They can like, strongly recommend, very funny, and step on the satisfactory designs. In this way, players can make preliminary screening, and designs with high player demand can be made first. Anyway, it has been crowdfunded and players are responsible for the design work, so why not just rub it in a little more and let them be responsible for the work of screening creativity? Of course, a company as moral as Tenda will definitely not take advantage of players' creativity for free. In order to better stimulate the enthusiasm of players, Min Jingqiao designed a very generous reward mechanism. For all players. After the new hero designed by players goes online, the first skin will be 10% off, the second skin will be 50% off, and the third skin will be 20% off. All players can enjoy it for a limited time of 1 month, from the date of skin sales, for active players on the forum, based on comprehensive judgment of login, likes, comments, and other data. After the new hero designed by players is launched, active players on the forum can enjoy the above discounts regardless of the time limit. Even if you are not an active player at present, as long as you log into the forum to participate in the interaction and restore your active player status, you can enjoy these benefits again. For excellent content producers, providing a large number of ideas with strong response, regardless of whether they are adopted. Regardless of whether the ideas are adopted or not, you can enjoy the right to purchase all skins at a 30% discount. The two discounts are not superimposed, the lowest discount is taken. If the idea is adopted, you can get 5% of the profit of the hero skin as a reward, and the name or game ID of the original source of the idea will be permanently marked on the hero's details page. Players can choose a title after entering the game, similar to Designer of Modest. Of course, players need to agree to some agreements before uploading their ideas to prevent possible copyright disputes. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if Tenda adopted a design and was blackmailed. Overall, this feedback can be said to be very large. In particular, once the idea is adopted, you can get 5% of the profit of all skins. The more popular the hero is and the more skins are sold, the more money you will get ideally, as long as players can design a hero that is fun enough and loved by most players, they can rely on this 5% share for a lifetime. Of course, this is only an ideal situation. Even if there are more than 100 heroes in a few years, there will only be dozens of such lucky players. However, this generous reward will attract talented players to rack their brains to participate in hero design. Using 5% of the share to exchange for a hero character that is generally loved by players, and also in exchange for the enthusiastic participation of players, this wave is not a loss. Now Min Jingqiao just wants to say one sentence to Zhito Company, come on, you have an iron liver, but the wisdom of players is endless. After reconfirming the plan, Min Jingqiao sent the plan to Pei Qian. At present, the same group of people are in charge of the Chinese website of the end, the TPDB website, the official website of the game, the forum, etc. Anyway, they are all websites, and they will eventually be integrated into the TPDB website. It is best to make them uniformly. After the forum is ready and revised, this news will definitely cause an uproar among the player community. President Pei should also be pleased that we have come up with such a good idea, right? At the same time, Pei Qian was worried in the office. He had no idea about the special task called endless learning in this cycle. At most, he could spend 8% of 20 million, or 1.6 million, to invest in himself and learn some knowledge. If the system judged that he had learned something at the time of settlement, he would be allowed to reduce or increase the system funds by 12.8 million. But the premise is that he had to spend 1.6 million. The less he spent, the less he would have to cut in the end. The reason why Pei Qian was still struggling for 3 weeks was mainly because he was struggling with 2 points. What course can cost 1.6 million in a few months? If there is such a course, can he get enough improvement and be judged as learned something by the system? If the system judged that he had learned nothing, it would be equivalent to spending 1.6 million in a rush, which would not have the effect of reducing the system funds at all and would not be meaningful. Pei Qian thought about many things, such as learning management, economics, foreign languages, painting. But after thinking about it, he still felt that it was not safe. First of all, he was so busy now that he had time to attend classes, but he might not have time to learn all this knowledge thoroughly. Secondly, even if he had time, his brain might not be able to keep up. Finally, it is difficult to spend 1.6 million on a course that you have time to learn, and the method that can spend 1.6 million may not necessarily learn enough useful knowledge. The system is also very cunning. Pei Qian wanted to do something like spending 1.6 million to buy a lesson and play a word game, but it would only get the system's cold eyes. This is really too difficult. Seeing that time pass day by day, Pei Qian felt that he could not delay any longer. The longer he delayed, the less time he would have to study. If you can't think of a solution yourself, you can only ask others for help. Who should I ask for help? Pei Qian thought about it and felt that he could ask Xiao Tang. Among all the employees of Dihua, Xiao Tang's Dihua level should be the lowest. At the same time, she is very tight-lipped and won't say a word that she shouldn't say. She is a good candidate. Thinking of this, Pei Qian sent a message to Tang Yishu, asking her to come to the office. Soon, there was a knock on the door outside. After entering the office, Tang Yishu spoke first. Senior, the management trainees have not been found yet. Pei Qian waved his hand. It's agreed that before Saturday, don't worry. This time I mainly want to ask you something else, please give me some advice. What do you think? If I want to learn something, what do I need to learn the most? Tang Yishu was stunned, blinked in confusion, and then said, No, I don't know. Pei Qian felt very sad. He was a little disappointed with this answer. Am I a perfect person in everyone's eyes? Is there even no room for learning and improvement? Oh, misunderstandings between people are so terrible. Tang Yishu thought for a moment and said, Senior, I don't know what you need to learn the most. I only know what you don't need to learn the most. Pei Qian, oh? What do I need to learn the most? Tang Yishu, Games, Game Design. Chapter 495, Who Dares to Teach President Pei? Additional chapter for Alliance Leader Hongyi. Pei Qian was stunned. Game design? Well, that is indeed the case in the eyes of others. Since the establishment of Tengda's game department, every project has been successful, and there is almost no duplication of game types. Other departments have more or less had some low periods, but the game department seems to have never failed. In the eyes of everyone, although President Pei's vision, leadership, and decision-making are very good, and he is also very successful in various fields such as investment, industry, digital, and catering, his best ability should still be his game design ability. And the Tenda game department has always been regarded as the trump card of the Tenda Group. Every employee who comes out of here can stand on his own. However, this is just the outside world's view. Pei Qian really wants to say, I don't have any game design ability at all. All along, the thing he did most in the process of making games was to go against the successful experience in the market, but he didn't know how. The game would always be a great success in the end. However, Tang Yishu's statement also gave Pei Qian a lot of inspiration. Pei Qian nodded, okay, got it, nothing else. After Tang Yishu left, Pei Qian had already determined his direction. He would learn game design. All the problems that he had been struggling with before could be solved with this method. First of all, he actually didn't know anything about game design, so there was a lot of room for improvement. If he understood a little, the system would judge that he had gained something. Secondly, if he only learned the concept of game design, it shouldn't be difficult, and it wouldn't be like those professional knowledge, where he couldn't learn it at all. Thirdly, he definitely wouldn't go to a training class to learn games. He could just pay for one-on-one tutoring from the top domestic game companies. The big guys' bonuses were hundreds of thousands or millions a month, and one-on-one tutoring would cost them 100,000 yuan per class. Isn't that too much? Finally, learning more about game design knowledge was a way for Pei Qian to fill in the gaps. He had been making money because he didn't understand game design before. If he understood it, wouldn't he be able to avoid the possibility of making money and achieve the historic loss of Tenda Games? It was simply a perfect solution. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more he felt that this was reliable. At present, there may not be many producers in China who have both fame and fortune, but there are definitely many who can make money. Pei Qian thought that being able to make money must be considered a kind of design ability, and the system should also recognize it. In short, let's contact a few people first. Maybe even if Mr. Pei is willing to pay, they are still not willing to go to Jingzhou. Such successful producers either have their own companies, or have shares in the company, or can get a large bonus from successful projects. Even if they happen to be short of money, they may not have time. If their projects are in the development stage, they can't get away at all. Considering the consumption of time and energy, they may not be interested in the tuition fee of hundreds of thousands. In short, we still have to find the right person first, and then discuss in detail. Pei Qian called Assistant Qian over, contact several well-known domestic game companies, find their best producers, and say that I sincerely want to learn some knowledge about game design. Ask them if they are willing to come to Jingzhou to teach, and the tuition fee can be negotiated. Assistant Qian showed a trace of surprise on his face, but he didn't ask more questions. He nodded and turned around to do it. Pei Qian added, this matter should not be spread. Assistant Qian nodded, understood. After Assistant Qian left, Pei Qian couldn't help but start to fantasize. I wonder which game producer will accept my invitation. Pei Qian tried to recall and found that he had not had much contact with other game producers, except Zhou Mian from Skyfire Studio, but that was more than a year ago. The main reason is that for Pei Qian, games are just a way to lose money. He is not interested in the domestic game circle at all, and has no motivation to actively make friends with these successful game producers. So until now, Pei Qian doesn't know many game producers. But it doesn't matter. Tenda Games is also slightly famous in the domestic game circle. Mr. Pei sincerely wants to learn some game design knowledge. There must be one or two big guys willing to come, right? Or, just come to make friends with Mr. Pei. Jingzhou is a place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. There are many delicious and fun things to do. It's worth coming here. I don't know which big guy is willing to come. I'm so looking forward to it. Pei Qian couldn't help but start to imagine. More than 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door outside, and Assistant Qian came back. Pei Qian was looking forward to it, who agreed to come. Assistant Qian looked a little strange. Mr. Pei, I asked 4 companies, and they all refused. Pei Qian was stunned. Why? Is it because I didn't explain the tuition fee clearly? Or is it because we are not sincere enough? Assistant Qian shook his head. It's not a matter of money, nor a matter of sincerity. They didn't believe it at all, and thought we were joking. One of them said, "Don't joke, Mr. Pei is already the top game producer in the country, who dares to teach him? Are you showing off your skills in front of an expert?" Another person said, "I only know how to make pay-to-win games. I can't even get the artistry of games from Mr. Pei's car exhaust. How can I have the nerve to teach Mr. Pei?" Everyone said that if they just come to visit and make friends, they will be happy, but forget about giving lectures. I think asking more won't lead to any results, so I didn't ask more people. I'll come back and report to you first. Pei Qian was speechless. How about asking Zhou Mayan from Skyfire Studio? An old acquaintance, should be easier to talk to, right? Assistant Qian smiled. I asked, and he reacted most strongly. Pei Qian. This is a fuss. Pei Qian himself didn't want to pick on words. Whether it's learning or communication, the role is similar. However, the system's requirements are very clear. It must be learning, and the 1.6 million must be spent in the form of tuition and teaching-related expenses. Communication and discussion are not in line with the system's requirements. Pei Qian didn't expect that he would be rejected, let alone rejected for this reason. Everyone thinks Mr. Pei's game design skills are too high, and it's embarrassing to teach him. Pei Qian disagreed. We finally came up with a solution, so are we just going to give it up? Absolutely not. If you don't want to teach me, then I can only learn anonymously, because Pei Qian has been keeping his identity secret. Not many people know his true identity, and there are no photos or video materials during the interview. In other words, even if he met these producers, they would not know that this was President Pei. Pei Qian considered that he could pretend to be a rich second generation who was not short of money, and pay 1.6 million to ask these successful producers to teach him game design. After all, rich second generations do nothing strange, and these producers will not be too suspicious. However, this brings a new problem. The 1.6 million tuition fee is paid by the system and must be transferred from the company account. When the other party receives the money and finds that the transfer is from Tenda, what will they think? Why did this rich second generation pay the tuition fee from Tenda's company account? It doesn't seem to work. After thinking about it again, he decided to change his identity. He was no longer a rich second generation, but an excellent employee of Tenda. Because of his excellent work, President Pei paid 1.6 million yuan specifically for him to spend at will and study further. This outstanding employee has always been interested in game design. He has no shortage of money and decided to use the money to hire an outstanding game producer to learn successful game production experience. In this case, he definitely cannot be an employee of the game department, so, the investment department. Because of the successful investment, he received special praise from President Pei. Well, this barely makes sense. If someone asks, since you are an employee of Tenda, why don't you ask Mr. Pei to teach you game design? At this time, you can answer, Mr. Pei is busy with work and has no time. Although there are still some loopholes, it should not be a big problem. Anyway, if you can fool one, it's one. As long as there are successful game producers willing to teach you, you can spend the money. Besides, these words are basically true. Pei Qian himself can be said to be an excellent employee of Tenda, and he has indeed made achievements in the investment department. It's just that one piece of information is concealed. This excellent employee is the same person as Mr. Pei. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, so, change a few more companies, and say that there is an excellent employee in our company's investment department who wants to learn some game design knowledge, and we will hire them to give lectures at a high price. Assistant Qian instantly understood, okay, Mr. Pei. She knew very well that the excellent employee Mr. Pei was talking about was actually himself, and saying this was nothing more than avoiding the previous situation of no one dares to teach again. As for why Mr. Pei was so persistent in asking other game producers to teach him, Assistant Qian was a little curious, but she didn't ask more questions. President Pei is a maverick. This is not the most puzzling thing he has ever done. There is nothing to be surprised about. 10 minutes later, Assistant Qian came back. Boss Pei, a producer, said he can consider it. Pei Qian was very happy. Who? Assistant Qian, he and from Mangwa Games, boss, he. As a veteran game producer in China, he has made achievements in both standalone games and online games, and enjoys a high reputation in the domestic game industry. He is currently in a semi-retired state, flying around the country and abroad, enjoying life. Boss Pei, do you think it's okay? Pei Qian nodded, okay. Anyway, for him, these successful game producers should be similar, and they should have a relatively unique understanding of games. As long as they are willing to come, it's fine. Assistant Qian nodded, okay, I'll book a flight now. Boss, he is in a semi-retired state now, and he has nothing to do. If everything goes well, he should be able to arrive in Jingzhou tomorrow. Oh, by the way, boss, he said he would do a simple quiz at that time, and he would not teach those who are too stupid. At this point, Assistant Qian smiled, of course, this is just a trivial condition for you, Boss Pei. After that, Assistant Qian turned and left. Pei Qian opened his mouth slightly and fell into a stagnation. Huh? A trivial condition? Pei Qian's mood at this moment was like a student who had not reviewed at all and suddenly had to take an entrance exam. It was said to be very simple, but in fact it was completely impossible. Is it too late to review now? Then the question is, who knows what questions the other party will ask, and there is no textbook, so what can I review? Pei Qian couldn't help but frown, and he had deep doubts about the decision he made. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 496, I can't figure out your true level. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. April 22, Friday. In a cafe near Handong University, Pei Qian was drinking coffee while staring at the screen of his mobile phone and reciting the contents on it. Yesterday, he and from Mangwa Games agreed to come to Jingzhou, but whether he was willing to teach or not depended on the test results. As for why the meeting place was chosen in this cafe instead of Moyu Internet Cafe, the answer is obvious. Pei Qian has been to Moyu Internet Cafe too many times, and all the staff know him. If he doesn't explain it in advance, the staff will definitely reveal the flaws, but if he explains it in advance and asks the staff to cover for him, then too many people will know about this matter, and it will be easy to leak the news. What's more, the Internet Cafe is opposite the Halo studio, and Ruan Guangjian runs there every day to buy coffee. If he bumps into him, Ruan Guangjian will shout Pei Zong again, which will be exciting. Therefore, considering all aspects, Pei Qian decided to avoid his own business as much as possible in the future. The fewer people knew about the fact that he invited Qian to give a lecture, the better. Anyway, it was just for spending money and learning knowledge, so he didn't care about so many details. At present, only Assistant Qian and driver Xiao Sun know about this matter, and they try their best to cover up for Pei Qian. It is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. According to Xiao Sun's report, Mr. He has already got off the plane and may arrive in more than 40 minutes. From last night to now, except for sleeping time, Pei Qian has been reviewing intensively. As for, without textbooks, what to review? Pei Qian thought hard and could only make a prediction. He spent a lot of time yesterday to search out all the games that Qian had made. It is impossible to play them all. He can only watch the relevant videos roughly, and then watch the explanations and reviews of the games to master some basic knowledge. Anyway, as long as he doesn't behave too much at that time, and then uses the tuition fee to express his sincerity, it should be fine. After searching the games that Qian had made, Pei Qian realized that this person is really a senior giant in the domestic game industry. Qingshan was born in 1969 and is 42 years old this year. He produced his first casual game when he was 20 years old. Later, he produced a well-known standalone RPG game in the industry, which achieved great success. He then founded his own game company, namely Myriad Games. His latest game is a multiplayer national war RPG PC game developed 3 years ago, which is still in operation and in good condition today. However, after developing this game, he has become successful and is in semi-retirement. Such a big man can be said to have witnessed the development history of the entire domestic game industry and has made achievements in multiple game types. He is definitely qualified to teach most domestic designers. Even ordinary people can't invite him. However, this also brings a problem. Pei Qian needs to review too much content. With so many games, Pei Qian can only take a quick look at them. Once Qian asks a deeper question, he will probably not be able to answer it. Pei Qian is helpless, but there is only so much time. He is not a genius who can remember everything he sees. Moreover, many of the games here are too old. Although they were very famous at the time, Pei Qian had never heard of them. The effect of rote memorization can be imagined. There is no way, he can only hope for his luck and money. In the process of memorizing the questions, 40 minutes passed unknowingly. Mr. He, this way. Xiao Sun pushed the door open and let a middle-aged man in his 40s into the cafe. Pei Qian immediately recognized Qian. He looked younger than in the photo. Although he was a little unkempt, the confidence of a successful middle-aged man was still inadvertently exuded in his gestures. Pei Qian stood up and greeted him, shaking hands with Qian. "Hello, Mr. He." Qian smiled warmly. "You are Mr. Ma, right? Nice to meet you." Pei Qian also smiled and nodded. "Yes, I am Ma Yang." "Mr. He, please take a seat." The two sat down, and Xiao Sun immediately asked the waiter to arrange coffee after asking, and then went out to wait in the car. Pei Qian had already told him that Xiao Sun would be responsible for Qian's itinerary during this period. On the one hand, it is a way of hospitality, and on the other hand, it is to prevent being exposed. What Pei Qian wants now is to spend the 1.6 million as smoothly as possible, and not to cause any strange rumors. The two chatted while drinking coffee. Qian was calm. "I didn't expect that Mr. Ma could achieve success in the investment industry at such a young age. He is really a hero in his youth." Pei Qian smiled slightly. "When Mr. He was 20 years old, didn't he already make his first game and become famous at home and abroad?" The smile on Qian's face became brighter. Obviously, no one would feel uncomfortable with such business flattery. Mr. Ma may be very talented in the investment industry, but game design is a completely different matter. I have already said before coming here that I will conduct a simple test. I hope Mr. Ma doesn't mind. Pei Qian nodded. "Of course." Qian took out a folded document from his bag, which was about 3 or 4 pages long, and handed it to Pei Qian. "Mr. Ma, just answer according to your own ideas. Don't be nervous. These should be relatively simple questions." Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the word relatively simple. If it was basic knowledge, it would not be a problem for him to get a passing score for the content he had reviewed intensively. Of course, he should not be careless. Pei Qian took the test paper, took out the pen that he had bought for a high price but had only used a few times from his jacket pocket, and prepared to start answering. However, after seeing the questions, Pei Qian was dumbfounded. He casually scanned a few questions. What kind of psychology did the success of Lonely Desert Highway take advantage of among the players? What was the designer's purpose? Why did the painting style of Ghost General stand out among a number of card games? How should designers balance their own needs with the inspiration of the original artist? What was the original intention of pricing the Pei Qian of Sea Fortress at 888? What objective effect did it have? What is so special about the marketing method of game producer? What is the central idea of the game? What kind of thought does the epitaph in turning back reflect? What objective effect did it have? There were 3 pages in total, all of which were short answer questions, and blank spaces were left very considerately. Pei Qian looked up at Heian with a complicated expression. Just this test? I was still studying hard to learn the basic knowledge of games and the games you designed. But you used the games I made to test me. What do you mean? If I had known this, why would I have searched for information about the games you made? I could have just rewatched all of Mr. Chiao's videos, and that would have been the end of it. Seeing Ma Yang's expression of surprise and confusion, Heian smiled slightly. Haha, Mr. Ma, do you think I want to give some basic knowledge, or questions related to the games I have made? Those basic knowledge can be found by searching on the internet. There is no point in memorizing them by rote. As for the games I made, although I am reluctant to admit it, they are outdated. Nowadays, if you study game design, you must learn the latest games. It just so happens that Mr. Ma, you are interested in games, and you happen to work in an investment company under Tenda. I think you have some understanding of Tenda games. Learning more about Tenda's design concepts will help you the most. How about it? I said. This test is really not difficult, right? Pei Qian. Looking at Heian, and then at the test questions in his hand, he felt mixed emotions. Forget it, what else can I do? Answer it. Pei Qian wrote quickly, dotting on the paper, and answering quickly. Heian drank coffee while waiting patiently. Half an hour later, Pei Qian finished answering. Although he didn't fill 3 pages, he made sure that each question had at least 3 or 5 lines, which looked very realistic. For short answer questions, he had to fill in the blanks even if he made up a story. This was a good habit Pei Qian had developed since high school. He unhappily took the test paper and looked through it, and his expression quickly became unpredictable. The success of Lonely Desert Highway takes advantage of the masochistic and argumentative mentality of the player group. The designer's goal is to make players feel bored in the game and then give up the game. The epic ink and oil painting thick painting style of Ghost General is very special among the Q version games, and the imaginative character design also adds points. Designers should completely abandon their own needs and let the original artist play freely. The original intention of pricing the Pei Qian of Sea Fortress at 888 was to dissuade players from buying it. Objectively, it seems to have stimulated the consumption of local tyrants. The outstanding marketing of game producer is that the poor marketing content unexpectedly triggered the effect of spontaneous marketing by the host. The central idea of the game is that being misinterpreted is the fate of the expressor. The epitaph in turning back as the shore reflects the designer's idea of trying every possible way to dissuade players from playing, which objectively has the opposite effect and stimulates the player's rebellious psychology. Heian looked at these answers, his brows sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. Pei Qian drank coffee silently, feeling very complicated. He hesitated for a long time. Should he write down his actual thoughts or answer the questions according to the overinterpretation of Mr. Chiao and others? Although he should write down his actual thoughts in accordance with the principle of honesty, he would probably have to take a plane and run away on the spot. Therefore, Pei Qian could only shamelessly answer the questions with the standard answers overinterpreted by Mr. Chiao and the successful game experience summarized by his designers. But the problem is that Mr. Chiao will not make videos for every game of Mr. Pei. There are some questions that Mr. Chiao has never made videos for, and there are some questions about designer's intention. Pei Qian really doesn't know how to answer them, so he can only let himself go. Although such answers seem a bit ridiculous, this is the only way. I hope I can pass. He read all 3 pages, with a bit of confusion in his eyes. Some questions were answered very well, some were answered in more straightforward language, but the meaning was the same, and some questions were answered very outrageously. To be honest, I am a little confused about your true level. Pei Qian gave a polite smile. The real level is hard to figure out? That's right. Because I can't figure it out myself either. Chapter 497 Your reasoning ability is truly amazing. He took the test questions and answered them one by one. Some of the questions were answered very well. For example, you summarized the art style of Ghost General as epic ink and oil painting thick painting style, and summarized the central idea of game producer as being misinterpreted is the fate of the expressor. These are very accurate and appropriate expressions, and very professional. Some of the questions are answered in a vague way, but the general meaning is correct. For example, the last question, the epitaph in turning back is the shore, reflects the designer's idea of trying every means to dissuade players. This answer cannot be said to be wrong, but it is inaccurate. The standard answer to this question should be extended to a level. The reason why the designer wants to dissuade players is actually a kind of playing hard to get. The answer should be, reflects the author's accurate grasp of the target player's mentality. There are several other questions that are very wrong. For example, designers should completely abandon their own needs and let the original artist play freely. This is definitely not okay. Unless your original artist is a real artist, but who can guarantee that any artist you meet when making a game can reach the level of an artist? Therefore, a more accurate and detailed art requirements document is needed. For example, is the purpose of Lonely Desert Highway to make players feel bored and give up the game? The original intention of pricing Pei Qian at 888 was to prevent players from buying it? Is the marketing of game producer poor marketing? These are all very wrong. In short, based on the above questions, although it is still difficult to figure out your true level, I can roughly make a judgment. Looking at Hian's confident and well-informed look, Pei Qian suddenly became curious about what he was going to say next. Could it be that the boss could really see a lot of deep things through such simple questions? Please go ahead. Pei Qian's attitude was very sincere, because he also wanted to know what level and state he was at, and where his understanding of the game was wrong. He stroked his chin, looking like a famous detective. It's not like an outsider who focuses on the investment industry can accurately summarize the art style and the core idea of the game. Unless you heard these words from other sources and wrote them down. These seemingly plausible answers show that you don't have a deep understanding of the game, you only have a superficial understanding, and you lack the spirit of research. Of course, it's not that you lack perseverance, but it seems that researching the game itself is not a high priority for you, and it is a relatively low-return thing. As for these questions that were extremely wrong, they are more interesting. Logically, even an outsider who knows nothing about the game industry should at least understand the relationship between designers and original artists, right? This game is meant to discourage players is also very unreasonable and contains too much subjectivity. Hian's eyes were bright, and he looked at Pei Qian with a cunning and confident expression. It seems that you have also given me a hidden puzzle? Pei Qian showed a shocked expression. Is it so magical? Just through these answers of mine, he can see so much content? Could he see that I am President Pei, the designer of the game? Countless thoughts flashed through Pei Qian's mind in an instant, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Hian couldn't help but laugh. I knew I guessed right. Boss Ma, I guess you must be a close friend of Boss Pei in real life. Your relationship is not just that of a leader and a subordinate, but more like a friend or buddy, right? You must have heard the precise summary of the art style and the central idea of the game from Boss Pei when you were chatting with him, so you wrote it down. You don't have a high priority for studying games because you are busy with your work in the investment industry and have no time to devote your energy to studying, so you only have a vague understanding. As for those outrageous answers, maybe he was joking with you when you were chatting with Mr. Pei, saying that these games are just to discourage players, or he was being modest, saying that game producer used poor marketing. However, you didn't have a deep understanding of the game itself and believed it. You can have so much time to chat with Mr. Pei, and Mr. Pei will joke with you, which shows that you two have a very close relationship. You actually took Mr. Pei's joke seriously, which shows that sometimes you can be a little too honest. Am I right, Mr. Ma? After he had finished speaking, he looked at Ma Yang with confidence. Pei Qian had no doubt that if he had 5 long beards, he would definitely stroke his beard at this time with a smug expression, but he had no beard, so he could only stroke the stubble on his chin, and his face seemed to have 6 big words written on it: there is only one truth. Pei Qian didn't know how to answer for a moment. Because of the lack of a known condition, Heian's reasoning was wrong from the beginning, but somehow, he finally came to a correct conclusion. He did guess Ma Yang's behavior and personality traits correctly, and even guessed that Ma Yang and Pei Qian were close friends. The accuracy of this reasoning is amazing. And Heian's reasoning is based on known conditions, which can be said to be steady and well-founded. This makes people feel even more magical. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. Mr. He, your reasoning ability really amazes me. Feeling the sincerity in Ma Yang's words, Heian couldn't help but smile. Back then, I also made detective games. This is just a trivial specialty of mine, not worth mentioning. Pei Qian asked, so, Mr. He, do you think I passed the test? Heian smiled slightly. If someone else answered like this, I wouldn't waste more time on him. But since Mr. Ma is Mr. Pei's best friend and his attitude is so sincere, I have no reason to refuse. I will try my best to teach you. How much you can comprehend, Mr. Ma, depends on yourself. Pei Qian. I never expected that in the end, I still had to rely on my reputation to pass the test. I rubbed myself? Pei Qian had an extremely absurd feeling. The whole thing seemed to exude a kind of black humor from beginning to end. It seems that the idea of learning game design has gone astray from the beginning, and now it is getting more and more off track. But since it has come to this point, let's learn it. If you can master more game design knowledge, you can take fewer detours in making games in the future, even if you make less money. Heian continued, Boss Ma, my time is limited. I can only come to Jingzhou once a month. How do you plan your time? Pei Qian coughed twice. Mr. He, this is what I think. It's not easy for you to come to Jingzhou, and the knowledge you share is very valuable. In order to save your time, I think this way. There will be a big class every month, a total of 5 classes. I will give you 200,000 yuan for each class. In addition, your round-trip air tickets and expenses in Jingzhou will also be reimbursed. This price is the highest price allowed by the system. At first glance, 200,000 yuan for a class is outrageous, but it is actually reasonable. Many economics professors and big names are invited to lectures, and the appearance fee alone is 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. This is a very normal price. Heian himself is the boss of a game company and has many successful games. Although Mangwa Games is not as glorious as before, Heian himself is worth at least several 100 million yuan. In other words, if people don't want to come, it is impossible for them to change their minds for a few 100,000 yuan. With Heian's status in the game industry, it is far higher than that of ordinary economics professors, and this is not a lecture for many people, but a one-on-one teaching, where questions can be raised at any time and exchanges can be made. It is not excessive to pay 200,000 yuan for a class. Pei Qian thought that this way he could spend at least 1 million before the settlement. As for what to do with the remaining money, let's talk about it later. Heian smiled and nodded. Okay, then it's a deal. Although the specific amount of hard work fee is not particularly important to him, it also represents sincerity. 200,000 per class, 5 classes for 1 million, it can be said that his work is not in vain. Okay, then Mr. Ma, let's stop here today. I'm new to Jingzhou, so I plan to take a tour and prepare the teaching content. So, next Thursday, which is the 28th, we will start the first class on time. As for the subsequent courses, they will be scheduled on the last Thursday of each month. Pei Qian nodded, okay, just arrange the time. After seeing Hian off, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. I don't know what this big guy will tell me in the first class next week. April 23rd, Saturday. A group of students who looked childish, led by Tang Yishu, came to the 16th floor of Shenhua Haojing. After entering the magnificent office building, although these students are trying hard to restrain themselves and not show too much surprise, they still can't help looking around. Everyone's face is full of irrepressible curiosity and a little ashamed. After all, this magnificent building seems to be full of successful people in suits and ties, and they are all poor students with limited money. Tang Yishu led everyone to the conference room. Everyone wait here for a while, President Pei should be here soon. I'll go feed the cat first. After Tang Yishu left the conference room, everyone began to whisper to each other. The working conditions here are too good. I almost thought this was a TV series set. Are all companies like this? What are you thinking about? This is Tenda. Obviously, some of these people know more about Tenda, while others are completely obsessed with learning and have little information. So, what do we management trainees do? Someone asked a very sharp question. No one understands this question, and Tang Yishu can't explain it clearly. Because Pei Qian didn't intend to explain it to her clearly. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 498 Cultivating a Team of Obedient People. As everyone was talking in a low voice, they heard Tang Yishu's voice from outside. Senior, everyone is here, all in the conference room. Everyone hurriedly sat up straight. Sure enough, the door of the conference room was soon pushed open. Pei Qian entered the conference room and sat at the top of the conference table, while Tang Yishu sat in the empty seat to his left, holding a notebook to take notes. When they saw Mr. Pei's true face, everyone had different reactions. Most people had asked Tang Yishu before, knowing that Mr. Pei was a senior who had not yet graduated from college, so they were mentally prepared. However, after seeing the real person, the younger he was, the more they expected. This is exactly the same age. At the same time, everyone felt a special aura from Mr. Pei. His every move seemed to exude a strong sense of self-confidence and a carelessness about everything, as if everything was under control. In fact, Pei Qian's aura came from two aspects. This is his own company, and he is more familiar with it than his own home. He has no revenue pressure for the company, so he is naturally calm in his every move. Therefore, this kind of aura will always successfully deceive people around. Some people were confused, and then suddenly realized. Isn't this the actor in Pei's daily life? Although Pei's daily life was a short play more than a year ago, Fei Huang Studio stopped filming sequels, and the popularity gradually faded, but Pei's image is still deeply rooted in people's hearts. When Pei Qian met his classmates in school, his classmates regarded him as a guest actor. But today, these students saw Pei Qian's true face and realized that it was Pei himself who played Pei in the short play. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Pei Qian instantly understood their thoughts and raised his fingers to make a hush gesture. Then, he smiled and said, "It is the responsibility of every Tenda employee to keep my identity confidential. I believe you can do it, right?" Everyone nodded hurriedly. Pei Qian also knew that his identity might be exposed sooner or later, but he could barely cover it up for now. On the one hand, people who knew his identity knew that he didn't want others to know his identity, and they all had certain interests, so they all helped to cover it up. For example, school teachers, Ma Yang, and Tenda employees. On the other hand, Pei Qian's identity is a company boss and a game maker, and these two identities are relatively less likely to arouse curiosity. Even if most people are interested in a company boss or a game maker, they will at most search the internet, and if they can't find a photo, they will give up. Few people will go to the bottom of the matter and want to know what he looks like. And even if they know the identity, it is not a shocking news, and there is not much gossip value. In short, Pei Qian's demands so far are only two: don't be watched when walking in school, don't let people who are close to him, especially his parents, find out about his financial difficulties and make unnecessary associations. Pei Qian is quite satisfied with the current situation. These management trainees should be able to keep secrets well. According to Tang Yishu's method, these people are poor students of the same grade as her, and they are found from various colleges. One thing in common is that they have received the living allowance that Pei Qian provided to the poor students in the school before. In addition to poor economic conditions, these poor students are also very introverted, and their interpersonal relationships are simple and unobtrusive. This is normal, because for children from poor families, this is a high probability event. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this, and felt that this kind of person was a good candidate for the Jinhui. Scanning his eyes over everyone, Pei Qian said, "First, I have 3 requests for everyone. First, keep my identity confidential. Just say hello when you see me at school. Second, just call me senior. Third, unconditionally put my requirements above the interests of all departments. Can you do that?" Everyone nodded immediately and said in unison, "Yes." Pei Qian smiled slightly. "Very good, no one asked questions, and we must keep it up in the future. Your job is very simple. As a management trainee, you will enter various departments of the company and try to understand the operation mode of this department as much as possible, and always understand the department's trends and plans. I will convene you regularly. The time is fixed on Saturday, and the frequency is about once every 2 to 3 weeks. Before the meeting, everyone should summarize the work of the department during this period into a briefing. Maybe I will be interested in one of the tasks. If I ask you, you'd better be able to answer the relevant details. Everyone needs to pay special attention to the fact that you are management trainees, and this identity is completely public. However, the fact that you report your work directly to me and Tang Yishu is confidential. Including the routine meetings held irregularly on Saturdays, you should not be rude to anyone, including the head of your department and colleagues. Everyone needs to sign an internship agreement and a confidentiality agreement. Please rest assured that we will provide an internship salary that is much higher than other companies. At the same time, if everyone does a good job, you can be admitted to Tenda directly after graduation without taking an exam. Give everyone a few minutes to think about it. Tang, go and get the agreement for everyone to see. Tang Yishu left the meeting room, took the internship agreement and confidentiality agreement that she had prepared before, and distributed them to everyone. A few minutes later, everyone read the internship agreement and confidentiality agreement, and signed them without any questions. For them, this is obviously a good opportunity that will never come again if they miss it. They can get a generous internship salary, can intern in Tenda Group and understand the business operation model, and can get the opportunity to enter Tenda without taking an exam after graduation. Most importantly, they can report directly to President Pei at the regular meeting. Where can you find such a good thing? If you refuse now, they will definitely go to someone else, and it will be useless to regret it. Pei Qian was very satisfied with everyone's performance. No one raised any questions, which helped to cultivate a group of subordinates who were absolutely loyal to him. If there are any departments that are secretly doing something behind the scenes, they will all be in his sight. The reason why Pei Qian selected candidates from junior students, asked them to call him senior instead of Pei and asked them to report directly to him was to make them realize the special nature of their positions and to bring them closer to him, so that they would become a direct line of obedience. So far, everything has been very successful. After everyone signed the agreement, Pei Qian began to assign work. Next, we will assign departments. Consider your professional knowledge, hobbies, and objective abilities. If you think you are suitable for this department, raise your hand. If many people raise their hands, Tang, you decide. Tenda Games. Shanyang Games. Moyu Internet Cafe. Moyu Takeaway. In every department of Pei Qian, someone would raise their hand. When multiple people wanted to go to the same department, Tang Yishu would assign one person to go according to their major. Tang Yishu had already considered this when she was looking for these candidates. She was looking for people with different majors, so it was relatively easy to assign them. Soon, all departments were assigned, and a total of 17 claims managers were assigned to 17 different departments. Together with Tang Yishu, the Tenda Jinui had a total of 18 people at the beginning, which was just the right number. Of course, if new business departments emerge in the future, the number of claims managers will have to be expanded. Okay, there's nothing else to do. Everyone, get ready. Next Monday, you'll officially report to the department head in the corresponding department, and then start working. I have asked the HR department to contact the heads of each department. If any department head does not cooperate with your work, please report to Tang in time. Watching these students leave, Pei Qian felt very satisfied. These juniors have no work experience, their thinking is relatively simple, and they completely obey his instructions. As long as they are trained a little, they will most likely become his right-hand men in the future. At the same time, Pei Qian couldn't help but look forward to the first regular meeting of students in the future. As long as these eyes and ears can be trained well, who can stab me in the back when I'm not paying attention? April 24th, Sunday. Pei Qian strolled and walked towards the managed fitness center. Sunday is the peak period for the gym. If there is no one, the fitness project is half successful. If there are a lot of people, then there are serious hidden dangers, and we must hurry up and find a way to solve it. On the way, he took out his mobile phone and took a quick look at the situation of the Shuaba Kuailai app. At present, it seems to be well controlled. Pei Qian had a headache because of Yuan Ming Venture Capital's previous operation on the Shuaba Kuailai project. Yu Ping'an, who was poached from Shuda Education, seemed to be a loyal subordinate, but he stabbed him in the back within a month of his arrival. Now, as an educational software, Shuaba Kuailai app can make money quietly. Although its popularity has declined recently, the content promoted on the app has been diverting traffic to other departments of Tenda, and the app itself has a certain profitability. Pei Qian can only take the old way, based on the principle of whoever makes money spends it. Let Yu Ping'an spend all the money, appropriately advertise, spend money to develop some new functions, subsidize users, etc. In short, it has basically reached a balance between income and expenditure. Don't expect to turn profit into loss. Pei Qian is afraid that crazy spending of money will cause trouble again, so he can only spend a little and control the heat very carefully. Even so, 2 or 3 education groups have proposed to invest in or acquire Shuaba Kuailai app at a high price, and Pei Qian's attitude is of course very firm: refuse. For others, selling a profitable project is killing the chicken to get the eggs, but for Pei Qian, he doesn't mind killing the chicken, and even wants to kill the chicken, but the problem is that the egg taken out after killing the chicken is too big to eat. According to the current valuation of Shuaba Kuailai app, if it is really sold, it will be difficult to make a loss in this cycle. Anyway, it is impossible to sell it now, so let's just make do with it and take it one step at a time. Putting away the phone, Pei Qian came to the door of the managed gym. As he wished, a beautiful signboard had been erected outside, which detailed the various trivial regulations of the gym, which made Pei Qian very satisfied. However, as soon as he pushed the door open, Pei Qian realized that something seemed amiss. there were actually quite a few customers? Although there wasn't a huge crowd, the number of people had obviously increased, which was completely different from the previous situation where there were few customers. Many customers were visiting the fitness equipment, asking about the specific rules in the rest area, and some customers had already started exercising inside. Coaches such as Qingshan and Yaling were providing one-on-one caring services, helping customers correct their fitness movements, popularizing correct fitness concepts, etc. Pei Qian's heart sank. Could something have happened so soon? No, this was absolutely impossible. Chapter 499. I knew I had chosen the right person. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Regarding the current situation of the managed gym, Pei Qian has only 4 words. Unacceptable. All the regulations have been posted at the door, and these fitness coaches have been clearly prohibited from soliciting customers. Such unreasonable prices have been set and they are bundled with myriad takeaways. Even the original gym customers have switched to other gyms. Why are there still so many customers? Why? Pei Qian was very dissatisfied, and he wanted to find Qingshan to find out. Qingshan had just finished teaching a student, and when he saw President Pei coming in, he hurried to greet him. President Pei. Qingshan's face was full of smiles. Of course he had to smile, because the gym was empty before, and no one cared about it. Qingshan could only sit in the rest area except for his own training, which was very boring. Now? There is work to do. For the first time, Qingshan felt that having work to do was actually something worth being happy about. When he worked in other gyms, his classes were almost all full every day, but this made him feel not fulfilled, but exhausted. This exhaustion mainly came from 3 aspects. First of all, the main role of the private trainer in the training process is supervision and companionship. After customizing the training plan for the students, they will watch the students to do a certain number of bench presses or a certain number of fixed movements. When the students gradually become familiar with it, the private trainer will just watch from the side. It is a purely physical job rather than a technical job, and there is not much sense of accomplishment. Secondly, the private trainer must always bear the mental pressure of selling courses during the work process. Finally, because the schedule is very full, the coach himself has no time to exercise. He can only wait until the gym is about to close for more than an hour in the evening. The diet may not be well guaranteed, and he will feel tired over time. But now, the fatigue that Qingshan once had is completely swept away. This model of hosting gyms does not completely ignore customers, but teaches flexibly. When novices get started, they help novices correct their movements. After novices have fully adapted, the coach does not need to stand by. In this way, the time saved by the coach can be used to guide others, or to practice a little and take a break. At the same time, there is no need to consider how to sell classes, and there is no excessive interest relationship between the coaches and the students. The coaches can guide the customers without psychological burden, and the customers do not have to be wary of the coaches coming to promote sales, and the relationship between the two will be much more harmonious. In addition, myriad Takeaway provides fitness meals, and the managed gym does not allow overtime. These coaches have all been given sufficient rest, and their work is no longer a hardship. They can better enjoy the happiness that fitness brings to themselves at work. Therefore, Qingshan and the coaches are all full of energy and motivation. After I finished my training, I had nothing to do, so I naturally thought about how to provide better service to customers and enthusiastically guided the newcomers. Of course, Pei Qian could not see this information for the time being. He could only vaguely feel that Qingshan seemed to be in better shape and his mental state had improved. Pei Qian was obviously more concerned about the profitability of the gym now. Why are there so many people in the gym? Didn't you say that you were not allowed to do marketing to attract people? Then where did these customers come from? They can't have come to us on their own, right? Pei Qian's expression was full of vigilance. Guolicheng was a little confused. Mr. Pei, we really didn't do anything. They really came to us on their own. Isn't this what you expected? Pei Qian looked confused. Guolicheng explained, it's mainly because of the sign you put up. What's wrong with the sign? Pei Qian instantly felt something was wrong. Guolicheng explained excitedly, your sign is so well made. We thought this sign would discourage customers, but it turned out to be the opposite. Not only did it not discourage customers, but it actually attracted a group of people. A student from Handong University passed by our store. Although he was discouraged by the price, he found the content on the sign very interesting, so he took a photo and sent it to his classmates. The rules of our gym made these people feel refreshed, so it quickly attracted the attention of a group of young people. Of course, most people are just watching and don't plan to consume, but there are always some customers who are not sensitive to prices and will come to experience it, that is, these current customers. Pei Qian froze. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have made an empiricist mistake. The signboard at the door of Moyu Internet Cafe did have an immediate effect. For a long time, everyone left after seeing the price, and Moyu Internet Cafe was ignored. Later, Moyu Internet Cafe became popular mainly because of Chen Lei, and Chen Lei was attracted to be a resident singer mainly because of Zhang Yuan, which had nothing to do with the signboard. So, Pei Qian always thought that putting a signboard at the door was a good way to dissuade customers. But now he suddenly realized that the content of the signboards at Moyu Internet Cafe and gyms is different. The signboards at Moyu Internet Cafe show prices, including the price of internet access and the price of drinks. After seeing them, customers will only have one feeling, that is, expensive, and will not feel novel, and have no desire to share or spread them at all. But the sign for hosted fitness shows the charging model, which is not just expensive, but also includes bundled sales of fitness meals, mandatory fitness plans, etc. After seeing it, the first reaction of customers was not that the price was expensive, but that the model was interesting. Because other gyms don't do this. Such an unconventional rule will certainly trigger discussion, and some curious people will naturally come to take a look. In other words, there is no problem with the signboard at the entrance of Moyu Internet Cafe, but there is a problem with the signboard at the entrance of the hosted fitness center, and the problem is very serious. Pei Qian, who realized his mistake, turned pale and said after a moment of silence, "Remove the signboard." Guolicheng thought for a while. Mr. Pei, are you saying that the news has been initially spread, and the purpose of attracting nearby customers has been achieved? Removing the billboard will further attract more customers? Pei Qian. It's not okay to put it up, and it's not okay to remove it. What the hell is going on? Pei Qian decided not to dwell on this question anymore, and said with a little melancholy, so, you're not going to tell me that the gym is going to turn a profit? Guolicheng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, turning a profit? Mr. Pei, you're too optimistic, this is just the beginning. What I mean is that the current situation of managed fitness is good, and it has improved compared to the beginning, but it's too early to say that it's turning a profit. You seem to see a lot of people now, but don't forget, today is Sunday. Sundays are the peak time for gyms. If it's during the daytime on weekdays, the gym will become very deserted. Hearing this, Pei Qian let out a sigh of relief, feeling that there is always a way out. Fortunately, I was shocked. I thought it was going to make a profit, really, it was a false alarm. Pei Qian wanted to drink something, but there was no tea or coffee in the gym, only purified water, so he had to get a glass of water to drink to calm down. Thinking carefully, if there were only more people on Sundays and it was still deserted on weekdays, it seemed acceptable. After all, this gym itself has complete equipment and responsible coaches. Even if the pricing is unreasonable, there will always be some customers who are not sensitive to price and pay. As long as there are fewer such customers and the profit cannot support the expenses, it will be fine. Pei Qian relaxed a little. but then he became alert again. Although it is still far from making a profit, it is not a big deal to have so many people in the gym on weekends. It is easy to create a false impression that the gym is very popular. This is absolutely not okay. Pei Qian felt that the current gym's dissuasion model was not perfect, and he should work harder to get multiple insurances so that he could feel at ease. But how to do it specifically? Pei Qian himself didn't have any good ideas. He decided to ask Guoliqing. Is there any way to reduce the number of people coming to the gym on weekends? Guoliqing was stunned for a moment. Mr. Pei, do you mean to optimize the flow of customers according to the carrying capacity of the gym, so that resources can be more fully utilized and provide customers with a better experience? Pei Qian was silent for 2 seconds, about the same. Guoliqing showed a surprised expression. I wanted to report this to you before, but I didn't expect you to ask about it. It seems that you have a deep understanding of the operation model of the gym. In fact, this problem is also common in other gyms. Pei Qian asked curiously, oh? How did they solve it? Guoliqing said, they didn't solve it. That's why I hesitated whether to report this to you. Other gyms just fool customers into signing up for memberships and then leave them alone, not caring about the actual number of people in the gym. Sometimes during peak hours, such as weekends, the entire gym is completely overcrowded, and you have to queue up to use equipment, run, and even take a shower. At this time, it is completely dependent on the customer's spontaneous adjustment, actively queuing up, or choosing a time when there are fewer people. But even so, most customers have no choice but to come on weekends. Some customers don't want to come to the gym because there are too many people, which is exactly what they want. Anyway, the money for the annual membership has been paid, and the gym would rather you not come. So, this is a common problem. Pei Qian nodded. Then how do you think this problem can be solved? Guoliqing hesitated for a moment and said, to be honest, I have thought of a way, but the cost is a bit high, and customers may not accept it. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Why didn't you tell me about this good idea earlier? Hurry up. Pei Qian tried to maintain a calm expression. Guoliqing paused and said, the number of people a gym can accommodate is limited, and this cannot be changed. Therefore, in order to ensure the fitness experience of customers, we can only limit the number of people. I think we can develop an app to allow customers to make reservations according to their own time every day. If the number of reservations in the current time period is full, the number of people will be limited to a certain extent. This method is not feasible for other gyms, because everyone has an annual membership. If customers are not allowed to come, they will feel that their own interests have been damaged and they will definitely not agree. But our gym charges by the day and will specify detailed fitness plans for customers, so when making fitness plans, we can roughly distribute them to different time periods according to the free time of customers. If the weekend is full, then we can only accept customers who come to exercise at other times. However, it costs money to develop an app, and outsourced apps are not necessarily reliable. If they have a lot of bugs and are difficult to use, it will be troublesome. Moreover, customers may not necessarily understand our policy, and may even scold us. In addition, we must have someone responsible for coordinating and planning the fitness time of all students and arranging it reasonably, otherwise it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among customers. Pei Qian raised his hand. Okay, stop talking. Guoliqing thought that President Pei thought this plan was not feasible, so he quickly shut up. However, President Pei's eyes flashed. Do it immediately. Isn't it just making an app? I'll arrange it. This method proposed by Guoliqing made Pei Qian very satisfied. Making an app can cost more money, forcing consumers to use the app to come to the gym and make an appointment, which can also dissuade a group of people, and having someone responsible for coordinating and planning fitness time, arranging fitness plans for students, and paying an extra salary. After doing so much work, The final result is just a slight diversion of the crowd during peak hours, saving a little time for customers who come during peak hours, and improving a little experience. This cost-effectiveness is simply explosive. Pei Qian looked at Guo Liqing with a little more appreciation. This is definitely a promising talent. I knew I had made the right choice in choosing you as the manager of the gym. Chapter 500 The standard of a good employee has been lowered, for the leader Dong Lai Wudi. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. April 25, Monday. In the office, Pei Qian thought for a long time and finally stopped his sights on the OTTO technology department. Yesterday, Pei Qian happily accepted Guo Liqing's suggestion and decided to make a special app for booking for managed fitness. In this way, managed fitness is not only much more expensive than other gyms, but also has many more inhumane rules. Must be bundled with the consumption of Moyu takeaway fitness meals. Must be bundled with the use of the managed fitness app, otherwise it is impossible to make an appointment to use the gym. Must strictly follow the established plan to exercise, although it can be accommodating to a certain extent, but compared with other gyms, it seems too old-fashioned and inflexible. This is already very discouraging. Pei Qian thought, if someone said that such a gym can still make money, then he would definitely suggest that he open one himself. Take the app as an example. Who has ever seen a gym that requires appointments on the app for fitness? Adding this step will definitely discourage many customers. However, it is a problem to decide which department to assign to develop this app. At present, many departments under Pei Qian have the ability to develop and maintain apps, not to mention the game department. The Endpoint, TPDB website, and Moyu Takeaway all have mobile apps. Although some mobile apps are not used by many people and the functions are very simple, at least they exist. Let alone Shuaba Kuailai, the app level is the highest. In addition, Auto Technology obviously also has the ability to develop this app, although it is a bit of a sledgehammer. Pei Qian was thinking, who should he hand it over? No matter which department, the app developed will definitely reach the level of usable. However, in view of the fact that he was backstabbed by multiple departments 5 times before, Pei Qian felt that he must fully consider the relationship between the various departments to prevent the magical chemical reaction between 2 departments from happening again, which would cause the situation to develop in an unpredictable direction. His eyes swept over these departments one by one. The game department is definitely not a good choice. They are all a bunch of idiots who are good at applying their game production thinking to other projects. God knows how terrible the consequences will be if they are involved in this matter. The Endpoint and TPDB website are the same group of people, which seems to be a bad choice. What if TPDB website gives a special recommendation to the hosting gym? Wouldn't that be very bad? Student Come? It's even worse. The popularity of Student Come is so high, especially with so many users in Jingzhou. It's natural to have an event like having a better body can help you study better. Isn't that the end of the matter? Moyu Takeaway. It's not good either. The 2 departments are already in close contact. If they are further connected, and even the app is done together, the consequences will be disastrous. It's really weird. How can it be so dangerous without knowing it? Pei Qian considered all these departments and found that it seemed that letting managed fitness connect with any department would bring some unpredictable risks to himself. There are landmines everywhere. In the end, Pei Qian still set his sights on OTTO technology. Choosing Changyu's department to make the managed fitness app may seem a bit overkill, but isn't this exactly what Pei Qian wants? Using the mobile phone department, which is a big threat to him, as an outsourcing company, developing an insignificant app, so that they have no time to do more threatening things, invisibly weakened the combat effectiveness of OTTO technology. Of course, considering the possible linkage effect between OTTO technology and the hosted fitness app, Pei Qian also reminded Changyu not to pre-install the hosted fitness app on the autophone, and not to promote this app anywhere else, such as the mobile phone mall.in short, just make the app, don't get involved in any app promotion, just make the app an appendage and a tool for the managed gym. This should be fine, right? Pei Qian thought about it and felt that this seemed to be the most reliable option. Arrange all these things, and prepare to find a time to notify Chengyu. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door outside the office. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Xiaopeng, the current person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation. Xiaopeng was originally the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe in Linqing. Because he took over Zhang Yuan's job, he has now moved to Jingzhou. Pei Qian couldn't help but frown slightly. What is he doing here? When he saw the person in charge of such a money-making department coming to the door, Pei Qian couldn't help but have a headache. It must not be good news again. Most likely he made money again and came to ask how he should spend it. What's the matter? Pei Qian tried to keep himself calm. Xiaopeng was in Mr. Pei's office for the first time, and he was a little nervous. He whispered, Mr. Pei, ROF has accumulated a lot of money on its books. I think it's time to upgrade the business, so I came to ask you what the next step for ROF's installation business should be. Pei Qian. Look, what did I say? I knew that the heads of these money-making departments came to me for no good, and asked me to burn my brain cells to spend money for you again. Pei Qian sighed softly, you guys, you should also have some subjective initiative. Can't you find a way to spend the money you earn yourself? Don't always come to ask for instructions for such trivial matters. Just work hard, isn't it just spending money, right? What's so difficult about it? It doesn't matter if you spend more, I won't blame you. Xiaopeng nodded hurriedly, okay, Mr. Pei, then I will do it according to my own plan? Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Forget it, since you are here, tell me your plan. He originally thought that he should let Xiaopeng spend all the money himself and not ask at all. It's impossible that all my employees are business geniuses who only make money and never lose money, right? But then he thought again, judging from past situations, this possibility is not completely non-existent. Let's ask a question, as long as it's not too much, let them do it. Xiaopeng said, Mr. Pei, I think ROF is already a very popular brand of assembled computers, but our appearance seems to be a little lacking and cannot highlight our brand added value. I think we can spend some money to find some host case manufacturers to produce a batch of cool-looking host cases for us, and then customize some good-looking fans or water cooling to improve the appearance. Pei Qian thought for a moment and nodded, okay. This money will definitely improve the ROF brand. It is impossible that there will be no effect at all. Compared with the endless troubles of advertising and burning money for promotion, improving the appearance seems to be the least bad choice. What's more, Pei Qian himself does not have and dares not to think of a plan that makes less money, for fear that he will have an idea and give some advice, and ROF will make another big profit. Xiaopeng was very happy to get the affirmation of President Pei. President Pei, there is one more thing. The current business of Moyu Internet Cafe is also booming, and the funds on the books are also very sufficient. Can we continue to open branches? Pei Qian. Why are you panting when you speak? Can you say everything at once? You said two bad news separately, do you mean to let me take a breath? Pei Qian wanted to say no, but he couldn't find a suitable reason to refuse Xiaopeng's request. These Moyu Internet cafes in Jingzhou City and Linqing City are all popular and often full. Why don't they open branches? It doesn't make sense. If they drag it on, the employees of these Moyu Internet cafes will definitely be suspicious. But the problem is that this is a successful model that has been verified twice, and it will definitely make money if they open branches. Isn't this creating a burden for yourself? Last time, Pei Qian didn't believe in evil and thought that the popularity of Moyu Internet Cafe in Jingzhou was just an accident. He decided to open a branch in Lincheng, a poor place, and tried again. As a result, he accidentally created it entering the sinking market. Or, try the imperial capital and the magic city? Absolutely not. Moyu Internet Cafe is positioned as a high-end internet cafe, and the consumption level in these super first-tier cities is relatively high. Isn't it a way to send people to the head if it opens there? Since none of these work, there is only one last way. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said helplessly, "Open it. You can choose the address yourself, but it can only be opened in Jingzhou and places with lower economic development levels than Jingzhou. Moreover, this time we have to do the Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 model. There are fewer seats, more space, more expensive prices, and better locations." Pei Qian pondered that it would definitely not work to open an affordable internet cafe. The system limits the price. If an affordable internet cafe is combined with the Moyu brand, wouldn't it take off on the spot? The only way is to keep fighting with the high-end market. Anyway, if we keep trying to raise prices, one day the customer spending level will not be able to keep up, right? There can't be so many rich people in this world. Okay. Xiaopeng didn't ask any more questions. Since Mr. Pei had already given the instructions, he should think about it carefully, execute it seriously, and not ask any more questions. This is the self-cultivation that every Tenda person should have. Pei Qian thought for a while and said, "What if this store makes money again? Then find a way to spend all the money you earn. Open branches, renovate, buy computers, in short, spend it all, not a penny left." Pei Qian felt that he had to be prepared for both situations. What if Moyu Internet Cafe makes money again? Then give up strategically. Let Xiaopeng open branches when he has money. In short, no matter how many branches you open, how many computers you buy, and how many employees you recruit, as long as you have no money on the books and don't bother me with this matter again, it's fine. Mr. Pei's current definition of a good employee has begun to decline. In the past, Mr. Pei believed that only employees who could make him lose money were good employees. But now I find that this standard seems too high and no one can reach it. Then I can only lower the standard. Now Mr. Pei's definition of a good employee has become, as long as you can spend all the money you earn and it does not affect the settlement, then you are a good employee. As for what to do with the money, do whatever you want. Xiaopeng nodded, "Okay, Mr. Pei. I will complete the task successfully." Chapter 501 President Pei's Mind Map. April 26, Tuesday. In the office, Pei Qian was trying to make a simple mind map on the computer. The content of the mind map was very simple, which was all the departments of Tenda that could generate profits so far, as well as some auxiliary and transactional departments. The relationship between these departments was very complicated and different in nature. Some made a lot of money, some made little money, and some did not make any money. Some departments had obvious superior-subordinate or linkage relationships, while some departments were not so closely connected. The relationship between profitable departments and transactional departments seemed to be different. Mind maps, in layman's terms, are to write various key information in small boxes, then connect these key information with various lines, and mark the relationship between them. Pei Qian decided to use different colors and different lines to indicate the status of each department and the relationship between them. The departments in red boxes represent departments that have already made profits. The departments in blue boxes represent departments that have not yet made profits and are relatively optimistic. Black lines represent the connection between two departments, such as Moyu Takeaway is actually providing fitness meals for shared gyms, and ROF Installation and Nifeng Logistics are basically in a conjoined twin state. The other is red lines, which represent the connection between two departments that has not yet occurred but may occur. Pei Qian's idea is very simple, that is, to use this mind map to sort out his thoughts and predict the possible departmental linkage in advance. However, after preliminary sorting, Pei Qian soon found that the situation did not seem optimistic. From the situation on the map, it is red everywhere, and only a few departments such as Moyu Takeaway, Nifeng Logistics, and TPDB website are still maintaining in profitable blue. Moreover, the workload is much greater than I imagined. The various blue lines are intricate, and after sorting them out, you will find that the connection between some departments is much more complicated than you imagined before. What's more, there is a bug like OTTO technology, which is related to almost all existing departments. The dense black lines represent the irreparable relationship between departments that has already occurred, making the whole picture almost like a network, with various small words explaining the explanations, which looks very headache. Pei Qian tried to draw a red line between two departments that were not closely related to each other to predict the special relationship that might exist between them, but he collapsed after drawing a few lines, because it seems that there is a theoretical possibility of linkage between all departments. Pei Qian can only try to imagine the worst case after the linkage between two departments, and mark it with red lines. If it is some ambiguous and specious connection, don't mark it, because there are too many lines, and if you continue to draw it without screening, it will only disturb your vision. Pei Qian looked at the relationship diagram of various departments that he spent 2 hours to sort out, and couldn't help leaning back in his chair and holding his forehead with his hand. How did the situation develop into this? It turns out that my company has become so bad without knowing it. Now I can't fully understand the intricate relationship between these departments under my command. If there are only 3 or 5 departments, the relationship between them will be very simple and can be sorted out quickly. But now there are more than a dozen departments. Who knows which 2 departments will have some inexplicable linkage? Pei Qian can't ask the department heads to report all matters to him for decision. In that case, President Pei will not have normal rest and entertainment time, and he will only deal with these trivial matters every day. Under the current circumstances, we can only focus on the big ones and let go of the small ones, and keep a close eye on a few key departments. If we look at it optimistically, the situation is actually not bad. We have already lost money in the last cycle. I have slowly figured out the trick of losing money. It should be smoother in the future. The compensation students should have entered various departments yesterday. We will gather them together next Saturday to conduct a comprehensive survey of the situation in all departments. Using the intelligence of various departments obtained by the compensation students, and then improving this map, we can at least complete the preliminary understanding and early warning of all departments. Compared with before, it is a good control of risks. There are too many contents in this map. There is no point in rushing. Let's improve it slowly. Pei Qian carefully saved and backed up this map so that he could check it at any time, reflect on it at all times, and prevent possible dangers. He couldn't help but sigh that making losses seems to be becoming more and more a technical job. Just after closing the mind map and preparing to watch a play to rest, there was a knock on the door outside. After getting permission to come in, Lin Sanrong pushed the door carefully. Pei Qian was a little surprised. Why is Chef Lin here? Lin Sanrong is the manager of Mingyun Private Kitchen. Whether he was working at Moyu Internet Cafe or later transferred to Mingyun Private Kitchen, he worked diligently in his position and never came to Tingda's headquarters. When there is something to report to President Pei, he basically calls or waits for President Pei to go to Mingyun Private Kitchen for dinner before reporting what happened today. Why did you come to the office? Is there anything going on with Mingyun Private Kitchen? Pei Qian couldn't help but look forward to it. Pei Qian resisted most of the profitable departments coming to report their work. Because most of these departments came to ask President Pei how to spend money, which was very annoying. But Mingyun Private Kitchen was different. Because so far, Mingyun Private Kitchen has no room for improvement. It was full every day, and the seats had been reserved until next month. Although it was making money every month, there were only so many seats, and the income had long been fixed, and there was no possibility of any improvement. So Pei Qian thought that manager Lin came this time because there was a problem with Mingyun Private Kitchen, and its profitability was not good? It was really exciting. Lin Sanrong was a little entangled, and after a pause, he said, President Pei, you seem to have separated Moyu Takeaway from others, encouraged it to open branches and expand, and set up a special food laboratory to study new dishes? The matter of Moyu Takeaway was arranged 2 weeks ago. Pei Qian was considering that Moyu Takeaway could open more branches and make more money, so he encouraged Moyu Takeaway to expand. 2 weeks have passed, and it should be in full swing. Lin Sanrong had been the person in charge of Moyu Takeaway before, and he was Rui Yuchen's old superior. Naturally, the situation of Moyu Takeaway could not be hidden from him. But Lin Sanrong is now in charge of Mingyun Private Kitchen. What does it mean that he came here specifically for Moyu Takeaway? Pei Qian nodded in confusion. That's the case, so what? Lin Sanrong's expression seemed to have some small emotions. Boss Pei, this is unfair. I know that Moyu Takeaway is a very important layout in the group's industry. The temporary loss is to occupy the market, cultivate customers' consumption habits, and to make greater profits. I have no objection to the expansion of Moyu Takeaway this time. But Lin Sanrong paused halfway through his words, and Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. What do you mean by temporary losses are to occupy the market, cultivate customers' consumption habits, and to make greater profits? Don't overinterpret it. Lin Sanrong continued, but Mingyun Private Kitchen is equally important. Why can Moyu Takeout open so many branches so quickly even though it has been losing money, while Mingyun Private Kitchen has been profitable and seats have been in short supply, but it has no plans to open branches at all? The quality of Mingfu Family Banquet is not as good as Mingyun Private Kitchen, but it has also made a lot of money. This is enough to show that the consumption needs of high-end diners have not been fully met, and there is still room for profit. Moreover, I think Mingyun Private Kitchen should also set up a food laboratory. Moyu Takeaway should think about how to better meet the tastes of the general public, but Mingyun Private Kitchen should also think about how to meet the tastes of high-end diners. So, I have 2 requests this time. First, make good use of the brand of nameless restaurant, plan the location and open a branch while ensuring quality. Second, also set up a food laboratory to provide diners with better dishes. Pei Qian remained silent. I was so happy in vain. So you are proposing a money-making plan to me? Manager Lin, if you ask me to do this, then I definitely can't agree to you. Your analysis is so right. Mingfu Family Banquet can make money, Mingyun Private Kitchen has to wait in line, which shows that the consumption needs of high-end diners are not fully met. But Moyu Takeaway can expand because it doesn't make money. Mingyun Private Kitchen has made so much money with this one store, and you still want me to open another one and continue to make money? Don't create any burden for me, Chocho. In fact, Pei Qian was also very distressed. Since Mingyun Private Kitchen became popular, he could only eat there at the scheduled time. He could only eat in the largest private room once a week and only reserve the restaurant on the 20th once a month. But Pei Qian would rather wait for a table than open another store to make more money. Now you actually want to open a branch? You're overthinking, it's impossible. A food laboratory won't work either. Moyu Takeaway caters to the general public, and the ingredients are relatively affordable. Most people don't pursue fancy dishes, so opening a food laboratory will only improve things a little. But Mingyun Private Kitchen caters to high-end diners. If those great chefs really set up a food laboratory and develop metaphysical dishes such as fried air, it will definitely become even more famous and unstoppable. Therefore, Pei Qian was very resistant to these 2 requests and couldn't agree. Of course, Lin Sanrong suggested that Mingyun Private Kitchen also open a food laboratory, which was reasonable. It was not easy to refuse bluntly, so he could only find a way to refuse politely. He thought for a moment and said, "The meaning of opening a branch is, do you think Mingyun Private Kitchen has reached the extreme now?" Lin Sanrong was stunned for a moment, and didn't know how to answer for a while. Say it has reached the extreme? If you really think so, then it is obviously arrogant and complacent, because this industry can never reach the extreme. But to say it has not reached the extreme? Lin Sanrong feels that Mingyun Private Chef service is already better than most high-end restaurants. It cannot be said that there is absolutely no room for improvement, but if it goes any higher the cost-effectiveness will be very low. After repeated consideration, Lin Sanrong said, "It can't be considered as the ultimate, but opening branches and food laboratories can be regarded as a direction to pursue the ultimate, right?" Pei Qian. What he said seems to make sense. No, I can't be persuaded. If I am persuaded, I will make more money. Pei Qian coughed twice. You can freely use the money earned by Mingyun Private Kitchen, but you can't open branches. As for the food laboratory, Mingyun Private Kitchen can't do it with its current size. The chefs have to cook for customers every day. How can they have extra energy to do research? Your first goal must be to ensure the dining experience of customers. It is a waste of effort to affect the chef's energy and reduce the quality of dishes in order to study new dishes. Don't be too ambitious. At most, you are allowed to use the research results of the Moyu Takeaway Food Laboratory. Pei Qian has now learned a very good way to refuse. For those questions that you can think of reasons to refuse, give reasons, even if they are a bit far-fetched. For those who can't think of reasons, enforce them. Anyway, everyone's imagination is so advanced now. Even if President Pei makes an unreasonable request, everyone will think there is a deeper meaning. If they mess up, they will just think it's because they don't understand enough. It can be regarded as an unexpected gain after being misinterpreted so many times. Sure enough, Lin Sanrong's expression changed, as if he had a lot to say, but in the end he swallowed it silently and said, "Okay, Mr. Pei. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book." Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 502 Tenda Games Counterattack. April 27, Wednesday. Shangyang Games. Pei Qian came to Shangyang Games today to learn about the promotion of IOI's national server. Since he gave this easy win task to Lin Wan at the beginning of the month, Pei Qian has been very relieved and has not asked about it. After all, IOI's current momentum abroad can be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. If it continues to develop in this way, it is only a matter of time before IOI's national server and international server will meet in victory. And Pei Qian is also secretly helping Lin Wan. After learning about IOI's crazy update plan, Hu Xianben was very anxious to find President Pei, hoping to increase manpower, but was politely rejected. With the ability of Shangyang Games and Lin Wan, it should be enough to help them a little bit, right? Pei Qian is very clear about the truth that the world's martial arts can only be broken by speed. In his memory, Riot Games relied on crazy update speed to quickly expand its market share, and at the same time ensured quality during the high-speed update, so it achieved such a huge success. Now Finger Company has also embarked on this path, and the effect will definitely be immediate. Pei Qian couldn't say he was relieved. After all, no matter which one of GOG and IOI was popular, Pei Qian had to make money. He just felt that the world was normal and developed in the direction he expected, and he was a little happy. Pei Qian was discovered by the employees as soon as he arrived at the office. Boss Pei. Boss Pei, why are you here? Please take a seat. Sorry, we are busy launching new heroes. The office looked very busy. Yi Zhizhou, Wang Xiaobin and others were busy with their own things. They just greeted Pei Qian and continued to stare at the computer screen and type on the keyboard. Pei Qian didn't care. You guys are busy with yours, I just came to take a look. Lin Wan came out of his office with a document in his hand, looking very busy. I rewrote the update announcement. I circled a few places that were not smooth. Also, I must emphasize that this is the first time that the national server and the world server have been updated simultaneously. We are no longer playing the old version of the world server. This is very important. Boss Pei, why are you here? Lin Wan's expression was a little surprised. After all, Boss Pei didn't come to Qingshan Games often. Although President Pei often gave guidance to Qingshan Games, it was only when he asked for advice when he encountered some huge difficulties that President Pei would give a few words of advice. Whether he could understand it or not depended on his own understanding. It was rare for him to come in person like today. Seeing Lin Wan's current appearance, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile, very satisfied. Well, he has grown from a newbie who knew nothing at the beginning to a department head and an excellent designer who can stand on his own. Seeing that Lin Wan is so serious about promoting IOI national service, when IOI successfully becomes popular worldwide in the future, Lin Wan should have proved his ability and can return to Shenhua to inherit the family property, right? Although there are very serious deviations from the script he expected in the process, the result is the same. In this way, Lin Wan should be a rare employee who works hard and does not cause discomfort to Mr. Pei. It's okay, I just come to take a look around and learn about the situation of IOI national service. Pei Qian said. Lin Wan nodded. Well, then Mr. Pei, come to the reception room and I will give you a brief report. Pei Qian, get busy with your work first. Lin Wan smiled. It's okay, the work has been arranged. Besides, the report will not take a few minutes, it will be very fast. Pei Qian nodded and went to the reception room with Lin Wan. Boss Pei, soon after we received the task of operating the IOI national server, we found the killer feature of IOI compared to GOG, which is the update speed. Therefore, our operation activities are mainly to cooperate with Finger Company to integrate the promotion of new heroes with the promotion of games. Take this promotion as an example. The new hero given by Finger Company is Bloodthirsty Lone Shadow Shaleg, a werewolf with 2 forms. Finger Company provided the promotional animation of this hero. We have updated it to the client for logging into the national server. We also bought some videos and website ads to promote this new hero. The promotional campaign for the new hero will be held every 2 weeks, which can ensure that the popularity of IOI can always be maintained at a high level. At the same time, we argued with Finger Company and asked them to seriously consider the situation of the national server. After the national server is reviewed, it will be updated synchronously, so that the national server and foreign servers can have the same version. In this way, a major shortcoming of IOI has been made up. If nothing unexpected happens, GOG should not be able to make a new hero in the next month. In contrast, there will definitely be many people who will switch to IOI because of the update problem. Mr. Pei, you said that you will go all out. We will definitely not show any mercy to GOG. After listening to the report, Pei Qian nodded continuously. Okay, reliable. The people from Qingshan Games, especially Lin Wan, used the same energy to backstab me to backstab GOG, and it really worked. Pei Qian didn't have a very in-depth understanding of the situation of IOI's national server before, but after listening to Lin Wan's report, he realized that Qingshan Games had done a lot of work in less than a month. Not only did they complete the most basic work of opening the server, maintaining it, and updating the version, but they also facilitated the synchronization of the national and world servers, and they also seized the weakness of GOG's slow update of new heroes. Perfect. Pei Qian couldn't help but nod slightly and praised, "You've done a good job, but you must not take it lightly, be modest and cautious, understand?" He didn't think of any way for GOG to turn the tables, but simply based on experience, he felt that things would not be so simple. After all, he had too much experience fighting with this group of people, and knew that these people were best at counterattacking, and suddenly reversed the situation completely when President Pei thought it was stable. Lin Wan nodded, of course. President Pei, I think the battle with GOG will be a long process. So far, I only have a 50% chance of winning. Pei Qian was a little speechless. 50% chance of winning? Although it's a cautious approach, it shouldn't be so low, right? It should still be 70%. Lin Wan was stunned for a moment. Why, Mr. Pei, did I overestimate it? Do you think there is not even a 50% chance of winning? Pei Qian was speechless. The two of them were not thinking on the same channel. How come his employees and himself have no tacit understanding at all? Pei Qian was about to explain, but at this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door outside the reception room. Lin Wan was stunned for a moment and looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian nodded and signaled her to open the door. Lin Wan walked quickly to the door and found that the person knocking on the door was Yi Zhizhou. Oh no, GOG has updated its official website. Yi Zhizhou's face was solemn, as if facing a great enemy. Pei Qian couldn't help but have a question mark floating above his head. Updated the official website? It's not an update to the game version, just an update to the official website. What's the fuss? It can't be that just updating the official website can suppress the popularity of the new hero on IOI, right? It can't be possible? Lin Wan and Pei Qian came to the office area with doubts and checked on Yi Zhizhou's computer. In a prominent position on GOG's official website, the title of the event was written in huge artistic characters. GOG creative community is online, every player is a hero designer. There is also a line of small words below. If the idea is adopted, you can get 5% of the profit of all skins of the hero as an unlimited cash reward. There are many rules for the event, including opening several special sections on the official website. Players can submit contributions, participants can like submissions, and the official regularly flips the cards, etc. Yi Zhizhou had obviously just discovered this, and his face was solemn. Min Jingqiao is really good. I never thought he would use this method to take advantage of the players' creativity. In this way, they can save a lot of creative work and can directly filter according to the players' preferences. The design team only needs to be responsible for the production part, which can save a lot of time. Not only that, this event seems to have caused a stir among GOG's player community, because the rewards are so generous. As long as you participate in this forum, regardless of whether the ideas provided are adopted or not, or even just a bystander who likes them enthusiastically, you can get rewards. Although GOG has not launched any new heroes yet, the players' attention has been completely snatched away by this event. Our new hero, Bloodthirsty Lone Shadow, is online. I'm afraid it will be difficult to grab the players' attention under this situation. Lin Wan's expression also became solemn. I see. What a brilliant counterattack. Sure enough, the toughest opponent is our own people. In this way, we can fully mobilize the wisdom of players and speed up the production of new heroes. We can also use part of the profits to tie players to GOG's chariot to prevent them from rebelling. Most importantly, this trick can only be used if there is a large player base, and GOG just happened to have an advantage in numbers in the previous competition. We didn't even launch any new heroes. We simply created an event page and posted an announcement on the mobile client, PC client, and official website, which immediately aroused the players' emotions. Yi Zhizhou was a little dissatisfied. Then can we do it? Lin Wan shook his head. We can't. We can't interfere with the research and development of Finger Company. Even if we collect opinions, Finger Company will probably not adopt them. What's more, we are just operating. The pricing strategy must be roughly consistent with the international service. It is difficult to give players such generous rewards, so naturally we can't fully mobilize the enthusiasm of players. I thought I found GOG's Achilles heel, but I didn't expect it to be Fong found the Achilles heel of IOI. I heard that Liata had stepped down and Hu Xianbin was busy making new games, so I thought Min Jingqiao wouldn't be that difficult. It seems that I underestimated the enemy. Everyone in Tenda Games is capable of doing things on their own. Any newcomer who can be promoted to chief designer should not be underestimated. Lin Wan looked at Pei Qian and said with emotion, "Boss Pei, no wonder you think my chances of winning are less than 50% at present. Indeed, once GOG makes this move, our chances of winning are probably only 40%. Sure enough, when masters fight, one wrong step leads to another. If you are one step slower at the beginning, it is really difficult to catch up later." Boss Pei had no extra expression except for a slight blink. Lin Wan couldn't help but reveal a look of realization. "Boss Pei, have you already thought about the possibility that they might adopt such a strategy, so you have been mentally prepared?" Pei Qian. After reacting for a few seconds, a question mark floated above Pei Qian's head. "What the hell is this?" Pei Qian did not have any expression, but it was not because he was calm, but because this matter came too suddenly, and the speed of his brain was not able to keep up for a while. "So, I didn't let Tenda Games recruit people, so they came up with the idea of crowdfunding from players and using hero ideas? Shameless. As a designer, if you don't use your brain to design heroes, but only think about using players' ideas for free, is there still a king's law? Others are pointing to the company to seriously design heroes, but you are just copying homework. Too shameless." Pei Qian almost trembled with anger. This feeling is like preparing for a marathon. After warming up, you see the contestant next to you suddenly lift a motorcycle up, twist the throttle and disappear. Although a lot of concessions were given to players, all this money was shared, which means it didn't help with the losses at all. Wait, a lot of concessions were given to players? Pei Qian suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked a very critical piece of information. Wait, you just said, what is the highest reward after the idea is adopted? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 503. Mr. He, can you share your experience of failure? Yi Zhizhou replied, 5% of the net income of all skins of this hero, and the title of the corresponding hero, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian was silent. He didn't care about other rewards at all, but 5% of the net income of this skin. It's obvious that this is not a small amount of money. The most important thing is that this reward is lifelong and permanent. As long as GOG is still in operation, the share of skins will continue to be issued. For others, it may be inevitable to doubt the life of the game. After all, from the current status of the industry, there are too few games that can continue to operate for 10 years and still maintain vigorous vitality. It can be said that they are rare. Because the game industry is inherently changing rapidly, the competitors that a successful game faces are not only competing games of the same type, but also other types of games. Just like people once believed that MMORPG was the ultimate form of online games, but the emergence of MOBA games completely broke people's inherent impression. For people now, how can they be sure that MOBA games will establish a long-term dominance like MMORPGs, rather than disappearing quickly like some popular games? But Pei Qian is very clear that GOG will definitely continue to operate for a long time. If GOG is lucky enough to lose in the competition with IOI and no one plays it anymore, it means that it will enter a long-term loss. Pei Qian is too happy to wait for it. Of course, he will let it continue to operate and burn money. As long as it is a profitable game project, the system will not stop it. And if GOG unfortunately wins the competition with IOI, then as a profitable project, Pei Qian has no proper reason to stop operating it, and it will continue to operate. In other words, this 5% of the income will most likely continue for the rest of his life. Pei Qian was tempted. In order to reduce game revenue, Pei Qian set the price of GOG's skin very low before, and Min Jingqiao further discounted the skin in order to mobilize the enthusiasm of players. But no matter how much this income is reduced or how little it is for game companies with strong revenue capabilities. For Pei Qian, personally, it is definitely a lot, no matter how you put it. Pei Qian couldn't help but think of various popular and successful heroes, such as Torso, Child Robbery, Magic Blind, etc. If all of them were moved here, wouldn't it be like ascending to heaven on the spot? But soon, Pei Qian thought of other problems. Wait a minute, stay calm, don't let a mere 5% figure get you carried away. If all these heroes are really moved here at once, will IOI be completely defeated? The hero production cycle is very long, and at most 2 heroes can be produced per month, and it will only get slower and slower in the later stages. After a certain number of heroes are reached, each new hero's mechanism must be connected to all other heroes, and balance will become increasingly difficult to make, which will also greatly slow down the pace of hero production in the later stages. In other words, the number of people who can get this reward is limited. If I move a lot of heroes and monopolize all the benefits of this reward, what will happen to other players? This was originally an event that encouraged players to participate and gave back to players. I took advantage of all the benefits, which doesn't seem to be appropriate. Pei Qian considered that if he really started moving, relying on his memory, it would be no problem to move 70 or 80 heroes, not to mention all the heroes. In that case, there would be no place for other players in this event. This seems a bit too much. Besides, IOI is already in a very dangerous situation right now. What if I take action and IOI is knocked down directly? Although the 5% income from skins is very attractive, if GOG is really turned into a cash cow, I probably won't be able to think about losing money in the future. I can only eat the 1000th conversion rate for the rest of my life. What if the system adjusts the conversion rate according to the Matthew effect? Although the possibility is not great, it should be taken into consideration. Well, I still have to consider the long-term goal a little bit. Pei Qian considered comprehensively. If he became a porter and frantically moved classic heroes, he would have at least 3 concerns. First, in the foreseeable future, the number of heroes is certain, the speed of hero production is certain, and the rewards are naturally relatively fixed. Pei Qian is equivalent to competing with players for benefits, which makes him feel bad. After all, President Pei has so many industries that he can earn income by spending money and losing money, but most players can't do it. Pei has a sense of shame, so he is embarrassed to extend this hand. Secondly, if the porting is too much, GOG is very likely to become uncontrollable and become an extremely money-making game, which means that there is almost no possibility of losing money in the future. Now Pei Qian has a choice. Losing money is obviously more profitable, but whether it is profitable or losing, he can choose to a certain extent. If GOG becomes too popular, Pei Qian may have no choice but to make money. From a long-term perspective, he will lose a possibility, which is not cost-effective. Finally, if IOI is killed, what will Lin Wan do? Lin Wan is in charge of operating the national server of IOI this time. If she fails after giving it her all, she will definitely think that her level is still far from enough and she must stay in Tenda to continue learning and resolutely refuse to go back. By that time, who knows what terrible things her sister, brother, and old man will do in order to fully support her career. So Pei Qian thought about it and felt that he should not be seduced by the bait of the GOG project team to attract players. He should remain calm, consider the long term comprehensively, and make a decision after careful consideration. Consider it for a week first. Even if you want to move, you can't shamelessly take away all the benefits of the players. Just move 1 or 2 to supplement your income. I only move 1, just 1, it shouldn't have much impact on the overall situation, right? April 28, Thursday. A coffee shop near Handong University. He-An's first lesson to Ma Yang officially began. Pei Qian glanced at the time. It was 1 p.m. now. The lecture, plus the rest and chatting time, would last until 5 p.m., a total of 4 hours. After all, the price of a class was 200,000 yuan, and he probably thought it shouldn't be too short. He had 2 printed materials in his hand and handed one to Pei Qian. Pei Qian took it and flipped through it. He found that He had actually prepared the class seriously. He had compiled all the things he wanted to talk about into materials and printed them out. It can be seen that the boss is the boss. If he decides to give a lecture, he will prepare seriously. He will not have the idea of fooling around and taking the money and leaving. Pei Qian was of course happy. Because the system will finally determine whether Pei Qian has learned well based on his improvement in learning. Only when he achieves the goal can he get the reward. The more seriously he teaches, the higher the possibility that Pei Qian will pass the system test in the end. However, Pei Qian's joy has not lasted for 2 minutes, and his expression gradually solidified. Because he saw the title of this textbook. The first lesson of successful case explanation, the marketing of Tenda Games. Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. It's over, the bad premonition before has come true. Last week, he gave Pei Qian a few test questions, all related to Tenda's games. At that time, Pei Qian didn't care too much, and wishful thinking that the test questions must be different from the formal textbook. After all, he has so many successful projects. Even if he wants to talk about it, he should talk about his own successful project experience, right? But what the hell is the title of this textbook? Is it specifically about Tenda Games? I spent 200,000 yuan for a class, just to learn my own marketing? What's more, I don't have any marketing skills at all. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed. Teacher, are we going to learn this? Huh? He didn't seem to expect Ma Yang to ask this question. Is there any problem with learning this? Pei Qian coughed twice. Teacher, do you have any failed projects that you can share your experience of failure? As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. I want to learn the mother's knowledge. He laughed. Mr. Ma, you have a typical layman's thinking. Pei Qian. He explained, I did take some detours, but the so-called failure is the mother of success means that you find the right path after trial and error. If the right path is right in front of you, why do you deliberately take a detour again? You are confusing cause and effect. You think that many people's success is because they have learned lessons from failure, but in fact, it is just because they have found the right path. Mr. Ma, don't deliberately understand those lessons. Because if you don't know the failure cases, you won't think about it, and after knowing too many failure cases, they will interfere with your thinking and shake your determination. Pei Qian. Interfere with thinking and shake awakening? What should I do if you put it like that? Pei Qian still didn't give up. Mr. There's no need to learn from Tenda's case studies, right? He smiled slightly. If we want to learn, we should learn the latest and most advanced design concepts. How can we learn outdated concepts? Besides, you are an employee of Tenda. Learning Tenda's design concepts should be easier for you to understand and master. Pei Qian, but... He's face darkened. Boss Ma, don't be too ambitious. Since you asked me to give a lecture, you must study what I say seriously, otherwise you should ask someone else. Pei Qian was speechless. It seems that this boss, he is determined to talk about Tenda. But on second thought, it makes sense. He spent so much effort to organize the teaching materials for the first class, but he is unwilling to learn. Wouldn't he be furious? Forget it, give the old senior a face, maybe there is some knowledge here that can be used. Besides, this is only the first class, there should be other content later, right? Chapter 504 Back to the Familiar Place. Pei Qian nodded. Okay, teacher, let's get started. He's face lightened up. Well, this is the attitude a learner should have. What I'm going to talk about today is actually part of the basic concepts of game design theory. This basic concept is coordination. The so-called coordination is to target different game groups, choose different design ideas and types, and use different promotion methods. In short, all aspects of the game must match. Once any link is misplaced, it may cause the game to die violently, so you can't be careless. Pei Qian, ? Any link may die violently if it is misplaced? Then why am I so popular? Does it mean that I perfectly avoided all the correct answers? The corners of Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly, and he always felt that teacher, he was whipping himself. He didn't notice anything unusual about Ma Yang's expression, and continued, in this regard, several games from Tenda can be said to be textbook examples. Lonely Desert Highway, as a low-cost game, is promoted by up-host complaints. Game Producer is a metagame that breaks the dimensional wall and is promoted in the form of large-scale performance art. Be Quiet is a game with complex rules and requires patience. It is promoted in a large-scale, multiplayer ARG game, and at the same time, it has achieved the role of screening players and maintaining the game environment well. The teaching materials prepared by he are very rich in content. While explaining these games, he also explained in detail according to the content of the teaching materials, carefully analyzed the characteristics of the game itself, and explained how such a promotional method gradually formed a communication node and eventually caused a warm response on the entire network. Pei Qian was forced to recall his past failures again, adding salt to the wound. There is no way, this is a real one-on-one teaching. If it isn't a lecture, no one will pay attention to you if you take a nap or play with your phone, but now the two are face to face, and Mr. He can see if you are distracted a little. What if Mr. He gets angry and leaves? Pei Qian can only listen to these details carefully, just as if he has read the wrong question book. He talked about several cases for nearly 2 hours. He conducted a comprehensive analysis of Pei Qian's previous failure cases from the aspects of game type, target audience, gameplay characteristics, publicity methods, etc., and also conducted a comprehensive scourge on Pei Qian. Seeing that Mr. He stopped to drink coffee, this part seemed to have come to an end, and Pei Qian hurriedly took the time to raise his own questions. Mr. He, if we follow the content just now, can I think that as long as there is a misalignment in the publicity, the project will definitely fail? He put down the coffee and nodded. Everything can't be said to be dead, but at least, the probability of failure will be very high. This is equivalent to the fact that many falsely advertised products are despised by people. It's the same reason. However, because my country's game market is not yet mature, for some individual Krypton Gold games that are shoddy and sell hatred, it is more important to find a way to trick players in first, so their false publicity actually increases the revenue of the game, because even if only a small number of people who are tricked and stay, as long as their rechargeability is strong, it is worthwhile. However, for standalone games that win by quality, false publicity is a minefield. If you encounter it, you will either die or be disabled. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Either die or be disabled? Mr. He is a very strict word choice person. He used these 4 words to describe the serious consequences of doing so. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel secretly happy. I still gained something. Struggle is now under development. If I can make good use of the knowledge I learned in this class, can I fulfill my long-cherished wish of making the game department lose money? 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He put away the textbook. Okay, today's class is here, I have finished what I want to say. Keep your textbook for yourself, go back and review these successful cases, and over time, your level will naturally improve. This is called reviewing the old to learn the new. Pei Qian. I have to review and recall the memory of being backstabbed from time to time. Isn't this a bit cruel? Forget it, just think of it as a homework assignment left by the teacher to review the wrong question book regularly. Seeing he packing up and leaving, Pei Qian hurriedly asked, "Teacher I have another question. You talked about several Tenda game cases in this class, so you shouldn't talk about them again in the next class." Hian's face sank. "Mr. Ma, your learning attitude is very good, but this picky mentality is very undesirable. You have to believe that I will choose the most suitable teaching method for you based on your characteristics and level. As for what to teach specifically, you will know it when the time comes, so don't ask too much." Pei Qian, "Okay." After sending Hian away, Pei Qian couldn't help feeling melancholy. Will all future courses use Tenda cases to explain the basic principles and knowledge of game design? That's too hard to handle. Although you can learn some experience by following the textbook content, this is still an extra step. Why not learn about failure experience from the beginning? Pei Qian wanted to hear Hian talk about his failure experience, but Hian thought that these experiences would do him no good, so he refused to talk about them. What should I do? Pei Qian thought about it, and it seemed that he still had hundreds of thousands of dollars left. Anyway, he had to spend it, so why not hire another teacher to tell him about failure cases? Learn from failure and learn from success. Two-way learning should be more effective, right? The system suggested that although the money was a lot, it was recommended to only take one course, otherwise it would be too much to chew, and the result of taking many courses would most likely fail to pass the system test. However, it didn't say that you couldn't hire two teachers for the same course, right? The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more reliable it was, so he quickly called Assistant Qian and told him about his new needs. In short, it was the same operation as before, but this time he was no longer looking for a successful designer boss, but a designer with a certain reputation and ability, but with many failed projects. It would be even better if there was a project that would lose all the money. On the other end of the phone, Assistant Qian still didn't ask much, but just said that this kind of designer should be more difficult to find than a famous designer like Hian, and it might take about 2 days. After all, there are only a few designers like Hian who are experienced, famous, and have successful projects in the game industry. Just ask them one by one. But it would be relatively difficult to find a designer who has failed a project and is also famous and can be found. Pei Qian was not in a hurry. 2 days was completely acceptable. Just as he packed up and prepared to go back, the phone rang. It was Zhang Yuan. Pei Qian thought about it and thought that the DGE Sports Club was probably going to be successful, so he came to report to him. Zhang Yuan's voice came from the phone. "Mr. Pei, let me report to you that the club's location has been decided, and a group of players have been recruited. The computers purchased from ROF are all in place, with high configurations. Mr. Ma is very satisfied." Pei Qian was not very interested in this. These were all things that had been determined before, so there was nothing to report. It was impossible to hear the specific situation over the phone, so he had to take the time to go there in person and check out the scene to feel at ease. Pei Qian asked, casually, "So, where is the address of the club?" "Oh, Mr. Pei, speaking of this place, we are all very familiar with it. We used to go there often." Because they were on the phone, Pei Qian couldn't see Zhang Yuan's expression, but judging from his tone, he seemed to be smiling. "It's in Mingyun Villa." Pei Qian, ? Mingyun Villa? When he heard the familiar place name, Pei Qian instinctively panicked. "There are so many villa areas in Jingzhou, why did you choose this one?" Zhang Yuan reported with some pride, "Boss Pei, I did it exactly as you asked. You said that we should not save money on the site, but we must be generous, and it is best to rent a villa directly. So I investigated the villa area in Jingzhou, and found that the land in Mingyun Villa was the most expensive. Hey, when you took a fancy to Mingyun Villa, this place was still unpopular. Now, it is completely different. Besides, Mingyun Villa will definitely become a new business district in Jingzhou City in the future. It is becoming more and more prosperous now. I am considering that the club should not be too close to the city center, which is noisy and not suitable for concentrated training, but it should not be too remote, with incomplete supporting facilities and various inconveniences. Besides, I have been in the Mingyun Villa branch of Moyu Internet Cafe for a while before, and I am familiar with the situation in this area. Taking all factors into consideration, Mingyun Villa is the most suitable place. What you said makes sense, and I can't refute it. According to Zhang Yuan, Mingyun Villa seems to be a good location, although this place has some connection with Mingyun Private Kitchen. The esports club and the high-end private kitchen can't be colluding to backstab each other, right? It doesn't make sense at all. Moreover, after Mingyun Private Kitchen became popular, the entire Mingyun Villa became the so-called gathering place for celebrities in Jingzhou, and the housing prices have been rising. It must be very expensive to rent a house here. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing to be able to spend a little more money. Pei Qian nodded. Well, that's fine. Although the villas here are a little more expensive than other places, I believe they are definitely worth the money. Zhang Yuan coughed twice, his tone full of pride. Boss Pei, the best thing is that the price is not only not as expensive as other places, but even cheaper. Pei Qian was stunned. Ah? Why? Zhang Yuan continued proudly. After I took a fancy to Mingyun Villa, I went there in person and met with manager Lin Sanrong and manager Chui. Then I mentioned that Boss Pei wanted to rent a villa here to open an esports club. Manager Chui was very happy and said that since it is Boss Pei's industry, he must strongly support it. Although the esports club is not of much value to Mingyun Villa, they have always remembered your kindness. However, the houses in Mingyun Villa have basically been sold out, so Manager Chui had to help us contact those owners who bought multiple houses to see if there are any suitable ones willing to rent them out. Mr. Pei, guess what happened? Pei Qian wanted to say, I don't want to guess. But in the end, he said with a slight twitch of his mouth, could it be that someone who happens to know me wants to rent it out at a low price? You guessed it. Zhang Yuan's tone was very excited. Mr. Li from Fuhui Capital, do you still remember him? He was the one who fought wits and courage with you when we opened the Moyu Internet Cafe before, and was finally convinced by your wisdom? Pei Qian. How could I not remember? Until now this guy is still sticking to me like a dog's skin plaster. Zhang Yuan continued, Mr. Li had invested in the area long ago, even before Mingyun Private Kitchen became popular, and opened businesses such as bars and cafes. Later, he foresaw that Mingyun Private Kitchen would become popular, and bought 3 villas in one go. One of the villas was well decorated and had been idle for a long time. When he heard that Mr. Pei wanted to use it, Mr. Li offered it to him without saying a word, saying that he would not even pay rent. Pei Qian blurted out, how can that be? Absolutely not. Zhang Yuan hurriedly said, yes, Mr. Pei, that's what I said too. I knew that you would never take advantage of such a small advantage. But Mr. Li was very persistent. I argued with him, but he was an investor and had a good eloquence. I couldn't argue with him. In the end, we can only make the deal at a friendly price. Manager Chui said that since it is all your property, Mr. Pei, the club will be given the same preferential treatment as Mingyun Private Kitchen. The property fee and cleaning fee will be permanently waived, and the water and electricity fee will be permanently 50% off. There will also be parking spaces and a dedicated person to trim the back garden. I felt that it was hard to refuse such a kind offer, so I had to agree. Pei Qian was silent. After a long time, he said, send me the address, and I'll go there tomorrow. Chapter 505, Mr. Ma was killed 0-28, extra update for the leader Mr. A. Wolf. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. April 29, Friday. Early in the morning, Pei Qian took a car to Mingyun Villa. He was not going to Mingyun Private Kitchen for dinner, as he had no reservation today. Pei Qian came this time to see the situation of DGE Club. The rent was also given a friendly price, the property fee was waived, and it was in a place that Zhang Yuan was very familiar with. Is it okay that DG Club started so smoothly? I must go to the scene in person to see and make some arrangements. The villa of DG Club is a little distance away from Mingyun Private Kitchen, but not too far, and it can be reached in about 5 minutes on foot. Entering the villa, the first thing that catches your eye is the hall that looks a bit empty. Because it is a different room type, the layout here is not exactly the same as that of Mingyun Private Kitchen, but generally speaking, it is similar. The living room has been set up with computer desks and gaming chairs, all ROF computers neatly arranged. Obviously, this largest space is intended to be used as a training room for the players. As for the other rooms, they should be used as dormitories for the players. Mr. Lee bought 3 villas at once and waited for appreciation. Obviously, there was no need to spend a lot of money to renovate all the villas according to his own wishes. For example, this villa basically maintains the original decoration, with only basic decoration such as walls, floors, and lamps. This saved Zhang Yuan a lot of trouble. He could use it after a little preparation without wasting too much time. There were a total of 12 computers in the whole hall. 10 people who looked like internet addicts were staring at the screen and typing on the keyboard and mouse, concentrating and rarely talking. Pei Qian felt a little surprised. This is 5v5, playing GOG? Shouldn't you shout loudly to command your teammates? Why is it so quiet? He took another look at the computer screen and confirmed that it was GOG. And it seemed to be the same game? Why is no one talking? Seeing Mr. Pei coming, Zhang Yuan hurried to greet him. Pei Qian looked around. Isn't Ma Yang here? Pei Qian had said before that when Ma Yang had nothing to do, he should come to the club to help Zhang Yuan more often. And yesterday Zhang Yuan said, ROF's computers are very easy to use, and Mr. Ma is very satisfied, which means that Ma Yang was there yesterday. Zhang Yuan smiled awkwardly. Mr. Pei, Mr. Ma has been here recently, but it seems that he doesn't plan to come today. He was a little unhappy yesterday. Pei Qian, huh? In my impression, Lao Ma is an optimist. Apart from getting 59 points on the test, is there anything else that can make him unhappy? Zhang Yuan explained. After the players arrived yesterday, Mr. Ma was very excited and said he wanted to test their level, so he played a game with them. These kids don't understand the ways of the world at all. Even after I hinted at them with my eyes 5 times, they still beat Mr. Ma 0-28. Pei Qian couldn't help but laugh. Old Ma, you have come to this day? It's really satisfying. I let you mess around and cheat me all the time, and you blame me for not carrying enough? Now you have an idea of your true level, right? After being beaten up by society, will you dare to show off your understanding of the game in front of me in the future? Pei Qian looked around the field. Which warriors did it? Zhang Yuan thought that President Pei was seeking revenge, and hurriedly said, President Pei, I have severely criticized and educated them, and similar situations will never happen again next time. What's more, I am also responsible for this matter. I saw that President Ma died twice, so I quickly gave everyone a hint with my eyes, indicating that everyone should let him go quickly, but everyone became more and more excited. I asked them afterwards, and found out that they thought I was asking them to increase their efforts. Pei Qian almost wanted to laugh 3 times. How can this be criticized? Reward everyone immediately. If you don't even have the spirit of fair competition, how can you be a good professional player in the future? These people can be ruthless and go all out in front of President Ma, which just proves that they are all good seedlings for professional players. This spirit must be encouraged. Zhang Yuan pursed his lips, his eyes full of emotion. Okay, President Pei, I understand. I thought President Pei would be angry because his good brother suffered inhumane abuse, but unexpectedly, he didn't care at all, but wanted to reward him? President Pei's fair spirit is worth learning. The two continued to chat, and the players were still playing the game seriously, wearing headphones and concentrating, not affected at all. Pei Qian continued to observe while talking to Zhang Yuan, and found that these people were indeed silent. He couldn't help but wonder, are they playing solo? Or fighting? Zhang Yuan, divide into two teams to fight. Pei Qian was even more confused, is it through eye contact or brainwave communication? Could it be that you found quintuplets from the two teams, the kind that think in sync? They don't look alike. Zhang Yuan smiled awkwardly, ahem, Mr. Pei, you are really humorous. He turned around to look at these players, asked Mr. Pei to leave the living room, and went to the yard to continue, these players are a little. How should I put it, too introverted, that is, what is commonly known as autism, and they don't like to talk. I am trying to train them. I also know that GOG is a team game, and it's not possible for team members not to communicate with each other, but personality is not something that can be changed overnight. Pei Qian was a little surprised, 10 people, all autistic? Even if they are internet addicts, the probability can't be so high, right? Or, did you pick them on purpose? Pei Qian couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Zhang Yuan has come to his senses? I didn't even give him any special advice, but he already thought of picking autistic children to be professional players? Zhang Yuan was a little embarrassed, Boss Pei, I didn't pick them on purpose, it's just that there are only so few choices left, I have no choice. Pei Qian, huh? What do you mean? Zhang Yuan sighed softly, it's because of the nature of the DGE club. Boss Pei, you have always emphasized that we must be open and honest, and we can't hide or deceive. I have always been adhering to this idea to handle my work. So when I went to the GOG ladder to recruit people, I told the truth. At the beginning, I briefly explained the conditions of the club, including the basic salary, bonuses, etc. The other party was very satisfied because our club's treatment is higher than other clubs, and there are various attractive benefits. As a result, when I said that our club cannot participate in any official GOG events, the other party refused on the spot. Because those who are willing to play professionally want to win the championship. If they come to our club, they can't even play in the competition, let alone win the championship. No exposure, no bonus, only a basic salary. Playing professionally is a job for young people. Who is willing to only take a basic salary? So, in the end, the players who were recruited were those who really had no other choice, had poor eloquence, and were introverted. Even so, when I signed the contract with them, they were not willing to sign for 3 years, but only for 1 year. But don't worry, Mr. Pei. These 10 people are not low in the rank, very young, and have a good understanding of the game. They can be regarded as good seedlings. I'm trying to correct their mentality. Pei Qian understood, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Very good, very good. Indeed, for those internet-addicted teenagers who really want to play professionally, even if they sign a contract with a club, they must compare prices. Professional players are a job for young people. The most important thing is bonus and exposure. If they only rely on this dead salary, what will they do when they get older? DGE Club cannot participate in any official events. There is no bonus and exposure to count. Who is willing to come? Even if they recruited a few unwanted internet-addicted teenagers, they would use this place as a springboard, play for a year to improve themselves a little, and once there is an opportunity, they would switch to other clubs. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this. Great, in this way, the club is even less likely to make money, and can only burn money. However, we still cannot be overly optimistic. Zhang Yuan said that he was trying to correct their mentality and train them well, which was obviously serious. So, what are you going to do? Pei Qian asked. Zhang Yuan thought for a while. I plan to give them 2 days to adapt first, and at the same time I will try to find another coach. It is best to ask him to carry out a comprehensive transformation of these players, requiring them to communicate with their teammates and work hard to develop various tactics. The coaches or assistant coaches of some teams in Xinchi are good. Pei Qian remained silent. It seems to be a very reliable method. Indeed, a good coach is crucial to the improvement of the team, and can even have a completely transformed effect. Then we can't let Zhang Yuan find it. Pei Qian coughed twice. I don't think it's appropriate. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Does Mr. Pei have other ideas? Pei Qian slowly paced in the garden of the villa, and Zhang Yuan followed silently beside him, listening carefully. First of all, GOG is a brand new game, and the game mechanism is very different from Xinchi or other similar competitive projects. If a coach is introduced from other projects, his stereotyped thinking may affect the players. The players are all high-ranking passers-by. You let someone who doesn't understand the game as well as them to teach. On the surface, it improves teamwork, but in fact it seriously suppresses their talents. Secondly, as you said, autistic personality is innate and cannot be changed overnight. Forcing them to communicate with each other may not only fail to achieve the effect of communication, but also make them lose the advantage of focusing on their own operations. Learning to walk by imitating others is not worth the loss. Finally, Xinchi and many other his esports project is not developing well at present and is very irregular. At present, the main esports clubs in China are either one where players work part-time as substitutes and the club is also a studio, or the other is a club run by the second generation of rich people for fun. Both of these clubs are in a mess and cannot provide any useful experience at all. Instead, they will bring about a bad atmosphere. Zhang Yuan was silent for a long time and nodded suddenly. Well, Mr. Pei, I really didn't think of this before. But according to your statement, this problem seems to be unsolvable? The players are all autistic, so they just don't communicate? The clubs are not regular, so they just don't find a coach? This seems a bit inappropriate, right? Pei Qian was a little speechless. Why don't you use your imagination at this time? Really, I still have to find a way to explain. Pei Qian coughed twice. What I mean is that we should not always rush for quick success and instant benefits in this kind of things, but take it slowly. We should slowly let these autistic children open their hearts to each other. We don't invite coaches from other clubs, we can also use other methods to find them. Zhang Yuan thought for a while. Okay, Mr. Pei, you tell me what to do. Pei Qian couldn't help but nod slightly. Well, this style is normal. Let's do this. Cancel all group training programs and let them continue to play solo. As for the coach, I will find a way to find one and bring it to you within 2 weeks. Zhang Yuan nodded without doubt. Okay, Mr. Pei, I am absolutely confident in your vision of choosing people. Chapter 506. It's almost time to open a branch. Seeking guaranteed monthly tickets. April 30th, Saturday. Pei Qian had lunch and strolled to the managed gym. I had talked to Zhang Yuan before, and he wanted to help the club find a coach, but where exactly to find this coach? Pei Qian really had no idea. Professional esports coaches are definitely not good. Because GOG is still a new game, although Pei Qian heard that some old clubs are also planning GOG branches, but overall, the popularity is not enough, and there is no way to talk about formality. In other words, at the beginning, everyone's level is still very low. Because the club wants to open a branch for a certain game, it must first investigate whether this game can be popular in China for a long time. If the game is unpopular just after the branch is opened and resources are invested in training, the branch can only be disbanded. Isn't it a waste of time? Currently, GOG and IOI are fighting fiercely, and many clubs think that they can choose the winner of these two games. These two new MOBA games only need to support one branch. Therefore, even if a GOG division has been formed, all the teams are just weaklings fighting each other. At this time, a professional coach, even if he is not so good, can bring a complete improvement to the team. Although Zhang Yuan does not know much about esports, he is at least not stupid, and the coach he finds will not be too bad. If Pei Qian has always had mysterious luck, and an SSR appears among the players or coaches, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, Pei Qian must find a way to find a coach that satisfies him and leaves Zhang Yuan speechless. It's too difficult. Pei Qian's thoughts are a bit painful, but fortunately he has made an agreement with Zhang Yuan before, and he can find this person within 2 weeks, so there is no need to rush. Coming to the door of the managed gym, Pei Qian stepped in. It was also the weekend, but the number of people in the gym was obviously less than the last time he came. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, then he understood what was going on, and couldn't help but be ecstatic. Many of the customers last week had been persuaded to quit. Because of the special charging model of the managed gym, many people do not need to hesitate when signing up for membership. After all, the balance can be refunded. But these people may not be able to strictly follow the planned training plan and stick to it. Once these people can't stick with it, they will be refunded and will not be able to join again in the short term. Thus, a group of customers were successfully persuaded to leave, although the signboard did attract a group of customers and some people did become members. What's the point of not being able to stick to the rules of the managed gym? Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little proud of his wisdom. In addition, compared with last week, the managed gym has undergone some subtle changes. The number of permanent service staff in the gym has reached 3. Originally, there was only one receptionist responsible for issuing wristbands and reception, and the coaches would also play a guest role in reception and guidance when they were free. Now, the service staff has also been expanded, and there are 3 permanent service staff in the gym on a rotating basis. A front desk, mainly responsible for reception work, such as registering customer information, issuing towels, wristbands, water, etc. An administration, responsible for daily company business, such as coach scheduling, connecting with Moyu takeaway, etc. A planner, responsible for arranging schedules, formulating training plans, analyzing the current customer information of the gym, etc. Of course, the division of labor among these 3 positions is not so clear, and sometimes they help each other. Mr. Pei. The front desk was the first to see Pei Qian. Hello, Mr. Pei. It was noon, and the administration was arranging today's fitness meal with 2 coaches. Mr. Pei. The planner was typing seriously on the keyboard on his notebook in the rest area. When he saw Pei Qian, he stood up and nodded. Pei Qian smiled and nodded. The reason why he had more expressions towards this planner was because the real identity of this planner was an undercover agent, one of the 18 students in charge of compensation. Privately, the students in charge of compensation called Pei Qian Senior. In public places, you still have to paddle Mr. Pei. Otherwise, wouldn't it be exposed, hinting to everyone that there is such a mysterious department? The positions in the gym are all rotating. Although this manager is a student, he doesn't have many courses, and the managed gym can be reached in a few steps from Handong University, so he is still competent for this part of his work. The position of managed fitness planner does not exist in other gyms, because the mechanism of managed gyms is different from that of other gyms. In order to reduce the flow of customers during peak hours, Guo Licheng suggested to Pei Qian that an app should be made to allow customers to make their own appointments and control the number of people in the gym at the same time. At the same time, preliminary arrangements should be made for each customer's time at the beginning. For example, if there are a lot of customers on Thursday, then customers who want to come on Thursday will not be received unless they change the time. At present, it will take some time for the app to be developed, and these times can only be completed manually by planners. However, since the number of people in the gym is relatively small now, It is far from the limit of what the gym can bear, so it will not delay anything. At present, the position of planner is at most to make preliminary arrangements, and there is no need to specify a specific time period. Pei Qian arranged this compensation student to be the planner, mainly to let him master the most accurate information of the gym and always know how far the current number of people in the gym is from profitability. The first regular meeting of compensation students will be held next Saturday, but Pei Qian can't wait. He greeted everyone as if nothing had happened, and sat down next to the compensation student. There were too many compensation students, and Pei Qian forgot his name, but it didn't matter, as long as he remembered which department he was an undercover agent. How far is the gym from profitability now? Pei Qian asked casually in a chatty tone. The compensation manager answered seriously, Mr. Pei, based on the current daily expenses of the gym, not considering the profit from the takeaway, it takes about 200 people per day to recover the cost. If you take into account the depreciation of equipment, daily maintenance, and you also need to make a certain profit to recover the initial investment in fitness equipment as soon as possible, then 300 people per day is a better number. Our current number is more than 20. Even at the peak of the number of people, the utilization rate of the entire gym is less than a quarter. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this answer. Look, he is indeed a compensation manager trained by me. He reports neatly and without any unnecessary information. Pei Qian nodded approvingly, not bad, keep it up. The current situation is still far from profitable. This is good news. Pei Qian thought that he could consider opening a branch. He continued to walk inside and saw Guoliqing, who was lifting weights crazily in the strength training area. I don't know if it was my illusion, but compared with last week, Guoliqing seemed to be bigger. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this. This Guoliqing is very obedient. Before, I asked him to practice hard and strive to be bigger than all the coaches. In this way, he would have no energy to engage in fancy marketing activities, and the gym would not make money. Guoliqing is indeed working hard in training. Muscles don't lie. Seeing President Pei coming, Guoliqing quickly put the barbell away and stood up. President Pei. I am. Guoliqing was about to explain, but Pei Qian raised his hand to stop him. You're doing great. As the manager and face of the entire gym, you have to be in the best shape to attract customers. So, don't let up and keep going. I came here today to ask, do you know of any other gyms like this, with better decoration and larger space? Especially near Moyu Internet Cafe, or the offices of various departments of Tenda. Oh, by the way, there are also some near Mingyun Villa. Guoliqing was stunned for a moment. Boss Pei, do you want to study and learn, or? Pei Qian smiled slightly. Of course, we want to open a branch. Guoliqing was at a loss. Huh? There are only a few students in this gym now, and the money earned is not even a fraction of the loss. Why do we need to open a branch? And judging from what Boss Pei said, we will open more than one? Guoliqing hurriedly said, Boss Pei, think twice. Pei Qian raised his hand and signaled him to stop. I have thought twice. Just give me the list of these suitable gyms. I will arrange people to talk to see how many are willing to transfer. Then I will trouble you to continue to prepare fitness equipment for the branch, recruit people, etc. Guoliqing opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him again, but seeing that Boss Pei's attitude was so firm, he had to nod. Okay, Boss Pei, I understand. Boss Pei, what is the rule for your site selection just now? Pei Qian repeated, this batch will open 3 to 5 branches. Some gyms will definitely not be willing to transfer, so try to give me 10 addresses. One of them must be near Mingyun Villa, and the others must be near Moyu Internet Cafe or other business departments of Tenda. The reason for choosing this location is, on the one hand, to better ensure the supply of fitness meals, and on the other hand, to provide benefits to employees. Pei Qian never forgot that the two projects of hosting gyms and sloth apartments were, on the one hand, to lose money, and on the other hand, to provide more benefits to employees. It was not profitable in the first place, and then using employee benefits to make a lot of money was simply double the happiness. The observation period of this flagship store has come to an end. At present, the situation is still relatively optimistic. Although there are still some customers, it is far from profitable. In this case, it is almost possible to let your own employees in one after another. As for why it is necessary to do it one after another, in stages and batches? Because the system has restrictions in this regard, whether it is sloth apartments or shared gyms, the benefits provided to employees must be controlled within a certain range. For example, if there are 100 rooms in sloth apartments, only 30 of them can be used as employee dormitories. The same is true for restaurants and gyms. They can be used as employee benefits, but there is a premise, that is, it must be guaranteed that other consumers can also use them, and they cannot be completely monopolized by employee benefits, and this ratio is strictly limited. Therefore, if Pei Qian wants to develop fitness plans for all employees, he has to open many gyms. Fortunately, as long as this thing can lose money, President Pei has enough motivation. Chapter 507, Teaching about Failure Experience, Asking for Monthly Votes. May 1st, Sunday. Pei Qian came to the cafe near the school again. Today he was going to meet a new game producer. Of the 1.8 million yuan that the system allowed for tuition, only 1 million yuan had been used, leaving 800,000 yuan unspent. So, Pei Qian had asked assistant Qian to find a designer who had done some failed projects and had a certain reputation, in order to learn some successful experience. As for why he had to have a certain reputation while failing, it was because Pei Qian wanted to eliminate the interference of personal ability factors as much as possible. If a producer himself is a failure and has no merit, on the one hand, the system will not allow him to pay so much tuition, and on the other hand, his failure factors are not prominent enough to be difficult to learn. If a person is full of failure factors, which one should Pei Qian learn? What if he learns an insignificant factor? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? You have to find designers who are capable and have successful experience. Their failure factors will be very obvious, just like they are directly highlighted and easy to learn. He mainly talked about the reasons for the success of the Tenda project, which for Pei Qian was a wrong question book, a large-scale error correction exercise. Today, this big guy mainly talked about his own failure experience, which was a standard exercise book for Pei Qian. Wouldn't it be okay to combine what he said with what the producer said today? Moreover, by asking the two big guys to give lectures to me, I successfully digested 1.8 million and learned professional knowledge of game production. If I can pass the system assessment at the time of settlement, I can make a losing gain with what I have learned in the future. Isn't it a big profit? Compared with He-An's talking about wrong questions, today this big guy will directly talk about standard answers. For Pei Qian, the knowledge of losing money will be easier to absorb. Therefore, Pei Qian is looking forward to this meeting. Not long after arriving at the cafe, the game producer arrived. "Hello, Mr. Ma. I am Chiu Hong." A man with long flowing hair, who looks to be in his 30s, shook hands with Pei Qian cordially. Before coming, Pei Qian had roughly checked Chiu Hong's resume. Unlike the glamorous resume of ancient giants like He-An, Chiu Hong's game production career can be said to be quite bumpy and ill-fated. His resume can be seen as a template for the current young generation in the domestic game market. He entered the industry around 2001, and after entering the industry, he joined a large domestic game company as a numerical planner and successfully developed a successful Xianxia theme PC game. Of course, it is a Krypton Gold game. 2 years later, with his successful project resume, he switched to another game company and developed a Western fantasy PC game as the main planner. The project failed after a whole year of development, but the final test data was extremely poor and it was aborted. After that, he changed to another game company and continued to be the main planner to produce a national war-themed Krypton Gold game. This time he was successful and successfully achieved an impressive monthly turnover of over 100 million. This national war game can be regarded as an evergreen. Although the revenue declined after half a year, it still maintained operation for 3 years and accumulated a good reputation for Qiu Hong. With the reputation accumulated by this project, Qiu Hong decided to start his own business and found investment to establish a game company to develop a Krypton Gold mobile game, which failed again. At present, because his game project has failed, Qiu Hong is a little discouraged. He is in a state of having nothing to do and wants to relax, so when he heard that someone spent 100,000 yuan to listen to his lecture, he readily agreed and came to Jingzhou. Pei Qian is very satisfied with Qiu Hong's resume. To sum it up simply, stand high enough, fall hard enough. This person is obviously focused on the field of domestic Krypton Gold games, and 5 or 6 years ago, he had achieved a monthly turnover of over 100 million as the main planner, which is very proud. Moreover, Qiu Hongji's 2 failed experiences did not seem to fail because of money. The first time he failed, the company he jumped to was very wealthy and was ready to spend a lot of money to create a masterpiece that looked like a masterpiece of that era, so they had no shortage of money at all. The second time he failed, he also got enough funds from investors to start his own business, so he also had no shortage of money. But even so, Qiu Hong, who had successful game experience and rich accumulation in the game industry, still failed in his business. The huge investment and heavy losses, tens of millions of funds were directly wasted, which was exactly in line with Pei Qian's expectations. Pei Qian firmly believed that there must be something worth learning and drawing lessons from Qiu Hong's experience. The waiter brought coffee, and the two chatted while drinking. Qiu Hong briefly introduced his resume. From the perspective of attitude, the difference between him and Heian was very obvious. Heian was obviously a giant and successful person in the industry. His qualifications crushed 99% of the designers in the industry. He gave lectures based on his interests. The old man had a kind of arrogance. Even if Ma Yang offered him 200,000 yuan per class, Heian would resolutely tell the story according to what he wanted to tell. You can listen or not. If you don't want to listen, I will leave. Qiu Hong is completely different. Although he has had successful experiences, he knows that he is not a top game producer in the game industry, so he is very polite. He is willing to tell whatever the Mr. Ma wants to hear. After all, Qiu Hong is a numerical planner, and he only works on domestic Krypton Gold games. Most designers of this type have a notable characteristic, that is, they will not go against money. Qiu Hong felt that since this General Ma paid 100,000 yuan for a class, and also covered round-trip air tickets and other expenses, then the relationship between him and the Krypton Gold Tycoon players was the same as that between him and the gamer, and he was absolutely the breadwinner. He must do everything possible to meet the needs of General Ma. Therefore, when he heard General Ma say that he wanted to hear his own failure experience, Qiu Hong was not angry, but just confirmed it and agreed happily. Okay, since Mr. Ma wants to listen, I'll talk about it. But there is one thing I want to state in advance. If I talk about my success story, I will definitely spend some time preparing. After all, every successful case is a combination of countless success factors. Every success factor must be clarified to restore the full picture of this successful game. But it's much easier to talk about failure experiences, and I don't need to spend time preparing. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dam collapses because of an ant hole. Many times you make 99 choices correctly, but only make one wrong choice, which will still lead to failure. To analyze the cause of failure, just find the most critical failure factor in the failed project, and that's it. While drinking coffee, Qiu Hong told Boss Ma about his teaching ideas. His attitude was very clear, that is, he wanted to get Boss Ma's consent as much as possible. Pei Qian was very happy. Great, I just want to learn the lesson of collapse in ant holes, please be sure to explain it well. Qiu Hong nodded. Okay, then in the next few classes, I will talk about a key factor that will lead to project failure in each class. I believe that with Boss Ma's intelligence, he will be able to avoid it well or come up with a solution. Pei Qian smiled, that's for sure. Qiu Hong took a sip of coffee and sorted out his thoughts a little. Then for the first class today, I want to start with a relatively basic but most easily overlooked aspect. Project management. The biggest difference between industries such as games, movies, and animation compared to novels, self-media, etc., is that they are industries that require close division of labor and cooperation. In other words, no matter how good you are, it's useless if your colleagues are a group of people who are slacking off and messing around. No matter how good the ideas are, they can't be made. Even a genius game producer needs a strong production team to turn his design into a successful game project. People are lazy. Many employees in game projects only regard their positions as a job to earn a salary and support their families, and do not regard it as a career they strive for. Therefore, most of the time, their work enthusiasm is suppressed by themselves. At this time, the means of project management become the top priority. The reason why I have made successful projects, but failed in my own business is that I lack the ability to manage projects. The consequence of this is that the development plan I made in my original company can always be completed smoothly, with a maximum delay of 1 week, while in my own company, the development plan I made is always delayed again and again. Even after multiple delays, the game I made still cannot meet my own expectations. Each department always has various reasons to shirk each other. It seems that everyone has completed their own work, but if you look closely, you will find that they don't seem to be pushing the entire project forward. If everyone delays a little bit, the development progress of the project will completely collapse. Pei Qian listened silently, with a fascinated expression on his face. So envious. Look at other people's employees. The boss doesn't need to say anything, and they will slack off. What about Tenda's employees? The boss was trying his best to encourage them to slack off, but they all found ways to work overtime. However, apart from envy, Pei Qian did not learn any practical methods from this valuable experience of failure. According to Qiu Hong, failed project management will make the company a mess. No matter how awesome the design is, it will not be done if no one cooperates. But Pei Qian had doubts at this time. I have never conducted any project management at all. Then why did my employees not become a mess, but became a solid block? It was impossible to find a breakthrough, and I couldn't find it. Pei Qian was very fascinated by what Qiu Hong said, but after listening to it, he still didn't know what to do. According to Qiu Hong, his failure was that he didn't do enough, didn't make good use of project management to motivate employees, or didn't effectively supervise lazy employees. But Pei Qian thought, Qiu Hong just didn't do enough, and he didn't do anything. Not only did I not supervise employees positively, but I also supervised them in reverse, and sent all those overtime dogs home. Logically, I have exceeded the task, so why did it have the opposite effect? Is there something wrong with me or my employees? It's really confusing. Chapter 508 Why did Mr. Pei use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Seeking monthly votes. Obviously, Qiu Hong was very resentful of his failure experience. At the beginning, he was able to maintain a calm attitude, but soon, his tone gradually changed from stating facts to complaining. Pei Qian could hear the anger in Qiu Hong's voice. As a game producer with successful projects, Qiu Hong's game design ability must be no problem. Of course, his game design ability specifically refers to the design ability of domestic Krypton Gold games, and he has basically no design ability for other types of games. But the problem is that Qiu Hong has never thought about making other types of games. His goal has always been very clear, that is, to make Krypton Gold online games seriously and make money. Obviously, the failure of his business has nothing to do with his design ability. It can only be said that he did not act as a good boss. The project management problem that Qiu Hong repeatedly emphasized was the most critical problem of his business failure. On this point, he had a lot to say. Qiu Hong also shared with Ma Yang a series of measures he had taken to strengthen project management. For example, he forced employees to punch in and out, he arrived early and left late every day to supervise the employees, and decided to give 10% of the game's profits to employees as bonuses, etc. These measures did improve the company's situation and increase efficiency, but they still couldn't save the company from failure. Pei Qian felt a little annoyed. It sounds like this is indeed a factor of failure. But it seems useless to me. My employees are already a group of struggling people. I deliberately decoupled the project bonus from the project profit and linked it to word of mouth, just to prevent them from thinking about making money. If employees are given bonuses based on game profits, wouldn't it explode on the spot? The key is that Qiu Hong said the reason for failure was the laziness of employees. The problem that Pei Qian was entangled with was that he had tried every means to encourage employees to be lazy, but the employees just didn't lazily. What should I do? Although I know the correct answer, there is no feasible solution and steps at all. Qiu Hong became more and more emotional and excited as he spoke, and Pei Qian was embarrassed to interrupt him. Finally, Qiu Hong was probably tired of talking and stopped to take a sip of coffee. Pei Qian asked tentatively, "Then may I ask you a question? Do you know what kind of rules may cause employees to be lazy and the project progress to get out of control?" Qiu Hong was stunned. "Ah? Isn't laziness innate? If you don't do anything, they will be lazy naturally." Pei Qian: "No, this doesn't match my experience. I really didn't care for a while, and I only spent 2 or 3 hours in the office a day, but my game project was still produced on schedule?" Pei Qian asked again, "Then, if I let all employees not punch in, give them plenty of snacks and drinks, strictly prohibit overtime, and the project bonus has nothing to do with the project's profitability, and never ask about the project's development progress, but the game was still produced on schedule and made money, is there such a possibility?" Qiu Hong's expression was very wonderful. It was an expression called, "Are you kidding me? Absolutely impossible. Mr. Ma, if you want to daydream, I suggest you dream about winning the lottery, which is relatively more likely to come true." Pei Qian clapped his hands and felt that he had met a soulmate. "Yes, I think so too. It should be impossible. But as far as I know, our company's game department seems to do this." Qiu Hong did not answer immediately, but shook his head slightly and took a sip of coffee. Then, he said with some bitterness in his voice, "Mr. Ma, that's just the appearance you see. That means the project management ability of the leader of Tenda's game department has reached the highest level, beyond the level you can understand, and has achieved a return to nature. This kind of top project management ability is not something that everyone can learn. Just like in some martial arts novels, the protagonist says that no moves are better than moves, but if you also forget all the moves, you will be beaten black and blue soon. Boss Ma, listen to my advice. Forget about the Tenda game department, you can't learn this ability. Of course, I'm not targeting you, I can't learn it either, and most people in the world can't learn it. Business geniuses like Boss Pei are rare, and the experience of such people cannot be used as a reference." Pei Qian: "Forget about the Tenda game department? No, I'm just trying to solve the problems of the game department now. How can you persuade me to give up? And what about returning to nature and reaching perfection? What are you talking about?" Pei Qian was speechless. What about sharing the experience of failure? Why did it become a corpse whipping again? Qiu Hong looked at his watch. "Ah, time's up. Mr. Ma, I'm very happy to chat with you. I haven't had such a good chat with someone for a long time. The depression in my heart is completely swept away." Pei Qian: Is the depression in your heart swept away? But the depression in my heart doesn't seem to have improved at all, but has worsened. Pei Qian asked, so, next time you come, you will talk about new factors of failure, right? Qiu Hong nodded. Of course, I vaguely feel that Mr. Ma seems to be able to become a confidant with me. We both have a special quality. What are the characteristics? It seems that they all have ambitions, but cannot realize them. They all have goals, but no one to cooperate with them. Don't worry, Mr. Ma, we will definitely overcome the difficulties. In short, I will tell you everything I know, and say everything I know. Let's make progress together. Having a goal, but no one to cooperate with them? You are so right. Pei Qian thought about it silently. Although he and Qiu Hong have different goals, they are both trying to get out of the quagmire of failure and move towards a better tomorrow. From this point of view, it seems that they can really become confidants. Pei Qian was also moved and shook Qiu Hong's hand tightly. Okay, let's work hard together. Tuesday, May 3rd. Uta Technology. Just after the holiday, the employees of Uta Technology quickly entered the working state on the first day of work and started working intensively. Changyu walked from the office area into his office, and his eyes casually swept over, taking in the status of the employees. Could it be that the influence of Tenda's spirit is really so obvious? Changyu was a little confused. He could feel that Uta Technology had undergone a subtle change. It has been half a year since Uta Technology was officially established in November last year. The backbone employees, including Changyu, all came from Hongqing Technology. President Pei never intervened in the company's daily affairs, and Director Lin, who was parachuted in, never interfered with the company's management. Therefore, the working method of O2 Technology at the beginning of its establishment was exactly the same as that of Hongqing Technology. But now, the people are still the same, but everyone's working method seems to be constantly changing to Tenda's working method. One of the most obvious manifestations is that everyone's working hours have been shortened, but the workload has not changed. This means that the overall work efficiency has improved. Changyu still remembers that when he was at Hongqing Technology before, he could always see someone slacking off when he walked through the employee's office area. Of course, he would not point it out. After all, at that time he felt that it was impossible for people to maintain an efficient working state all the time, and occasional slacking off was human nature. However, now, employees seem to be completing their work efficiently, and rarely slacking off. The difference between these two states can be distinguished at a glance. Take today for example. If it were Hongqing Technology, everyone would definitely organize the work plan for this week in the morning, reply to the emails accumulated last weekend, and then play with their mobile phones a little, and the morning would pass. But now, everyone only takes more than half an hour to complete the task of organizing work plans and replying to emails, and the rest of the time is used for work, and everyone is more anxious than each other. The most important thing is that Mr. Pei rarely comes here, and he has never asked everyone to learn the Tenda spirit. So how does this subtle influence penetrate in and play a silent effect? The more Changyu thinks about it, the more he feels that Mr. Pei has a set of project management. In the past, Changyu always had to check attendance, set goals, and ask questions from time to time. Now there is no need at all. The whole company is like an arm, pointing and hitting, and everyone cooperates very well. With such a set of extremely brilliant project management methods, Changyu feels that he is so comfortable. He doesn't have to waste energy arguing with employees, but can concentrate on thinking about the company's next business development direction. When I have time, I must ask Mr. Pei, the master of management, how he achieves this silent effect, and whether he has his own philosophical concept of project management. After completing his daily brain supplement of Mr. Pei, Changyu continued his work this week. Today, he is going to solve a puzzle left by Mr. Pei. When Mr. Pei assigned tasks to OTTO Technology, he proposed future plans: stop making new mobile phones, extend the time to about 10 months, set up a software laboratory, make some useful apps, improve the mobile phone system, and optimize the imaging algorithm. Chang Yu has already interpreted this point. After serious reflection, he felt that Mr. Pei's strategy was very correct. The Auto E1 mobile phone is a high-end mobile phone with a high price, but it is also a mobile phone full of defects. If a new phone is developed immediately, what will those customers who have already bought the E1 mobile phone think? I treat this phone as a treasure, but you treat me as a leak? Auto's pricing strategy is to never reduce prices, but if new phones are released too frequently, where will the customers of old phones be placed? Although a trade-in service will be provided, this frequent release of new phones will inevitably dilute the brand value that the mobile phone has finally built. Therefore, Mr. Pei will spend a year polishing the software, including the operating system, imaging algorithm, various commonly used apps, etc. This has at least 3 meanings. Fulfill the promise to consumers. Extend the release cycle of new mobile phones to 1 year to ensure that more and more advanced mature technologies can be used at that time, so that the next mobile phone has more gimmicks, and at the same time, the E1 mobile phone can better maintain its value. Invest a lot of time in software development to increase the added value of mobile phones, make up for shortcomings, and make consumers feel that they are getting value for money. After understanding the deep meaning of Mr. Pei's next phase of policy, Chang Yu immediately decided to invest heavily in setting up an imaging laboratory, which is dedicated to adjusting mobile phone lenses, optimizing imaging algorithms, and focusing on photography and software. But just 2 days after interpreting Mr. Pei's intention, Mr. Pei's new instructions came again. This time, Chang Yu was confused. Mr. Pei actually asked OTTO Technology to develop an app for gym registration? The functional requirements of this app are very simple, and it was proposed by a person named Guo Liqing. After logging into the app, customers can view their fitness data, make appointments for fitness, and so on. Chang Yu was puzzled. Such a simple function is to be handed over to OTTO Technology? Our software team is responsible for developing more complex apps. For such a broken app for gym registration, it can be done by any team. Why did Mr. Pei specifically hand it over to us? Moreover, this app is not at all related to the general direction determined by Mr. Pei before. The strangest thing is that Mr. Pei specifically emphasized that this software should not be pre-installed on the phone. Why? Although Chang Yu arranged for someone to do it as soon as he received the request, after so many days, he still couldn't understand the deep meaning behind it. If he was a person without any aspirations, he would definitely just honestly complete the functions required by the fitness software and be done with it. But after the success of the OTTOE1 mobile phone, Chang Yu knew very well that no matter how simple the task assigned by President Pei seemed, it definitely had a deeper meaning. Otherwise, why would President Pei personally assign it? Chapter 509, Follow Mr. Pei to see the scenery from a high place, and you will understand. 3 more votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Well, use the method described by Director Lin to analyze it. This is related to the future development direction of OTA technology. The mobile phone industry is changing rapidly. One wrong step will lead to all wrong steps. Don't be careless. If it was Chang Yu when he first came, he would probably not think much and directly delegate this task to his subordinates, as long as the requirements were completed with quality and quantity. But after half a year of training, Chang Yu felt that he had learned a lot from Mr. Pei. One of the important points is vision and direction. A famous entrepreneur once said the pig on the wind theory, which means that as a top entrepreneur, the most important thing to achieve something is to find the right wind. The mobile phone industry is undoubtedly the wind in the mobile internet era, but not everyone has the ability to be the pig on the wind. If you are squeezed out of your position by mistake, you will be smashed to pieces. In other words, hard work determines your lower limit, and vision determines your upper limit. Chang Yu originally thought that he had a good vision and was one of the best in the industry. But after meeting Mr. Pei, he realized that he was just a frog in a well and too arrogant. I can only see those opportunities that everyone can see. Although they are opportunities, the competition is extremely fierce. If you fall behind, you will lose everything. But what Mr. Pei sees is the kind of opportunity that no one else can see. This kind of opportunity is extremely precious. As long as you seize it firmly, there is no need to rush at all, because no one can compete with you. Therefore, after the success of the OTTOE1 mobile phone, Chang Yu has determined one thing. Since Mr. Pei has such a forward-looking and unique vision, of course, he should completely abandon his own views on the industry and accept Mr. Pei's views in their entirety. If you can win by lying down, why should you try your best to fight with other manufacturers? But the only problem is that geniuses always have quirks. Mr. Pei's quirk is that he likes to guess riddles with employees, which seems to be to train employees' independent thinking spirit and analytical ability. Therefore, not everyone can guess Mr. Pei's riddles, stand out from many employees, and leave a deep impression on Mr. Pei. Fortunately, there is the analysis method taught by Director Lin. Chang Yu frowned and fell into deep thought. Director Lin said that the starting point for analyzing a problem is the most unreasonable part. And the most unreasonable part of this matter is why President Pei is using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It would be more appropriate to let Moyu Takeout make the fitness app, so why must it be handed over to us? Chang Yu opened the document provided by Guoliqing on his computer. The entire document was very simple, with only a few sentences. If you give it a score based on the standards of product managers, 3 points would be too much. And it was 3 points out of 100. This can't be blamed on Guoliqing. He was originally a fitness coach, so how could he understand the work standards of product managers? Chang Yu read these requirements carefully. This Guoliqing is the person in charge of the shared gym, but the requirements he raised are very simple. This is reasonable. After all, he is a newcomer and does not understand Mr. Pei's ideas well enough. He needs more training. If Mr. Pei just wants to complete these requirements, he can just find Moyu Takeaway. And these requirements are obviously too general. They must be fully revised and improved. After the entire function is redesigned, it can be handed over to the programmer to make it. Design. Could it be that Mr. Pei is impressed by our design ability? Yes, there is such a possibility. The design ability of our product manager is obviously much stronger than that of Moyu Takeaway. In other words, Mr. Pei actually has more potential needs for this software. He knows that Moyu Takeaway will definitely find it difficult to complete it, so he handed it over to us? Yes, this makes much more sense. So, what will be the potential needs? Chang Yu felt that he seemed to have found a way, so he stood up and began to pace. These requirements are enough for the tool app used in the gym. If President Pei wants more, it means the gym is just the beginning. President Pei's real goal is to break the limitations and boundaries of the gym. So, it was handed over to us to make it, and we were asked to fill in the gaps that the gym project leader had not thought of. Use mobile internet thinking to make a comprehensive plan for this software? Yes, that must be the case. But, if President Pei wants the mobile phone to be linked with the gym app, why doesn't he allow us to install this app as a bundled software on the mobile phone? Chang Yu thought for a moment and soon broke through this last threshold, showing a look of sudden realization. I understand. Pei thinks that this app contains a lot of content and is difficult to design, so he is worried about its quality. Bundling mobile phones for promotion only makes the data look good on paper, but in this way we cannot judge the real situation of this app, resulting in misjudgment, which is not conducive to subsequent optimization work. At the same time, if the quality of the app is not up to standard, it will also be a damage to the brand of automobile phones. So, if it's our own software, why don't we install it on autophones? Mr. Pei didn't say don't install, but don't bundle. We need to let this app fully withstand the test of the market, so that every user of autophones can install it spontaneously and actively. The answer is complete. After Chang Yu sorted out the whole idea, he found that everything was so natural and just right. The unreasonable things before suddenly had a perfect answer. No wonder everyone likes to play guessing games with Mr. Pei so much. Because solving Mr. Pei's puzzles can give you a great sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Chang Yu immediately left his office and found the person in charge of hosting the fitness app. The plan has changed. The previous requirements were only the most basic functions, and we want to expand on this basis. In addition to meeting the daily use needs of the gym, we also need to provide more functions for this app. For example, we can make an algorithm to formulate a reasonable training plan for users based on the height and weight of users and the body fat data detected in the gym, and provide reference for fitness coaches. In addition to appointments, the software can also provide regular reminders, whether it is training, snacks, or rest. After all, the coach cannot follow you 24 hours a day, so these reminders are all completed by the mobile phone. We can also create a special area to upload some training and diet knowledge or tips, so that customers can better understand the significance of the hosted fitness model. Many people don't understand why they need to make regular appointments for training and why they need to bundle fitness meals, so they don't accept the model of hosting gyms. If we can continue to popularize science, then everyone's acceptance of this hosted fitness model will definitely increase. In addition, you can leave an interface to upload some videos of standard fitness movements in the future to help users correct their movements or even practice at home. The person in charge of the app quickly recorded. After writing down everything, the person in charge was a little confused. Mr. Chang, this is far beyond the previous requirements. The previous requirements were just for us to make a gym reservation software, right? Is this appropriate? The demander won't be unhappy after getting the software, right? Chang Yu smiled. Why, he wants a very simple function. Not only did we complete it perfectly, but also attached many useful functions. How can he be angry? It's too late to thank us. The person in charge of the app scratched his head and muttered softly, but, it seems unnecessary. Chang Yu smiled slightly. It is necessary, very necessary. When you get to my position, work with Mr. Pei for a few days, and see the scenery from a higher place, you will understand why. You still have a lot to learn. May 4th, Wednesday. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after seeing off the last batch of guests, Lin Sanrong watched the waiters and cleaning staff clean up Mingyun private kitchen before preparing to leave. In theory, the current work process of Mingyun private kitchen is very stable, and it doesn't matter if Lin Sanrong, as the store manager, occasionally slacks off. But he still works diligently every day and works meticulously. After all, he was just a chef with a little fame in Jingzhou. Since he was appreciated by Mr. Pei, he has been the store manager of Moyu Internet Cafe and the person in charge of Moyu Takeout. Now, because of the relationship with the manager of Mingyun Private Kitchen, he can make friends with celebrities from all walks of life in Jingzhou, and his career is getting smoother and smoother. Lin Sanrong cherishes this opportunity very much and always thinks about how to make Mingyun Private Kitchen better, not only to repay Mr. Pei's trust, but also to take his career to the next level. Some time ago, he learned that Rui Yuchen's Moyu Takeaway had been expanding rapidly recently, and he was inevitably a little anxious. He wanted to open a branch, but was rejected by Mr. Pei. Lin Sanrong was very puzzled. Why did Mr. Pei firmly disagree with opening a branch? After a few days of thinking, he finally understood. The reason why Mingyun Private Kitchen is so popular is that the chefs and ingredients are top-notch in China, and the taste is indeed excellent. On the other hand, the unique dining environment, the rule of not taking photos, the long queues, and the pursuit of high-end people have jointly supported the consumption psychology of customers. In other words, because it is rare, it is precious. Just like some brands never sell limited edition items openly, because if they are sold openly, they will not be valuable. The chefs of Mingyun Private Kitchen are recruited from all over the country. Everyone has their own unique skills. How can they guarantee the taste of another branch? If the taste is a little worse and the consumption psychology of customers has changed, wouldn't it be equivalent to destroying the golden signboard of the nameless restaurant? Even if opening a branch can make more money, does Mr. Pei care about that little money? Obviously, the brand is more important. After thinking this through, Lin Sanrong completely gave up the idea of opening a branch. Instead, he followed Mr. Pei's request and tried to think about how to use the money he earned to improve Mingyun Private Kitchen in other aspects. At present, he has a few vague ideas, but they have not been finalized. While thinking, Lin Sanrong went to driving out of the northwest gate. He noticed that a ground floor shop not far away was still brightly lit and someone was busy. There was a moving truck parked on the road at the door, and someone was moving various fitness equipment upstairs. After Mingyun Private Kitchen became popular, the land prices of the entire Mingyun Villa rose sharply, and the saying of Jingzhou New Business District spread like wildfire. Many people came to invest nearby, and more shops opened. However, not all shops can make money. In Lin Sanrong's impression, this brightly lit place was a high-end gym, originally intended to target the high-end crowd of Mingyun Villa. I thought it would be a booming business and full every day, but it got worse and worse, and there was no improvement in handing out flyers every day. It seems that it can't continue to work. Lin Sanrong parked the car on the side of the road and planned to go over to take a look. After all, they are neighbors and know each other, so it's good to go over and comfort them. I saw the former manager of the gym smoking while directing the workers to move fitness equipment, but his face did not show the sadness of the gym closing down. The former manager of the gym saw Lin Sanrong coming over and extended his hand to greet him. "Hey, Manager Lin, you just got off work?" Lin Sanrong nodded. "Yes, just got off work." "Are you planning to quit?" The former manager of the gym laughed. "Quit, someone took over. This mess is finally handed over." Chapter 510, Mr. Pei's New Home, 4th Update, Please vote. The gym manager handed Lin Sanrong a cigarette, but Lin Sanrong waved his hand to refuse. "Who took over?" Lin Sanrong asked, curiously. "A little investigation will tell you that this store has been open for a few months. Logically, there are many high-end people here, and it is a business district with people coming and going. The gym should be very prosperous, but it is not making money. Who is so stubborn and dares to take over here?" The gym manager took a puff of cigarette and said in surprise, "Huh? Manager Lin, don't you know? You Tingda. Tingda took over." Lin Sanrong was stunned. "Mr. Pei took over this gym?" "That's right, Mr. Pei seems to be doing a project called Hosted Fitness recently. It is said that the first store seems to be near the company headquarters. Opening a branch so soon? The business is quite prosperous." Lin Sanrong was originally feeling sorry for the taker, thinking that he was wasting money and would probably pack up and leave in a few months. But when he heard that it was Mr. Pei, Lin Sanrong immediately became energetic. Mr. Pei must have a way to turn this place around. Such a large business district was built so easily, and he can't even handle a small gym? Impossible. Just move a small stool to the side and watch Mr. Pei operate. The gym manager puffed out a cigarette and said happily, "Manager Lin, you don't know how happy I am to hear this news. I heard some time ago that something big happened in Jingzhou's fitness industry recently. It is said that Tingda is going to enter the market." Everyone was very nervous at the time. Who doesn't know Tingda? They are rich and powerful. If they start a price war with us, won't our small gyms die on the spot? Unexpectedly, Tingda didn't seem to plan to compete with us at all. It opened its first gym and was very low-key. If I hadn't personally visited it to investigate, I wouldn't have dared to believe it. The letters were so quiet. Even quieter than mine. After a while, there were no more letters, and everyone was relieved. As a result, 2 days ago, Tenda suddenly started to take over gyms like crazy, and only picked those that were well decorated. As long as the decoration was good, it was fine, and they didn't care about the performance at all. You don't know how many gyms are almost unable to operate, just waiting to be taken over. One by one, they are just looking forward to it, and they just need to renovate the gym to lure Tenda to take it over. Of course, no one really does this. What if Tenda doesn't take it after the decoration? Wouldn't it be a big loss? I've been waiting for Tenda to come to me. Don't tell me, I finally got it today. You Tenda are really rich, and the offer is very generous. I think it's a good deal, so I transferred it right away. We'll move out tonight. I guess in 2 days, this store will put up a sign saying Managed Fitness. It turns out that the manager of the gym is quite proud of escaping the stock market crash. Lin Sanrong couldn't help but get interested. If another gym took over, Lin Sanrong would definitely order a song and wait for it to go bankrupt. But Mr. Pei wants to join the market, which must be a deep-level layout. Moreover, why open it near Mingyun Villa? Will it have some connection with Mingyun Private Kitchen in the future? Lin Sanrong said, "Can you tell me briefly what you think of Tenda's Managed Fitness?" May 5, Thursday. Pei Qian rushed to the sloth apartment by car, feeling a little excited. After nearly a month of busy work, he can finally move in. This house itself is finely decorated. As a designer, Liang Qingshan is mainly responsible for the soft decoration of this house, including furniture, appliances, smart devices, etc., so it can be completed in a short time. Moreover, Pei Qian clearly requested that the house must be decorated in a bare-walled style, so there are fewer changes that can be made. Pei Qian plans to take a look, and if he is satisfied, he will move in directly. It is still worth getting excited about moving into a new house. After getting off the car in the underground garage, Pei Qian and Xiao Sun took the elevator to the top floor of the building. Liang Qingshan was already waiting in the room. The security door of the living room was ajar, and Pei Qian pushed it open and entered. The first feeling after entering was that it was so spacious. So bright. The sunlight was so bright that the fan-shaped large living room was bathed in the warm sunlight, which made people feel lazy. The first impression of the whole space on Pei Qian was exactly the same as the rendering he had seen before. Extremely wide, spacious, and bright. The sunlight shone in through the French windows, sprinkled on the mirror-like floor, reflecting the reflections of a few pieces of furniture. The dark sofa seemed to be hovering on the clean lake, and seemed to be floating lightly in the clouds. On the wall facing the sofa was a huge TV, without any wires or sockets, and the pure black panel seemed to be a window to another world. Pei Qian remembered that he had asked for a game console and various game discs, but he didn't see them next to the TV. Pei Qian guessed that they were probably well hidden in the simple, low TV cabinet under the TV. In addition, there were some other furniture, such as tables and chairs, which were also very simple, but clearly showed a sense of class. The entire space completely meets Pei Qian's requirements. It is extremely simple and even bare. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has just been robbed. Of course, from an artistic point of view, taking pictures from every angle in this living room can produce impressive works. The extreme space also brings extreme waste. It can be seen that Liang Qingshan is a designer who pursues perfection. The only storage space in the entire living room is the low TV cabinet, and there are no other cabinets. The wide space without any unnecessary clutter makes people feel comfortable. Liang Qingshan was standing at the arc of the living room looking at the scenery outside. After hearing the door ring, he turned around and said, "Mr. Pei, are you satisfied with this style?" Pei Qian nodded, very satisfied. I have to admire that this designer, Liang, is also a ruthless person. Pei Qian said that he wanted to save as much as possible on all furniture, but he didn't think Liang Qingfan would get rid of some functional things, such as storage cabinets, coffee tables, dining tables, etc. Even if the cabinets are smaller, there must be one or two left, right? But Liang Qingfan really did it resolutely. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this. It is not easy to find such an obedient designer. Coupled with the rigid rule that he was not allowed to buy furniture or change the interior layout, I wonder who else would come to rent this house. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little proud, feeling that the sloth apartment project had been more than half successful. Liang Qingfan said, "Mr. Pei, please allow me to introduce to you where the money was mainly spent. In order to achieve this extreme minimalist style, I had to drastically cut off many daily necessities, such as storage space, which is completely insufficient for daily use, but since you said you don't need it, then don't do it. But there are some things that can't be cut, such as curtains. For the needs of shading and privacy, curtains are necessary, but in this extreme minimalist style, no matter how simple the curtains are, they will appear bloated and overshadow the main feature. So, I replaced all the glass. It has become a smart dimming glass, which not only has all the characteristics of safety glass, is safe and environmentally friendly, but also has good transparency and lighting functions, can block ultraviolet and infrared rays, and avoid the adverse effects of direct sunlight. In short, this kind of glass can adjust the light transmittance of the glass and the intensity of the sunlight entering the room in a large range, making the indoor light soft, comfortable, and pleasant, which is very suitable for this extremely simple living scene. In addition, in order to achieve the ultimate simplicity of the interior, I hid almost all the visible sockets, and the light switches are all operated on the smart panel of the transparent glass. These smart panels are hidden in every corner of the room. When not activated, they are just a mirror. When activated, they become touch panels that can control the brightness of the lights in the whole house. Of course, the same effect can be achieved with a mobile phone. In addition, other furniture, home appliances, and even toilets are all selected from domestic and foreign first-line brands. They are absolutely carefully selected and have achieved a perfect balance between practicality and artistry. Next, I would like to introduce this TV to you. This is the latest 85-inch 4K TV from a foreign manufacturer. It costs 240,000 yuan and is equipped with the latest audiovisual system to provide you with the most perfect gaming experience. The purchased game console is hidden in the TV cabinet. As long as you take out the handle, you can immediately enter the exciting game world. Liang Qingfan coughed twice. Of course, I originally thought that buying such a large TV is not practical, but the budget you gave, Mr. Pei, is too much. Pei Qian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Very good. I am very satisfied with this TV. Although everything in this room has a poor cost-effectiveness, there is no doubt that Liang Qingfan has perfectly completed Pei Qian's requirements. Take this TV for example. Although it will only cost 20,000 yuan in 10 years, it is a rare item at present. It is estimated that there are only a few dozen in the country. Pei Qian gave Liang Qingfan a lot of budget, and at the same time forced him to decorate according to the bare-walled style, and the number of various furniture was cut again and again. Therefore, the furniture and appliances that were left at the end were all over the budget. For Pei Qian, he liked this place very much. Because he only had two needs when living here, sleeping and entertainment. And he lived alone. This extremely simplified living environment would not make his life inconvenient. On the contrary, because of this minimalist style, the whole environment looked pleasing to the eye. But it was not the case for other tenants. Compared with other houses, this house could hardly meet the living needs of more than two people. There was no storage space, and it was not allowed to buy furniture or change the layout of the room. At the same time, it could only be rented as a whole. It was only suitable for one kind of people, that is, living alone, and not caring about the monthly rent of 9,000 yuan at all, and must rent for a long time. In other words, simply regard this space as a work of art to appreciate. These people are all real local tycoons. They may have bought more than one house, or even live in a villa. Why rent here? Even if one or two local tycoons have the brains to rent, they are definitely a minority. Qingshan said, "Boss Pei, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can adjust it at any time." Pei Qian raised his hand. "I am very satisfied, there is no need to adjust. You have perfectly met my needs, which is exactly what I want. Designer Liang, I really admire your design ability. Are you interested in working at Tenda?" Chapter 511 Moyu Takeaway Shop Number 1, 5th Update, please vote. Qingshan was stunned, and after a moment he said, "Mr. Pei, this seems a little sudden, I have to think about it carefully." Pei Qian smiled and nodded, "Of course." He turned to look at the driver's son. "Take Mr. Liang to play around in Jingzhou these few days, and appreciate the local customs and customs. Take Mr. Liang to Mingyun Private Kitchen for dinner on weekends, and treat him well for me." Son hurriedly said, "Okay, Mr. Pei." Pei Qian looked at Qingshan again. "Mr. Liang, you take a break, walk around Jingzhou, and collect some inspiration. All expenses in Jingzhou during this period will be borne by Tenda. By the end of the month, I will open more sloth apartments, and I will trouble you a lot at that time." Qingshan was a little flattered. "No problem, Mr. Pei." Being so appreciated, Qingshan felt like he had met a mentor. As a young designer, what does he need most? It's the stage and the opportunity. Although Jialing Architectural Engineering Design Company, Limited, where he works, is a first-class design company in China, and has industry leaders like Zhou Nanling in charge, he can get many opportunities to participate in large projects. However, as a young designer under 30 years old, he can get very few large projects that he is truly responsible for. A good project is an opportunity, a reputation, and a stage to prove himself for a designer. If there is no good project, where can he display his talents? Who knows? And here, Mr. Pei has opportunities, a lot of opportunities. Moreover, Qingshan vaguely feels that Mr. Pei's ideas are highly consistent with his own in some aspects. For example, Mr. Pei is a person who pursues perfection. As an architect, Qingshan is proficient in many styles and is good at designing according to the needs of the owner. But the problem is that while listening to the needs, Qingshan himself also has very deep thoughts on art. However, many times, this kind of thinking about art is not understood by others. But Mr. Pei is so satisfied with his design that he even poached people on the spot, which is enough to show that Mr. Pei and himself have the same understanding of artistic attainments. We all have the personality of pursuing perfection. It is precisely because of this that Qingshan almost blurted out, "I do." Of course, agreeing on the spot like this seemed a bit unreserved and a bit hasty, so Qingshan had to symbolically consider it for a few more times and deal with the affairs of the original company before he could officially join Tenda. Pei Qian walked around the room and was very satisfied with everything. The reason why he wanted to recruit Qingshan was because he saw his ability to understand things, which was better than most Tenda employees. Pei Qian felt that one of the important criteria for screening good employees now was to see how much he could imagine. There were fewer and fewer good employees like LV Mingliang who rarely imagined things and did whatever Pei told them to do. Pei Qian seemed to see the shadow of LV Mingliang in this designer, Qingshan. In order to do everything possible to meet the ultimate minimalist style, he did not hesitate to cut off the storage space that ordinary people thought was indispensable. In order to spend every penny of the budget, he spent more than 200,000 to buy a large TV that was limited nationwide. This meant that he would try his best to meet Pei's requirements without imagining too much. At the same time, he was not famous and would not attract too much attention. He also had certain abilities to ensure that he could complete the tasks assigned by Pei. In short, a perfect candidate. 3 hours later, Pei Qian completed the move. The original house was directly moved, and the clothes and shoes were packed and moved to the new residence. All other things that were not needed were left in the original rental house. Simply put, just move in with your bag. Sun ran around to help Pei Qian move all the small amount of luggage to the new house, and soon finished packing. Pei Qian didn't plan to pile up a bunch of messy things in the house. He only did 3 things here. Sleep, play games, and eat snacks. Every time I wake up naturally, I go to the Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University for dinner, then go to the company for a walk, and finally go home to eat snacks, drink beverages, and play games. It is simply a dream-like life. Of course, this building also needs a housekeeper and 2 cleaners. The housekeeper is responsible for personnel management and helps me deal with some chores, while the cleaner is like a hotel service, regularly cleaning, washing clothes, throwing garbage, and filling the large refrigerator with drinks and snacks. Finally, there is the problem of publicity. As long as a general rental house is posted on the internet, various real estate agents will immediately call frantically. In short, they are trying to trick you into handing over the house to them. They talk a lot and want to help find tenants, but in fact they are just trying to monopolize the housing supply, so that tenants can't find personal housing sources and can't contact landlords, and can only pay the agency fee obediently. Pei Qian doesn't plan to do any publicity for Sloth Apartment. Such a good house is naturally for those who are destined to live in it. If you can't find it, then it means that you are not destined to live in it. How can I rent it to you? Of course, not promoting it does not mean that it is absolutely safe. Pei Qian didn't promote the game when he first started, but someone still found it. To be on the safe side, Pei Qian planned to observe for a month. If no one is interested in this house after a month, then it proves that my strategy is fine. Then I can continue to buy buildings and transform them into sloth apartments with confidence, and use some of the vacant rooms as dormitories for employees. May 6th, Friday. The #1 independent store of Moyu Takeaway, which is also the food research room of Moyu Takeaway, officially opened. Rui Yuchen stood at the door of the store, looking at the bustling crowd on the roadside, and had only one feeling. I am finally going to start making great plans. A month ago, President Pei personally instructed that Moyu Takeaway should no longer be dependent on Moyu Internet Cafe, but should be completely independent and start expanding to major cities. At the same time, a food laboratory should be established to enrich the broadcast. Rui Yuchen immediately started to prepare and laid out 20 stores. Of these 20 stores, 5 are in Jingzhou, one of which is the #1 Moyu Takeaway store, also known as the Food Research Room. The other 5 are in other cities in Handong Province, such as Linqing, Luzhou, etc. The remaining 10 are all in first-tier cities such as Lindu, Modu, Yangqing, and Pengcheng. There is a big problem with opening stores in these unfamiliar cities, which is that it is out of reach. If there is no absolutely trusted candidate, the store will definitely not be able to open. Fortunately, after nearly a year of development, Moyu Takeaway has many very loyal old employees. Rui Yuchen selected reliable new store managers from these old employees, and there were also travel subsidies, and many people immediately signed up enthusiastically. After selecting the store managers of each branch, a series of operations for opening a store are required, including finding a store, designing and constructing, soft furnishing, applying for licenses, recruiting local employees, etc. These steps are very complicated. The first store of Moyu Takeaway is in Jingzhou, and all the work is very familiar, so it was opened in just 1 month. Moyu Takeaway in other cities will definitely be slower, but it should be almost the same in another month. The initial investment of these 20 stores is more than 3 million yuan, and the monthly rent and labor costs are also 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. Rui Yuchen has carefully considered the location, decoration, store design, and in-store tables and chairs. In order not to embarrass Tenda, all high-quality ones are selected. But even so, the investment does not seem to be much, mainly because all the stores are very. Because President Pei has emphasized that Moyu Takeaway has always been a takeaway brand, so it does not need such a large store, and it is enough to leave 5 or 6 seats for dine-in. These 20 stores are just an initial test, and Qingshan has greater ambitions. Anyway, it's Mr. Pei, no matter how much money is spent, he will cover it, so what's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Qingshan analyzed that the brand of Moyu Takeaway has never made any money, but Mr. Pei never cared. It can be seen that Mr. Pei doesn't care whether it can make a profit or not, but has other intentions. What is the purpose? The ultimate goal of everyone is to make money, but some people have a long-term vision. President Pei must be trying to seize the market quickly, spending money first and making money later. Including why Moyu Takeaway and Moyu Internet Cafe were separated this time? It was because Moyu Internet Cafe had severely restricted the expansion of Moyu Takeaway. Therefore, Qingshan felt that 20 stores were far from enough and more stores had to be opened. These 20 stores were mainly to see how popular Moyu Takeaway was in different cities, so as to determine the direction and focus of the next investment. Of course, this observation period may be relatively long, so don't be impatient. At the same time, Qingshan did not forget President Pei's request to establish a food laboratory. President Pei did not give clear instructions on how to do the so-called food laboratory. He just roughly said that this place was used to study various new flavors of food, and at the same time provide customized fitness meals for the managed gym. From the name, the laboratory should be a place isolated from the world. But after thinking about it, Qingshan felt that it was inappropriate. General laboratories study some dangerous items or confidential projects, so they have to be isolated from the world. But the food laboratory studies food. If it is isolated from the world and far away from consumers, how can the food studied let consumers taste it in the first place? Therefore, Qingshan decided to transform the No. 1 Moyu takeout store into a food laboratory. This restaurant doesn't consider making money at all. It is just used to test the latest food and collect customer feedback. Of course, there are special nutritionists and chefs here. After studying various novel dishes, they will use scientific methods to test their calories and various nutrients, or vice versa. First determine the nutrients required by diners, and then reversely match them into a set meal. And now, a new dish is placed in front of Qingshan. This is the first product of the Food Lab, which is a fitness meal 2.0 specially provided for managed gyms. Previously, the fitness meals of managed gyms were also provided by Moyu Takeout, but there is no essential difference between those fitness meals and fitness meals on the market. They are nothing more than a pile of various green vegetables, brown rice, chicken breast and other materials. They can provide enough nutrition and are healthy enough, but they are not delicious. The Food Lab studies Fitness Meals 2.0 to solve one of the biggest pain points of fitness meals, that is, the problem of not being delicious. Chapter 512 Jinyui's first regular meeting, 6th update, please vote. Qingshan picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked up a piece of fried dragon fish from the Fitness Meal 2.0 and put it in his mouth. Then, there were small pieces of dragon fruit, eggs, cherry tomatoes, corn kernels, purple sweet potatoes, shrimps, kelp shreds, etc. Every time he flipped it a little, he could find some new surprises. And after putting it in his mouth, Qingshan found that these ingredients were not simply cut and done, but had been specially processed. For example, if you want to eat shrimp in a healthy way, the best way is to boil it directly in a small amount of salt water, or stir-fry it with a small amount of oil, but the shrimp here is obviously marinated and has a special fragrance. Similarly, the eggs are not pure boiled eggs, but have a hint of tea fragrance, but not as strong as ordinary tea eggs. Street vendors selling tea eggs often use tea leaves that have been boiled many times, and also add a lot of soy sauce, so it is not healthy. But the food lab obviously took this into consideration and only slightly seasoned the eggs without boiling them for a long time. After processing all the ingredients, the salad was made, and the taste was indeed greatly improved compared to the fitness meal 1.0. Soon, the plate in front of Rui Yuchen was empty. The waiter asked cautiously, "Mr. Rui, is the taste okay?" Rui Yuchen nodded, "Okay." The waiter asked again, "Then, can it be promoted to various stores as healthy meal 2.0? To promote a dish, it means that the chefs of all stores must master the method, and the dishes made must be not much different. On the one hand, it is necessary to control the amount and cooking time of various ingredients very accurately, and on the other hand, the chefs themselves need to practice repeatedly. Therefore, after promoting it to various stores, it will take some time before it can be officially promoted to various gyms as fitness meal 2.0. Rui Yuchen put down his chopsticks. "No." The waiter was stunned for a moment, because he saw Rui Yuchen finish the entire fitness meal in front of him, and obviously thought the fitness meal was delicious. Since the requirement of the fitness meal is delicious has been met, why is it still not okay? Rui Yuchen didn't explain much, just said, "This dish can be considered to be added to the regular menu." As for how to make fitness meal 2.0, I need to think about it again. Rui Yuchen turned and left, leaving the waiter to clean up the plates with a confused look on his face. After leaving Moyu Takeaway Store Number 1, Rui Yuchen walked aimlessly on the street, passing by restaurants one after another. Smelling the aroma of food wafting from inside, Rui Yuchen was still tempted even though he was half full. Fitness meals are indeed delicious, but I always feel that they are not enough. If you eat it occasionally, it's not bad, but if you eat it for a long time, it seems unacceptable. No matter how delicious it is, it won't work. Why? It's not because it's not delicious, but because salad doesn't seem to conform to the eating habits of Chinese people, and it doesn't seem to be a necessity. What are the eating habits of Chinese people? First of all, it must be hot and warm. If the salad is cold, it will make people feel that it is not a serious meal. Secondly, it must be fully flavored. The bland taste will cause instinctive resistance and rejection. Finally, there must be a lot of meat. And ordinary healthy meal salads don't conform to any of them. So, most people clamor to lose weight and be healthy, and expect to lose weight by eating healthy meals every day. In fact, 99% of people will give up. Even if they eat delicious healthy meals, they can't stick to it. Because this is completely contrary to our eating instincts. Well, this problem is very serious, very serious. It may even affect President Pei's overall plan. Rui Yuchen suddenly became alert as early as when he received this task. He had guessed that President Pei's vigorous promotion of Moyu Takeaway must be to guide consumers and let everyone live a healthy lifestyle starting from diet. At the same time, Tenda can also take this opportunity to lay out in advance and lay a solid foundation for the development of various industries. It is precisely because of this understanding that Rui Yuchen was confident and bold to open stores crazily and ask President Pei for money crazily. Because he knew that President Pei would support this approach. President Pei asked Moyu Takeaway to supply fitness meals and bundle sales with managed gyms, which was obviously also to achieve better fitness results. Originally, Rui Yuchen thought that the problem of fitness meals was easy to solve. Wouldn't it be enough to let the food lab improve its taste? But today he suddenly realized that just improving the taste is not enough. If he didn't think of the point that Chinese people's eating habits actually don't accept salads today, but directly promoted fitness meals 2.0 to gyms, it would probably cause very serious consequences. Fitness meals will not only not help gyms, but will have a dissuading effect on gym customers. Because this kind of fitness meal is healthy, it itself violates the eating habits of most people, so only a few people with very strong will can stick to it. If it is not bundled, it is fine. If you get tired of eating, you can just eat something else, which does not affect your fitness. However, if managed fitness and fitness meals are directly bundled, there is no choice when you get tired of fitness meals, which will discourage many customers. As far as Rui Yuchen knows, some of the customers of the managed gym have indeed been refunded so far. He doesn't know how much of this is due to the fitness meal. In other words, if Rui Yuchen doesn't realize this and allows the policy of fitness meals to be promoted, the managed gym may never be able to turn losses into profits, and President Pei's overall plan is likely to be seriously delayed. Of course, this can't be blamed on President Pei. President Pei is busy with work. How could he even point out what the fitness meal looks like? Rui Yuchen feels that solving this problem is obviously his job. It's a close call. I almost made a major mistake at work because of omissions. If the managed gym is really closed because of the problem of fitness meals, wouldn't I become a sinner? That would completely disappoint President Pei's expectations. Rui Yuchen hurried to his office, preparing to spend 2 days to sort out the plan and seize the time to fully correct the mistake of the health meal. May 7th, Saturday. The gentle sound of the waves sounded beside Pei Qian's ears, waking him up. This is part of the smart home designed by Qingshan. Compared with the traditional alarm clock, the sound is softer and will not make people feel harsh. Pei Qian wanted to continue sleeping, but suddenly remembered that today seemed to be the day for the regular meeting of the students. He could only grope and tap the transparent control panel beside the bed. The French window became transparent, and the light shone softly into the room. Pei Qian turned over and sat up, yawned, and then looked at the bedside mirror that could be used as a control panel, and found that he had a little dark circles under his eyes. Pei Qian, who had moved for 2 days, was very satisfied with this new residence, and he did not adapt to it at all. The dark circles were not because he was uncomfortable living or did not rest well, but because he played games and slept too late yesterday. There was no way, the big TV was too fragrant. Shenhua Haojing, 16th floor conference room. Pei Qian's eyes swept over Tang Yishu and the other 17 students, and suddenly there was an inexplicable comfort, as if he was secretly doing bad things without being discovered. It was like the excitement of secretly skipping classes to go to the internet cafe in high school. My employees are not feeling the same when they are secretly working overtime, right? Pei Qian couldn't help but have such an association in his mind. Well, it's very likely. Otherwise, why are they so obsessed with overtime? The compensation students looked at Mr. Pei's dark circles and thought that Mr. Pei must be very busy at work recently. Pei Qian glanced at Tang Yishu, and Tang Yishu immediately understood and said, "Start reporting." 17 compensation students have been placed in various departments of Tenda Group and began to report in order of their seats. Of course, their specific seats were completely random. They all had to report anyway, so it didn't matter who came first or who came later. Pei Qian listened silently, ready to interrupt and ask questions at any time. Before the 5th department, the managed gym, began to report, Pei Qian raised his hand and interrupted him. Have all 4 of your departments established large-scale spending plans? Including increasing salaries, optimizing welfare structures, improving office environments, and business expansion and upgrading? Pei Qian looked at the 4 compensation students who had already reported. The 4 compensation students nodded. The other compensation students also spoke up. Senior, our department is the same. Dream Venture Capital is the same. And Chinese Network has similar plans. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. When the first compensation student reported, he didn't think there was anything wrong. It was nothing to make a fuss about spending a little money occasionally. But so many departments actually made spending plans together? This is very strange. Pei Qian scanned the entire venue and found that the only department that did not make a similar plan was the reverse wind logistics that LV Mingliang was in charge of. What's the reason? did they discuss it? Nifeng logistics. Pei Qian was thinking about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes, the Tenda Cornerstone Award. Nifeng Logistics had won the Tenda Cornerstone Award before, which made all departments jealous. Obviously, other departments are jealous. Could it be that they finally saw the meaning of the 16 words on the trophy I awarded to Nifeng Logistics? Finally realized that I actually encouraged them to spend money? Otherwise, how could they make spending plans without any prior agreement? Moreover, these spending plans include such contents as completing the salary structure, that is, salary increase, and optimizing the working environment, which shows that they finally got it. They must be unbalanced and angry. Great! These departments began to compete in spending and losses, which is a great thing. It is worth encouraging. Pei Qian was very happy to write this down and planned to launch a new policy on Monday when he went to work to help them, so that they could burn money faster and reduce their burden. Pei Qian finished recording without showing too much expression, but just signaled the compensation manager of the managed fitness to continue. Pei Qian had met him before and knew that he was a planner in the flagship store of the managed fitness and had control over the data of the entire gym. Senior, the current operating status of the managed gym is still in a state of continuous loss, and 4 students were refunded this week. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel happy. Good news. I knew that the managed gym would not let me down. Keep up the good work and try to persuade all the students to quit. Guan Peixing continued to report. In addition, Coach Yaling brought in another 16 students last week. Pei Qian was silent for a moment, and a question mark floated above his head. 16? Again? How many people have been brought in total? This person is indeed a big problem. Pei Qian was alert instantly, but at the same time he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. If it was before, he would definitely be kept in the dark and silently wait for the backstab to ferment. But now it's different. President Pei has the Jinui. All your actions will not escape my eyes. Pei Qian's eyes became sharper. This kind of cancer must be arranged. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 513, Traveler Bao Su, Seeking Monthly Votes. Pei Qian silently wrote down the fact that Yaling had brought customers to the managed gym, and waited to find a time to arrange her next week. Although a dozen customers were far from enough to affect the losses of the managed gym, it was better to be safe than sorry. Boss Pei was a cautious person. Yaling had already proved that she was very popular. Anyway, these people were curious, confused by her face, or a very small number of people just coveted her body. Anyway, no matter what, it was a fact that customers liked her. In this case, she could not continue to stay in the managed gym flagship store. After 2 more compensation managers finished their reports, it was Moyu Takeaway's turn. The compensation manager of Moyu Takeaway was the waiter at store number 1. This meant that he could not only know the profit and loss of Moyu Takeaway at any time, but also the latest products of the food lab. Senior, Moyu Takeaway is expanding rapidly recently. 20 stores are already in preparation and will be officially opened soon, covering many cities across the country. It seems that Mr. Rui will open more stores in large quantities after a certain period of observation. In addition, he has also invested a large amount of money in the research and development of the food laboratory. The first research result of the food lab is Fitness Meal 2.0, but it did not satisfy President Rui. Currently, this work has been temporarily shelved and is waiting for President Rui's order. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Well, it's all good news. Opening stores in large quantities was Pei Qian's instruction, but Rui Yuchen's ability to comprehend this level was still far beyond Pei Qian's expectations. In this regard, Rui Yuchen did better than Lu Mingliang. Lu Mingliang was a little too obedient. He opened as many Nifeng Inns as President Pei said, but if President Pei didn't say so, he wouldn't dare to open too many on his own. After all, the entire department is still suffering from huge losses. But President Pei obviously hopes that these loss-making departments can give full play to their subjective initiative and take the responsibility of burning money on their own initiative, instead of always knowing to move only when President Pei whips them. After receiving President Pei's order, Rui Yuchen began to prepare new stores frantically and spent a lot of money on the food lab for research and development. Looking at this posture, it's not his own money that he doesn't feel bad at all. This is a good phenomenon and worth encouraging. Boss Pei needs talents who are willing to spend money like this. As for the fitness meal 2.0 of the food lab, since there has been no results so far and it seems to be progressing very slowly, there is no need to worry for the time being. Soon, all the compensation managers from various departments finished their reports. Tang Yishu listened carefully and took notes of the meeting. All the contents would be kept in her archive. Pei Qian was considering that some things might have already appeared, but he might not be able to make an accurate judgment due to negligence or insufficient information. After a period of time, it might be necessary to review the contents of these meetings again. A successful project certainly did not emerge out of thin air. Looking through these reports and finding its performance when it just showed signs of emerging can at least provide reference for the future. Pei Qian coughed twice. Not bad, everyone's work has been done very well, I am very satisfied. Please keep it up. Finally, I will emphasize 2 points. First, always remember not to mix any personal opinions, and make sure the information you provide is objective enough, otherwise it may affect my judgment. Second, if you encounter something that you feel it is very necessary to report to me, no matter when the next regular meeting starts, you can submit it to Xiao Tang at any time and let her report to me. The reason why Pei Qian emphasized these 2 points again was mainly to ensure that the effect of this Jinui organization would not go astray. Although these compensation managers are loyal to him, strictly speaking, Mr. Pei's employees are also loyal to him. Loyalty does not mean that there will be no backstabbing. These people are all poor students, who have received help from Pei Qian and cherish this job opportunity very much. If they are allowed to exercise their subjective initiative, they will definitely report more and more bad news and less good news in the process of reporting work. After all, the students who manage claims thought that President Pei asked them to supervise the signs of possible losses. Who would have thought that President Pei actually asked them to supervise the signs of possible profits? Therefore, these people's reports must be objective, otherwise President Pei will eventually become deaf and blind. In addition, Pei Qian emphasized that they can report suspicious things at any time, which is also to prevent emergencies from happening during the 2 regular meetings, and he has no time to deal with them. It is unrealistic to hold a regular meeting once a week. On the one hand, there is not so much content to report, and on the other hand, Pei Qian himself has to spend the weekend. It is impossible that the employees do not work overtime, but President Pei works overtime every Saturday. Is this reasonable? These students who manage claims can report directly if they have urgent matters, without being bound by the time of the regular meeting. President Pei can enjoy the weekend while not relaxing the supervision of various departments. May 8, Sunday. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Pei Qian put down the controller and slumped on the sofa, feeling extremely comfortable. I have to say that the big TV is really exciting. I can't stop playing games. Then, he turned off the game, turned on a variety show, and took out some fresh fruit from the refrigerator, eating while watching TV. GOG's new hero collection seems to have been going on for nearly a week, and it seems that a new hero design will be selected today. I wonder which player will be so lucky. Pei Qian turned on his phone, jumped to the official website's mobile version through the GOG login interface, and entered the hero collection forum. Soon, he found the post of this collection in the top area of the website. Special contribution player submission, Traveler Bao Su, accepted. Pei Qian immediately clicked in. The body of the post reads, this character design is inspired by the prototype of the outstanding employee in the special contribution area. Hero name, Traveler, Bao Su. The character background is a traveler from the East. The appearance setting is similar to Ma Chao in Ghost General, a centaur with oriental features. Position, warrior. What particularly interests me is that as a staunch otaku, Bao Su has repeatedly received paid vacations because of his outstanding employee status, and has to travel all over the world. And his reluctance and forced travel characteristics left a very deep impression on me. Passive skill, forced traveler. Bao Su's blue bar is the rage bar. It is different from the anger bar in that attacking or being attacked will not increase the rage bar. When Bao Su stands still, he will get the energetic effect, and when Bao Su moves, his rage bar starts to grow, and after moving for a period of time, it is full and enters the rage state. Energetic effect, Bao Su in reality can play games for several consecutive nights, which shows that he is very energetic when he is still. When the traveler Bao Su in the game stands still, he can get a certain percentage of damage reduction and a certain life recovery bonus. The lower the blood volume, the higher these two values, and the rage bar will be immediately cleared. Rage state, in this state, all of Bao Su's skills will be enhanced, but the rage state will be immediately cleared after using a skill or stopping moving, and will be accumulated again during movement. Skill 1, Rush. The core output skill of Traveler Bao Su. In the non-rage state, this skill will perform a short advance displacement and immediately fill up the full rage value. In the rage state, this skill will gain a farther advance effect, causing additional damage, and forcing a small displacement on the enemy. Enemies that reveal flaws or have their backs turned will suffer more damage. Skill 2, Situation Judgment. After a moment of deep thinking, situation assessment, and enemy thinking, Traveler Bao Su came up with a way to turn the tide of the battle. In the non-frenzy state, this skill will greatly increase the recovery value of the energetic effect. In the frenzy state, this skill will refresh a flaw for an enemy in the surrounding area. Third skill, Lurk. In order to avoid the pain of traveling, Traveler Bao Su made himself less noticeable. It can only be used in the non-frenzy state. After use, it will become translucent, not easy to be discovered, and cannot be selected, but will suffer range damage. At the same time, it can be carried out while maintaining the energetic effect move, and accumulate frenzy value. When attacking or being attacked, the player will leave the lurking state, the vigorous effect will disappear, but the frenzy value will be retained. Ultimate skill, War Expert. In real life, Bao Su is a game expert, and the Traveler Bao Su is a war expert. When the ultimate skill is activated in the non-frenzy state, the vigorous effect will be improved, and this effect can be superimposed with the second skill. When the ultimate skill is activated in the frenzy state, the frenzy value recovery speed during the duration of the ultimate skill will be greatly increased, and the surrounding enemies will periodically refresh their flaws randomly, and the damage caused by Bao Su will be significantly increased. After reading the introduction of this hero, Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. So appropriate. Isn't this the Bao Su who usually hides and wants to avoid traveling, and then immediately backstabs himself after returning from the trip? I was offended. But Pei Qian thought about it and realized that this hero seemed to be restrained by modest. It needs to refresh its weakness or attack from the back to maximize its damage, while modest is immune to damage when attacked from the back, and can also release damaging skills. In addition, Traveler Bao Su needs to keep moving, and will be subject to ranged damage in stealth mode, while modest has limited movement skills and range damage skills. Thinking of this, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little proud. Bao Su, whether in reality or in the game, you are not my opponent. I have to say that the player's brain circuits are really excellent. They actually designed Tenda's employees into heroes. Pei Qian flipped through several sections and found that many people had submitted their works, and there were also some excellent designs. Although this design of Traveler Baosu did not have corresponding pictures, it was selected by Min Jingqiao as the next hero to be made because of its good skills and mechanism design. After being selected by the official, this post was quickly pushed to the top of hundreds of floors and became a large-scale lemon-picking scene. Fuck, this hero looks so fun, the mechanics are so special. So imagine the gameplay, it should be standing still and getting hit, or sneaking up and running to directly stab the enemy in the back. Boss, you are awesome, 5% of the skin benefits are in your hands. Hurry up, make this hero quickly, I can't wait to play it. Chapter 514 Moving the studio to Jingzhou is the most correct decision. Seeking monthly votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Pei Qian flipped through the posts and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The players are so good. Even if he is a porter, he may not be able to beat these players. Although Pei Qian can think of many heroes from memory, the heroes of each MOBA game are closely related to the characteristics of the game itself, such as the hero swaps between Dota, LOL, and Heroes of the Storm. Many hero mechanisms conflict with game mechanisms. After repeated modifications, GOG has become a game that is different from all MOBA games in Pei Qian's impression. Moving heroes from other games may not be suitable. In addition, Pei Qian only remembers the hero's name, setting, and general skill mechanism. The solutions provided by the players have their own advantages. Some have exquisite original paintings, which are eye-catching in appearance. Some are designed using Tenda employees or existing IP prototypes, which are more popular in setting, and even those designs with pure skill mechanisms seem to be no worse than the heroes that Pei Qian wants to move. Pei Qian thought about it and decided to just move one. Players are so active and enthusiastic that they must have spent a lot of time making these heroes. Although 99% of the design plans will not be adopted, they still enjoy it. Since GOG has become a crowdfunded game, it is better to leave its design to the players, and it is better not to become the second LOL, which is quite boring. If Pei Qian directly moved dozens of heroes over, there would be two results. The first result is that Pei Qian took all the rewards and the players had no share, which seemed a bit sorry for the players who supported him so enthusiastically. Although it was very hateful that these players kept giving him money, Pei Qian couldn't bear to see their efforts go to waste. The second result is that Pei Qian moved a lot of heroes, but because there were no original paintings or they did not match the game mechanism, he did not compete with other players. That would be even more embarrassing, and it seemed a bit sorry for the original designers of these heroes. After thinking about it, Pei Qian felt that his life was worry-free now, and he could make hundreds of thousands of dollars by losing money. This condition was much better than other players. It was not like he couldn't afford to eat, so he didn't have to take all the 5% skin profits in his pocket. Moreover, the competition between GOG and IOI will also be affected by this. If Lin Wan doesn't return after a careless operation, it will be very embarrassing. Therefore, Pei Qian decided to stick to his previous idea and only move one person. As for who to move? Of course it's Happy Windman. In fact, the 5% skin benefit is not important at all. I just want players to feel what pure happiness is. Torso skills are so familiar that Pei Qian can almost recite them by heart. But after typing 2 lines, Pei Qian thought about it and deleted it. Torso's Ronin image is so popular. What if this hero knocks IOI down as soon as it comes out? Can Lin Wan still go home? After careful consideration, Pei Qian felt that the 5% skin benefit would definitely not be much in the early stage. Because GOG skins are cheap, and the first few skins are discounted by 10% and 30%, there will not be too many players before GOG really occupies the market, and the initial 5% will definitely not be much money. However, in the early stage, a good hero can greatly improve the image of GOG games, which can easily cause real damage to IOI. Therefore, Pei Qian thought about it and decided to be very cunning and only move the hero mechanism first. If the design team adopts it, let the design team design the image by themselves. If the design team does not adopt it, consider moving the hero image as well. Thinking of this, Pei Qian began to re-enter, without leaving the hero's name and characteristics, but just wrote down the mechanism of all skills. Okay, we're done. I don't know if the production team will adopt it. I'll just go with the flow. Pei Qian has a GOG account, which is linked to his ID card, but unless the GOG project team deliberately checks it, they will not know that this account is Mr. Pei. May 9th, Monday. Pei Qian got up as usual and went to Moyu Internet Cafe to eat. He opened his phone and took a look. The post he posted has not been adopted yet. Of course, no other hero design plan has been adopted. Pei Qian was very satisfied, because this showed that the GOG project team did not work overtime yesterday. They should see this post after they officially start working today. Anyway, there is no need to rush about this matter, just wait patiently. After dinner, Pei Qian asked for a cup of coffee and drank it slowly while enjoying the midday sunshine. Life is so comfortable. It would be even more comfortable if my employees could work hard to make me lose more money. While drinking coffee, Wang Guangjian pushed the door in. Obviously, it was time to buy coffee as usual. Seeing Mr. Pei was also there, Wang Guangjian was a little surprised, but soon smiled and sat down opposite Mr. Pei. Boss Pei, what a rare guest. He carefully observed Pei Qian's expression. Boss Pei doesn't seem to be too affected by that incident. Pei Qian was confused. What incident do you mean? Wang Guangjian confirmed that Boss Pei's expression was indeed confused, and it was not fake. That's right. Mr. Pei is busy with work and probably doesn't have that much time to pay attention to these things. I'm talking about the release of A Better Tomorrow in overseas theaters last weekend. Pei Qian's hand holding the coffee shook. It's over. What was supposed to come finally came. Early in the morning, oh no, in the middle of the day, I heard this bad news. This matter has been delayed for a long time. After all, there are more complicated procedures for a movie to be released overseas. It's been so long that Pei Qian almost subconsciously forgot about it. But now, Wang Guangjian's words directly evoked Pei Qian's fear of being dominated by A Better Tomorrow. He still remembers the night he went to see the premiere of the movie. The big bucket of popcorn made him speechless. After a brief surprise, Pei Qian was very angry. Good Wang Guangjian, nothing good will happen if I meet you. And what does the release of this movie overseas have to do with you? If there is any backstabbing, it should be Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi. How can you steal someone else's backstabbing? Just focus on your painting, why are you interfering? Pei Qian forced himself to stay calm. Do you like watching this movie too? Wang Guangjian nodded vigorously. Of course, I am a loyal fan of this movie. I have watched it several times. Besides, many actors in struggle are minor roles in this movie. In order to get better material, I even subscribe to the movie on the website and can watch it at any time. Pei Qian watched it several times in the cinema and bought it again on the website. Are you afraid that I won't die thoroughly enough? Pei Qian was silent and didn't want to talk to this guy. Seeing President Pei's gloomy expression and lack of interest, Wang Guangjian was stunned. Hey, President Pei, don't you know that A Better Tomorrow is being released overseas? Then looking at your reaction, how do you know that A Better Tomorrow did not perform well at the overseas box office? Did you guess it? Did you expect it a long time ago? Pei Qian's eyes, which were originally a little dull, instantly regained their luster. Huh? Poor box office at the opening? Does it mean that foreigners don't like this movie? Great, this is a pleasant surprise. Pei Qian had been worried before, thinking what if this movie made tens of millions of dollars after being released overseas? But after hearing what Ruan Guangjian said, it turned out to be a false alarm. It seems that Ruan Guangjian has been paying attention to the overseas box office of this movie. Knowing that the box office performance is not good, he took the initiative to bring it up today, to comfort me. I blamed him wrongly. Pei Qian was very happy and directly called the waiter, "Give me a cocktail." No, two. This kind of good thing must be celebrated. 2 glasses of wine were quickly served, and Pei Qian handed one to Ruan Guangjian. Ruan Guangjian waved his hand. Mr. Pei, I have work to do in the afternoon, so I can't drink." "It's okay, I'll drink it myself." Pei Qian didn't care and put both glasses of wine in front of him. Ruan Guangjian hesitated for a moment, but still took a glass. "Forget it, I'll make an exception today and drink a glass with Mr. Pei." Looking at Mr. Pei's forced smile, Ruan Guangjian suddenly felt a little sympathetic. Because he understood this feeling very well, that is, the sadness of not being understood by others for the work he poured all his efforts into. A Better Tomorrow is such a good movie, and the connotation is so profound. It is also specially prepared with full English voice, just to let those foreigners have a smooth viewing experience, without watching subtitles. As a result, the movie was not very popular, which immediately made Ruan Guangjian feel like a pearl was thrown away. After clinking glasses, the two took a sip each and put down the wine glass. Ruan Guangjian thought for a moment and said comfortingly, "Boss Pei, I don't think you need to take this too seriously. Domestic films have always had low overseas screenings, especially in recent years. The influence of domestic films in the overseas market has been declining year by year, and it is difficult to carry out extensive publicity overseas, so it is normal that the box office is not high. At least as far as I know, A Better Tomorrow has a good reputation among overseas audiences, which means it's not the problem of the film. Maybe it's just because of some other objective reasons." Pei Qian couldn't help but feel happy. "I don't care what the reason is. As long as it doesn't make money, everything is fine." Unexpectedly, Ruan Guangjian brought me such great good news today. Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi are still in shock therapy, and I don't know if they are happy with the shock. They probably already know the news, right? But they didn't report it to me. Well, this is understandable. After all, it's not something worth showing off. Ruan Guangjian finished his cocktail, took the coffee prepared by the waiter, and stood up to leave. "Mr. Pei, I'm busy with work, so I'll leave first." Pei Qian nodded. Okay. It's not long since we moved here, and you're already busy with work? It seems that the studio move doesn't have a big impact on your work." Pei Qian was in a good mood, so he replied casually. Ruan Guangjian smiled knowingly. The relocation of the studio has a huge impact. Several companies that originally had business dealings with us in Shanghai have been cut off due to poor communication. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, Mr. Pei, your project is enough to support our entire studio. Pei Qian, ? Ruan Guangjian smiled and continued, with the full set of character paintings for Struggle, 2 new heroes and many new skins from GOG every month, our studio is now in full swing. Thanks to Mr. Pei, the rent and various expenses have been reduced, but the workload has not changed much, and all of them are high-quality orders received from Tenda. Our studio's current income has increased significantly. Moving the studio to Jingzhou is definitely the best decision I have ever made. Chapter 515, The Implicit Friendship Between President Pei and Big Boss Ruan, third update, asking for monthly tickets. At the same time, Tenda Games. Min Jingqiao continued to browse the forum as usual, taking advantage of the players' creativity, for free. It must be said that the players' wisdom is endless. For example, the idea of the traveler Bao Su, Min Jingqiao thought it was great at a glance, with rich hero mechanisms and appropriate images, and most importantly, it was very consistent with Bao Su's personality. So he adopted it on the spot. However, good ideas like this are not common. After all, there are only a few players who are proficient in game mechanisms and design, and most of the ideas have more or less problems. Min Jingchao's recent daily work is to screen the massive ideas provided by players, and when he finds a suitable one, he will hand it over to the design team to improve it, and then enter the production process. In the screening process, Min Jingchao also has some unspoken rules. Designers in the game department do not participate in this activity. Min Jingchao himself has designed several heroes, but he does not take these profits. Because Mr. Pei has already paid him enough for his work, and will give him bonuses based on the game's reputation and investment, he thinks there is no reason to make a second profit. It's embarrassing to compete with players for 5% of the profits. Secondly, when choosing heroes, Min Jingchao will try to choose different creators. Unless a hero is obviously much better than other heroes and the creativity must be used, Min Jingchao will consider adopting 2 hero plans from the same designer. Because this activity itself is for the participation of all people, the total number of GOG heroes is limited, and the rewards are so many. If too many rewards are taken by the same account, the motivation of others to participate will be greatly weakened, which is not conducive to maintaining a healthy ecology of the entire community. Of course, it is also necessary to comprehensively consider whether the hero mechanism fits the game mechanism, whether the hero characteristics are obvious, whether the positioning overlaps with existing heroes, and whether there is a conflict. Min Jingchao was brushing and suddenly saw a post with good likes. He subconsciously clicked in and found that this was a design post for pure hero mechanism. The first skill of this hero is a short-range damage skill. After using it 3 times, it can knock the enemy away. The second skill is This game mechanism looks interesting. Min Jingchao thought about it carefully and felt that the hero positioning was very clear, and the mechanism itself was also entertaining. As long as it was matched with a suitable package, it should be quite popular. But the question is, what kind of packaging should be given to it? If this enthusiastic player reveals a little bit about the general story background of this hero, then there will at least be a general direction, but now, apart from the fact that he is a warrior-oriented and assassin-oriented hero, there is no entry point. Min Jingchao casually clicked on the player's information, hoping to find some inspiration. After all, the idea of this hero comes from this player, and it would be better if the image design can be slightly related to this player. All Tenda games have it? This is also a hardcore player of Tenda games. Hey! The purchase time of Lonely Desert Highway was so early? This is a super hardcore player. Isn't this Mr. Pei himself? Min Jingchao didn't know until he checked, and he was shocked when he checked. This turned out to be Mr. Pei's account. He confirmed again and again, yes, it was Mr. Pei. But then, Min Jingchao fell into confusion. If Mr. Pei wants to make a new hero, can't he just tell me directly? Why post it on the forum, so much trouble? What if the players don't know the product and don't like it, then wouldn't this design be wasted? Could it be that Mr. Pei is very confident in his design and thinks that it will stand out even among the many plans of players? Well, judging from the results, it is like this. But it seems that this reason alone is not enough. Min Jingchao began to think divergently again. After all, thinking more is a necessary quality for every Tenda employee. Why didn't this hero have a specific image? Can't Mr. Pei design a specific image? Definitely not. That's what Mr. Pei did on purpose. Min Jingchao thought over and over again, and finally concluded that Mr. Pei had 2 intentions for doing this. First, Mr. Pei left the packaging of this hero blank, as if to test the ability of the GOG R&D team, allowing the R&D team to guess his intentions and complete the hero's appearance and story background. Second, given the fierce competition between GOG and IOI, Mr. Pei didn't want to take sides. So he didn't give clear instructions, but used this obscure way. In other words, Mr. Pei didn't want others to know that he participated in the design of GOG, but just helped secretly. This made Min Jingqiao feel warm in his heart. Sure enough, the GOG project was Mr. Pei's own son. As for the 5% profit, Mr. Pei obviously couldn't look down on it. Mr. Pei should be more concerned about the title of designer of XXX. So, the fact that this hero was designed by Mr. Pei should be hidden, and the design should be considered completely according to the design of an ordinary player. Then the next question is, what kind of packaging should be given to this hero? There is already a hero based on Mr. Pei, so this hero must be designed based on someone else. Who should be based on? Mr. Pei must have thought about it, but he is just embarrassed to write it down. Min Jingqiao thought carefully and found that this hero seemed to be able to cooperate well with Modest. Because Modest's second skill is a road blocking plus knockback effect, and this knockback itself is actually a floating plus displacement state, theoretically it should be possible to receive the ultimate move of this new hero. In other words, Modest directly goes around and uses the second skill to block the road plus knock back the enemy's key hero. The new hero takes the ultimate, and then Modest uses the ultimate to absorb damage, and the new hero cooperates with him to start crazy output. Well, it can be called a perfect partner. And who is Mr. Pei's perfect partner in reality? Obviously it is Yuan Guanjian. Moreover, the skills of this hero are also quite consistent with the characteristics of Yuan Guanjian. The abstract image of an artist should be light and elegant. At the same time, although Yuan Guanjian looks like an ordinary person, he has been influenced by art for many years, and his every move has the characteristics of ancient literati. Thinking of this, Min Jingqiao has an idea. Hero name, Wind Ink Master Yuan. Yuan is an ancient Chinese calligrapher and painter, and his weapon is an oversized brush. The first skill is to write cursive script with a brush. After 3 times, you can use the cursive script to summon a gust of wind, causing a knock-up effect on enemies on the path. The second skill is to quickly draw a landscape painting surrounded by clouds and mist in front of you to block flying skills. The third skill is to ride the wind, which can quickly shuttle between enemies. The ultimate skill is illusion, which casts an illusion on enemies in the knock-up state. At the same time, Yuan rides the wind and comes directly to the target from thousands of miles away, causing comprehensive suppression and damage to the target. After Min Jingqiao matched the hero's packaging with the skills, he carefully checked it again and found that it was mysteriously compatible. Could it be that this hero was originally tailor-made for Boss Yuan? But President Pei is embarrassed to show it so obviously? Well, this possibility is very high. After all, in order to take care of Boss Yuan's studio, President Pei specially increased the money given to the outsourcing company, just to allow Boss Yuan to overcome the difficulties as soon as possible after arriving in Jingzhou. Is the friendship between bosses so implicit? Min Jingqiao couldn't help but imagine the scene of the two heroes Modest and Yuan fighting side by side in the future Canyon of the Gods. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Min Jingqiao immediately began to organize the original painting requirements table for the hero Yuan, preparing to send it to Yuan Guanjian as soon as possible. Since it is Yuan's hero, the appearance of this hero is of course designed by Yuan himself. After Traveler Bao Su goes online, the next hero will be Wind Ink Master Yuan. Min Jingqiao's work efficiency is very high. In less than 2 hours, a hero demand form for Wind Ink Master was ready. He immediately sent this demand form to Yuan Guanjian. In the Halo studio, Yuan Guanjian continued to work while drinking coffee. Suddenly, the chat software icon in the lower right corner of the computer flashed, and a window for receiving files popped up. Wind Ink Master, Yuan Hero Requirement Form, .xlsx. Huh? Yuan Guanjian was stunned. The hero design was so fast. It was last Thursday or last Friday, and the demand for Traveler Bao Su was just beginning to be scheduled. There is a new hero so soon? Yuan Guanjian received the demand form, opened it and was stunned. His surname is Yuan, and he also likes calligraphy and painting. He suspected that this hero was based on himself, but he felt that this idea seemed a bit too narcissistic. At this time, Min Jingqiao sent a message. Boss Yuan, yes, this is the hero designed by President Pei based on you. I added a few details. However, Mr. Pei seems to be more low-key and doesn't want others to know that this is his work, so you don't have to show it too obviously, just know it in your heart. Wang Guangjian was stunned. I just met Mr. Pei when I went to buy coffee. That is to say, Mr. Pei had already designed a hero based on me before that? But when we were at the Moyu Internet Cafe, Mr. Pei didn't mean to mention it at all. Well, it really fits Mr. Pei's usual reserved character. The last time Halo Studio moved to Jingzhou, Mr. Pei was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He didn't say anything, but actually quietly raised the outsourcing price to help Halo Studio tide over the difficulties. This time he was even more reserved, and quietly made an exclusive hero for me in the game. Wang Guangjian couldn't help but smile, and replied, "Don't worry, the original painting will definitely be designed to be very handsome." Min Jingqiao said again, "Then, the first skin will be a joint skin with Modest, and the story background of the two heroes will also be set as close friends, okay?" Wang Guangjian smiled knowingly, "Of course, I couldn't ask for more." Chapter 516 President Pei's Red Book and Iron Certificate, 4th update, asking for monthly tickets. Wang Guangjian immediately stopped his work and began to create the original line drawing of Wind Inkman Yuan. Since the general concept has been perfected, various ideas quickly emerged and were grasped by Wang Guangjian one by one. The pressure-sensitive pen quickly traced, and in just over 2 hours, the line drawing of this hero was already out. Although more specific details will continue for several days, just a simple line drawing can also show the characteristics of this hero, and the chic feeling is simply vivid on paper. In the front part of the original painting, Wind Inkman Yuan is sitting in a bamboo forest playing the flute, and the huge brush and wine gourd are blown up by the strong wind around his body and float in the air. The distant view of the picture is the high mountains and white clouds in ink and water, which complements the ancient Chinese ranger costumes on the Wind Inkman. Of course, to be precise, Yuan is not wearing the standard ranger clothing. Some of the clothing features of ancient scholars' long gowns are added to it, making this character have both the gentleness of a scholar and the heroic spirit of a ranger. The two characteristics are perfectly combined. Behind Yuan is the back of Modest, which implies the friendship between the two heroes. Wang Guangjian read at once, slightly modified the page layout of some details, and then sent the line drawing to Min Jingqiao. When the official announcement of the results of the collection, this line drawing and the hero settings will be released together. In the slacking internet cafe, Pei Qian finished the last sip of coffee and closed the lid of the notebook. After another busy afternoon, the previous mind map of the relationship between departments has been improved to a large extent. However, there seem to be too many lines, and Pei Qian himself is a little dizzy. It doesn't matter, as long as you keep organizing and reviewing from time to time, it will definitely work. As long as you successfully avoid a backstab, then my mind map will not be in vain. Pei Qian uploaded the mind map, deleted the source file, and then handed the computer to the waiter to put away, ready to go home. As a result, he habitually opened the GOG forum on his mobile phone and flipped through it, and suddenly there was a surprise. His post was selected by the official. It seemed that only more than 20 minutes had passed, and the players were already building a crazy post and eating lemons. Obviously, the adoption of 2 new heroes in a row made the players envious and jealous, and the enthusiasm for participation was unprecedentedly high. Pei Qian was very happy. Min Jingqiao had great vision. It can be seen that the mechanism of this hero is good, and it was adopted so quickly. I just don't know what kind of packaging he plans to give this hero. Pei Qian flipped to the main text of the post and read it carefully. After reading the hero name, story introduction, skill description, and the original sketch, Pei Qian was silent. He stared at the phone screen for a long time without saying a word. What a rip-off. How could a happy wind man be related to Ruan Guangjian again? And Ruan Guangjian must have a lot of selfishness, otherwise why would he draw this wind inkman so handsome, and draw the money-throwing hedgehog Modest as a comedy character? What's even more crazy is that these two heroes are actually in the same frame in the original painting of Wind Inkman. The contrast is even more obvious. Pei Qian can even imagine what kind of narcissistic expression Ruan Guangjian had on his face when he drew this original painting. And what's the matter with Ruan as Modest's best friend? Who is your best friend? Don't try to get close to me. Pei Qian was speechless. Ruan Guangjian could always inadvertently cause mental damage to Pei, and for some reason, he was completely immune to Pei's revenge. Could this be the legendary natural enemy? Pei Qian was very angry, but since the official had already adopted it and 5% of the skin revenue had been obtained, it didn't matter whether this hero was Happy Windman or Happy Painter. After closing the post, Pei Qian found that his account had received a private message. The title was, Boss Pei, thank you very much. Pei Qian, ? This seems to be Min Jingchao's account. He quickly clicked into the private message to check. Boss Pei, I understand your good intentions. Don't worry, this hero's matter, Ruan, and I will keep it confidential for you. I will handle this matter according to the process of ordinary players. I know that for you, 5% of the skin revenue is nothing. You care more about whether GOG can win the long-term competition with IOI, and the friendship with Ruan Guangjian. Seeing this, Pei Qian's heart stomped. Damn, what does this mean? Are you not going to give me the 5% revenue? I am not interested in the latter two at all. If you dare not give me the 5% revenue, believe it or not, I will immediately arrange you to the African savannah to play with giraffes and compete with the gods. He hurriedly continued to read on. However, the rules are the rules. You proposed this design as a player, so you should get the 5% profit. I know you don't need it, but I still have to strictly follow the rules and transfer the profits to your account. Please don't mind. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and then fell into ecstasy. Good, young man, you have a broad path. Very reasonable. Pei Qian almost wanted to ask Assistant Xian to call and book a one-way ticket to Africa. But after seeing this, Pei Qian realized that he had wronged Min Jingchao. Originally, Pei Qian wanted to investigate Min Jingchao's random thoughts and packaged this hero as Ruan Guangjian, but now he had no intention of pursuing it at all. This hero can be packaged in any way he wants, anyway, just give me that 5%. Very good, as long as you, Min Jingchao, are still in the Tenda game department, I will guarantee you prosperity and wealth, and will never eliminate you as the first. Even if you make money in the future, I will never blame you. After Pei Qian silently sent Min Jingchao a red book and iron certificate in his heart, he couldn't help but feel in a good mood and walked out humming a little song. Just as he walked to the door, he happened to meet Ruan Guangjian, who was tired from work and left the studio for a walk. Pei Qian smiled and nodded to Ruan Guangjian. Ruan Guangjian also nodded in return. Looking at Mr. Pei's departing back, Ruan Guangjian couldn't help but wonder, judging from the time, Mr. Pei should have seen the line drawing of the original painting, right? Why are you so happy? It's great to be able to use a painting to help Mr. Pei get out of the haze of the failure of the overseas version of A Beautiful Tomorrow. Ruan Guangjian also hummed a little tune and went for a walk. May 11th, Wednesday. Handong University Store for Managed Fitness. By Coach Yaling. Several people who looked like students waved goodbye to Li Yaling and left the gym. Li Yaling also smiled and waved to them, and returned to the gym after everyone left. After sitting down in the rest area, Li Yaling took out her mobile phone and browsed the web. Coach Yaling has recently recruited a lot of new students to the gym. She has supported half of our gym. It's amazing, another coach praised. Li Yaling smiled and said modestly, Coach Miao, you are making fun of me again. I don't dare to claim half of the world. It's just that everyone is more supportive. Coach Miao took a banana from the snack area next to him and said, while eating, Coach Yaling is too modest. By the way, our gym seems to be expanding wildly recently. Coach Yaling is outstanding in ability. She must be arranged by President Pei to be the manager of a gym, right? Li Yaling shook her head, I'm not interested in being a manager. Being a manager means managing this and that. It's too troublesome. I just want to be an ordinary coach and teach others to train muscles. Hey, the Cannes Film Festival seems to be opening today. Coach Miao threw the banana peel into the trash can. Cannes Film Festival? Not interested. They are all art films shot by foreigners. What does it have to do with us? Li Yaling nodded. Yes, I didn't pay attention to this before, but it seems that A Better Tomorrow also participated this year. I wonder if it can win any awards. Coach Miao was still not very interested. I don't think it will happen. Foreigners have their own logic when judging awards. The cultural differences are too big. We go to their venues and race according to their rules. What's the point of being tied up? Anyway, A Better Tomorrow is also popular in China, proving that it is a good film. Why bother to seek the recognition of foreigners? Li Yaling smiled. What you said makes sense, but what if? Good things are popular everywhere. The topic of the two ended here. Li Yaling stood up and stretched her body, preparing to go and practice, while there were few people now. As soon as she stood up, she saw the girl at the front desk stood up. Mr. Pei, you are here. Li Yaling turned her head and saw Mr. Pei strolling in from the main entrance of the gym, looking around, as if looking for something. After seeing Li Yaling, Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Found it. Coach Yaling, I have something to talk to you about. Li Yaling was stunned. Boss Pei, are you going to be the manager of a branch? When Pei Qian heard this, he almost laughed out loud. What are you thinking? A dangerous person like you still want to destroy another branch of mine? You wish. Pei Qian shook his head, no. Let's sit down and talk. Li Yaling was also a little confused when she heard that he was not going to be the manager of a branch store. What else could it be? The two sat down in the lounge area, and the girl at the front desk next to them brought 2 glasses of water. Pei Qian took 2 sips and found it bland, so he had to put it aside. Actually, I came here this time to ask you if you are willing to accept a full-time coaching job and be responsible for the fitness training of 10 players. I must explain that this is a very difficult task and requires very high-end professional knowledge to be competent. But correspondingly, I will also give you a more generous reward. As long as you agree to accept this task, you can tell me all the conditions required during the training process, and I will do everything I can to meet them. Li Yaling's eyes lit up when she heard it. It sounds like a very interesting and challenging job. Chapter 517 Fully Automatic Bar Lift Machine Mass Production. 5 more chapters, asking for monthly tickets. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Li Yaling was not interested in being a store manager, she preferred the job of coaching itself. Whether it is exercising herself, teaching others to exercise, or getting along well with customers and helping them exercise better, these are what Li Yaling likes. Now hearing Mr. Pei's proposal, Li Yaling thinks it seems very good. A full-time coach is only responsible for teaching 10 players, and also needs very high-end professional knowledge, which is very suitable. What's more, Mr. Pei also promised a salary increase and promised to meet all the conditions required for training. This is simply the ultimate dream of all coaches. Li Yaling nodded immediately. No problem, Mr. Pei, I will definitely complete the task. Pei Qian smiled and nodded. Very good, then I will give you 2 days to hand over the work at the gym. I will pick you up at the gym on Saturday and go to the training base together. Li Yaling was very happy. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will complete the handover work before Saturday. Although the managed gym does not have one-on-one private training, many students come for Li Yaling, so at least they should notify her before leaving. Moreover, the coaches of the managed gym had already been scheduled. When Li Yaling left, they had to be rescheduled, so 2 days of handover were needed. Pei Qian stood up and left, feeling very happy. Done. Not only did he eliminate a safety hazard for the managed gym, but he also found a coach for the DGE team. It was the best of both worlds, a double happiness. Of course, Pei Qian was also very clear that when he took Li Yaling to the training ground of the DGE Sports Club on Saturday, both sides would be stunned. Li Yaling was looking forward to a bunch of professional fitness athletes with big arms and waists, but she met a group of skinny internet addicts. And this group of internet addicts was looking forward to seeing a professional esports coach, but a female coach came, and she was the kind who could kill a cow with one punch. This demand was definitely not met. But Pei Qian felt that they were all coaches, and training the body and hand speed were both training, there was no difference. What's more, with the current level of domestic coaches, Li Yaling really wouldn't be worse than them. Just like the stock market, sometimes you don't buy any stocks and you kill 70% of your competitors. In short, this arrangement is perfect, people and things are put to good use. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh, I am a genius. May 12, Thursday. Pei Qian was lying in bed taking a nap when his cell phone rang. He opened his sleepy eyes, took the phone and looked at it, thinking, who is calling me at 11 o'clock in the morning? When he looked at the caller ID, it was Ma Yang. Pei Qian was startled and woke up instantly. Could it be that old Ma is causing trouble for me again? Ma Yang is now Pei Qian's key target, so he dare not ignore this call. Hello? Brother Qian. My work at Yuan Venture Capital has made significant progress. Ma Yang's excited voice came from the phone. Pei Qian immediately felt like he was facing a great enemy. Pei Qian had already used a trick to tie Ma Yang to the DGE Sports Club, making him play games every day and forget about investment. But some time ago, the group of young players from DGE played hard and beat old Ma 0-28 in one game, helping Ma Yang to quit his internet addiction. So, Ma Yang could only go back and continue to think about investment. Pei Qian turned over and sat up from the bed. Well, tell me about it. Ma Yang said excitedly, Brother Qian, didn't you ask me to find a project that is particularly dreamy? I have been looking for it for a long time and finally found it. This time, Pei Qian was interested. Oh? How dreamy. Ma Yang, you can be as dreamy as you want, Brother Qian. The dream is overflowing. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Could it be that Lao Ma is going to make great contributions for him again? But what Ma Yang said next directly poured a bucket of cold water on him. And Brother Qian, guess who proposed this particularly dreamy plan? It's our old acquaintance, Zhang Wang. So I said this project is particularly reliable, right? It has a dream, and it's an acquaintance who has successfully cooperated with us. This is perfect. Brother Qian, come to the company to see the plan. Pei Qian. Zhang Wang, isn't he the one who made the shared phone booth? I haven't settled accounts with him yet, and he still has the nerve to come to my door. When making the shared phone booth, Zhang Wang first used a false plan to deceive President Pei's trust, and then secretly changed the phone booth beyond recognition. Now, this phone booth has entered major shopping malls in major cities across the country, especially in Jingzhou, where the GOG hero-themed phone booths drawn by Ruan Guanjian himself are almost a check-in holy place. With such a deep hatred, you still want to get money from me? No way. Pei Qian wanted to hang up the phone at that time. No. Ma Yang was stunned. Brother Qian, you haven't even heard the name of the project, don't be so hasty to deny it. Let me tell you, this project is very interesting. Zhang Wang brought the prototype over. I have been playing with it for more than half an hour and I can't stop at all. I think I can play for 3 days and 3 nights. Pei Qian was a little confused. Prototype? Played for more than half an hour? What on earth is this? Okay, tell me the name of the project. Pei Qian agreed. Ma Yang, fully automatic bar lift machine. Pei Qian, what? Fully automatic bar lift machine. Ma Yang repeated again. What is that? Ma Yang chuckled. Look, Brother Qian, I told you that you would definitely be interested, right? Come on, it's hard to describe how fun this thing is. Pei Qian got out of bed immediately. Okay, wait a minute, I'll be there soon. Half an hour later, Pei Qian came to Yuan Venture Capital. He Dishing and others had also arrived. When Zhang Wang saw President Pei coming, he immediately stood up and shook hands with President Pei cordially. President Pei, thank you for taking the time to come and see my new project. Pei Qian still remembers that the first time he met Zhang Wang was in January. At that time, the temperature outside was several degrees below zero. Zhang Wang was wearing a very perfunctory black jacket and jeans. You could see the bulging muscles under the clothes. His flowing long hair was tied into a ponytail and floated behind his head, which was quite an artistic temperament. But today, Zhang Wang's appearance has changed dramatically. The flowing long hair remained the same, but the clothes he wore had changed, into a branded t-shirt and jeans, which looked dozens of times more expensive than the clothes he wore when he first saw her. Of course, that otherworldly temperament remained the same. Come to think of it, Zhang Wang has basically achieved financial freedom with the shared phone booth project. Of course, everyone has a different definition of financial freedom. Zhang Wang is the type who doesn't care about personal enjoyment, so his standards are lower than others, but no matter what, the money earned from the shared phone booth is enough for him to live comfortably without having to worry about life. Pei Qian didn't want to talk to him at all. He just shook his hand perfunctorily and asked, what about the project? Ma Yang raised his hand. Brother Qian, this is it on the conference table. Pei Qian sat down at the conference table and found a square black box on the table. There was nothing on the box, only a row of neatly arranged stainless steel metal sticks, which looked a bit like the seesaws commonly seen in kindergartens. Ma Yang moved the box so that the front of the box was facing Pei Qian. From Pei Qian's perspective, all of these seesaws had the pressed end facing him. The contact point between the stick and the box, that is, the edge of the box facing him, was polished very smoothly, as if to facilitate the movement of the stick. Looking down, it can be seen that these small stick seesaws only occupy half of the top of the box. There is a very unclear line in the center of the top, which seems to divide the top into 2 halves. See this chapter. Pei Qian was a little confused. What is this? Ma Yang said. Brother Qian, quickly lift the stick up. Pei Qian stretched his finger under the depressed end of the seesaw and just touched the polished smooth edge. The metal stick was cool and round, and felt good. Pei Qian lifted it up, and heard a light snap. The stainless steel stick was like a seesaw, one end lifted and the other fell. Just as Pei Qian was about to ask, then what, he saw the top cover of the box opened automatically, and a Y-shaped black metal stick rose from the box and lifted the depressed end up again. With a light snap, all the metal sticks returned to their original state, back to the state before Pei Qian lifted one end of the stick. Then, the Y-shaped black metal stick retracted into the box, and the lid closed automatically. Everything returned to its original state. Pei Qian? He tried to lift another stick, and the result was the same as before. The box opened, and a Y-shaped black metal stick rose up at the corresponding position, and lifted up the depressed end. Pei Qian moved several metal sticks in succession, and the Y-shaped black metal stick in the box would restore all the metal sticks in order, and finally retract into the box, leaving everything as it was. Zhang Wang said proudly, "Boss Pei, this is the fully automatic argument machine I invented. This machine can perfectly simulate the experience of arguing with many senior argumenters at the same time. As long as you want to start arguing at any time, the argumenter in the box will come back immediately and accompany you to argue all the time. This effectively solves the pain point that you argue with the argumenter online, but the other party gives up halfway. No matter how long you want to argue, this machine will always accompany you to argue, and you will never feel bored. And, Boss Pei, look at the bottom of the front of the box, there is a purely mechanical automatic counter, which will count your consecutive arguments and display them in the simplest numbers. Once you stop, the numbers will disappear." Ma Yang was very excited. "How about it, Brother Qian, isn't it very fun? Can I play for 3 days and 3 nights in a row? I have already raised the number to more than 300. Pei Qian looked at Zhang Wang, who was confident, Ma Yang, who was expectant, and He Dishing, who looked annoyed. Obviously, He Dishing was very pessimistic about this project. Pei Qian thought for a moment and asked, "How much does this fully automatic bar lifting machine cost, and how much does it cost?" Zhang Wang said, "The cost is within 200 yuan, and I plan to sell it for about 260 yuan. Mr. Pei, I only need 2 million to produce 10,000 units." Pei Qian shook his head. "No, raise the cost to 400 yuan and sell it for 488. I'll give you 8 million and start mass production immediately." Chapter 518 A numerical problem in struggle, 20,000 words, please vote. Zhang Wang was stunned for a moment. "Boss Pei, the cost price of 400 yuan is unnecessary, and it is difficult to add this cost." Pei Qian frowned. "It can't be added? How could it be impossible not to add it? Make the box bigger, find a well-known artist to design the appearance, add a gold border, and polish the texture of the material well. Didn't you spend money when you made the shared phone booth? Why are you going back more and more?" Zhang Wang was very ashamed of being criticized by Boss Pei. "Okay, Boss Pei, then I will do what you said." He Dishing's expression became very wonderful. He originally thought that Boss Pei would not be optimistic about this project, but Boss Pei not only quadrupled the money to be invested, but also raised the price of this thing from 260 to 488. No matter from any angle, this thing is not worth that much money. He Dishing felt that this thing was at most a small toy when bored. If it was sold for 40 or 50 yuan, maybe someone would buy it home to play with it. But it's priced at 488. Who will buy it? Although this thing has a unique shape, it is not particularly beautiful, and it is not interesting. Except for people like Mr. Ma who have strange ideas, no one should have nothing to do and argue with it for hours, right? Even if there are some bored rich people in this world, it is impossible to sell 20,000 units. If it cannot be sold after mass production, and all are piled up in the warehouse, isn't it a pure loss? He Dishing wanted to say something, but then he thought again, since Mr. Pei has spoken, there must be a way. So, don't talk too much, watch and learn well. Pei Qian patted Zhang Wang's shoulder, and his appreciation was beyond words. Great! It seems that the previous shared telephone booth was just a misunderstanding. This great inventor Zhang Wang is still very trustworthy. If there are 10 more unsold inventions like this, Mr. Pei can easily lose 80 million, and it also occupies the warehouse space, which is so comfortable. May 13th, Friday. Tenda Game Department. Hu Xianben raised his head and drank the coffee in the cup, and continued to work. Now Tenda's game department is divided into 2 teams. Hu Xianben leads a group of people to develop struggle, while Min Jingqiao leads another group of people to operate GOG and compete with IOI. The styles of the 2 sides have already produced obvious differences. On Min Jingqiao's side, various heroes are discussed enthusiastically every day, and the atmosphere is very lively, while on Hu Xianbin's side, everyone is dull. The main reason is that the development of struggle is already very difficult. During the development process, I felt that my wounds were exposed and my heart was seriously hurt. The atmosphere was not lively. Hu Xianbin's game script is still being improved and has not been finalized, but the original paintings of all the game characters have basically been completed. I have to say that Ruan de Lao is very efficient. Hu Xianbin saved the document and opened the collection of pictures sent by Ruan Guangjian a few minutes ago. But after looking at them one by one, I became more and more confused. The characters in these games include the poor protagonist, the rich protagonist, the poor parents, the rich parents, the poor boss, the rich boss, and so on. Because the actors are selected first and the original paintings are drawn later, according to the original plan, it should be a little beautification and modification based on the appearance of the actors. However, the original paintings handed over to Hu Xianbin now have a feeling of overdoing it. All these images are expressed in more exaggerated and extreme ways, and some characters are even drawn very strangely. For example, the whole poor family is overweight, especially the mother, who weighs almost 300 pounds. The motion capture actor is obviously not that fat, so some special methods may be needed to simulate this overweight state during motion captured. In addition, the rich protagonist is too handsome, just like the top stars in Europe and the United States, and the whole person is bright and beautiful. The poor protagonist is not only mediocre in appearance, but also has obvious flattery in his expression, and seems to hide a trace of resentment. These two expressions are forcibly blended on the face of the poor protagonist, and they are too clear, so that people will instinctively feel uncomfortable. In other words, Ruan Guangjian almost wrote the deep characteristics of these characters on their faces. After receiving this batch of original paintings, Hu Xianbin's first feeling was that it was not right. He was a little puzzled. How could Ruan Guangjian make such a low-level mistake? As a result, Ruan Guangjian said that this was all requested by President Pei. So Hu Xianbin immediately began to guess whether there was any deep meaning in it. The disadvantage is that it will reduce the realism of the game. As for the advantages, more bizarre painting styles and characters will highlight the characteristics of the characters and deepen the player's impression. The stereotyped image can play a symbolic role and make it easier to highlight the theme. Anything else? I can't think of it. Hu Xianbin tried hard to interpret it. Although he did interpret something, he felt that it was not particularly convincing. Considering that the development task of struggle is very heavy and there is not much time for too in-depth interpretation, Hu Xianbin had to give up for the time being anyway. When the game is released, everything will be revealed. Check all the original paintings and prepare to outsource them to make models. At the same time, you can also arrange motion capture actors to start motion capture performances. After simply sorting out his next work, Hu Xianbin once again focused all his energy on the game script. In the process of writing the script, Hu Xianbin encountered a very serious problem, which has troubled him for 2 days. It's amazing to say that he actually encountered a numerical problem in this game. In theory, this game has no numerical problems, but it just appeared so magically. Everything went well in the rich version, but the problem lies in the poor version. According to Mr. Pei's requirements, the poor version has only one ending, which is to let the cycle of poverty continue forever. Originally, Hu Xianbin didn't think there was any problem, which was very logical. But the problem was that the game must explain the wealth obtained by the rich protagonist and the poor protagonist. How much money the poor have, how much money they need to maintain basic life, and how much salary they can earn after work, all of these must have a rough number, otherwise there will definitely be players who will find fault. If at a certain point, the plot arranges that the poor do not have enough money, so it eventually leads to a vicious cycle, then we have to find a way to ensure that the poor players do not have enough money. But Hu Xianbin calculated that theoretically, the poor protagonist has more money than expected, and should not end up with such a miserable ending. For the poor route, players also have to make many choices, some with high incomes and some with low incomes, but even if they choose the high income options, they will still end up with the poor cycle. But from the data, after choosing all the correct options, the poor should have much more money than his parents and live a much happier life. The ending cannot be changed because President Pei has already decided it. So there is a contradiction. If this continues, the rationality of the game will be gone. As a game that focuses on the plot, if the rationality of the game collapses, it will be all over, and both word of mouth and sales will collapse. Therefore, Hu Xianbin felt like he was facing a great enemy, and felt that he had to solve this problem to be at ease. After thinking for a while, he still had no clue. Hu Xianbin opened the character's original painting again and flipped through it aimlessly, wondering if he could find some inspiration from it. The rich protagonist was dressed in a suit and looked bright and beautiful. He looked like an upper-class person with a carefree life. The special golden logo on the wrist of the suit was very eye-catching, obviously a luxury brand. 2 Pure gold capital LS are spliced together in a centrally symmetrical way, and at the same time, they are artistically exaggerated, which looks very design-oriented. Hu Xianbin didn't care and continued to flip through the pages, and found the original painting of the poor man after work. The poor man after work holds a black briefcase in his arm. If you look closely, you will find that the logo is faintly revealed on the briefcase, which is also 2 Pure gold capital LS. Hu Xianbin seemed to have caught something, and flipped forward again, and saw the shoes that the poor man wore when he was in college. The shoes also had this logo. Hu Xianbin continued to flip back and found that almost 60% to 70% of the people in all the original paintings had this logo on their clothes. The rich all have it, and only those with better economic conditions among the poor have this logo. This is reasonable. After all, such a luxury brand cannot be afforded by the poor with low income. Hu Xianbin can roughly guess what Wang Guangjian was thinking when he was creating it. These motion capture actors were wearing daily clothes when taking pictures, and these clothes in the original paintings were redesigned by Yuan according to the wealth class of these characters. In order to highlight the characteristics of the rich, it is obviously necessary to use some luxury brands. Therefore, Wang Guangjian made up a brand based on existing luxury goods as decoration for the characters in these original paintings. As for why there is only one brand, it is obviously because it is meaningless to draw one more brand. Players have limited memory when playing games. If there are two brands, players may not remember them and get confused. Therefore, in line with the principle of simplicity and practicality, it is enough to have only one brand of clothes in the game. The brand with 2 golden L logos is a luxury brand, and the others without logos are cheap brands. This is a very normal and natural design. Wang Guangjian probably didn't think so much when he drew it. But looking at these pictures, Hu Xianbin suddenly caught a hint of inspiration. His original intention was to find a rationale for the poor to spend all their money. According to Hu Xianbin's previous calculations, if only daily necessities and affordable goods are purchased, and most of the choices in the game are made correctly, the poor's wages will definitely be able to be accumulated and improve their lives. But in order to achieve the poverty cycle ending designated by President Pei, the poor must be forced to spend the money. Now, there is a rationale. These are luxury bags, shoes, clothes, jewelry, cosmetics, etc. After buying these things, the salary will naturally not be enough. Hu Xianbin breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally patched the loophole in the game. Now there shouldn't be any players complaining about it, right? Hu Xianbin added the expenses of these luxury goods and found that the originally estimated wealth of the poor was not enough. Not only was there not a penny left, but it was also enough to go into debt. Okay, perfect solution. Hu Xianbin clapped his hands excitedly. Although this approach seemed a bit hasty, the rationality of the game was successfully solved. He didn't think much about it. After all, this was not the core content of the game. but just a detail that showed the lives of the poor and the rich. Even most players would not notice this. Chapter 519. The new coach is so cute, but he is a little too strong. May 14th, Saturday. Pei Qian and Li Yaling got off the car outside the DGE Sports Club. Li Yaling looked around after getting off the car, with a look of expectation on her face. From this, it seems that Mr. Pei has arranged the training base for these fitness players in the villa of Mingyun Villa. Although it is a bit strange, it seems that it is not a bad idea. Pei Qian did not say much, but just took Li Yaling inside. It was more than 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, and the whole hall was still empty. Only Zhang Yuan himself was writing the arranged training plan on a small whiteboard next to him. 9 o'clock wake up. 9 to 10 o'clock wash up, breakfast, arrive at the training room. 10 to 12 o'clock analysis, meeting, training. 12 to 12:30 lunch. 12:30 to 13:30 lunch break. 13:30 to 1400 hours warm up. 14 to 17:30 training match. 17:30 to 1900 hours dinner, rest. 2300 hours to 2400 hours analysis, meeting. 2400 hours to 1 o'clock wash up, put away mobile phone, go to sleep. According to this schedule, the players have obviously just finished washing up and went to have breakfast. This place is not far from the Moyu Internet Cafe Mingyun Villa branch. You can order Moyu takeout or eat in the restaurant. Yaling looked at the schedule and couldn't help frowning. It's too unprofessional. Especially when she saw Zhang Yuan, who was writing the schedule, had no signs of training. Yaling felt even more outrageous. No wonder President Pei asked me to take over. The coach leading the team should have been caught from the street, right? Too amateur. Isn't this a waste of time? As for this schedule, there are more problems. First of all, there is a big problem with the work and rest time. In order to ensure good health, you should get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and go to bed before 10 o'clock in the evening. Staying up late like this will affect the training effect. Secondly, there is no dietary content on this schedule. At least the number of times you eat a day and the exact amount of each meal should be written down, right? Finally, this training time is too long. There are also great differences among professional bodybuilders. Some only train 3 to 4 times a week, doing only a few simple movements each time, while some can do training beyond exhaustion because of their high pain tolerance, and the daily training time can reach 8 or even 10 hours. But in the final analysis, how many hours can be trained depends on each person's physical condition. This one-size-fits-all arrangement for everyone to train until the early morning before resting is not scientific at all. There are even training matches. I can't understand what the point of bodybuilders doing training matches is. Is it to see who can pose better? Yaling has a lot of opinions about this schedule. She thought that when I take over, I will have to change it all. Zhang Yuan also saw President Pei coming and quickly put down the marker in his hand. President Pei, why are you here so early today? Pei Qian nodded and said happily, yes, I brought the coach for you. Zhang Yuan clapped his hands happily, that's great, President Pei, I can't wait. I just copied a training schedule from the internet and prepared to let the players practice according to it. I feel relieved when the coach comes. Let's wait for the coach to reset the schedule. Pei Qian introduced the two people. This is the person in charge and leader, Zhang Yuan, and this is the professional coach, Li Yaling. The two shook hands cordially. After shaking hands, Zhang Yuan looked at his hand with some confusion on his face. This girl has really strong hands. Today, Yaling is wearing trousers and a jacket. Because of her small frame, her strong muscles are hidden under her clothes. With her sweet face, her true strength is completely invisible. Yaling was a little nervous, fearing that she would not teach well and embarrass Mr. Pei, but seeing the current situation, she is not worried at all. Anyway, she is definitely better than this team leader Zhang. The only thing I can't figure out is, why are there so many computers in the living room? There was a sound of footsteps outside the door. It was the players coming back from dinner. Pei Qian saw that the time was just right, so he hurriedly called all the players over. Coach Yaling, come, these are the 10 players you are going to lead. Li Yaling was stunned. She looked at the 10 skinny internet-addicted teenagers, and then looked at President Pei, who looked serious. Then she realized that something seemed to be wrong. These 10 people are not as good as Zhang Yuan. Although Zhang Yuan had no signs of training, he at least looked a little muscular, while these 10 people were either as thin as a monkey or too fat. Some were hunched over, and some had ribs turned outward. Not to mention muscles, even their body shape had big problems. Obviously, these 10 people were not fitness athletes at all. Thinking of the computer in the living room, Sister Yaling seemed to understand something. The 10 internet-addicted teenagers opposite stood in a row in the living room, also looking at the new coach. Many internet-addicted teenagers lowered their heads involuntarily and dared not look directly at him. So cute. Strictly speaking, Yaling's face is quite deceptive, and she has a sweet style, especially today when she wears a loose coat and trousers, which hides her muscles while showing her figure very well. The internet-addicted teenagers have never seen such a posture, and they are all more autistic. Everyone thought that the coach would be a greasy middle-aged uncle, or an internet addict like them, but they never expected that the coach would be a cute girl. This is so exciting. Zhang Yuan just stood aside, instinctively worried. Because it is well known that female players do not have an advantage in esports events, and it is unknown what division this female coach is in GOG, whether she can convince the public, and whether her understanding of the game can be qualified for the position of coach. Pei Qian knew that it was time to show his cards to everyone. He coughed twice and prepared to start his performance. Just then, someone knocked on the door gently outside. "Hello, your bottled water has arrived." There was a water dispenser in the living room, and the water in the bucket was already empty. An internet-addicted teenager volunteered to rush over. "Let me do it." The water delivery boy wanted to help change the water, but when he saw that this guy volunteered to help move the bucket, he did not refuse. The internet-addicted teenager held the bucket with both hands and moved towards the water dispenser with difficulty. He regretted it halfway through moving it. This bucket seemed heavier than he thought. He had originally wanted to show off his masculinity in front of this sweet-looking female coach, but he never expected that the price would be a little too high. He couldn't hold on until he had moved halfway. The other players had no intention of helping at all. They just suppressed their smiles and waited to see the joke. "Want to perform in front of the coach? You messed up, right? Well, you blew yourself up, and our chances increased." The internet-addicted teenager who was carrying water saw that no one was willing to help, so he could only put the bucket on the ground and planned to take a short break before carrying the second half. However, just when his face was flushed and he was panting with exhaustion, Coach Yaling came in front of him and easily lifted the bucket with one hand. "Let me do it." The internet-addicted teenager took a long time to walk half of the distance, while Coach Yaling walked the remaining half lightly, and then lightly dragged with her left hand to replace the bucket. The action was so easy that it gave people an illusion that the weight of the empty bucket and the bucket full of water seemed to be about the same. The venue fell into a strange silence. Several internet-addicted teenagers secretly pinched their arms, looked at Coach Yaling, who had changed the water lightly without even wearing air, and fell into silence. The scene was a bit awkward. Coach Yaling sighed. "Although I don't know what happened, I think there must be some misunderstanding. You seem to be an esports training base, but I am a fitness coach." As she spoke, she took off her coat, revealing her strong biceps. The internet-addicted teenager who had been trying to move the bucket before was breathing heavily, and his expression was very interesting. "This coach beat all 10 of us down without even breathing." Zhang Yuan also looked at President Pei with a puzzled look on his face, wondering what was going on. President Pei, you said that it is unreliable to go to the club to find a ready-made coach, and you should find one yourself. I believe you, but what do you mean by finding me a fitness coach? It doesn't fit at all. Even if the esports competition is an offline face-to-face competition, you can only talk but not do it, right? In the confused eyes of everyone, Pei Qian coughed twice and came to the center of the living room. I know everyone may be a little confused, please listen to my explanation. I think the current esports clubs in China are too informal, and there are big problems with the training methods. So, I want to adopt a new training method. Pei Qian's expression was serious and his words were righteous, and he almost believed what he said. Currently, domestic esports clubs neglect the physical health of players in their training. Most esports players are young people who are addicted to the internet, and their lifestyle is not healthy. Sitting in front of the computer for a long time can easily cause problems in the cervical spine, lumbar spine, and wrists. Especially after a long training period, it is easy to suffer from occupational diseases. Many esports professional players suffer from injuries in their prime years, which affects their careers. Many esports clubs are doing all they can to catch fish in a pond. They force players to train hard in their young years without ensuring nutritional and physical health. How many talented players have left the field early due to health problems? It's simply a waste of resources. In addition, keeping a strong body can help you focus more and have better endurance. Although esports competitions are just moving your fingers, because the brain is always running at high speed and the attention is highly concentrated, the consumption of physical energy is no less than other competitive sports. Many times the game falls into a protracted battle, a bladder game, and it's all about willpower. Ambition is all about physical reserve. Whoever can maintain sufficient energy and highly concentrated spirit in the later stage will win. Talent is innate, and skills are acquired through practice, but apart from these 2 points, physical fitness, a hidden condition, has been ignored by many clubs. Modern competitive competition is not only about the talent of athletes, but also about science and logistics. Filling the biggest shortcoming is more useful than desperately extending the board. So, I asked Coach Yaling to be your coach. Comprehensively changing your weak physique is to fundamentally improve the team's combat effectiveness. Do you understand? Everyone looked at each other. It seems that there is a little truth, but, Zhang Yuan coughed twice, ahem, Mr. Pei, I think it's totally fine to let Coach Yaling help the players improve their physical fitness. However, the players' training also needs someone to guide them. Pei Qian smiled slightly, of course I have considered this. Each team will select a captain to be responsible for command, post-match summary, and review. Leave professional matters to professionals. You all have reached high scores with your own talents. As long as you study hard, most coaches currently do not understand the game as well as you do. Chapter 520 New Training Schedule, please vote for the monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Zhang Yuan and a group of internet-addicted teenagers looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this okay? I always feel that this route seems a bit too weird. But President Pei was so determined that he couldn't find any good points to refute for a while. Pei Qian was very satisfied, very good, if everyone has no objection, then follow this, everyone get along well, if there is anything, Zhang Yuan, you and Coach Yaling can discuss it, goodbye. Everything was done, Pei Qian was ready to leave. Zhang Yuan hurriedly stopped President Pei, President Pei, please stay first. Ahem, I think this training method seems to be okay, you can try it for a while to see the effect. But before that, it seems that we should finalize the training schedule, right? Coach Yaling and I must have our own opinions. When there is a disagreement, it is still up to you, President Pei, to make a decision. Coach Yaling also nodded in agreement. She also saw that she seemed to be tricked by President Pei. However, she did not want to refuse the job, because once she accepted this setting, it seemed not bad. These internet-addicted teenagers all looked like they really lacked exercise. Since President Pei asked him to train these people with muscles, it was still within his job scope. Anyway, it was the same to train students in the gym and here, and the conditions were even better. What reason was there to refuse? However, there was a prerequisite, that is, the division of labor with the team leader Zhang Yuan must be clearly divided. Otherwise, when the time came, one pointed east and the other pointed west. Zhang Yuan said to train hand speed and Yaling said to train chest muscles. Who should the team members listen to? Therefore, Zhang Yuan and Yaling reached a preliminary consensus that this training method could be tried, but the premise was that President Pei had to help the two people divide the scope of responsibilities and formulate a training schedule. Pei Qian originally wanted to fool around and let the two people fight each other, but the two people had already made it clear, and it seemed inappropriate for him to just walk away. He had to reluctantly nod. Okay, then let's find a place to check the training schedule. Zhang Yuan waved at the players. Everyone play solo training. The players sat down one after another, put on headphones, and entered GOG to start the game. They didn't know what kind of training plan the three bosses would formulate, but they were worried about their future. If it weren't for the club's reputation guaranteed by Tenda, they almost thought they were being cheated. Zhang Yuan pushed the whiteboard with the training schedule to the original dining room in the living room, which was the club's meeting room. Coach Yaling found a seat and sat down. Now looking at the training schedule again, she felt completely normal. This seemed to be the standard training schedule for esports players, and there was nothing to change. Pei Qian and Zhang Yuan also sat down. Mr. Pei, let's check the schedule first. Do you think there is anything that needs to be changed? Pei Qian looked at the schedule written on the whiteboard, and then looked at Coach Yaling. What do you think, Coach? Coach Yaling shook her head. This is a standard training schedule for esports players. There is nothing to say. I only ask for one thing, that is, to leave me 2 hours every day to take everyone to the gym to exercise. Pei Qian shook his head immediately after hearing this. Nothing to say? I think there are a lot to say. First of all, early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. Getting up at 9 o'clock and going to bed at 1 o'clock in the morning, although it also guarantees a good sleep, this schedule is too unhealthy. Pei Qian took out his mobile phone and quickly searched the harm of staying up late. Scientific research shows that the human body begins to secrete melatonin at 9 o'clock in the evening, intestinal peristalsis slows down at 10:30, and normal people should enter a deep sleep state at 2 o'clock in the morning. Staying up late disrupts the biological clock, which can cause a series of hazards. These hazards include short-term memory decline, decreased learning ability, endocrine system disorders, decreased immunity, increased risk of heart disease, etc. In a nutshell, it means getting fat, ugly, stupid, forgetful, and sick. For esports athletes, getting fat and ugly is fine, but if you become stupid, how can you understand the game? If you forget things easily, how can you remember the skill cooldown time? Not to mention getting sick. If one player gets sick, all other players will have no training games to play. If 10 people get sick in turn, at least 1/3 of the time in a month will not be able to play training games. What a serious problem. The work and rest time must be corrected. In my opinion, just get up at 6:30 every day and go to bed at 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Yuan's expression was a little confused, but Mr. Pei, this schedule is mainly to ensure the training effect. From 6 to 10 in the morning, there are basically no players in the high-end games, and most players are active in the evening and late at night, so in order to play high-end games better, the overall time can only be adjusted back. Pei Qian raised his hand. Of course I know this. This is just a simple trade-off. Do you choose the health of the players, or do you choose some excessive and useless high-end games? If you go to bed at 10 p.m., you will only play 2 hours less high-end games every day. The overall training time will not change, and the impact will not be that big. Relatively speaking, it is more important to maintain a healthy body, abundant energy, and good memory. Zhang Yuan thought for a while, then. Mr. Pei, after eating at 7 o'clock in the morning, until 10 o'clock in the morning, there is no one in the high-end game during this period, no solo training. What do the players do during this time? Pei Qian laughed. Customize it. Study the release time of each hero's skills, familiarize yourself with the pre-swing and post-swing movements, and practice the basic skills of each hero's operation. Isn't this also a very important training content? Or play a recreational game, 5v5 brawl, etc., which is also a good training method. By the way, before that, you have to arrange an hour of fitness. I'd better write out the schedule directly. Pei Qian stood up, wiped the content on the whiteboard directly, and then rewrote a schedule. 6:30, get up, wash up, and run for 40 minutes in the morning. 7:20 to 8 o'clock breakfast, arrive at the training room 8 to 10 o'clock, customize basic skills, practice 10 to 12 o'clock 2 training games, post-match summary meeting 12:00-12:30 lunch. 12:30 to 13:30 lunch break. 13:30 to 1400 hours in-game warm-up. 14 to 17:30 BO5 training match, post-match summary meeting. 17:30 to 1800 hours dinner. 18 to 2000 hours fitness training. 20 to 2200 hours solo training. 2200 hours wash up, sleep. After Pei Qian finished writing, he handed the pen to Yaling. Coach, you write it down. Meal time. Coach Yaling, snack? Pei Qian nodded. Of course, don't you need snacks when you are working out? Eat small meals frequently to stay healthy. Write down the snack time to make sure you are full. Don't order takeout outside of these times. Coach Yaling thought about it, and added a cup of black coffee after getting up in the morning, some egg whites and oatmeal at 10 o'clock. Beef, sweet potatoes, vegetables, and a cup of black coffee at 15 o'clock, and some post-workout meals around 21 o'clock. Eat small meals frequently, without increasing the total amount of food, to avoid overeating, while at the same time prolonging the feeling of fullness, relieving gastrointestinal pressure, and improving the body's metabolism. Pei Qian nodded. Very good, eat more and exercise more. I hope that when I come next time, these people's muscles will be as developed as the fitness coach. Looking at this new schedule, Zhang Yuan was a bit overwhelmed. It is indeed healthy, but can the effect of this training be guaranteed? Moreover, these internet-addicted teenagers are all used to it. Can they sleep if they are forced to go to bed at 10 o'clock? Zhang Yuan raised his own question. Pei Qian laughed. Can't sleep? He glanced at Coach Yaling. Coach Yaling should know how to solve the problem of these people's insomnia. Coach Yaling was stunned for a moment, then nodded. From President Pei's meaningful eyes, she only saw 4 words: increase the intensity. It's not easy to say that you can't sleep, just increase the intensity and train until you can't get out of bed. Zhang Yuan asked again. There is another question, President Pei. How can the effect of the training match be guaranteed? If there is a coach, he can review the results of the training match and analyze the objective problems of each team member. But now Coach Yaling doesn't understand GOG at all. How can she review it? Pei Qian was prepared. That's easy. Aren't the 2 teams supposed to elect a captain? After the training match, the captain will review the game and the worst performing player will practice extra in the evening. Zhang Yuan, but if that's the case, what if the captain shirks responsibility? Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, that's right. Then the captain and the players should practice more together. The losing team should also practice more. Anyway, no matter what the problem is, practice more and it will be solved. If we can't win the game, we have to practice more. Yaling, I'll leave this to you. If you don't make these people vomit, I'll hold you responsible. Anyway, the more time you spend on the gym, the less time you have to practice in the game. It would be best if you can't even lift your arms or hold the mouse and keyboard after each practice. That would be the best. Such a ridiculous training method should discourage all the players, right? Even if these people signed a 1-year contract and can't run away, if this news gets out, it can at least discourage all other players who want to come to the DG club. What's the point of playing in a club without players? Zhang Yuan and Coach Yaling fell silent together. For some reason, there seemed to be a hint of gloating hidden in President Pei's strict request. Pei Qian stood up. Okay, the problem is solved. Let's practice according to this method. Next time I come, I hope to see a group of players who are invincible in offline competitions. After arranging matters related to training, Pei Qian left in style. Only Zhang Yuan and Coach Yaling were left at a loss. Zhang Yuan thought for a while, then, let's do this. As everyone knows, Tengda's employees must strictly follow President Pei's requirements when President Pei has clear instructions, and can only make up their own minds when President Pei has no clear instructions. Now that President Pei has even arranged the daily schedule, it seems that this is the only way to go. Coach Yaling nodded. I have no objection. Zhang Yuan sighed, but these players will probably have a lot of opinions. Coach Yaling smiled and said, it doesn't matter whether they have any opinions or not. Captain Zhang, there is one thing I must make clear to you in advance. These people have a poor foundation. In the first few days of training, they may not be able to hold the mouse or walk normally. Don't worry, it will be fine in a week at most. Zhang Yuan looked at Coach Yaling's sweet smile and shuddered. Chapter 521, Notes on Tengda Spirit, 3rd update, please vote for me. May 16th, Monday. The new Tengda recruitment season has begun. This is the second Tengda Unified Recruitment Exam, and the Human Resources Department, which is in charge of the recruitment, is already familiar with it, and all work is proceeding in an orderly manner. It is still the written test stage, and there will be a series of steps such as interviews, onboarding, and Tengda Spirit tests. Wu Bin, wearing a staff badge, looked at the new batch of job seekers outside the venue, and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. Time flies. Wu Bin recalled that his fate with Tengda can be traced back to November last year, when he wanted to poach Hao Qiong from Shangyang Games, but he ended up getting the short end of the stick after all the operations. So, Wu Bin decisively signed up for Tengda's entry exam, and successfully passed 3 levels in a row, becoming a formal employee of Tengda. After that, he also carried out a series of fruitful work. What satisfied him most was summarizing the Tengda Spirit and using the Tengda Spirit to guide the authors of the Chinese Network Study class. Learning for practical use probably describes this, right? Looking back, Wu Bin could not help but feel a lot of emotion when he realized that his life had changed dramatically in just half a year. This time, there were obviously many more people in the Tengda recruitment exam than the last time. This is enough to show that in half a year, Tengda's popularity and size have grown significantly again. On the one hand, there are more industries and more positions, and on the other hand, the number of applicants for each position has also increased. A couple was cheering each other up outside the entrance of the venue, and it seemed that they came together to take the Tengda recruitment exam. Dear, come on, you will definitely be fine. Well, you too, you have been brushing questions for so long, you will definitely pass. After you get into Tengda, we will rent a more spacious house immediately. Well, after you pass, you will no longer have to work overtime, and I will go home and make delicious food for you every day. We will definitely pass together. Come on. The two encouraged each other, and then went to different examination venues. Such scenes are constantly being staged. Although most people come by themselves, there are also many people who bring their families with them, which gives them a sense of déjà vu of going to the army. The bustling crowd outside the venue reminded Wu Bin of the anxious parents waiting outside the school during the college entrance examination. But think about it, for many people here, the significance of Tengda's recruitment exam is probably not much different from the college entrance examination. A carp leaps over the dragon gate and ascends to heaven in one step. Wu Bin couldn't help but feel deeply moved. For many people, especially the locals in Jingzhou, they are proud to be employees of Tengda. Because of Tengda's rapid development in Jingzhou, its tentacles have gradually penetrated into various industries, and the locals in Jingzhou can feel it deeply. The rumors about Tengda in the outside world have become more and more unreliable. Some people say that Tengda's salary is extremely high, at least double that of other companies in the same industry. Some people say that Tengda's welfare benefits are extremely good, all kinds of reimbursements, subsidies, bonuses. Tengda has everything you can think of, and Tengda also has things you can't think of. Others say that Tengda never works overtime, and employees are even ashamed of working overtime. The most metaphysical saying is that everyone who enters Tengda, no matter how mediocre their abilities were before, will have a complete transformation in a very short time. Of course, the outside world is always skeptical about these rumors. This makes the real situation of Tengda more confusing, because the rumors are too outrageous, so no one can tell which of these rumors are true and which are false. It's just that the yearning for Tengda is getting stronger and stronger. There are even more and more people willing to come from other cities just to get a good job in Tengda. Wu Bin is very clear that these rumors are obviously true. It just goes against everyone's common sense, so no one dares to believe it. With the popularization of Tengda spirit, most of Tengda employees have become accustomed to keeping secrets about President Pei's true identity and Tengda's welfare benefits, which has also exacerbated the outside world's lack of understanding of Tengda. President Pei is so low-key, so of course the employees will be even more low-key. Who would dare to compete with President Pei for credit? Tengda can develop so well, President Pei accounts for at least 70% of the role, and the others account for 30%. Batches of people with different backgrounds and personalities, through unremitting efforts, pass Tengda's entry examination, and then receive unified Tengda spirit training, gradually integrate into this cultural atmosphere and become a member of Tengda. Wu Bin is like this. I have to say that this is a very interesting experience. Looking at the bustling crowd, Wu Bin suddenly realized a problem, that is, Tengda's changes to the entire city are constantly and subtly going on. This change is at both the material and spiritual levels. On the material level, Tengda continues to recruit employees and provide them with generous salaries. While solving the employment problem, these well-paid employees will start to consume because their lives are guaranteed, which stimulates the development of other industries in Jingzhou and the improvement of the overall economic level. The Tenda Group is also constantly entering the physical industry, from internet cafes, takeaways to the nearest gym, constantly changing people's material life. Such a company has an obvious driving effect on the city. On the spiritual level, Tengda is also changing the spiritual world of everyone. For employees, cultivating their habits of working hard and enjoying life can dispel their anxiety and tension, and break the vicious cycle of workplace involution. For consumers, Tengda shows them a healthier lifestyle through industries such as internet cafes, takeaways, and gyms, which is also a benign guidance. Wu Bin suddenly looked back and found that the influence of Tenda Group was so far-reaching. He seemed to understand Mr. Pei's ultimate goal. However, judging from the current situation, this goal is still too far away. The influence of Tenda Group is currently only concentrated in Jingzhou. Although it is also expanding to cities such as Linqing, its influence is still limited after all. Wu Bin guessed that this is because Mr. Pei is using Jingzhou as a test site and working hard to build an ecological closed loop in Jingzhou. If it were any other entrepreneur, they would definitely choose to open Moyu internet cafes nationwide in a chain, and then take the opportunity to attract investment, quickly achieve financial freedom, and start enjoying life. But Mr. Pei did not plan to do so. Obviously, he did not care about the money, and his goal was longer term and more difficult. So, as a member of the HR department, in addition to completing daily work, we should also shoulder the mission of promoting the Tenda spirit and spread this spirit widely, not only among Tenda employees, but also among the general public. Let President Pei's grand goal be better achieved. For the first time, Wu Bin suddenly felt his social responsibility so clearly. Before, he was just an ordinary HR, running around, poaching, dismissing employees, and lowering wages in order to complete the boss's tasks. For a living, he could only think about how to complete the boss's tasks and requirements, and how to support his family. As for social responsibility? That is too illusory. But now, after Wu Bin joined Tenda, he has no worries about food and clothing, and his work is going smoothly. Naturally, he has the energy to pursue the realization of self-worth and do something truly meaningful. The most important thing is that after being inspired by President Pei's Tenda spirit for a long time, he is very eager to share this spirit. Just like answering questions for the authors of the Chinese website. Wu Bin felt that he should become the interpreter of Tenda spirit, so as to live up to Mr. Pei's promotion and cultivation of him. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After finishing today's recruitment work, Wu Bin had dinner at the nearby Moyu Internet Cafe and prepared to set off for the study class of the Chinese network. During the invigilation today, Wu Bin kept thinking about how he should complete his mission. After repeated consideration, Wu Bin decided that he would make more annotations for the Tenda spirit. Previously, Wu Bin had summarized some contents through his speculation on the Tenda spirit, including efficient work, innovation, obedience to leadership, independent thinking, work-rest combination, and long-term goals. For a long time, this top-secret document has been circulated privately among Tenda employees, and it is strictly forbidden to spread it to internal forums and the Internet. At the same time, Wu Bin also emphasized that this is not a standard textbook, but only a one-sided interpretation. It can only be used as a reference, not as the only correct answer, and it cannot represent Mr. Pei's true thoughts. For the interpretation of the Tenda spirit, you can only be infinitely close to Mr. Pei, and you can never think that this is all of the Tenda spirit and stop there. Now, Wu Bin feels that he should go further because the objective environment has changed. For those new employees, even if they see this annotation of the Tenda spirit, it is difficult to fully understand and fully grasp it. Because compared with old employees, they lack the experience of working with Mr. Pei, and it will be difficult for them to get such an opportunity in the future. After all, as Tenda Group's industries expanded, President Pei had to deal with more and more daily affairs, and the only people who could talk to President Pei were obviously the heads of various departments. Most new employees don't even have the opportunity to talk to Mr. Pei. They don't even know what specific decisions Mr. Pei has made. How can they understand Mr. Pei's spirit? Therefore, Wu Bin thinks that to solve this problem, he must make more annotations for the Tenda spirit. The specific method is to record Mr. Pei's words, deeds and record them in a book, so that new employees can compare the content of the Tenda spirit with Mr. Pei's specific words and deeds, and gain more and more accurate insights. Just like memorizing English words, you have to combine with examples to better understand. But Wu Bin feels that his writing skills are not enough. If it is just summarizing a few keywords, it's fine, but if you want to write a story vividly, and realistically, and don't make people feel that it is preaching, and not disgusting at all, it still requires certain skills. Therefore, Wu Bin decided to go to the online writer study class. After all, Wu Bin also used the Tenda spirit to guide many authors. There should be authors who are willing to work with him to complete this great cause, right? For example, Chui Geng, who was deeply inspired by the Tenda spirit and wrote Butterfly Game, seems to be very suitable. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 522. This is a little gift to President Pei. Fourth update. please vote for the monthly ticket. And Chinese Network Author Study Class. After finishing the first day of coding, the authors uploaded chapters and prepared to go back to rest. Chui Geng stretched his body, looked at the more than 7,000 words he had coded today, and nodded with satisfaction. So far, Butterfly Game has written more than 1.6 million words, and has always been a frequent visitor to the best-selling list of Chinese Network. And because President Pei adjusted the website's income sharing before, raising the author's income share to 70%, Chui Geng's royalties have increased a lot, and the motivation to struggle seems to be weaker. Chui Geng was originally a reincarnation of a pigeon spirit. When encountering such a situation, he should have completely lost the motivation to struggle. But after all, it was the Tenda spirit that made him find the direction of struggle, so after the initial enthusiasm cooled down, from the most inspirational daily update of 10,000 words to 4,000 words per day, it can still maintain the lowest update level, and there is no interruption. For readers who are used to Chui Geng either skipping or cutting, this seems to be good news. However, Chui Geng himself could clearly feel that his writing seemed to have reached a bottleneck. For an author like him who rarely writes a book with more than 1 million words, this book has already reached more than 1.6 million words, which is beyond his control and experience to some extent, and every step is written very dangerously. So, Chui Geng thought about it and decided to fight against his natural inertia in adversity. And the way to fight is to come to the online writing training class. Chui Geng's writing habits have undergone many changes. At the beginning, in the online writing class, he found that he could actually update more quickly. The so-called slow writing is sometimes really slow, and sometimes it is just an excuse for laziness. Then, after receiving the education of Tenda spirit, he found the crux of his thoughts, and took this as an opportunity to start writing Butterfly Game, which took his writing career to a higher level. Now, with the increase in the number of words, Chui Geng encountered more and more problems, and sometimes it was difficult to overcome even with Tenda spirit. So, he applied to editor Zhu to return to the online writing class, locked himself in a dark room, and rediscovered this feeling of being undisturbed by the outside world and highly concentrated. I have to say, the effect is very obvious. After changing the environment, the writing efficiency has been greatly improved, and it has returned to the level of more than 7,000 words per day, which is not easy for Chui Geng. After completing today's work, Chui Geng left with other authors. Some of them planned to go to the internet cafe to play games and relax, while others planned to go back to rest and sort out the outline. Chui Geng could clearly feel that the online writing class was different from the beginning. After several rounds of mentoring, going to the class for further study has become a normal practice at the Chinese website. Authors communicate with each other, learn from each other, and make progress together. More and more people find that this class is indeed a good place and can significantly improve efficiency and performance. Over time, it has entered a virtuous circle. Chui Geng has become a role model in the minds of authors and a typical case of the success of the class. Chui Geng couldn't help but sigh, "Hey, I'm so young and I'm already burdened with idols, it's so hard for me." When he was about to go back downstairs, Chui Geng saw a familiar figure. Wu Bin. Chui Geng was deeply impressed by Wu Bin. When he was studying the spirit of Tenda, it was Wu Bin's interpretation that made him see the light and open his eyes. Wu Bin smiled and said, "Do you have time? Let's have a drink?" Chui Geng nodded and agreed happily, "Okay." The two came to the nearby Moyu Internet Cafe and found an empty seat in the bar area to sit down. It was already evening, and the bar area was gradually getting more and more people. The singer was adjusting his instrument on the stage and would soon start singing. According to Moyu Internet Cafe, it is now testing the 3.0 model, and the new store will soon open for business, but this initial Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 model still has enough customers. Chen Lei's popularity makes Jingzhou's resident singers yearn for Moyu Internet Cafe very much, and naturally there are a group of fans who come to the internet cafe to give him tips. The commission income from alcohol and tips has always been an important source of income for the Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 model. Chuzui is now busy with his career. After releasing several singles, he often travels around the country to participate in music festivals, to accumulate popularity, and prepare for his first concert. Although Chuzui is not in Jingzhou all year round, he has always said in interviews that he has never forgotten that Jingzhou is his hometown and will definitely go back to see it when he has time. Wu Ben and Cui Geng each ordered a glass of wine and chatted while drinking. Wu Ben briefly explained his purpose. After listening, Cui Geng immediately slapped his thigh and said, "Please leave this kind of thing to me." The two absentees hit it off. For Cui Geng, he was not short of money to begin with, and after the book Butterfly Game became popular, he was even less short of money. What he cares about most now is how to break through his bottleneck. After writing more than 1 million words, Butterfly Game has shown some signs of exhaustion of inspiration, and the fact that he writes slower and slower is a proof of this. At the beginning, he was full of inspiration and excited. He could easily pick up materials and write 10,000 words. But as the number of words increased, the available content became less and less. How to ensure that the plot does not slip became a problem that troubled Cui Geng. Cui Geng, as a special observer of Tenda Group, could enter various departments of Tenda to collect materials at will. Many plots in Butterfly Game were made of materials from various departments of Tenda. But after collecting materials, he started to write and rarely went to various departments of Tenda. Now, although Cui Geng can continue to collect materials from various departments of Tenda, no matter how he collects materials, it is still the same materials as before, and it is difficult to make breakthroughs. What's more, Tenda now has so many departments, and Cui Geng is under pressure to update every time. If he doesn't know the key points, the efficiency of collecting materials will be very low, which is not worth the loss. At this time, he especially needs someone like Wu Ben as his partner and guide. Wu Ben has a deep understanding of Tenda spirit. As a member of the Human Resources Department, he is familiar with the structure and personnel structure of each department. He will definitely find the best angle to collect materials and the most suitable candidates. Cui Geng only needs to follow him to take notes and write good content, which can not only help Wu Ben complete the annotation of Tenda spirit, but also take this opportunity to break through the bottleneck of creation. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? So, Cui Geng also became excited. Then, where do we start? From the game department? Cui Geng asked. Wu Ben shook his head, no. I can directly ask the heads of various departments about the affairs of Tenda. These contents are easy to obtain. As the saying goes, those who are involved are confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. The understanding of Tenda spirit has always been overly restricted to various departments. This time I decided to start from the outside and see what other companies outside Tenda's departments and Mr. Pei's partners think of Mr. Pei. Perhaps in this way, we can better see the overall picture of Mr. Pei's vast thoughts. Cui Geng nodded and agreed deeply. Then, where do we start? Wu Ben thought about it and said, as far as I know, Mr. Li of Fuhui Capital has always been a business partner with Mr. Pei, and is currently working with Mr. Pei to build the Jingji Hostel project. Let's find a time and start with Mr. Li. May 18th, Wednesday. In the old industrial zone of Jingzhou City, Jingji Hostel is under construction. According to the construction schedule, Jingji Hostel will be officially opened and receive tourists in July, so the engineering team is still working overtime. Fortunately, the factory buildings are ready-made in this place. The most troublesome part of the construction is the Jingji Hostel, which requires major changes inside the factory building. So the construction started in December last year and has continued until now. The industries that Mr. Li and others want to open, including restaurants and hotels, are all renovated from the original buildings of factories and old industrial areas. So strictly speaking, it is mainly to renovate and decorate the interior of the factory, not to rebuild the building. With sufficient funds and the construction team working overtime, it can be completed on schedule. Moreover, the old factory buildings with old appearance have a special vicissitudes of life, which is very consistent with the style of the Jingji hostel. After entering these old factories, it is another place, a comfortable dining, resting, and shopping environment, so that tourists can completely forget the fright and fatigue in the haunted house and enjoy it. Li Shi came to the door of the temporary office, where Chen Kongtua was, and knocked gently. "Mr. Li? Please come in." Chen Kongtua welcomed Li Shi in and handed him a cup of tea. During the construction process during this period, Chen Kongtua also dealt with Mr. Li and other investors, and they were already very familiar with each other. Since we invest and build together, everyone's interests are the same, and of course we can discuss anything. Li Shi sat down and took 2 sips of tea. "Brother Chen, to be honest, today I am representing all other investors to make a proposal to Tenda." What proposal?" Chen Kongtua was a little surprised. Li Shi took out a construction drawing, which showed the planning of the entire Jingji Hotel and surrounding buildings. "In this prime location, I and other investors have specially vacated a factory building and are going to renovate it into a market to sell various souvenirs and peripheral products related to Jingji Hotel. This market will be jointly funded by me and other investors. Tenda will provide the design plan. The final profit will be shared by Tenda and all other investors. What do you think?" Chen Kongtua was stunned. "Mr. Li, this is inappropriate, right? How is your arrangement different from giving it away for free?" Li Shi smiled slightly. "This is a little gift from all of us to Mr. Pei." Chapter 523 President Pei, there is more than one side. Please vote for the 5th update. Chen Kongtua was still a little hesitant. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was not just a little bit of kindness. If the Jingji hostel project could become popular, the profit from selling peripheral products would definitely be very considerable. At present, the development of derivatives and other profit channels in most domestic amusement parks is still in the enlightenment stage, and ticket revenue is the absolute majority of the profit share. But if we look at the revenue ratio of internationally renowned amusement parks, under the mature model, the proportion of tickets, shopping, and other income of amusement parks is basically 1/3 each. Among them, catering, accommodation, investment promotion in tourist areas, commercial sponsorship of scenic spot festivals, and real estate development for scenic spot tourism purposes can all be regarded as other income. Now President Li and other investors have decided to give half of all the income from the sale of peripherals of the entire Jingji hostel project to Tenda, which is actually a very generous concession. Seeing that Chen Kongtua was a little hesitant, Li Shi smiled slightly. "Brother Chen, don't be too polite. The Jingji hostel was originally Mr. Pei's project. With Tenda's financial resources, Mr. Pei could have taken all the profits around the Jingji hostel, but Mr. Pei didn't do that. Instead, he gave us a very generous part of the profits, which is already very generous. Now everyone's interests are tied together. We all prosper together and suffer together. There should be no sectarianism. I and others jointly invested in the construction of this market, which is also a kind of return to Mr. Pei's generosity. If Brother Chen feels sorry, as long as you make the Jingji hostel better and more popular, it can be regarded as a return to our kindness." Chen Kongtua thought for a long time, and seeing that Mr. Li's attitude was firm and his hospitality was hard to refuse, he nodded silently. "Okay, then I will thank everyone on behalf of Mr. Pei." Mr. Li smiled slightly. "I have prepared the contract. Brother Chen, take a look. If there is no problem, come up with a plan as soon as possible and start construction. Time waits for no one." Coming out of Chen Kongtua's office, Mr. Li couldn't help but feel refreshed. Much more practical. Recently, Li Shi has been focusing on the renovation of his restaurant near the Jingji Hotel. Although the progress of the project is going smoothly, he always feels uneasy. This uneasy feeling has been lingering in his mind for a long time. After carefully recalling his previous experience of working with Mr. Pei, Mr. Li suddenly realized where his uneasy feeling came from. The interests of investors and Mr. Pei are not strong enough. In other words, there is still a risk of overturning. When investing in shared Shuaba before, President Pei first shook everyone's confidence and persuaded a group of investors to withdraw, and then used a little trick to exclude all shareholders and monopolize the biggest benefits. Li Shi reviewed it afterwards, and found that the reason for this situation was that everyone did not follow closely enough. In business, President Pei always puts Tenda's interests first in business. In President Li's opinion, President Pei's attitude towards investors like them has always been that you can come and drink soup if you want, but don't expect to eat meat, because all the meat in the pot belongs to Tenda. If you have to leave the table in order, Tenda must be the last one to eat. So what President Li wants is to tie President Pei firmly to the common interest chariot so that he will not be thrown off inexplicably in the middle of the journey. And this time's concession is the result of his careful consideration. It seems generous on the surface, but it is actually a bit cunning. The restaurants, hotels, etc. opened by President Li and others are supporting facilities around the Jingji hostel. Although the income will be less than that of tickets, it is also stable. With Mr. Pei's foresight, he certainly hopes to build Jingji Hotel into a first-class amusement park in China or even the world. In the end, the profit structure of this place will definitely converge with that of a world-class amusement park, that is, ticket sales, shopping, and other income will each account for 1/3. Among them, all the tickets belong to Tenda, and the other income is shared by Tenda and investors. There is still the shopping cake that has not been clearly divided. After the Jingji hostel officially opened, there are only two situations. One is the situation of domestic amusement parks, where tickets make money but the surroundings do not make money. The other is that both tickets and surroundings are very profitable. If it is the former, selling surroundings does not make money anyway, so what if 50% is given to Tenda? If it is the latter, everyone makes money together, and Tenda can get real profits from the surroundings, so it will naturally be motivated to do it better. Therefore, Mr. Li discussed with the investors and tied Mr. Pei firmly to the chariot of interests through this concession. Everyone advances and retreats together. With these profits, Mr. Pei will definitely pay more attention to the surroundings, which will naturally be better for the development of the entire Jingji hostel. So far, although all investors have great trust in Mr. Pei, it is still unknown whether the Jingji hostel project can succeed. Therefore, they can only continue to increase their bets and bet that Mr. Pei's business genius attribute will create miracles again. Li Shi left Chen Kan to his office and prepared to take another look at the restaurant's renovation and construction, and then drove back to his office. However, at this moment, his phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, Mr. Li, I am Wu Bin, from Tenda's Human Resources Department. I'm collecting some materials about Mr. Pei recently. Do you have time to talk about it briefly?" Li Shi was stunned for a moment. This call surprised him a little. But since he is Mr. Pei's man, he can still give him some face. In addition, he is also very curious about what kind of materials the other party is collecting. "Okay, let's meet at the Moyu Internet Cafe near Handong University." In the Moyu Internet Cafe, Li Shi, Wu Bin and Chui Geng each ordered a cup of coffee. Wu Bin has explained his intentions to Li Shi. This part of the Tenda spirit has aroused Li Shi's strong interest. It is well known that Mr. Pei has a good way to manage his subordinates. All employees of the entire Tenda Group can stand up and take charge of their own affairs, and they are completely disciplined and obedient to Mr. Pei. Whether it is at the Moyu Internet Cafe, Yuan Main Venture Capital or the Jingji Hostel, when Li Shi deals with Mr. Pei's subordinates, he can feel that these people have a special admiration for Mr. Pei. So, what exactly is this Tenda spirit? How does it work? If they can learn this spirit, can the employees of Fuhui Capital become like the employees of Tenda? Mastering this spiritual weapon is very useful for an entrepreneur. Elisha drank coffee. No problem, you two can ask whatever you want, but I have one request, that is, you can give me a copy of the Tenda Spirit Manual after it is completed. Wu Bin hesitated. Because the Tenda Spirit is also a secret within Tenda, it is only circulated privately among employees, and cannot be spread to internal forums and the internet. Obviously, not every employee can give this annotation of the Tenda Spirit. Lisher saw Wu Bin's thoughts and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I will never spread it. Such a good thing, of course, the fewer people know the better. What's more, Fuhui Capital and Tenda Group have no conflict of interest and have always been close partners. Wu Bin thought about it and it seemed to be the case. Tenda Spirit is a spiritual summary, not a commercial secret. The reason for keeping it secret is mainly to ensure that no one can pass the Tenda Spirit Fit test, and at the same time to ensure that employees can persist in trying to figure out and study the Tenda Spirit and not be lazy. As Mr. Li said, he has no reason to spread it everywhere. Since Mr. Li has made a great contribution to the final draft of the Tenda Spirit annotation, and it does not affect the confidentiality of the Tenda Spirit, then giving Mr. Li a copy seems harmless. Thinking of this, Wu Bin nodded. Okay, then Mr. Li, let's work together to complete the Tenda Spirit annotation. I would like to ask, what is your impression of Mr. Pei? Obviously, Mr. Pei has two different images internally and externally. As employees, we can only see one side of Mr. Pei. As a partner, you can see the other side of Mr. Pei, which is very important for the interpretation of Tenda Spirit. Lisher took a sip of coffee, thought for a moment and said, from my perspective, Mr. Pei's first impression is that he is a very calm, even cold person. This calmness allows Mr. Pei to think about problems in an absolutely objective and rational way under any circumstances, driving him to make the most correct decisions. Coupled with his business wisdom that is far superior to that of ordinary people, it can be expressed in 4 words, mastering the art of planning. When dealing with business matters, he always puts the interests of Tenda first. If any company affects the interests of Tenda, President Pei will take decisive measures to make them lose miserably. And in the process of cooperation, for the benefit of Tenda, President Pei is also ready to kick others out of the car at any time. Of course, President Pei never uses any conspiracy, and all business means are fair and aboveboard, which is also the most admirable point. On the other hand, President Pei is a very tolerant and kind person. He has his own unique understanding of cooperation. He only cooperates with partners who absolutely trust him. Before cooperation, he will try every means to arrange various tests to persuade those partners with weak wills to withdraw. And for the partners who stick to the end and even take the initiative to make concessions, President Pei has always been very generous. These two seemingly contradictory characteristics are perfectly integrated in President Pei, which makes me see the cunning of an old fox and the idealism of a young man at the same time. This is very magical. Perhaps a business genius like President Pei is born for business success. Wu Bin recorded everything Lisher said with a recorder and said with emotion, "Thank you very much, President Li, this angle is very inspiring to me." Cui Jian, who was sitting next to him, was already thinking about how to find a suitable angle to cut into these contents. Wu Bin continued to ask, "Then Mr. Li, can you tell us about your experience of working with Mr. Pei, and the specific manifestations of Mr. Pei's personality?" Lisher held a coffee cup and fell into memories. At the beginning, I have to start with the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store. At that time, I accidentally discovered a deserted internet cafe. Although it was deserted, it made people see infinite potential. So, I wanted to invest in it. Wu Bin listened carefully. and a more full-bodied character image, a more three-dimensional President Pei, appeared in his mind. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 524, The System of Managing Compensation Students has begun to show results. Please give me a monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. May 20th, Friday. Managed gym. There were not many people in the gym in the morning, and it seemed a little empty. There were only 4 female students exercising on the whole row of treadmills, and the others were all empty. The situation in the equipment area was not much better, with only 6 people, 3 of whom were fitness coaches exercising. Guoliqing had just finished his exercise, wiped the fine beads of sweat on his head with a towel, and sat down in the rest area. He has been very busy as a store manager recently. Several other branches are being prepared in full swing, and Guoliqing himself is certainly too busy, so he found a few fitness coaches who know him well from the flagship store of the managed gym to be store managers there. All the equipment purchased were of the same model, and Moyu Takeout had already contacted Rui Yuchen, and ordered meals from nearby stores. These were easy to handle, but the recruitment of personnel was a little troublesome. Guoliqing has set recruitment rules for all these branches and strictly implemented President Pei's instructions. When recruiting coaches, they must first look at the muscles and body shape. Those who are not well trained will never be hired, no matter how eloquent they are. As a result, a large number of coaches were eliminated because their body shapes did not meet the standards. Fortunately, President Pei was very generous in terms of salary, so even if this standard was strictly enforced, many coaches who met the conditions jumped ship, and all the affairs of the branches went smoothly. In the next 2 days, several branches of the managed gym should be opened one after another. The managed gym in Mingyun Villa seemed to be the first to open. Guoliqing was too busy, so he had not had time to go and see it, and he did not know whether the business situation after opening was optimistic. According to Guoliqing's inference, it should not be too optimistic. You can tell by looking at the nature of the flagship store. In addition to being busy with these branch affairs, Guoliqing had to practice hard every day according to President Pei's instructions, for fear that he would be lazy for 2 days and his body shape would be out of shape and be criticized by President Pei. But in this way, Guoliqing had no time to attract new people and promote the gym. Before, when Coach Yaling was there, it was okay. Every day, new customers would sign up for Coach Yaling. Now that Coach Yaling has been transferred by President Pei, the gym seems even more deserted. Manager, the fitness meals are here, the girl at the front desk called out. Guoliqing looked up and saw 2 delivery men taking off the incubators they were carrying, taking out the food, and placing it neatly on the long table before leaving in a hurry. It was almost noon, and these delivery men had other places to deliver to. Since they were all from the managed gym, there was no need to be polite and they just left after delivering the food. Guoliqing called out, "It's time to eat." Oh. There were a few weak responses from the gym. Guoliqing was a little helpless. He knew why everyone was not in high spirits. Because they had no interest in fitness meals. The fitness meals sold by Moyu Takeout were similar to those sold on the market. They were basically salads. Although they were a combination of meat and vegetables and had balanced nutrition, they were indeed bland. It was okay to eat them occasionally, but if you eat too much, you really couldn't stand it. You could even drool at the smell of instant noodles. The few students who were training in the gym were very few loyal customers, the kind with very strong wills, so they were not persuaded to quit. They had been eating healthy meals for a long time. For them, eating healthy meals had become a punch-in task. No matter what the fitness meal was after training every day, they would just take a few bites to deal with it and deceive their stomachs, just to complete the task. Of course, they had no interest in eating this kind of thing. Because there were not many people in the gym, there was no need to eat in batches. Everyone sat down and opened the lunch boxes in front of him. However, as soon as he opened the lunch box, Guoliqing was stunned. Wrong delivery? In the lunch box, half was mushroom and chicken breast stewed with rice, and the other half was tomato, egg and tofu steamed. The stewed rice with mushrooms and chicken breasts uses brown rice, which is garnished with chicken breasts, carrot cubes, corn kernels, mushrooms, and green peppers. It is stir-fried with a small amount of oil for a short time and then steamed with brown rice. The flavors of all the ingredients are also infiltrated into the brown rice. As for the steamed tomato, egg and tofu, first fry the tofu with a small amount of oil, then turn to high heat and pour in the egg liquid. After the egg is fully cooked, wrap the tofu evenly, and then sprinkle a small handful of chopped green onions for decoration. These two dishes are the latest achievements of the Moyu Takeaway Food Laboratory. The former has a calorie content of 320 kilocalories per person, and the latter has a calorie content of 398 kilocalories per person. After taking half of each and putting them together, the nutrition intake can be more balanced. Rui Yuchen felt that these two dishes initially met his needs for fitness meals that can be eaten for a long time, so he arranged to deliver the meals to the flagship store of the managed gym today, and asked everyone to taste it and give their opinions. But he did not emphasize it to the takeaway boy, and the takeaway boy was very busy, so he forgot to notify him. Guoliqing heard the sound of someone swallowing saliva. After eating salad for so long, everyone drools at the smell of instant noodles, and the smell of skewers is no less than a torture. Who can resist seeing this hot, fragrant and normal food in front of them? But no one dared to pick up their chopsticks, and they all looked at Guoliqing eagerly. Guoliqing also swallowed his saliva. He coughed twice. It seems that the wrong food was sent, so there is nothing we can do. We can't waste food. Let's eat, and practice more after eating. Okay. Everyone immediately smiled and started eating with their lunch boxes. Guoliqing knocked on the table. Eat slowly. Chewing slowly helps digestion, and eating slowly will not make you fat. Then everyone slowed down. Two girls held spoons, one for steamed rice and one for tofu, and even had tears in their eyes. So touching. Finally, they stopped eating grass and could eat human food. Guoliqing also enjoyed the meal very much. It must be said that this kind of warm and flavorful food is really more than one level higher than salad in taste. Guoliqing was also a little confused during the meal. Although it felt like the wrong food was delivered, the ingredients were very healthy. It seemed that only a small amount of oil was added, and the ingredients such as brown rice, carrots, green peppers, corn kernels, chicken breast, eggs, tofu, etc. were all relatively healthy ingredients. But on second thought, Moyu Takeaway itself is a brand that advocates health, and other daily foods seem to be less oily and less salty, not as heavy as other takeaways. So Guoliqing didn't say much, thinking that he would ask Rui Yuchen when he had a chance another day. May 21st, Saturday. The regular meeting of the management compensation students was held on time. The managers of each department reported one by one. When they came across a part that interested them, Pei Qian asked a few questions. If he found nothing unusual, he passed. Several branches of the managed gym have been opened one after another, but they are also very quiet and no one is interested. On Friday, that is, yesterday, the fitness meal delivered by Moyu Takeaway seemed to be wrong, but Coach Guo led everyone to practice more, so there was no impact. The manager of the managed gym reported normally. Delivered the wrong meal? Pei Qian vaguely felt something was wrong. Would Moyu Takeaway make such a low-level mistake? It shouldn't be, right? Rui Yuchen and his men are not lazy people. If they would make such a low-level mistake, I should have known it long ago. Why would they wait until today? Pei Qian looked at the manager of Moyu Takeaway. Sure enough, this manager, who is also the waiter of the food laboratory, raised his hand and said, "It's not a wrong delivery, it's a fitness meal newly developed by the food laboratory. Pei Qian, ? Element detection. Tell me in detail. Pei Qian was as if he was facing a great enemy. Guan Peixing of Moyu Takeout introduced, Rui always felt that the previous fitness meals were too unpalatable and did not conform to the Chinese people's eating habits. So after research, he decided to make a trade-off between taste and health. Although this version of fitness meals has a higher calorie content than before, it is healthier. Of course, the cost has also increased. Pei Qian's face had become somewhat gloomy, but he relaxed a lot after hearing higher calories and higher costs. Higher calories can make fitness effects take longer to take effect. Higher prices can dissuade more customers with limited funds. It seems that this is not a bad thing. How much has the price increased? Guan Peixing, who was taking food delivery, said, the cost of each fitness meal has increased by about 3 yuan, which is about 7 yuan a day. Pei Qian calculated that if the cost increased by 7 yuan a day, if you exercise 3 days a week, you will spend nearly 1,000 yuan more in a year. The pricing of managed gyms has risen even more. Managed gyms have already screened out a group of customers through prices, and now the price has increased, won't it screen out more customers? It seems not bad. Pei Qian asked, how is Rui Yuchen going to deal with this pricing issue? Guan Peixing, who was mooing the takeaway, said, Boss Rui plans to let the students choose whether to eat salad or the new fitness meal, and set the prices for the two separately. Pei Qian immediately shook his head, how can that work? Let the students eat salad if they want to save money, and spend a few more dollars to improve their lives when they get tired of eating salad. Wouldn't this have no effect of dissuading people from joining, and only have a counterproductive effect? The current shared gyms have proven that the price increase strategy is useful and can indeed dissuade customers from joining, so of course they should continue to increase prices. Our gym is called a managed gym, and the key is managed. Let customers choose what to eat. What kind of managed is it? Let the food lab continue to spend a lot of money to research fitness meals, no matter how much, all of them will be tied to the gym's money. Moyu Takeaway and the Guan Peixing of the managed gym looked at each other and said, okay, Mr. Pei. Wait. Pei Qian realized a problem and raised his hand, don't tell the two of you, I will notify the heads of the two departments myself. The Guan Peixing's affairs must not be exposed. They should be transparent people within the department and should not arouse the suspicion of the department heads. Okay, next. Pei Qian signaled the meeting to continue. The Guan Peixing of Jingji Hostel reported, Mr. Pei, here in the Jingji Hostel project, Mr. Li and the investors have just signed a contract with Mr. Chen. The investors plan to jointly invest to build a large shopping mall for us in the Jingji Hostel project, and half of the profits will belong to us. Pei Qian was silent for a moment, and a question mark slowly floated above his head. Chapter 525 Mr. Pei, you are obviously watching, but you have to pretend to be indifferent, please give me a monthly ticket. This Mr. Li, every once in a while, he suddenly makes a new move for me. When he caused trouble for me before, at least he would take the initiative to tell me. Now he just works with my subordinates to do things? Is there still a king's law? Is there still a law? Is there anyone in charge or not? Pei Qian was very angry, because he didn't want this income at all. If the system didn't allow it, he would have wanted to set the tickets of the entire Jingji Hotel to be free. Now he was inexplicably given a shopping mall for free, and all the profits in the mall were 50% off. This is no different from a bolt from the blue. Although selling peripherals can indeed make money, Pei Qian didn't plan to sell them at all. Now, he was forced to do it. Anyone can rent the land in the old industrial zone. Mr. Li and his colleagues can open a store in a good location. Although they cannot sell things related to the copyright of Jingji Hotel, they can sell many other products. As long as there is traffic, they can make money now. everyone opens a shop and sells together. In Mr. Li's opinion, although investors suffer losses in the distribution ratio of commodity profits, as long as the plate can be expanded, everyone will win in terms of the total amount. But Pei Qian doesn't think so. Isn't this a large profit that is inexplicably forced in? Angry. Fortunately, Pei Qian has been through many battles and quickly calmed down. From another perspective, Jingji Hostel was a project that was heading for losses from the beginning. If Jingji Hostel doesn't make money, then the mall and the hostel will naturally not make money either. There is nothing to worry about. On the other hand, if the mall makes money, it means that Jingji Hostel itself has become popular and has made more ticket money. This is nothing more than the difference between 50 steps and 100 steps. It seems that there is nothing to worry about. Pei Qian tried to enlighten himself, but it didn't work after a long time. The more you endure, the more you lose. The more you take a step back, the angrier you get. Mr. Li's stab in the back must be avenged. Pei Qian tried to stay calm and said to Guan Peixing of Jingji Hostel, "Tell me the cooperation plan in detail." Guan Peixing said, "Mr. Li and other investors have rented an old factory building in a good location. The proposal is that they pay the rent and renovation costs, and we will provide the renovation plan." Hearing this, Pei Qian seemed to have found a breakthrough. "Do you have the renderings of the renovation?" Guan Peixing took out his mobile phone. "Yes, Mr. Pei, please take a look." Pei Qian took it and checked the renderings on his phone. It was a standard high-end shopping mall decoration style, with soft lighting and a clean environment. A wide variety of goods filled the shelves. Tourists came and went, selecting goods, and enthusiastic shopping guides were introducing goods to tourists. Yes, there were even a large number of tourists drawn on this rendering, which made Pei Qian feel a sting, as if he had seen the scene of this shopping mall becoming popular. Absolutely not. Think about it, tourists were frightened in the haunted house, and their spirits were fragile. After walking into this shopping mall, it was like entering heaven. All the previous fears were swept away. Surrounded by a huge sense of security, wouldn't they be crazy about shopping? Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, "This decoration plan is absolutely not okay. It needs to be changed." "It hasn't started yet, right?" Guan Peixing nodded. "Not yet, President Pei. This is just the first draft of the decoration plan. It should be changed several times later. It should not be officially started until the end of the month." Pei Qian looked at the time. There was still a week left. If the designer tried a little harder, it should be no problem to come up with a new plan. The current decoration scheme is too shabby. It is completely in accordance with the decoration standards of foreign luxury shopping malls. It must be elegant, magnificent, and expensive. Of course, in order to ensure the construction period, we should not choose materials that are too troublesome. Expensive materials will do. Customers will definitely feel our sincerity. In addition, this type of shopping mall is too common. It has no novelty at all and is completely inconsistent with the theme of the terror hostel. Transform the entire mall into a maze and hide all the shops selling peripheral products in the maze, so that most customers will come out of the exit without noticing after entering, and they won't even be able to find the shop. "Well, you better keep quiet. I'll go talk to Qingshan Tua." Pei Qian still emphasized that Guan Peixing must not be exposed. As for why such a design plan was chosen, the reason is very simple. On the premise of selling as few goods as possible, let Mr. Li and his team bleed more. Decoration costs a lot of money in the first place. Now it has become a maze, and the entire mall is full of walls. The cost will continue to rise. Let you mess with me. Since Tenda came up with the plan and you paid for the decoration, don't blame me for being ruthless. If I don't let you lose a lot, won't you keep pestering me in the future? The main reason is that this group of investors always follow Mr. Pei wherever he invests. Many projects that were not profitable before have also become profitable with them. How can they be justified? This time, Mr. Li and his team suffered heavy losses. The myth of Mr. Pei's investment being undefeated was shattered, and this group of people naturally dispersed. By then, President Pei can find a corner where no one is and happily lose money. Soon, all the compensation students finished their reports. Summarizing the content of today's meeting, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel relieved from the bottom of his heart. Great, the compensation student system has begun to show results. Without these compensation students, Pei Qian would not have grasped the latest developments of Moyu takeaway fitness meals, nor would he have grasped the situation at Jingji Hostel. With the compensation students, President Pei's control over various projects has been significantly enhanced, and those clues that may make money can't escape President Pei's eyes. Of course, some things that have already happened are difficult to change even if they are known. But anyway, it has been a great improvement compared to the past. Pei Qian was very satisfied. Everyone has done a very good job, please keep up the good work. May 22nd, Sunday night. Yesterday afternoon, Pei Qian had already written an email to Chen Kongtua, Guo Liqing, and Rui Yuchen, briefly expressing his opinions on the fitness meal and the Jingji Hostel Mall, and scheduled it to be sent on Monday morning. This way, they can receive new emails in time after work and will not delay their work. As for why they have to wait until Monday to send it. Because President Pei has always discouraged overtime. What if everyone misunderstands when sending emails to employees on Saturday? By then, everyone will think, wow, President Pei is still working on Saturday, how can we be so lazy? Hurry up, work hard. That will be counterproductive. Today is Sunday. Pei Qian basked in the sun comfortably in the living room in the morning, and played games in front of the big TV in the afternoon and evening. He felt that his life was very fulfilling. So far, Pei Qian is the only real resident in the whole building. A housekeeper and 2 cleaners have been hired, but the work of the 3 people is seriously undersaturated. But Pei Qian didn't care about this. It would be better if no one came to live here. Looking at the time, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Pei Qian wondered if he should adjust his biological clock and go to bed early. In order to change the schedule for the internet-addicted teenagers in the DG club, Pei Qian checked a lot of harms of staying up late, and the more he looked, the more guilty he felt. After all, only by ensuring good health can you make better money. Otherwise, his body would collapse and he would be paralyzed in bed. As a result, the heads of various departments came to visit him in the ward every day, and all kinds of good news came one after another. Today, a department made tens of millions of dollars, tomorrow a movie won many awards, and the day after tomorrow a game became popular all over the world. Then President Pei would foam at the mouth on the bed. So Pei Qian thought about it and decided that in order to better fight with these idiot subordinates, he must take good care of his body, go to bed early and get up early, and eat healthily. Okay, then wash up and go to bed. Pei Qian took a nice bath in the bathtub, brushed his teeth, and went to bed with his phone. After setting the alarm for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Pei Qian put his phone on the bedside, touched the control panel on the bedside to turn off the bedroom lights, and the glass became opaque, blocking all the lights outside. However, just when he was a little confused, the phone made a ding sound, which was the notification sound of the chat software. Pei Qian. Who is it? Not sleeping at this late night. Go to bed early and get up early, do you understand health preservation? Pei Qian was speechless. He wanted to ignore it, but he couldn't restrain his curiosity. There was no way, so he took the phone and checked it, thinking that if it was not an important message, he would not reply. Wang Guangjian, Mr. Pei, you should be watching it too? Pei Qian squinted his eyes, angry. What do you mean by only saying half of the words? What am I watching? Very angry, but still typed back, "What are you watching?" Wang Guangjian also quickly replied, "The live broadcast of the Cannes Film Festival." Pei Qian? Cannes Film Festival live broadcast? What does that have to do with me? At this late hour, do I need to watch those foreigners present awards to art films that I will never watch in my life? Pei Qian didn't plan to reply. He wanted to reply with a random emoji to end the topic and then go to sleep. What emoji should he reply with? Smile seems a bit too impolite, and baring teeth seems a bit not serious enough. Then reply, "Cool," a universal reply expression. However, before Pei Qian sent this expression, Wang Guangjian's message had already been sent. Wang Guangjian, a better tomorrow will participate in the selection of the Cannes Film Festival. Director Zhu Xiaozi and Lu Zhiyao are all there. Maybe they can win an award. President Pei, are you really not watching it? Pei Qian, cool. Wang Guangjian, laughing and crying, laughing and crying, laughing and crying. Wang Guangjian, President Pei, you are pretending again, what's so bad about it? You are obviously watching it, and you look confident, but you have to pretend not to care. Okay, then I won't bother you, let's wait patiently for the awards together. Pei Qian, question mark. My hand slipped, understand. I didn't mean that expression at all, I just wanted to end the topic. Wait. A better tomorrow participated in the Cannes Film Festival? Pei Qian instantly realized that things didn't seem as simple as he thought. I quickly searched the time online and found that the final award would not be announced until the early morning. Pei Qian. After a long silence, Pei Qian still silently put his phone on the bedside. I will definitely not watch it. Anyway, it's a blessing, not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Whether I watch it or not, the result of this award won't change. So I might as well not watch it. Anyway, when I wake up tomorrow morning, no good news is the best news. Pei Qian checked the alarm clock again, then threw his phone to the bedside and covered his head with the quilt.